2451 to 2500. 2451. That all things are judged according to ends in the other life. It is known that the end is the all in all of the thoughts of man. All that he thinks are mediate ends in various order looking to the ruling end or the love thereof, hence, make up his whole disposition. I spoke concerning these things with the spirits, and that they might be shown it was given to say, that if anyone should convert the whole world to Christianity, and the end be self-glory, self-love, and the like, then he obtains no reward therefore in the other life, because the end was not the glory of the Lord, or the salvation of the human race. And on the contrary, if anyone should persecute and overthrow Christianity, and nevertheless from an innocent end, because thus he supposed it good, that then he is rewarded. Souls and spirits are unwilling to admit this, because it is common, familiar, with them if anyone has bestowed anything for the doctrine of faith in the life of the body that he wishes to be rewarded therefore, no matter what the end is. 2452. Wherefore it was granted to confirm that devils never intend anything else than to destroy what belongs to faith, and the Lord bends all things to good, and, because good arises from this source, they cannot be rewarded. Also that devils tempt man grievously in spiritual temptations. Nevertheless man is hence regenerated, these therefore cannot receive reward. So those who from an evil end do good, the reward does not belong to them, and it was further given to say that if they should do good, from a good end, they are not rewarded therefore from merit, but from mercy. Because the Lord operates it through them, and has disposed them so as they can be such, thus from mercy, on account of his glory. 1748, June 30th. 2453. That all men incline to every evil, but by actuality are born to one evil rather than to another. It has already been said, that man is born into every evil, thus inclines to every evil by acquisition of evils from parents in succession from the first, man, so that there is nothing in him but evil. But by acquisition he inclines to one evil, more than to another. This was represented to me when spirits told me that I felt just like they did, if I was held in a similar state, which I admitted, but perceived that actuality must needs be present during life in sins. So that, one, is born to one evil more than to another, although the inclination to the same evil lies concealed in the hereditary root. So that if I had acquired a similar evil, through actuality I would also be like them, that I was inclined to some evils more than to others. 1748, June 30th. 2454. Which may also be confirmed from infants, boys and girls, who die, who cannot be held in such evils as adults, who have acquired actuality to themselves, although their inclination is to every evil. In like manner, it may be confirmed, from this, that there are indefinite diversities of evils, and evils are distinguished into genera and species and individuals, so that one does not incline to a similar evil with another. 1748, June 30th. 2455. That interiors or the things of the natural mind disagree with exteriors and corporeals. There was a certain spirit who spoke with me, to whom it was given to say, that I could be, or seem to be, as regards the body, like to him, but not so as respects interiors. Whereat he marveled how there can be exteriors apart from interiors, because he did not suppose interiors are given, for those who are corporeal, do not indeed think that far, as that beside corporeals and their sensuals interiors are given. To convince him, it was given to tell him that he may know men in the world are different in the body or externals from what they are in thought. 2456. For they are accustomed to feign in the body, other actions, other words, and put forward other countenances than agree with their thought, quam qualiter cogitant. Wherefore it is clear that interiors are given which can disagree with exteriors or corporeals. When the spirit heard that, he acknowledged that it is so, but I think he had never exercised reflection about such things. There are very many such things if man reflects and acknowledges for truth, that there is an interior man which is different from the exterior, from which he may know such things. But because he studies the body only he cares, current for curate, I think, nothing for such things. 1748, June 30. 2457. Whatsoever is acquired by actuality cannot be eradicated, but man may become better through the Lord. Whatsoever evil is acquired or contracted, through actuality by man, appears sometimes as if it can be eradicated, to wit, that man may become better, but the case is different. What is once acquired remains, and that man seems to grow better, and thus as it were to forget evil, so that the man is no longer prone to evil. This does not come from man, nor is it true that evil is obliterated, but the Lord covers over evil, or gives the faculty of good, whereby evil is as it were covered over, so that the man seems to himself to be better. For everything belonging to the good man, everything of the reformed man, and everything of the regenerated man is of the Lord. 1748, June 30. 2458. As respects the vices of the body which do not arise from the mind, animo, and mind, ment, the case is different, so that if he takes up a distaste for wine or intoxicating drink from any cause in the body, or any such thing, results from disease, there are also such things with the brutes. But the discourse is concerning moral and spiritual evils. The evils of the body are almost circumstanced like one who is not able to walk, and hence does not desire to, because his foot is broken or wounded and the like. 2459. That man can never be judged from external habits, habitu, asto what his life will be after death. Manifest examples of those whom I have known in the life of the body were shown, to prove, that they of whom men judged harshly are good in the other life, and they of whom men judged well in the life of the body are evil. Because men do not know how to judge but from externals. Nor do they know whether persons act from ignorance, and what was their end, for the end is known to the Lord alone. 1748, June 30. 2460. That there is no life in evil. I spoke with spirits who supposed that they had life more than, pray, others because they were able to do evil, which thing they thought several times before. But I have told them nearly as often that they are nothing, as also perhaps, that there is no life in evil, comparing it with inanimate substances, which injure by their weight when let go and, as, at present, is the case, with brutes, which also can inflict evil. When again they supposed evil had life, it was granted to say to them, whether they believe that there is sight, lux, in darkness, they said no. Then it was given to say, the light in spirituals represents life, and the darkness, death. And that life is truth and goodness, and death is evil. Since this is so, can they say that life is in death? When they heard and perceived these things by a spiritual idea they were speechless, and could say nothing, because it is the truth. 1748, June 30. 2461. Concerning beauty and pleasantness. I spoke with spirits concerning beauty and pleasantness, that beauty is a form in which and therefore from which arises pleasantness, and that pleasantness is hence derived, reduced in like manner into form, are beauty. And in like manner in these, therefore from them, arise pleasantnesses in an interior degree. These amenities again reduced into form beget new beauty, from their variety, because it is therein, arises, again a new amenity, which is the inmost, therefore felicity. Thus all felicities are in order and flow in beauty, and thus in succession, from the highest through inmost more interior and interior things to exteriors where they are natural and corporeal. 1748, June 30. 2462. Concerning the more interior and inmost things of the Word. As respects the more interior and inmost things of the Word of the Lord, these cannot be displayed before human eyes, like as interiors may, because they are ineffable, and such as no understanding may comprehend, and if they were told, could scarcely have appeared so connected as those things that are in the interior sense, because their nexus is also incomprehensible and ineffable. Not otherwise than is the case with the interiors of the human body, which, displayed to unskilful eyes, by no means appear to be connected that they may constitute a man, when yet if even one were deficient, man could not live in the body. Wherefore there is such a nexus amongst them as cannot, however, be comprehended save by the skillful, so that one respects another in a series and order which is supremely harmonious, although it does not appear so. But the interiors of the word are the things which may be comprehended, because they can be seen from and in naturals when the Lord illuminates the understanding. These things from the angels. 1748, June 30th. 2463. Certain of the families of spirits thought about those things which are now written respecting incomprehensible and ineffable things, as that it cannot be seen save from externals and effects. That from such arise those which cohere in most beautiful connection and follow in order. For example, it may appear, from those things which are the externals of man, and from his actions that the fibers are thus disposed in most beautiful order, from so many of which an action is composed and can exist of such a sort. Wherefore it was given to reply to them, that they may by no means reason concerning it whether it is so or not, unless they should see these things and be therein, yea. Think therefrom, like as man cannot see how so innumerable muscles and fibers are connected, as present an action composed from 1,000 things. Nor can he know how a man can live in the body unless he has first inspected and become acquainted with the muscles, viscera, and many things of the interiors of the body. The case is not different as regards the wishing to reason from externals whether, more interior and inmost things, are so, when he has never seen internals, or known that there are internals, still less what their quality is. 1748, June 30th. 2464. An experience, showing, that men, spirits, and angels affect nothing from themselves, but that they think they act, facere, from themselves. In order that I might know that I effected nothing from myself, it was shown by experience, that in whatever I did there was at the same time insinuated in me a faculty of choice. This faculty was insinuated, and hence, came, the reflection that spirits supposed I could have done something else, for they were not willing, for me to do a certain thing. It was about breaking an almond kernel and leaping. It was granted to say that I could not act otherwise, though from the faculty of choice, it seemed that I could have done otherwise. I discoursed concerning this with spirits, who still supposed that I could have done otherwise. But it was also shown them that they could not have spoken otherwise, and that was it easy to say otherwise, but it was given to say that I could not. I perceived that they were led, thus, from one experience after another. It is still confirmed that man cannot make the least little motion of the body, from himself, neither, likewise, can spirits. 2465. When spirits, therefore, said, that so they are nothing, it was replied that it is true, and that it is enough for them that they seem to themselves to be able to think, speak, and act, as from themselves. And that whatever they will the most is theirs. Some, therefore, were content. 2466. Such is the equilibrium of all in the universal heaven that one is moved by another, thinks from another, as if in a chain. So that not the least thing can occur from itself, thus the universe is ruled by the Lord, and, indeed, with no trouble. 1748, June 30th. 2467. Certain were indignant that thus they were nothing, and so could not of themselves lead themselves, which is common, familiar, with nearly all spirits, besides the best. A certain one said that he was not willing it should be shown so plainly that he was so led, dicerator for duerator, I think, and thus was nothing, and that it is enough if he knows this, and can say if it is so. But it was granted me to respond that it is not enough, but it is necessary to believe it. Knowing is not believing, there must be persuasion of truth, otherwise there is no faith of truth. Adding that if he is not persuaded, or in true faith, that he is in darkness, because in falsity. And yet the opinion concerning him was that he knew more than others. Wherefore, according to a representation as before, the exterior part of his head seemed to me to be taken away to higher, superiors, spirits, in order that they might inspect what sort of darkness is in such as possess only a faith of the memory, and are not persuaded by interior faith concerning the truth. Those who inspected related to me that the darkness was great, as it were something dark, tenebricosum, made up of hairs of various colors. Hence it was manifest what sort of darkness is sometimes with those who have only scientific faith, and not a true one. 1748, June 30th. 2468. The representation of the abstraction of the outer part of the head arises only from this, that from them is taken away association, societas, in externals, with spirits that correspond in their manner when being removed. Such a raising up of the head, or of the outer part of the head, appears, then his interiors become manifest, hence is he explored of what quality are his next interior things, or naturals. But this occurs very rarely, for such exploration is not permitted save for certain reasons, that they may be instructed concerning such things as serve them for use. Also for the reason that they may not hurt such a spirit, because at such time he is not hurt. 1748, June 30th. 2469. Such outer raising up of the head, or removal of societies of spirits in externals, is not granted amongst, men, because it is dangerous, discrimen, to the life of man's, aegis, body. I told them that they could do so in my case. But such was the reply. 2470. That man, his natural ideas, and, his spiritual things, should be compared to vessels which submit, themselves. By means of a spiritual idea I have perceived plainly enough that nothing else is required of, man than to be a submissive vessel. That is, that all and each of his be, as it were, submissive, and so apply themselves, consequently be applied to those things which are infused by the Lord through angels and spirits. Thus that they do not resist nor reject, respuant, what is infused. In order that man may not resist, but subsist, it is needful that he be in faith, and in the truth of faith, that he be nothing, and not do anything from himself, but suffer himself to be employed, agi. He thus acts as from himself with ineffable felicity. Man and each of his ideas ought to be in those things that belong to faith, and, indeed, in all the things of faith, in love of the neighbor and mercy, in innocence, in order that he may be such a vessel, and may enjoy felicity. Or perceive the effect of those things which are infused by the Lord through the heavens. 1748, July 1st. This was confirmed by angels, who say that they are in such a state when it so pleases the Lord. 2471. I also spoke with angels through the proximate spirits concerning those who said that they are thus willing, because then they can enjoy felicity. To whom it was granted to say that they cannot be such vessels unless they are in truth. Truths are each and all things that belong to faith, thus, the most remote from fallacies, and hence from falsities, and from other things, alien. For truth cannot dwell in a vessel of falsities, but wholly in its own vessel, to wit, in truth, which was perceived so clearly by a spiritual idea that they could say nothing at all contrary thereto. 1748, July 1st. It was also granted to spirits around me also to perceive that that was true, wherefore they unanimously confessed that they plainly perceive that it is so, and that truth can never be but in its own vessel, and that then the vessel is the Lord's. 1748, July 1st. 2472. Concerning the Lord's word that the single things therein are vessels wherein life is infused by the Lord. When I read 1 Samuel 9 verse 1 to the end, and 5:25, 26, I perceived by a spiritual idea how it is with interiors. The spiritual things therein are expressed as high, for instance, that Saul was invited to the high place, that he was placed before the chief men who were bidden, that he went up on the top of the house with Samuel, and there spoke with him. That he arose with the dawn, aurora. Only those things are there mentioned, memoranter, which are high, which also are significant, for instance the high place, the top of the house, morning. And many things, which being connected in the interior sense constitute, facient, the idea of a king, of, one, representing the head. But the nexus is received from the Lord by angels, because with these are adjoined things that are not expressed, but still are contained in the ideas of the same words. For every word is, as it were, a vessel, and therein are infinite things, which cannot be presented save in the interior sense, as they are connected of ideas of words, which are not patent to the mind of man, but only, as it were, the sense of the letter, wherein is scarcely anything. Thus they resemble, as before said, a kind of man, as to his interiors, for the interiors of the body are all correspondences, and so representatives of the interiors of heaven. 1748, July L. 2473. Concerning the faith which is reported, predicator, to be given without works, and that faith without works saves. Certain have a persuasion that faith alone saves without works, and, indeed, is enhanced in value, when yet it is most clearly apparent from the Lord's word that the tree is known from its fruit. As well as that love towards the neighbor is the principal thing in the law, besides other things, which evidently prove that faith is not to be separated from works, and that there is no life in faith, if there are no works of charity, which live from charity. Hence, from faith. 2474. I discoursed concerning these things with the angels, and it was proven to me by comparison with the body of man that faith and works are circumstanced like the soul and body. Works without faith are like a body without a soul, therefore like a corpse, and that faith without works is like a soul endowed with no body. Faith is given with much variety. There is, a faith merely oral, a scientific faith, intellectual faith. Faith with persuasion from love towards the neighbor. Hence it may appear what quality of life can be in oral faith, and scientific faith, and intellectual faith, for love is what forms the disposition of man, and gives him the faculty to be able to be an applied vessel. Hence it may appear how thus the disposition is formed by faith, without persuasion, and by faith, with persuasion, and by persuasion, without love towards the neighbor, and by persuasion, wherein is love towards the neighbor. And so faith with the works of charity. 1748, July 1. Marginal note. These things in general were confirmed this day from heaven. The Lord, as it were, being seen. 1748, October 19 or 20. 2475. That all things in universal nature are representations of the Lord's kingdom. I spoke with spirits concerning worms that become butterflies. That they are representations of heavenly life, to wit, that they should be little worms, lowly, creeping on the ground, eating herbs, thus the vilest things, and that meantime they are prepared for a certain representative heaven suitable to them. To wit, that thus through the chrysalis state, per nymphus, they are turned into winged and beautiful insects, animalcula, and then are elevated from the ground into the air, their heaven, and, fly, and apply themselves to their roses. And, eat the mustum, thereof. Celebrate, ludent, their nuptials, lay eggs, and so enjoy their felicity, that these are representations of the reformation and regeneration of humble men was sufficiently manifest. And that these things were continued to their posterity, and, that they represent the eternal with man. Then the discourse was concerning other things, as well in the animal as in the vegetable kingdom, in general. That nothing is ever given in those kingdoms that does not represent the Lord's kingdom with indefinite variety. This was confirmed by the angels. 1748, July 1. Further, that otherwise not anything can exist and subsist in those kingdoms. Hence, each and all that are in nature flow so as to be remote images of the Lord's kingdom. 2476. When certain said that so many revelations would confound the mind, it was given to reply that if they were innumerable, they would not confound, but illuminate. Otherwise than this is the case with those who desire to deduce spiritual things from collections. These so confound themselves with many things that everything appears to them as confused, so that they still believe nothing. But those who are in faith, and see such things from spiritual and celestial truths, the Lord leading them, these are never confounded, but are illuminated, for they are confirmed by each and all things. These things have I also seen by a spiritual idea, so that I perceived the truth thereof. 2477. concerning the inscrutability of inmost and more interior things. Inasmuch as there is nothing in the universe but what is a representation of the Lord's kingdom, we can therefore be instructed by those things that are before the eyes concerning this, also, that more interior and inmost things are inscrutable. To wit, merely from the formation of the human body in the womb, from the progress of the formation, and of those things that are then in a delicate little body, to wit, that only some of the members flourish, and many are without any function. As, for instance, the lungs, stomach, intestines, kidneys, and many other things. Then, also, the muscles and organs of sensation, and yet such is the formation, that they respect subsequence, so that meanwhile they grow to their uses. Thus, through many months each and all things respect the uses that follow, and then other things succeed, which minister, meantime fitted to their functions, as, for instance, the oval foramen, etc. This is a representation of inmost and more interior things, or of the Lord by inmost and more interior things, wherefore they are inscrutable, to wit, as to, what use these shall contribute in the successive series of time and space. They, nevertheless, contain in themselves the series of subsequence till the last time, so on, in the subsequent age, there is respect perpetually to what follows. 1748, July L. 2478. But interiors are represented by those things which are in the body, as you may see above, prius, which respect the external form of the body, or use in externals, its faculty of feeling and acting, which things are also inscrutable. Nor ever can be deduced from the externals of the body, still less comprehended, because man scarcely sees any resemblance, yet nevertheless, interiors do so conspire to form externals, that scarcely anything interior can be wanting. But that something is impaired. 2479. If I should say that one least little fibre that is most subtle, and not ever patent to the eyes, knows, as it were, the state of the universal body, it appears incredible to anyone, but still it is true. Otherwise, the most singular things, singularissima, could not conspire to the preservation of the common state. 1748, July 1st. In my opinion, pro me, intellect is the cause thereof. Otherwise, there could not be so accurately propagated from the least little organ of life, which, organ, is of the seed, a body in ovo, from the ovum in the womb, and so forth. Wherefore, it follows that such a principle is in the most singular least things in the human body, which contains a series of subsequent so wonderful in principles. These things are written before spirits and angels, and they do not say anything. 1748, July L. 2480. That truths whatever they are, which are not sensual and ocular, are immediately rejected by the learned. It is plain enough to me that no truth, not even a natural one, can ever come forth into light but is straightway rejected, and as far as possible, quam maxime, by the learned of the world, and in place thereof are willingly received falses. And still more, are rejected, spiritual and celestial truths, which it was given to know from much experience, for the spirits who are around man are of such a sort that as soon as any truth comes forth, although they do not know that it is a truth, still feel aversion, and immediately resist it. And this from their natural disposition, which is contrary to truth. 2481. For such are evil spirits, that whatever good and true there is they immediately from an innate principle resist, and, reject amongst falsities, and willingly accept falses. Because these are exceedingly satisfactory to their erident iis, inasmuch as they agree, and are conformable. 1748, July 1st. It is given to compare their aversion with smells, for their disposition forms a sphere contrary to truths. Wherefore, immediately when a truth approaches that sphere, there is, as it were, something injurious, iniquum, that strikes the smell. Which they also now hear, and cannot but acknowledge, inasmuch as it is sometimes told them that they form such a sphere, because it was made sensible to me. Thus these things are told from pure experience. 1748, July L. 2482. It may be proper to add that the learned in the literary world, because they desire from philosophies to enter into arcana, even the naturals concerning the soul, and still more, those, who, wish to enter, into the arcana of faith, have blinded themselves to such an extent that they see nothing thereafter, and do not believe. So that he who has never thought anything about these matters, and still enjoys good, polite, natural light, lumen, is very many times more learned. 1748, July L. 2483. Concerning the providence of the Lord, that it is not only inscrutable, but also sees what is to come to eternity, and therefore the series of all intermediates at once, from the representation of those things that are in nature. It has been previously shown that the things are inscrutable which belong to the Lord in inmost and more interior things, and that these are represented in man, who when he is conceived is formed in the ovum, in the womb after that when he is born, and grows up, that each and all of these are contained in the seed, with all these wonderful changes which man undergoes when first conceived, and so in succession, all of which constitute most wonderful series of consequence, with their changes continually recurring inwardly. And, nevertheless, all these things are contained, to wit, the series of contingents, in the first inconspicuous seed, so that nothing is ever lacking in all the series. Since, therefore, there is such a visible, conspicua, and known series in those things which are within nature, and such a providence or series of successives. 2484. It clearly follows that therein is represented not only that these things are inscrutable, which are, from the Lord, in inmost and mere interior things, but that he views each and all things from the beginning to the end that are to come in their interrupted series till the end. For every such thing is, as it were, an image of the providence and previdence of the Lord, leaving out, prater, what comes from the disposition of every parent to all posterity. Thus nature, if we scrutinize her aright, can teach us that it is so if we view things from truth, therefore from visible things. But then we should by no means proceed from such to truths, and so explore them, but from truths revealed by the Lord, see such things as confirmations, thus man is illuminated. If he proceeds according to inverted order, he is then obscured and confounded, he doubts and denies. 1748, July. 2485. That evil spirits are worse than brutes. I spoke with certain ones around me in the other life, who reflected upon the state of spirits, especially of the evil. And it was perceived very manifestly by a spiritual idea that evil spirits are like brute animals, resembling wasps and bees, which, when they act, from their natural disposition, conceive, cogitant, and do nothing but evil. And that they are worse than brutes in this, that they act from a faculty of reasoning which they abuse, to think and do evil. Therefore, act, worse than brutes, and that from that faculty they act against spirituals and celestials, or those things which belong to faith, which brute animals, because destitute of such a faculty, cannot do. 1748, July 2nd. 2486. That the actual and proper evils of man are what torment him in the other life. Every man is born into all evil, so that he inclines to every evil, from the evil of inheritance successively acquired from parents, even from the first. But this evil also condemns everyone to hell and to eternity, but out of the Lord's mercy they are liberated from hell, because it is not their proper evil, as is the case with infants, and those who have not come to the age of youth. But, there are those, who afterwards, when also the faculty of thinking and judging is matured, do evil. These draw evil from that ocean of evils which is connate with them, and make it their own, and acquire it by exercise. Thus, form their natural disposition, according to evils acquired from hereditary things, and at the same time their proper evils added, thereto. These are the evils which in the other life torment them. 1748, July 2nd. 2487. That the inmost and more interior things of man cannot be hurt, but only his interiors. The Lord has preserved from the first man, thus far, the more interior things of man, so that they may not be perverted, because the inmost things are such that, the more interior things, cannot be perverted, thus, it arises, through inmost. But his interiors are perverted. This may be conceived, by spiritual idea, from forms, by those who can conceive, of what quality are more interior and inmost forms. They are such as to be applicable to whatever can be given or is possible in the world, they may be twisted, to carry, to all things, but yet conspire from single points, as centers to a state of integrity. For they can be, as it were, very easily applied to those things that are evil and distorted in interiors, from the faculty of resuming their integral state, which the Lord preserves and perpetually renews. 2488. They are not hurt, it is otherwise with forms of interiors, these are distorted from hereditary evil, so that their state is evil, whereto conspire each and all things. And what is distorted from this origin, nativitate, this can by no means be restored, but only reduced to naught, so that it is lulled, as it were, by sleep, or, as it were, by death, and so seems, as it were, to apply itself. When yet there is not application, thereof, because, it is applied, to evil, which is its state. It conspires from single points and centers, therefore, it is merely its mortification and lulling to sleep, so that the more interior things, which are the Lord's, may be able to operate. 1748, July 2nd. 2489. Hence it also follows that man can do nothing but evil, and not the least, not anything at all of good, because whatever is in him conspires to evil, and that all good is of the Lord alone. 2490. Besides, the evils of man are also tempered with good, so that a sort of rainbow is represented, for whatever belongs to man is evil, else man would no longer live to himself. 2491. That true faith is action. I spoke concerning faith with certain ones in the other life, who suppose that faith without works saves or is saving. For when they say only this, many of those who do not understand separate faith in the thought and in the understanding from faith in the act, and so do not care how they live, supposing therefore that they are to be saved. Although the Lord has said that the tree may be known by the fruit. Then it was given to say that action is faith itself, and, to address it, to the apprehension and understanding of the spirits who are present, I perceive this plainly, to wit, that faith in action is true faith, therefore, is action. Because inseparable, therefrom, an action lives from faith, which is in the action, that is, in the works of charity. Wherefore they are inseparable. 1748, July 2nd. 2492. Concerning a certain kind of serpent. De genere serpentis cugistum. There are genera and species of those who are serpents, or who in the life of the body were crafty, and in the other life are called serpents. That they are called serpents comes from this, that before the eyes of angels they appear like serpents. For when the angels inspect them, they are, as it were, turned into serpents before the eyes of spirits, which was plainly shown me previously, so that I supposed them to be wholly turned into knots of serpent forms. Then do they not only appear so to spirits, but also to themselves, for the angels see their interiors, and then, their frauds, wiles, appear before the eyes of spirits like reptiles, to whom they are such, because in serpents is poison. By which in nature is represented wiles, cunning. 2493. It happens similarly with animals of another genus, which appear to spirits, and are represented by them in human sleep, for there are cupidities and affections which are thus represented in the world of spirits. When angels speak together about the like, for the speech, loqueli, of angels falls thus into representative forms in the world of spirits, but according to the natural dispositions, or forms, of those spirits who are beneath them. Or into whom they fall, who suppose they do so of themselves. So in other things. On margin, OBS Weiss. 2494. A certain spirit, or a certain society of spirits, was with me for some days, if not a week or two, sic non unam alteram septiminam, whose speech was not so virile, manly, but mingled therewith. As it were womanly and at the same infantile speech. At first I supposed from the speech that they were good spirits, but when I apprehended their cunning, I knew that they were exceedingly crafty, for they studied whatever cunning they could to devise it, and immediately effect in, by, act. 2495. But there was a certain kind of cunning in others, not so observable previously, to wit, that they could insinuate themselves into every society. Because during life, by means of external appearance and dissimulation, they had as it were accommodated themselves to each and all of those things which others willed and intended, they could observe single things, everything. So that scarcely anything could be snatched from their eyes, and they purposed to turn whatever they observed to their own good or advantage without any conscience towards those with whom they are. In a word, nothing at all was thought and done which they did not catch at, and hence wished to act, do, in their own behalf, so that their cunning was active, with a continual observing how they could make it conduce to their own gain or advantage. Only studying their own good, not that of others. 2496. But this genus of cunning has many species. Wherefore it is not so easy to describe it, that in external appearance they are, as it were, upright, and so insinuate themselves in every society, yea, are beloved because they can insinuate themselves in the passions of everyone. And hence enjoy another's good. 2497. When these were inspected by angels, it then appeared of what quality they were, and by whom serpents are represented, there appeared a serpent creeping upwards to the right thigh. Or the leg below the knee, crus, thus they were not turned into serpents, but they appeared to remain the likeness of a man. Wherefore they are not changed into serpents, for the reason that they are inspected by exterior angels among the interior angels. It is otherwise if they are inspected by interior angels. They then would appear as continued serpents in their form, by which their class of cunning is represented. Now, because their appearance is, as it were, that of a man or upright person in externals, and they are beloved, and do not wholly destroy man, because they have not such audacity, therefore there appeared something human, as also an infantile principle in their speech. 2498. While thinking concerning their departure, exitu, of what quality they become at last, it was shown me by a vision that they are at last expelled from the societies of spirits. Because they are at length discovered as to their character, and they then sit solitary only in the society of the solitary, which society was represented to me by a vision. There were seen, as it were certain with a broad face, whose body did not appear, whose size and bigness was such as equalled about 4 or 5 faces of others, with a wide whitish hat of rushes, cum laudo pilio can neo albescent, upon the head. Thus they sat fixed in their place, nor any longer associated with others. Such also becomes their state as was represented, and so also will appear to themselves, and so no longer be in any active life. 2499. It is also to be observed that when such and others have been in the societies of spirits, and have been detected and ejected thence, some mark always adheres to them, as is red of cane, which appears to spirits to whom they come, and whom they wish likewise to mislead. Which mark is at length so enlarged that they are not tolerated in any society, thus are finally left to themselves, and so their solitude at last becomes apparent to them, and is also of such a nature as is represented. 1748, July 3. 2500. They are of the class of such as, living, in palaces, aulus, never exert themselves for the good of society, but only feign, and aim at their own good, and so are unfitted for employment in society, yea, are useless. Because they especially love ease, odium. They can only live sumptuously, with magnificent garments, and grow rich, caring for nothing else. Such accustom, habituate themselves to the like craft, and insinuate themselves more than others, yea are also praised. Especially do they get intimates for themselves by various sorts of flattery, and feigning of good offices, with those who dispose the goods of their master, domini, so that hence they may grow rich. And thus in a stealthy manner their master being unconscious thereof, may enjoy his good. Therefore praise those from whom they derive any gain. So also make friends to themselves of cooks, and treasurers, and, especially of housekeepers, administratresses, and maids, and the like, so that all things will conduce to their emolument. 1748, July 3. 2501 to 2550. 2501. Such are wont to regard those who are in employments, and are industrious, upright, and no flatterers, as nothing. They despise, reject, and slander them, wherefore they hold them not as friends, but as servants. In a word, they are burdensome, or only burdens to the commonwealth. 2502. There was such a poison in, a pud, them as blunted all power of acting in the true and good, so that they took away all zeal. They have been with me for some days, and have caused me such trouble, molestia, to think and do what is serious, true, and good, and to seeing these that I scarce knew what I was doing. Such is the influx of such poison when they are in the society of good spirits. They induce in them a listlessness for doing good and that which belongs to their business, munerus. So he who inclineth, I think, to labours and uses in the commonwealth when he comes among such, or into their societies, then all his zeal grows torpid, therefore the human race is especially seduced, misled, by these. Wherefore kings exclude such from their courts, alus, for they greatly injure societies, and withdraw them from the good and true, so that they are at length ensnared by the study of these things as something sweet. For they live sumptuously, clothe magnificently, enjoy only their ease, hold in hatred those who are industrious and zealous for what is true and good, they are destroyers of the human race. For it is known that those who begin to indulge in ease derive therefrom the greatest sweetness. Like beggars who habituate, themselves to that ease, and so are restrained from, and deprived of all zeal to be members of civil society, or to be citizens. Such cannot be called citizens, but destroyers of citizens. 1748, July 3. 2503. This kind of cunning may be called the cunning of flatterers, especially carried on at courts, alus, either for the sake of their own gains, or their own pleasure. That is, for the sake of cupidities flowing from self-love, or love of the world. Thus cunning, doli, is distinguished into genera, and these into species. These things are written in presence of spirits. And to those who are of such a character, who are silent and think what is to befall them, because they think their departure, exit, also represented to them, for such a thing moves them very greatly. Because they love, student, their voluptuous, luxurious, life, and especially their gain. 1748, July 3. 2504. Such men cause the greatest annoyance to those who are industrious, laborant, in the commonwealth, whom they despise, and consider to be servants, slaves. They leave them nothing of a pleasant life, so that when they perform their duties with pleasantness they regard them as far beneath themselves, born as it were to slavery, servitude, and they themselves born to rule. Wherefore they snatch from them all pleasantness, bring them into contempt with their master, who therefore at last regards them as vile men, and mere flatterers, like lords, dominos, whom they esteem of greatest consequence. And so take from his servant all satisfaction, solutium, because he becomes like these, flatterers. Inasmuch as he takes them into his society on account of their flatteries. In a word, they contrive, every annoyance to the servants of the commonwealth, and take from them all that is pleasant in life, all comfort and hope, and so destroy citizens, consequently the state. 2505. Such were also with me for several days as desire, to live for themselves, and not for the commonwealth, and took from me all the pleasantness of life, claiming all things for themselves. This they did in the other life in this manner, that they only wished from curiosity to hear and perceive what I read and when they have apprehended these things, they have claimed them for themselves, leaving me afar off, poro, out of the question, so that I was obliged to do my work with much annoyance. Whereby it was manifested to me of what character are those who only work, student, for themselves, and only indulge themselves, and care for nothing besides. These things are written in their presence. July 3, 1748. These never purpose any use but for themselves, i.e. the use of the commonwealth is nothing to them, but their own, is. Wherefore they are such as are not led by use, or by the love of use. 2506. The like in the life of the body wish to have pleasantness, yea, to take away, their, pleasantness of life from others who perform use, and do not wish, themselves, to perform anything useful. Wherefore it was given to speak with them, and represent to them of what quality they are, that they are like insects of various kinds that are hurtful and loathsome, which also were represented before them to the life. Then it was given to speak concerning pleasantness of life, that pleasantness is the life of man, and that they are so created by the Lord that they might create uses of pleasantness. As may be sufficiently evident from the pleasure of the senses, as from taste, and, from venery. Which because they have a use along with themselves, to wit, that man may be nourished, and that he may be procreated, therefore pleasantnesses are added to their use, which pleasantnesses are increased wholly according to use. So it was appointed. But those who seek for pleasantnesses without their flowing from use, or according to appearance, without intending use, then indeed pleasantnesses are felt, by them, although of a gross sort. But because, they are, not from use, or from the Lord through use, they are like those loathsome and hurtful insects, and are such things as destroy. And are such pleasantnesses as destroy them, because no spiritual and celestial life is in their pleasantnesses, therefore, these persons, become unhappy. To wit, are ejected from societies, and so sit solitary and are vastated, till all their crafty and injurious principle is vastated, so that they are no longer theirs. 1748, July 3. 2507. Such persons also care nothing for what is spiritual and divine, which was also given me to know from experience, for they were granted a short remission, nam remittitur iis eloquentisper, when God is mentioned. It was immediately perceived that they care nothing for him, so that they do not think less of anything than of God, because they are only in externals, and in pleasures separated from internals. 1748, July 3. 2508. I also heard them speaking of pleasures, that they are never denied to men, but only, are allowed, in order to serve uses, and when they serve or follow from uses, they are then much more delightful, as was also granted me to tell many of them. 2509. They also have such a nature in the other life that whenever they observe amongst several, or in any society, because societies communicate one with another, therefore in the next societies, anything pleasant or happy, they strive with the greatest pains to claim it. And if they were able, would never leave anything pleasant to others. This was also granted me to know from experience. Wherefore it was said, that if such should come into the celestial societies they would desire to snatch away from each and all their joy and felicity, wherefore such are not able to come into heaven. 1748, July 3. 2510. That each and all things in the world are for use, and that the uses of all things in the universe reveal the Creator. I see with spirits concerning uses, to wit, that all organic things in man, all his corporeals, as well as all corporeals in both the animal and vegetable kingdoms, are formed for, to, use and according to use, so that the use is, as it were, what has formed them, and that he who from use surveys organic things may then see the nexus of the parts. But, otherwise, if from parts, he reasons, concerning use. 2511. Besides which there is nothing given in the vegetable kingdom but is formed to, for, use, and indeed a manifold, use, thus, is formed, from use. To wit, for the nourishment of animals and the human race, therefore to the nourishment of all things thereof, and indeed so that nothing may be lacking. And when I held my mind in the consideration of use, to wit, that, things, are created for use to animals and man, as may be apparent from much experience to everyone who has an animal. And when I considered, what is available for nourishment, for odor, and for medicine, and when the whole series of uses came under my contemplation. 2512. Then it was given me to see in spiritual idea, which is the same as angelic, that in use there can be nothing material, when yet use has formed these things because each and all things, are, according to use. And since there is nothing material in use, which, as it were, forms, it was apparent from the spiritual idea that the divine is that which has formed, and that it is absurd to think that the natural could have formed. For the natural cannot be distinguished from the material. For instance, heat, moisture, dew, and rain, which are natural. But no such thing can, be conceived concerning use. 1748, July 3. 2513. That all in the heavens enjoy in, according to, their condition the greatest joy. It was granted me to see very plainly in spiritual idea, whereby I also spoke with the angels, that spirits would enjoy the highest joy, everyone according to his condition, were each one satisfied with his lot. And did not seek after those things which are above, whereto their fantasy leads them. Yea, everyone would enjoy such joy as is their highest, for everyone enjoys his joy according to his condition, and when he seeks after that which is higher, does so from fantasy. Which everyone may know, that if to a husbandman were given a royal palace, with attendants and sumptuous appointments, he would be illy satisfied, and desire to return to his cottage, domestics, field and meadow, wherein he chiefly delights. It is so in other things, as was also given to represent to them, so also when any were elevated to interior joys, as was also granted to know from experience, that on the other hand they desire to return. Such would be heaven and the world of spirits, to wit, each one in the highest joy were content with their lot, which the Lord gave them, and did not desire higher things, from fantasy. 1748, July 4. 2514. That there is no respect of, for, persons in the other life. Many who have been great during the life of the body, either from the dignity of their office, or their imaginary learning, take with themselves into the other life a lofty spirit, which they had acquired to themselves in the life of the body. And suppose themselves to be greater and more eminent than the rest. For such, a principle, remains with them, and is much of a hindrance to their coming into societies where no such principle prevails, but where they only love each other mutually, and one does not prefer himself to another in dignity or learning. Which was granted to be sufficiently evident to me by experience. Wherefore it was given to tell them, and at the same time to perceive plainly, in spiritual idea, that there is no respect of persons in the other life. And that the least boy of rustic or the lowest condition can, be in much greater consideration than a prince among his chief men, Maximos. 2515. Because everyone is esteemed according to his interiors, like as also man estimates princes by their interiors. But, for subordination's sake, honor is paid them, which honor amongst men dies with him when he dies, only the estimation of his interiors remains among many who are intelligent and wise. It was given to add, in their presence, that this kingdom is of such a quality that no one is esteemed in the Lord's kingdom from dignity and learning in the life of the body, otherwise than is the case in the kingdoms of the world. This happens for the sake of subordination and government in the societies. 1748, July 4, July for June, I think. 2516. It was given to add that in this kingdom, which is eternal, there is nothing but joys and felicities, and indeed not, arising, from assumed and prerogative dignity above others, but from mutual love. I said, dicendo, what is sought in the world, by dignities and wealth, but to attain joys and to think they are happy. In the kingdom of the Lord they obtain without such things what in the world they desire, to obtain, through such, because such things destroy felicities, and take from others their joys. Thus by these things joys cannot be given to them, which they desire, from the cupidity of dignity in preeminence. 1748, July 4. 2517. That no one desires to enter a higher heaven than the Lord thinks proper. See what was before said, that the good, or those who are on faith, all obtain their places, and everyone enjoys in his place the highest joy. And that if by fantasy they are drawn, induced, to come into a higher heaven, they thus destroy all their joy. For those who have been in interiors, and are, not yet formed to receive that joy, have said that they wish to return to their own heaven. 2518. Yeah, it may be apparent what the fantasy is to wish, to come, into heaven, or from pride to form to oneself a society, over which he presides as chief, and that others are subordinate to him. Such a fantasy affects nothing else in the other life but to destroy all his felicity, for no such subordination is given. The Lord alone is he who is to be adored, from mutual love of one toward another flows all their felicity, which may be sufficiently manifest to everyone, for they place happiness in falsity and a contrary principle. Thus, such a one destroys his joy. 2519. Those who wish to come into heaven from such a cupidity cannot come even to the first limit, but recede. How far distant heaven, and, consequently heavenly joy, is from these may be sufficiently evident from these experiences, to wit, that if an angel only looks into him, without any intention of hurting, only with his glance, view, intuition, that he is greatly distressed, and would as it were perish with anguish. And they who are crafty seem like conglomerate serpents, besides which, others are tortured with envy from merely beholding the felicity of the angels. Such becomes their state who in the other life wish to command others, or be chief in any society. 2520. That it is mutual love wherein is all felicity, and that heaven consists in mutual love and everyone regarding himself as nothing. Besides other things which belong to love may be evident from those things that are, in nature, from atmospheric parts, from the parts and viscera in the human body. Where there is nothing given that does not possess something of health from the general principle, because it contributes to the general principle. Thus there is a confluence of the felicity of all into them who do not strive for themselves, but for the general good, in faith, and the contrary happens to those who strive for themselves, and wish that they may be instead of themselves in the place of others who are much worthier. 1748, July 4. 2521. Concerning certain companies, schools, of prophets, mentioned, in the Old Testament. There were companies of prophets both amongst the Jews and Israelites, and amongst the Gentiles, who prided themselves on ridiculous gestures, as is here and there read in the Word. Who in Judea and the country of the Israelites predicted true as well as false things. If I might assume the reason, thereof, from a neighboring spirit, there seems to have been such a prophetic spirit with the people because they were, in externals and only insane as to worship. Their souls after death sometimes seem to be applied to prophets of this sort, in order that they may continue the life of the body and be similarly insane, so that they may be brought back from their fantasies. For the life of the body continued to be similar at first after death. This appears the proximate reason, cause, and to be referred to those things which spirits have spoken with me. 1748, July 4. 2522. Certain of that time who are now with me said that they esteemed such prophets as saints, holy, and that nearly all desired to prophesy, wherefore such a spirit ruled them. In like manner these things which were prophetically written they did not understand them, but similarly adored. It is very similar with the mystic things of the ancient poets. 2523. That the sciences are not to be rejected, and it is similar with pleasures, which are not rejected but applied. The sciences are not therefore to be rejected, because they cause a man to be insane, when he wishes from them to be wise in spiritual and celestial things, thus, used, they pervert and blind. But if truths are confirmed by them, they then illuminate, because man is in sciences. Likewise the pleasures which belong to the mind, animi, and body are not to be rejected because they destroy and blind man, but he is left to enjoy them for, the use as before. Thus they may only be applied to uses, for pleasures are the life of the body, wherefore also they are given to, bestowed on, uses. 1748, July 4. 2524. Concerning the interior thoughts of spirits. There are thoughts within the sphere of vulgar or apparent thoughts which are not distinguished, these rule the vulgar or apparent thoughts. I long supposed that these belonged to the interior man, thus to angels of the interior heaven, but in that opinion I was mistaken, for by much experience I have been able to learn that there are also such thoughts. And that there are spirits who are accustomed to, and delight in, such thoughts. 2525. What further concerns these thoughts, there are certain spirits and souls who do not enjoy them, nor perceive them, because within the sphere of their thoughts, but there are souls who as soon as they come into the other life notice that there is also such thought, and can separate it from external, or vulgar and apparent thought. And are those who in the life of the body have been crafty, as I have sufficiently learned from experience, besides learning from experience that the dragon also enjoys the same. 2526. Vulgar thought is merely the idea which inflows into speech, but that thought inflows into vulgar thought, and rules it, as well by thoughts as by evil affections. These thoughts are as it were thinking intentions cogitantes, in their series. They inspire others with the mind to think and act, and induce alacrity and torpor. Still it is interior corporeal or material thought with its affections. 2527. Such is the thought of interior spirits, by whom angels communicate with exterior thoughts, and thus with speech. 2528. It was given to observe that spirits who were at a distance from me, and who said that they perceive better when I think or speak tacitly, that these are in such thoughts, to whom each thing better appears, is perceived and manifest. When the thought scarcely appeared to me. 2529. But there are evil as well as good who enjoy such gifts. The evil endeavor to pervert good spirits through such thoughts, because thus they enter into their sphere. 2530. Those who are in the sphere of such thoughts suppose that they are interior angels, the good that they are angels of the interior heaven. But they are mediate, as already said, thus good spirits, they may also be called angels, but angels in the world of spirits. The evil also suppose that thus they are in the sphere of the interior heaven, but they are entirely mistaken. 2531. In those who have long been in the other life these interiors come forth, the externals being as it were projected, and thus they become interior spirits, they are so to be denominated as I have observed from the multitude of these who are such. Who are far away from me. 1748, July 5. 2532. Hence it may be manifest how unhappy do these become after death who are crafty and accustomed to cunning, deceits, for deceits are what occupy this interior sphere, for these are entirely projected from the sphere of interior spirits. Therefore from the world of spirits, and are reserved elsewhere. These are much longer tormented with pains and more prolonged torments, and at length much loss of their deceit remains, for before deceits are extirpated, which have entered their natural disposition, and composed it, there is a long time attended with torment, for before these things are vastated the interior man is unable to operate, for there are intermediates between the interior and exterior man. And before the intermediates are fitted there can take place no operation through their interiors. 2533. These spirits now irritate my left eye, and manifestly infuse therein a certain, more acute pain. Wherefrom may he concluded that these who are now present are among those who rule the vulgar thoughts. When others act, who rule cupidities, and move the right eye, the pain of the eye is interior, and acute. Thus it is also concluded that they are intermediate, like as sight is intermediate between hearing and thought. 2534. Concerning interior spirits. There is the greatest multitude of interior spirits who inflow, and by, through, whom angels inflow into those who are exterior spirits. 2535. Such is the difference of interior and exterior spirits, that when the exterior are led into the society of the exterior then come into an obscure state, and, as it were, a state of sleep, somni it should be, I think. For they do not perceive them, except, so far as their influx. This state is as obscure to them as the state of sleep, but to those who are interior spirits, the thing is sufficiently luminous or intelligible. 2536. Whether any man can be brought into that state, so that he may be in any clear idea, as it is called, I do not yet know, but in the other life, after some time, he is brought thither. 2537. I was this day with them, and in that state, awake, and observed the multitude, which is such that they surpass many times the multitude of exterior spirits, and, as I believe, are in a quite clear idea, although I am in an obscure one. But one that is clear as regards the perception of generals, communion. 2538. Spirits after a delay of some time are brought by the Lord into this interior state, as it were, through sleep, somnum, or sort of lethargy, sopores, at last of wakefulness, as it were, belonging to spirits. Then these things first come to them as to infants, obscure, because there is only a general perception, at length the idea grows clear more and more, or ideas become clearer, thus they are led, as it were, into that state in which they seem to themselves entirely awake, though also that state is in respect to the wakefulness of the interior heaven, as it were, sleep. 1748, July 5. 2539. Concerning interior spirits. I spoke with angels concerning the life of the Lord's word, to wit, that in the supreme sense of the Lord's word is the Lord himself. In the universal sense below the Lord, is the universal heaven of angels and good spirits. In a sense still lower, is the church of the Lord throughout the universal world, from the first creation to the last times, taken in a most universal manner. In a sense less universal, it treats of the church which is instructed, with all its various doctrines, in a sense still less universal concerning the inmost church in the world. In a sense still inferior, in particular concerning each, singulari, man, in the most singular sense, concerning every article of faith, in an abstract sense, concerning celestials, spirituals, rationals, wisdom, intelligence, and so forth. 1748, July 5. According to the subject such is the predicate. 2540. A conversation with spirits concerning the translation of man into the other life. Spirits often wondered that they were in the other life, supposing they were in the life of the body, because to them there is no difference when reflection is not given. Thus they often wondered when I told them they were spirits, supposing they are in the life of the body, concerning which thing I have treated previously. 2541. I also spoke with spirits, to the effect, that if men were in faith in the Lord that heaven would thus be open to them, or an interior way to heaven, which is closed, just as has occurred, from the Lord's mercy in me. And so there would be a commerce of souls, spirits, and angels with men in the world, and of men in the world with souls, spirits, and angels, so that spirits would know what is transacted in the world, and men what in heaven. Thus they would on both sides live together. 2542. So also was it ordained by the Lord from eternity, that there should be such interaction and such communion as also that man should reach his full age, be ignorant that he lived in the body, and so his body being thrown off immediately remove into heaven, for when such a man is carried along to old age, he has no more reflection as to his body when he speaks with those in heaven, like as also had happened to me, that I sometimes forgot that I was in the body. Because without reflection upon those things which belong to the body, inasmuch as I was in conversation with spirits. Today I saw in spiritual idea that the body is nothing, and were it cast aside that there would be no difference between life in the body and after the casting aside of the body. 2543. Besides also there was discourse concerning the body, that the body is nothing except, as regards, the use which it performs for its spirit, in the world, is something wholly separate from its spirit. And that the body, for which they have so much care, is nothing, for every beast and wild animal, even the smallest insect, has a still nicer and more perfect body than man, more perfect organs of smell, taste, sight. Yea, that the insects in the leaves see more minute things, and smell, scent, much more acutely, spurious, those things that are in subtler nature than ever man can see with the subtlest microscope, or feel by art. For they see their food, smell it, and taste things that do not reach the slightest sensation of man. Wherefore, the bodies of brutes are more perfect than man's, and yet, men, have so much care and so much love for such a body as in itself is so vile. 1748, July 6. 2544. Concerning the fallacies of the senses, that they are to be removed in things that are to be believed. I have spoken sometimes with spirits, as also now, who were present with me, to the effect, that they are not near me, although they seem to themselves to be near, yea, sometimes very often, to be, so near as to touch, and, move me. Operate to the touch, within me, at the side, at the head, when yet experience is most certain that they cannot be here, but sometimes 10, 100, 1,000, 3,000 miles distant. Yea, that it is similar with spirits of other earths. But because spirits from the appearance, entirely as if it were so, that they were near and next to me, do not wish to believe it, because it was wholly contrary to appearance, it was given to tell them that experience is constant and certain. And it is not to be doubted, and least from that cause that it appears so, and that they cannot perceive it from any cause because they have not perceived the cause. 2545. It was granted to elucidate this before them, and, to say that when experience is clear and certain, there should be no doubt, because the appearance is other, and because they do not know causes. In like manner very many similar things are given in nature which are evident from experience, and nevertheless because true it is to be believed. For instance, that they can sail around the globe, globo telluris, and from the opposite part from, a point, opposite our feet. This is certain, because experience shows it. Should anyone in the world doubt concerning it, because it appeared otherwise, and because he did not know the cause, then there would be innumerable similar things in the nature of things which he would not believe when yet they are such. 2546. It is similar with matters in the spiritual world, especially those things that belong to faith, concerning which there should be no doubt, still less rejection, because we do not apprehend the causes. And because they are not according to appearance when yet they are truths, inasmuch as the Lord, the truth itself, has said it. As that the Lord alone lives, that the remaining lives in earth and in heaven are nothing, and very many things of this sort. These also are contrary to appearance, as it has often been given to tell spirits, but still are true, and therefore not to be denied, because we do not understand, and because we seem to ourselves to live from ourselves. 1748, July 6. 2547. That souls in the other life at first are as it were wanderers, asto, their place, situation, situm. Those are called souls who have not yet attained a place in that grand man, maximo corpori. They are sometimes wanderers, for some time they are below to the right, for some time below to the left, sometimes above the head, in various regions higher up, sometimes also near the head. Thus they are those who have not obtained a situation in the grand man, maximo corpori, because they are in a state of change, for there are corporeals which adhere, which are excited, hence they are carried higher up and to different regions. Wherefore I called them those who wander still, but afterwards they obtain a situation, where they remain, till at length, comes, a change requiring a longer time, according to the state of their reformation. 1748, July 6. 2548. The faculties of spirits are superior to the faculties of men. Besides that spirits are endued with all things belonging to man's memory, are skillful in his languages, and perceive his thoughts. There are also those who see even on the spot, his interior thoughts which are represented to them and comprehend in a moment, but things are to be declared requiring, a considerable time. And yet such as never can be so seen and comprehended as those things which are seen in the world. These belong to things abstracted from corporeals and, the things, of the world. These, when represented in spiritual idea with their representative ideas, and only represent what the idea signifies, it may be obscurely or secretly therein, they comprehend fully enough on the spot. Thus in a moment things which cannot be expressed by speech of an hour's duration. 2549. Spirits said that they do not know they possess such faculties, although when these things are said and represented to them they acknowledge them. But the reason is, because no one reflects upon his faculties wherewith endowed, but inasmuch as they are familiar to him do not suppose they are more excellent than those which others have. And it was given to tell them that the angels do not know that they possess still more excellent and eminent faculties, unless when allowed to look down into the spirits who are beneath, then see the differences. 1748, July 6. 2550. Concerning representations in the world of spirits, how these inflow from heaven. When in sleep there happened, to me, some things which I do not remember, just as they happened, Ida, then also came before my view birds which were enclosed. In bur som war gam mal och morker, in such, bur, did a bird appear enclosed, which was also an evil one, and it seemed to me I did not wish to have it. There were along with it 2 beautiful and noble birds, these I rather desired to have enclosed in that, bur. And immediately while I was in such an idea, spirits fell down and were cast upon me with considerable violence, and stirred me out of my place, me commovement, and struck a trembling into my bones and nerves. As, I have, sometimes, experienced, previously. So that each and all the things in me began to tremble, with manifest sensations throughout the whole body. When I awoke I felt it, and knew that spirits had fallen with much force upon me, and imagined that now, like as several times before, they attacked and wished to destroy me by striking everything in me with great commotion. 2551 to 2600. 2551. Wherefore I spoke with them, as also at other times, to know what the matter was. They said that it was they who were in the idea concerning the birds, and that they were suddenly cast down on me. They imagined that in the fall they would break their head and neck as they also represented to me, they knew nothing else, than, that they would certainly perish like a man when he falls from a lofty, high, house to the earth. I also perceived this from the trembling of their fear, which was communicated to me, so that I thence acknowledged the truth of their words. 2552. When I inquired the cause, then was recalled into my memory the sleep, dream, concerning the birds, and it was given to know that it has been something in the heavens. That they have held some speech concerning thoughts, which are signified by birds in the world of spirits, concerning which there has been discourse, for such things cannot happen in the world of spirits save through influx from heaven. Wherein there is no thinking of birds but of meditations and thoughts. And I was instructed by those who were in the interior world of spirits, who are communicators, that there has been discourse in heaven, in a certain society, concerning the influx of the man's thoughts which penetrate even into heaven. Whether they inflow from man's thought into heaven, when yet this would be contrary to order. 2553. That the thoughts of man should be able to inflow into the heaven of angels, but, that, heaven, inflows, into, man's, thoughts, and because it had appeared to them sometimes that my thoughts inflowed, as it were, into heaven. Therefore certain, spirits, concluded from the appearance that such a thing exists. Consequently, as they were in a falsity, they could not be in the society of angels, but were rejected, as it were, from their society, not by angels, but by themselves, such is their casting down. Falsity casts itself down, for no angel casts out another. Since, therefore, they were so ejected on account of the falsity of the influx of man's thoughts. Hence the corresponding spirits to whom the same things are represented in the shape of birds fell down with such force and violence that they seemed to themselves, as if, they should break, their, necks and heads. 2554. Afterwards it was given me to speak somewhat about the apparent influx of my thoughts into heaven, that there is no influx from man into heaven. For that which is in an inferior degree and of such grossness can by no means penetrate an interior degree, therefore into prior things, although it appears so. But that the cause of such appearance is, that the Lord causes that there may be influx from heaven into, my, thoughts, and that it is only an appearance that there is an influx from my thoughts into heaven. But because the cause, reason, cannot be displayed save by spiritual ideas, it was therefore shown them in a few words, how it is in causes. But this was the fact, and the truth that the Lord inflows into human thoughts and thus is present in inferior as in superior things, and when it pleases him, can inflow, through heaven into thoughts. And that in either case it can appear as if the thoughts of man inflowed. That it is wholly contrary to order and all reason that the inferior can inflow into the superior, or the exterior into the interior, or, as the philosophers say, the posterior into the prior, or the posterior into the pure. 1748, July 7. 2555. Hence also it may be manifest what is understood by those words of the Apocalypse, perhaps also elsewhere to be treated of, that an angel of light was cast to the earth with his crew, to wit, that when they are in falsity, and falsity expels them from the society of angels, that those who then correspond to them in the world of spirits seem to themselves to be thus cast down with violence, and, as it were, with danger to their lives. 2556. But whether the spirits corresponding to them have been of a similar opinion I cannot know, for there are given many corresponding spirits. And sometimes those who are not of a similar opinion, thus by their crew, turbo, no other are understood than those who are in a similar falsity in the world of spirits, for spirits were entirely ignorant that they were speaking, in heaven. They were only in the representative of the birds, and indeed with unpleasantness, as they now say. 1748, July 7. Wherefore the corresponding spirits are not of their crew, but are only those who are in a like falsity. 2557. That spirits perceive very fully the thoughts of man, this may be apparent from many things, but I will only give this for an example. If I speak with them, using only these words, it is so, or it is thus or otherwise, without adding other words, and the remainder is only represented by idea or representation, they immediately perceive every idea and thought. Thus, all those, in the remainder from only a few words, expressed. The remainder, is exhibited, by ideas, therefore those which are, not expressed, obsque, in words are exhibited to them by, spiritual idea. Hence it may be manifest how many things are in the Lord's word and how full the ideas are when the words, expressed, are so few, which, words, are wholly unintelligible without ideas, and these are not patent to the eyes of men. 2558. That whatever is done by means of art, artificialiter, closes the way to interiors. It was granted to see in spiritual idea that as soon anyone wishes from himself to imitate that which is spiritual and celestial and to do from himself what is styled, the work, of the artist, or, working, by means of art, as the magicians did by means of their sorceries, then immediately the interior way is closed, and in externals or outermosts is only a dead principle, mortuum, which nevertheless the artist or magician is not aware of. So also with others who are not aware of interiors, or what, quid, it should be, I think, is therein, then happens the like in externals, as when a man sees only with the eye external things, such as pictures, which he values, and, sometimes prefers to living things, which nevertheless are fairer in interiors, and the more interior the fairer. 1748, July 7. Wherefore when these things are beheld by those who are in interiors, they do not appear otherwise than, happens, when, the materials of, pictures or the lime of a house put together, and hence making a splendid appearance, are viewed with the microscope, they then are only filthy. It is different when they look into animals and vegetables. 2559. That spirits in like manner as men are immediately born of themselves to do evil when the rein is relaxed on them. This in particular was granted me to observe in the world of spirits, and was also given me to experience, to wit, that as soon as they enjoy remission, remittitor, they rush of themselves to ruin and destroy those who are around. They are perpetually so kept in spiritual bonds as not to feel it, in order that they may not be able to think, still less will, and do evil according to their liking in nature. They are ignorant of such bonds, because they are held in such a manner, as not to feel it, therefore they are supposed to be good of themselves. But it is sometimes shown by experience that these bonds are remitted, and immediately they rush into evil, and indeed to destroy the bystanders. Yea, for the sake of knowing it, the power of remitting their bonds was, as it were, granted to me, and immediately they rushed, to destroy others, yea, so that, others, complained that remission should be granted them. 2560. A similar thing occurred to me when, my bonds, were remitted, I also immediately rushed into evil, so that there is nothing but evil in man's disposition, and good and mercy, belong, to the Lord alone. Who so holds the universal heaven and world of spirits, as it were, bound, that they are almost ignorant that they are evil, yea, suppose that good, proceeds, from them, concerning which I have sometimes conversed with them. They wish to claim good to themselves. In a similar manner is the human race held, although, men, do not know it. Wherefore if the spiritual bonds were remitted by the Lord, one would immediately rush upon another, like wild beast upon wild beast. Concerning these bonds very many things could be said, but the Lord thinking worthy, I shall see them elsewhere. 1748, July 7. 2561. How interior things in heaven are related to those which can reach man's apprehension. Interior things, or those which belong to the angels of the interior heaven, are ineffable, and cannot reach the understanding of man, yea, were they displayed, there would appear only a certain most obscure principle. There can be no better comparison made than with the fibers of the nerves in the animated body which wonderfully flow from the cerebrum and medulla, ramify, frequently connect with each other, are inserted in the ganglia, and are carried to the viscera, so that it can scarce be known what is the nature of their connection. Then likewise the nervous fibers elsewhere, which form wonderful forms, as may be viewed merely from looking at the nervous fibers in plates. Still from these thus ramified intertwined, mutually inflowing into themselves, and again flowing out, distinct actions proceed. 2562. And yet still by fibrous media, mediate nexus, and such wonderful influxes of fibers, to the eyes beholding, actions could never seem to be able to exist so regularly from these. And yet there is not one which does not have respect to its own mode in society with others, which together constitute the unit of an action, contributing, with inadequate variety in conjunction with others to societies of action. Such an idea may be formed of interior ideas, or, those, of the angels of the interior heaven, in relation to the interiors of the world of spirits. From which those who can consider these things, and, as it were, be somewhat made in similars, can conclude how inscrutable are only interior things, let alone more interior things which inflow into interiors. For one idea of the interior world of spirits may be compared to one action, composed, of indefinite forces and forms thus acting and entering into the littlest action and so forth. 1748, July 7. 2563. That to him who has faith in the Lord is present and looks out, consults, for him in each and all things. Especially have I seen in spiritual idea, and anyone can perceive it, that the Lord consults in each and all things for him who has faith in the Lord and the insight of faith, almost to such an extent that he has no care whatever. But unconsciously, Necias, obtains everything that is necessary and everything that is useful to, for, necessary things. All things then succeed with him, and he is led to heavenly felicity, in so far as the man trusts in himself so much the more remote is he from the Lord. Thus through reliance in his own prudence the man removes himself from the Lord, because so far, is he, from faith. 1748, July 8. 2564. What insight may effect in the other life no one can know but he who lives in the other life. Thus what is effected by the insight of confidence and faith in the Lord. 2565. That insanity prevails in the interior sphere of the world of spirits. See what has been, previously, mentioned, that there is an interior sphere of the world of spirits where, there is, a multitude of spirits. Their speech has been long unintelligible to me, but now begins to be somewhat plain. It is in that sphere where the intentions of men or their ends reign, and is also the speech in the other life of those who in the life of their body scarcely come into manifest thought, so that, such, are within the manifest thought of man. 2566. When it was inquired why there is such a multitude of insane spirits, I perceived the answer that the human race at the present day does not regard any other use, hence no other end, than self. They only acquire and scrape together monies, silver and gold, merely to grow rich, and indeed for the sake of their own life, never on account of friends and associates, still less on account of use to the commonwealth. Further, that they never seek honors for any other use than to become great, and for the sake of self-honor, and, not on account of use to others, still less on account of the general good. 2567. In like manner, they who aim to grow wise from the sciences never do so for any other use than self in order to become great, and appear, so, in the world. Wherefore, in that sphere, which may be called the sphere of intentions, and is the interior sphere of the world of spirits, the insanity is such that world is nearly overflowing with insanities. Thus, the iniquity of those called Christians is consummated, wherefore the Lord's kingdom is now turned to others, as is predicted, otherwise the world would perish, for from the world of spirits is known the quality of the human race. And how perverted the human race is not thus known, from the exterior world of spirits and from souls. 2568. Certain souls, a short time after death, also came amongst them, who, to wit, in the world have been deceitful, dolosi, and have openly, manifestious, and with all their might, fortious, kept ends out of sight. And have proposed to themselves no other ends than such, as have been mentioned, thus, as it were, have they spoken in themselves and have persuaded themselves, that none ought to aim at anything but self, and to indulge nothing else. Thus entirely hold in slight estimation their companions and the common good, in comparison with themselves. Others of a more serious mind enter that sphere. The rest enter that sphere in a more serious frame of mind. 1748, July 8. 2569. Those spirits who are the interior spirits of the world of spirits indeed inflow into man's thoughts, but do not perceive them, but only their intentions. Wherefore, when such intentions are absent from man, then these cannot understand his thoughts, then good spirits, who are also interior spirits of the world of spirits, take them up. The Lord so disposing. 1748, July 8. 2570. When it is left to them to inflow, even a very little, there is immediately perceived cold, or tedium in those things that belong to the Lord's word, to faith and salvation. This was given me to perceive, that when they were allowed but a very slight relaxation, they inflowed with their tedium or cold. 2571. Nor can these interior spirits be where there are good interior spirits, in like manner neither in the world can they be together, for their intentions are contrary. That they can be together in the world is only that they may take away their goods by their depredations, or artifices, or use them for servants. It is different in the other life. When good spirits are present, they must needs certainly flee, because they are, as it were, killed with tedium, for there they cannot make gain out of them. That they are unable to be together is apparent merely from this, that if angels work into such, they are affected with such anguish that they seem to perish, and seem to themselves to be turned into loathsome reptiles and wild beasts. Wherefore, the Lord so disposes that they are unable to breathe evil or poison into the faithful. 1748, July 8. 2572. Besides those inclinations, of which I have treated above, they also have such as with manifold variety follow therefrom. To wit, that they desire to destroy the human race as to their life, so that they are entirely as cruel as Neros in their minds. That they desire to take away everything from the neighbor, deriding their poverty and misery, yea, even should they die before their eyes, they hence derive delight. Because they are opposed to all mercy, like as the deceitful are opposed to all innocence. Besides, they also hence, delight much in being able to destroy friendships, and especially conjugal loves, by devising enmities between husband and wife, conjuges, and by alluring, enticing, the wives of others to adulteries, and the like. Which necessarily flow from these two fountains, self-love and love of the world. 1748, July 9th. Marg. Note, OBS. 2573. But as respects those who have been in faith, these after death are not elevated into that sphere, although they can be immediately brought in that sphere, as is granted me to know from man's past experience. But the Lord counsels otherwise for them. They are kept in the sphere beneath those interior spirits, so that they may not understand, nor plainly perceive them. And this, till externals are given them by the Lord, which may correspond to the intentions or inclinations of the angels, and are adapted to the society of the upright in the same sphere. Then are they elevated from an external life to the interior life of those spirits, and can enjoy their company, and so correspond to the angels, who are all led by the Lord immediately or more immediately, and enjoy all unspeakable felicity. With indefinite variety. 1748, July 9th. Marg. Note, OBS. 2574. Those who are in the interior sphere of the world of spirits use those spirits who are in the exterior sphere, as they are wont in the life of the body, when they speak, to use the exterior sphere for thinking and speaking. So that there is hardly any other difference than that these spirits are distinct. In the life of the body, although the spirits are likewise distinct, yet they appear to them, as it were, a one, or as if a one commanded, the inferior acting in accordance, so that they are, as it were, in them, as they also said to me. For they clothe themselves with, put him on, induent eum, themselves. Though he does not know other than that he speaks from himself, hence it follows that they clothe themselves with the man himself, because those spirits are with, apud, him, as suppose themselves to be the man. 2575. It was now also granted to know by experience that they could be reduced by the spirits beneath them into a sort of sleep, so as to be ignorant what they did. They were put to sleep in such a manner as is almost similar when man's exteriors are put to sleep, and his interiors are awake, for I have perceived a certain sparkling, something, which was from their life. 2576. What is signified in the word by their learning war, and why they undergo temptations? There are very many reasons why the faithful must needs sustain persecutions and temptations. I will mention only one, which it was now given to learn. That, it is, because there is such a multitude of evil spirits, especially in the interior sphere, as they can learn to be the case, and because the Lord wills to govern each and all things according to order. So that thus they may be faithful in the state of resisting them, so that there may be an equilibrium. For the evil continually assault, the faithful resist, not resisting from themselves, but from the Lord. 1748, July 9th. 2577. Concerning the interior spirits of the sphere, when license is allowed to those evil spirits in that sphere to act according to their intentions, then there are innumerable inventions, and indeed so profane and loathsome, that man can never conceive there are such. For when such a license prevails among them, then whatever object is given they turn it into inventions similar to their state, besides which, whatever is noticed to be opposed or contrary to the upright, this they seize hold of and turn into loathsome inventions, and machinations, and invert, and pervert it, as if it were a certain horrid thing, not commonly permitted on account of its foulness, which was devised by their intentions. 2578. Since there is such an interior sphere in the natural man, it hence follows that these are the last times, and the human race will perish in this world, unless they revive to themselves, and to faith in the Lord. 2579. That sphere, or the evil who are in that sphere of intentions, are not vastated like those who are evil in externals, for the more interiorly evil a man is, so much the more grievous and prolonged the punishment. This, there remains, to them a most grievous and prolonged hell and vastation, till almost nothing remains with them, who are contrary to mercy, as already described, and who are contrary to innocence, all of whom are deceitful, and more interiorly evil than others. 1748, July 9. 2580. Their effigy was shown me, in clear day, with eyes open, of what quality they at last become to the sight of the upright, to wit, that their face is, as it were, an osseous substance, worse, looking, than a corpse, and, with frightful cavities, lacunous, the color of a most ugly, livid brown, and, cadaverous, hue. They are not able to think at all, are dead to themselves, and, cadaverous, hue. They are not able to think at all, are dead to themselves, and afflicted, with the torments of anxiety. 1748, July 9. 2581. That the conversations of angels concerning certain things fall into representations of cities with inferior spirits. This day, in the morning, in a state nearly intermediate between waking and sleeping, there were some things which slipped into my thoughts. For instance, a lute, and other musical instruments, and at the same time I thought of cities, so that those thoughts were, together, with the idea of cities. When I was slightly awake, it was told me that the conversations of the angels concerning the like fell into ideas of cities amongst the spirits, which was also affirmed by the spirits. And indeed the continued speech of angels concerning one thing, as concerning a lute or other thing, is only presented to spirits simply as the idea of a city, without variety. From which may also be apparent how many things there are among the angels which present but the one idea of a city amongst in inferior spirits. Thus that which with the angels concerns spiritual things, is turned into the idea of a city and the like, and that which relates to celestial things, is turned into the idea of animals and the like. 1748, July 10. 2582. That there is a great multitude of spirits who delight in inflicting harm on others. No one can help wondering at there being a very great multitude in the world of spirits, as well in its inferior as in its interior, sphere, of those whose only delight almost is that they may be able to torment whomsoever they meet with. This has become apparent to me from manifold and almost daily experience. It arises, from the cause that men in the life of the body are such as to delight in being able to inflict harm upon others as to their body and property, yea, also as to their soul, as may be manifest to anyone who attends thereto. Since punishment is in sins, it is hence also apparent what sort of punishment awaits them, for before they can be in good societies, such things must be removed by torment. If man is such as to the interiors of his nature, then how much torment must he endure, and how much time must elapse until he returns to reason, ut tandem mentis sui compos fiat. 2583. Inasmuch as man, on account of ignorance and the like, supposes that the soul of man will be tormented to eternity, this is made evident, hoc constat, to wit, that man is condemned to eternal punishment, for he has deserved it. But out of the Lord's mercy damnation is at last taken away, yet, said, through vastations and punishments, according to their actual sins, and hence, their acquired nature. 1748, July 10. 2584. That they who have lived 1,000 or 4,000 years before, are entirely similar to themselves when restored to that state which was theirs in the life of the body, dum in status sua, in vita corporis. It is granted me to know, from much experience, that they who have lived 1,700, 2,000, 3,000 to 4,000 years before, as in the time of the Lord, and 1,000, and 2,000 years before his time, when they are restored to the state of their former life, are quite similar to themselves, so that nothing at all is wanting, or is missing, as well also as regards the mind, manners, yea, all the life which they had possessed in the world. Also, as regards the gait, gressum, for it was given to converse with them very long, and at many times, for months and years, so that I knew for certain that they were the same. Hence may be known that man loses nothing of those things which he possessed in the life of the body except the body alone, and such as are entirely propria, to the body. But when they are remitted into the heavenly state, then it is different with them, and then they are ignorant of those things which are merely corporeal. 1748, July 10. 2585. That in the spiritual world are states which are most unknown to men. Today it has granted me to experience some states, like as previously, I had experienced, some, which are entirely unknown to men, and indeed many of them ineffable. And if it should be endeavored to form any idea, thereof, by words, yet, would they be, wholly unintelligible, therefore incredible, so that only from a scientific tone, principle, can be formed the integral state of the affection, wherein reigns either affection, or more or less of the true. Yea, similar states may be communicated to those who are not in the truth of natural things, and are in the truth of spiritual things. Hence, it may also be evident that these states are with indefinite variety. Since such ineffable and never comprehensible states are given in the interior spiritual world, what is not given in the interior heaven, from which such states have their proximate origin, and there everyone is with indefinite variety. For the least thing in the spiritual world which appears as one exists in the interior degree from an indefinite of such things, yea, every variety has its indefinite. 2586. And since it is so in the spiritual world in respect to the interior heaven, hence it may be manifest that it is similar in the interior heaven as respects the more interior heaven, and so in respect to the inmost, wherein indefinities of states, therefore of felicities, increase in indefinite. 2587. Since there are such and so indefinite inexpressible states of pleasantnesses and felicities, hence it may also be manifest that their speech is also inexpressible, and more inexpressible in interiors, for every speech lays down, upon it, a state, which may be to it in place of a foundation. According to it speech exists, and suitably flows, labator. 2588. Hence it may also be manifest that every least idea in man and in spirit when he thinks, still more when he speaks, has its corresponding state in the interior heaven, and the thought and speech of this one, or, of both of these, its corresponding state, in the interior heaven, and again the thought and speech of this one, its corresponding state, in the more interior heaven. Wherefore, every idea is a certain affection, or common, general, state of affections, which are in interiors, otherwise never could any thought have existed or lived. 1748, July 13. 2589. That no mercy or innocence can belong to man. Since man is such that he is nothing but self-love and love of the world, thus from his least to his greatest principle is self-love and world-love, hence hatred of the neighbor and of the Lord, which necessarily flows from love of self and of the world, he can by no means be otherwise than unmerciful, and nothing but mercilessness, and what is contrary to innocence. Wherefore mercy and innocence must come and inflow from an origin which is elsewhere, and from whence is there any other fountain than the divine one, or, that which springs, from the Lord, who is mercy and innocence itself. This it was granted to see into, more fully, Melius, by a spiritual idea. 1748, July 13. 2590. That spirits know from reflection that they are present. It had happened many times when I was thinking concerning anyone that he was displayed, as, present, and when I was not thinking, concerning him, that, he was, as it were absent. And indeed when I was thinking, concerning him, he was immediately near me, yea, at my head. I have seen the proximate cause, thereof, that when they were present they have not known without reflection that they were present, as is wont to happen in the life of the body, in societies, although they are present. Yet without reflection it is not known what is present, from which it may also be manifest what reflection affects in the other life, where they are visible to themselves, in such a manner, by the sight of the body. 1748, July 13. 2591. That the Lord has led the human race since the creation of the first man. This tender scruple had occurred, since it is so, that to man, and each of his members and parts there correspond angels and spirits in the grand man, maximo corpore, and that hence, endeavors, conatus, which are active wherever is given power, or passive, sedentia, as may be known from certain truths of human philosophy, if they are attended to, wherefore the scruple had occurred, how the first man, and those who were born at first, before this grand man, maximum corpore, was formed, could have existed. I received the reply by a spiritual idea which is persuasive. It was confirmed that the first man, and those born at first, have not been led by any other than the Lord alone. For the Lord is all in all, nor is there any endeavor, conatus, by the single things, in heaven and the spiritual world, unless, springing, it arise, from the Lord, also before man was born, in the same manner as after man was born. For man, as to all his degrees, existed similarly before his nativity as he existed afterwards. Without him nothing could be created, nor exist created. Wherefore, also, he alone sustains the human race. Like as formerly, but now by mediate angels and spirits, then also immediately, without angels and spirits, as also is confirmed by experience, of which I think, I have treated, previously. For the human race was of him from the beginning, wherefore he has all care, for them. 1748, July 13. 2592. That the Lord preserves man from every evil. This is evident to me from such manifold experience that if I might bring together only my experiences in general, a volume might be compiled. For almost daily now, for some years, I have been surrounded by evil spirits, as well around me as next to the head, and to the back. And not only have they labored hard with every exertion, open insults, sorceries, deceits, but also, have attempted with clandestine arts to bring harm upon me, as well also by dire maledictions, of which, I have treated, previously. But each and all, of these, were fruitless, so that at length I could utterly deride their endeavors and open insults. Thus the Lord preserves the human race, each of whom is surrounded with evil spirits, and especially at this day when evil has increased to such a degree, and hence evil spirits have been increased, yea have existed of the worst sort. And man does not wish to know this, but supposes that it is he who preserves himself when nothing is farther from the truth, for if the Lord should take away his hand only one littlest moment of all, man would perish. 1748, July 13. 2593. That nothing can be learned without reflection. When reflection is absent not, anything, comes into the memory, as is sufficiently evident. Although the human sight is diffused into thousands and thousands of objects, yet nevertheless the memory retains none of them upon which he has had no external reflection. In like manner when he thinks that upon which he has had reflection the memory retains. In a word, without reflection nothing is infixed in man. 2594. But there is given an interior memory wherein everything whatever, whether he reflects or does not reflect, is infixed, so that there is not even the least thing. Whatever has reached the sight of the body and whatever has reached the internal sense, but is most accurately impressed. Hence the things upon which man does not reflect. 2595. But upon those things which are inscribed in his interior and more interior things, trusts, man could never have any reflection, like as neither upon this, how was acquired by him the faculty of thinking and concluding analytically. Which is so great a faculty as to exceed indefinitely the artificial faculty of reasoning, and man is so ignorant as to his being endowed with such a faculty that he scarcely knows anything concerning it, save afterwards by reflection. 2596. Such things, as also those which by that most hidden reflection are insinuated in man by the Lord, because not through the reflection accepted by him, still less manifested to him, are from the Lord, and, not from another. Therefore it is the gift of the Lord, so that man cannot take the least glory to himself that he is man, and that it is his to be able to think, still less that he may be regenerated. 1748, July 13. 2597. That they are often expelled from heaven. This takes place very often and daily, that certain spirits are expelled from heaven and brought back to the inferior spirits. Certain of them talked with me after they had been expelled. The reason is that they are in some falsity. Wherefore when they are amongst those who are in truth, they cannot be otherwise than distressed, because immediately the truth of others and of the whole heaven in general and singular, in the society where they are, runs together as it were. Wherefore unless they withdraw they cannot but be grievously tormented. Then they seem to themselves to be expelled and to slide down or fall down. 2598. The reason that they are so often expelled and again put among inferior spirits, to whom they are then entirely alike, is, because when a spirit is elevated into heaven, which also happens daily and in great numbers, then those who have not been brought through many states, so as to be able to be in many spiritual or celestial states, when they come into such a spiritual or celestial state as they have not been initiated in by the Lord, then are they in falsity. Wherefore they fall down and are also initiated in these states. 2599. Hence may be manifest that they who fall down from heaven do not therefore become evil spirits, they were good who talked with me. 2600. It is otherwise with those who insinuate themselves by deceit, which happens permissively. When these fall down thence they are evil. 1748, July 14. 2601–2650. 2601. There is no one obliged by force or compulsion to serve the Lord. There are very many means of compelling men and spirits to acknowledge and worship the Lord, nor is anything more easy. There are bonds and genera and species of bonds, there are fears, there are joys, there are honors. There are all cupidities that can compel man and spirit to acknowledge the Lord. Of what avail our fears may be sufficiently evident, as also of what avail our honors. And when they are put into the state of joy then all wish to acknowledge the Lord and adore him. 2602. But these are not the means of persuading internally, they are only means of attracting. For as soon as they come into another state in which occurs anything of the opposite or contrary principle, they immediately go back and do not acknowledge, yea, hold in hatred, the Lord. Wherefore in order that acknowledgement and adoration may be insinuated, and indeed interiorly with man it is a voluntary thing, then comes internal persuasion, which remains in many states, for without internal persuasion nothing remains. But it is changed in every change of state. 1748, July 14. 2603. That souls in the other life are free from such bonds as restrained them in the life of the body. When men are in the world many bonds of society restrain them. For instance, fear of the law, fear of reputation, fear of loss of life, fear of loss of gain, of honor and the like, thus everything, belonging to, the cupidities which man loves. These bonds cease in the other life, wherefore being left to their interiors, they are, as it were, other persons, they are wont to infest everyone they can without fear, they revile. They provoke others with words and the like, although in the life of the body no such thing was heard from them in public. 1748, July 14. 2604. That divine truths should be confirmed by philosophy, not the reverse. It is a divine truth that the Lord rules the universe, as well in generals as in particulars, or in universals as in singulars. This is a divine truth, for the Lord says that not even a hair of the head falls from the head without his will. This truth may be confirmed by nature and by human philosophy from very many things, as, for instance, that the universe can by no means subsist, nor heaven, nor the human race, nor nature, and the kingdoms of nature. It is also confirmed by philosophy, to wit, that a universal providence can never be given save from the most singular things, ex singularissimus, hence his universal principle, like as a general principle, could never exist without particulars. For particulars taken together constitute the general. Thus divine truths can be confirmed to the illumination of the human mind by natural and philosophic truths. But if anyone wishes to infer, deduce, divine truths from natural science and philosophy, he immediately falls into darkness and mist, then immediately confirms himself in this, that providence is universal, and, not singular. And indeed, so concludes, from those things which happen in particulars and singulars which he does not understand, and these are nearly everything. 2605. That this truth is divine is confirmed today from heaven, and also this rule, that a universal providence can never be given without a providence of singulars, also is of such a quality in singulars as in universal. Wherefore the divine providence is, in the most singular things, the most indefinite in every degree, from eternity to eternity, as well in nature as within nature. A reply concerning the truth of this law was given me from heaven by upright spirits, and the law confirmed. 1748, July 15. 2606. Hence also may appear how deformed and of no account is syllogistic philosophy, that thereby, it through 1,000 syllogisms formed by those who do not understand this truth may seem capable, as it were, of being destroyed. This is sufficiently evident from this that nearly everyone from his own reasoning mind, which nevertheless is more analytic than the artificial mode of reasoning, denies that truth. For who is there who has not decided that there is a universal providence of the highest, supreme, Creator, but who is there who acknowledges it to be given in the most singular things? 2607. That men and spirits are not those who speak, but suppose it is they who speak, and that the life of all is to imagine they themselves live, think, speak, and act. I have very often been in discourse with spirits concerning these things, for spirits cannot perceive this any more than men, and it is often shown them to the living experience that it is so. Yea, I have also perceived several times that they were led to speak by others, and meanwhile they supposed it was they who spoke, so that spirits like man know nothing else than that they are not led by others when yet they cannot even think. Still less speak, the least thing unless it be from others. From daily experience in me this has been strongly confirmed. But then the reflection is given them that they are led by others, then they immediately suppose they are deprived of their liberty and do not speak from themselves. See elsewhere how the matter is. 1748, July 15. 2608. Likewise also that all speak my vernacular, and that to themselves they seem to know all those things which are in my memory, supposing that it is from themselves, which also I have told them several times. For such a supposition of theirs is a fallacy of sense. Yet it seems to them that they know my language of themselves, and that the things which are in my memory come from themselves, from their own memory. Hence may also be apparent how the fallacy of sense and appearance mocks men and spirits. 2609. That angels can by no means have an idea of corporeal things, the words of languages, the names of lands, of cities, and men, but of the things which they signify. I have perceived plainly in spiritual idea that angels can never have an idea of such things, for the ideas, ideal, I think, of corporeals, of men, names, and words are so material and enclosed, concluso, that they can never enter into heaven. There are many other things beside which confirm this, to mention only this, it was plainly seen by spiritual idea, and that it is contrary to every rational principle, that such a principle as is merely material. Like the idea also the sense of the letter of the word can enter into spirituals, still less into celestials. Sooner might a camel pass through the eye of a needle, and the universal terraqueous globe through an invisible little orifice. This was said to certain who had boasted that they have been great in the world, in terris, supposing it is understood in the sense of the letter, and they could not answer anything. 1748, July 15. 2610. That myriads come into eternal life every hour. Today it was told me that myriads come into the other life every hour from the worlds in the universe, and yet that they are nothing in relation to infinity, or the Lord who is infinite. 1748, July 10. 2611. Concerning the interior delights of certain spirits who are contented with a few things, and concerning the luxated sinew, nervo, of Jacob's thigh. When I was sleeping quietly at night I seemed to be where there were only 3 or 4 trees planted in a kind of tana, one of which was tall, another of less height, and 2 or 3 were small. I saw no one, but only the trees planted in the tun. And afterwards I was in a quiet of mind and in so delightful a quiet that I cannot describe it, and indeed, it was, on account of another smaller, minor tree which I did not seem able to reach, and indeed on account of the delights. For it was, as it were, guarded as often as I saw it. The delight penetrated even to the marrows, and this occurred several times, twice I think. The other tree was so guarded that I could only behold where it was planted. The delight, which can never be described, penetrated my mind, mentem. It is now evident to me that the other tree signified conjugal love. Since the tall, magna, tree represented, eset, the husband, and the lesser one the wife, and the small ones the children. 2612. Having been aroused from sleep, it was granted to speak with him who was in that delightful place, where was such delight or delightful quietude. And I perceive that they are in such delight who in the life of the body are contented with few things but, are, in the Lord. And that they constitute in the grand man, maximo corpori, the back part of the thigh as far as the back part of the knees, also, the part, toward the interiors of the thighs, and pertain to the province of conjugal love. 2613. I also perceived, that they, have communication with the foot towards the heel, calcaneum, thus towards the soul, which communication it was granted me to perceive. Therefore that the delight of that quiet extended down towards the heel, calcaneum, of the foot, or the heel, calcaneum, concerning which it is treated in the book of Genesis, and I think elsewhere. In like manner also there is a communication in man of a part of the thigh with the heel, calcaneo, as may be apparent from the extension of the muscles and nerves. For the nerves, which are devoted to the province of conjugal love are those which extend from the thigh down to the heel, calcaneum. This sinew, nervus, is signified, meant, which was luxated in Jacob's case when he wrestled with an angel till daybreak, and therefore, his posterity do not eat that part or the part, of the luxated sinew. Which may be still more evident from the things which were seen by me in series. This is now manifested to me from heaven. 2614. Immediately on my waking there was seen by me a great dog with frightful jaws, ricta, concerning which I inquired what it signified. It was afterwards told me that such a dog appears, or by such a dog is represented, when anyone is borne away to a contrary delight, amenitatum. A man, enjoyed that heavenly delight, inasmuch as, he has, conjugal love with interior heavenly joy when he is contented with his few things, lives in his little house with the wife whom he loves most tenderly, and with his children. With a contented mind, trusting, in the Lord. But, when he passed from the delight of that celestial love to the opposite, wherein those who are in the opposite feel as it were a heavenly pleasantness when yet it is infernal, then such a dog is presented. By which is represented that he keeps guard lest the opposite pleasantnesses communicate, wherefore it may also be apparent what is represented by Cerberus in the fables. 2615. In my wakefulness, when, to wit, as said, I had awakened, there was seen by me a sort of tun or trituratory vessel, like those in which herbs are triturated. By which stood a certain man with an instrument wherewith he pitched into that tun human flesh, so that he pitched men into that tun by tormenting them, and thus killing them by casting into the tun men. And so by striking, beating, them as they are wont, to beat, herbs to macerate them. This the man did with great pleasantness, whose pleasantness by a mode of communication which takes place in the spiritual world was transferred, so that I might know that he performed such a deed with the greatest pleasantness. This was the opposite, or infernal pleasantness, which because opposite to the former, or heavenly, the dog appeared in order that they might wholly be discriminated, and not have anything in common or any communication. 2617. Such infernal pleasantnesses prevailed in the children, posterity, posteria, of Jacob. They did not perceive a greater pleasantness than in tormenting the Gentiles, as is also read concerning David, that he thus tormented the sons of Ammon, 2 Sam. 12:31, where such things are understood and similar triturations are signified. But they were infernal, and, never commanded, nor ever permitted to anyone save to those whose sinew, nervus, was luxated, that is, whose lower part of the thigh is separated from its upper part. So that there is a contrary pleasantness in the lower part to what is in the upper. Wherefore by the luxated sinew of Jacob such a separation or change into the opposite is understood. Hence may be manifest what is understood by heel, calcaneum, in Genesis, which is hurt by the serpent. As also that Jacob held the heel of Esau, and that his name signifies the same, thus specifically is understood by the serpent which hurts the heel of the woman's seed. 1748, July 16. 2618. Such were the posterity of Jacob that they exercised cruelty on the Gentiles, and hence derived their highest pleasantness. Therefore they were most cruel, and for no other end than to exercise vengeance, as they said, and under the color of holy things, when such an end they had never in view. But only a cupidity of such a nature as may be plainly apparent from those things which are narrated of them when they became worse idolaters. As soon as it but entered their minds that any people was their enemy, whatever the cause, they supposed themselves permitted to exercise every cruelty upon them, their women, wives, and infants. As also appears from David's enmity against Nabal, who nevertheless was of their brethren. It was so in the rest. Besides which they had no other pursuit than the making of forays, excursions, and carrying away everything, killing every living thing amongst men. 2619. They have sometimes told me that this was commanded, but it was given to answer them that it was not commanded but permitted, because they were of such a nature. In like manner it is permitted the devil, because of such a nature, to torment men. Such permissions, because there have been such ever since Jacob's time, seem to them to be commanded, for such men apprehend nothing else than that such things are commanded. Wherefore according to the appearance and the fallacy of their sense is it also spoken, the language, in these things. That it was not divine or commanded by the Lord may be most clearly evident from this, that it is contrary or opposite to heavenly love, and the love of one man towards another, concerning which love the Lord has so many times spoken. And the Lord is love itself, from whom alone flows all the heavenly love in the heavens, and conjugal love, and the love of parents towards children. 1748, July 16. 2620. How representations arise, and hence how they are circumstanced, se habient. When celestial and spiritual things, that is, those which are of the Lord and from the Lord in the heavens, flow, labunter, into the evil world of spirits, and indeed first into proximate spirits who are in the interior sphere of that world. Then because spirits are of such a nature, to wit, that their natural disposition is wholly perverted, therefore whatever is celestial and spiritual angelic is turned into the opposite, therefore into contrary ends. Because their natural disposition respects contrary ends. Hence whatever things thus pass through such a spiritual world still remain representations of celestial things, therefore it was also the case with the posterity of Jacob. 1748, July 16. 2621. Concerning David. Concerning those who are, in, the delight of adultery and cruelty. When I read those things which are written, concerning the adultery of David with Bathsheba, and concerning his cruelty to the sons of Ammon, there was presented quite a long time, for some days, one, whom they called David, with whom I spoke. I supposed that he would have been amongst the righteous. But if he is David, or is one who presents his person to me, as is wont to happen, then is David such a leader of adulteries and the cruel as derive from adulteries and from cruelty the highest pleasantness. And he is, besides subtle or pernicious, because his fantasy reaches higher than others. I have heard that, by those things, which in his life he wrote in the Psalms he understood himself and not Messiah, whom he also had knowledge of. But whether he has believed in Jehovah the God of Israel, I do not yet know. 1748, July 16. See 2 Samuel 12 verse 31. 2622. In the other life there is a place, as already said, under the feet, where might be the heel in the grand man, maximo corpori. These are those who are adulterers, or who are delighted with adulterers, as also those who are delighted with cruelty. Their delight is of such a nature that they perceive simply the pleasantness, and they think nothing can be given that is more pleasant. Pleasantness of such a nature, arising from these things, is today so common as also to extend to infants. 2623. Who in the life of their body have not yet acquired by actuality any pleasantness from such things, but still have received it by inheritance. It has also extended to those who, que are, in their first youth, and who when affected by that pleasantness also suppose it pleasant, certain, suppose it to be most pleasant, for in the other life pleasantnesses are communicated. There are, as it were, exhalations of them, when yet if the human race had not been so infected from inheritance, not only would they not feel any pleasantness thence, but unpleasantness and disgust, nausea. From which may be manifest of what quality is the human race at this day. 2624. But their pleasantness is now turned into an offensive smell, photorum, or into the smell of human dung, which thence exhales, and which I also perceive, sentio, and they say that there is such a smell now. For in itself it is of such a nature before the angels, and is turned into such, so that they who are such would at last live in such dung. For in itself it is such an excrementitious, stercorium, nasty, principle, in the righteous spiritual world, wherefore it is also turned into such a smell, and, what is, wonderful. Spirits around me also perceive, sentient, such a smell and photorum, like man in his own body. 1748, July 16. 2625. At last the bad smell, photor, was so increased into nausea that they said they would perish and could not exist any longer. I also perceived the same by a certain kind of liquefying, deliquii, coming back from under thence, it was, when I was in the highway. 2626. Concerning broken bread. There was put before me in, a vision a small plate full of bread, panem, cut up into squares, quadratas tesseras, which I imagined to have signified that which is meant by the communication of bread, to wit, celestial things. And I rejoiced, it was placed to my mouth that I might eat, but was there held a little while, but was not eaten. So long as I was in that opinion that bread signified celestial things, I was told that broken bread, not cut, signifies celestial things, for bread is broken with the lips and teeth, as at first with the hand, before it is eaten. Which because, it is, according to nature, therefore celestial things are signified by bread broken with the hand, lips, so with the teeth, and so on into the minutest particles, by the muscles, fibers, and minutest hands, as it were. Lips and little mouths of the recipient vessels. 2627. But bread cut up with a knife is what simulates, mentibur, the celestial, principle, and yet is not the celestial, as is the case with everything which is done by art. Wherefore the bread placed before me, because cut up into little squares, and, little cubes, as it were, with knives, signified loathsome pleasantnesses, of which, I have spoken, previously. Which are supposed by such as are in loathsome pleasantnesses to be celestial when yet they are infernal. 1748, July 16. 2628. That there are mere necessities whereby man is led. During much of the night, also quite a long time in the morning, I was for hours in a spiritual idea how man is led by the Lord. And I then perceived by a continuous spiritual idea, which cannot be expressed, that there are mere necessities, whereby man is led by the Lord, to wit, because man is of such a character, both as regards the societies to which he adjoins himself, and as to the thoughts which accord, with him. Therefore there is nothing but mere necessities, and indeed necessities whereby man is bent to the best that can be adduced, derived, from such a life. For if he were led, otherwise than in this way, it would be to his ruin, for everything whatever, pertaining, to his life, as well thought as action, carries with itself the successive scenes of its life. For everything whatever is like a seed from which grows a tree. 2629. And hence new seeds and so forth. Since therefore every idea whatever, pertaining to him, and the least of his thought and action, has such a series of consequence like a sort, sum, of seed, and is, as it were, a parent of consequence. And such things exist every moment of his life, it may hence be manifest that there are mere necessities whereby he is led, that is, that they are his bests as regards his state and the condition in which man is. 2630. But they do not appear to man as necessities, for he seems to himself to think of himself and act of himself, and indeed for the reason that by those things which he loves, or which belong to his loves, therefore which he desires, he is led and so bent to good. Whatever happens from any love or cupidity, this appears to man, as free, therefore appears as if it were not a necessity, when yet such are the necessities by which man is led. And he is bent by the Lord to such good, for him, aegis, as is at all possible in respect to his life and the spiritual and celestial things of life. 1748, July 17th. 2631. That the Hebrew language is of such a nature that there is nothing artificial therein, as in the speech of spirits. That the Hebrew language is of such a nature as to comprehend ideas, yea, the words such that in everyone there are many ideas, so that they are general, communes, ideas rather than words of another language, may be apparent from many things. As also that in it, there have been no vowels, so that the sense of the letter was known from the interior sense, but not the interior sense from the sense of the letter, which the rather happens when the vowels are adjoined. Wherefore he who perceives the sense of the letter from the interior sense better understands what is written in the Hebrew language without vowels than with them. Therefore names also, voces nominum, are not distinguished by capital initials, in italibus majoribus, therefore also there is no distinction by means of commas, and the like as in languages in which the sense of the letter is regarded, attenditor. Besides also the mode of speaking in the word is natural, not artificial, as may be plainly apparent from many things. To wit, that nearly everywhere they speak as if the person himself spoke, it is not said that he thus spoke, but, it is, as if he were speaking, and so forth, ita in aliis. 1748, July 17th. 2632. That the speech of interior spirits appears to my view, intuitiony, like little clouds, which are, of an azure and white color. When interior good spirits spoke with, apud, me, their speech was not understood by me, but obscurely, per obscura, in idea that, it was, concerning something. Then their speech appeared to me like an azure color mixed with a beautiful lucid white, albo candido pulchro. I cannot describe the whiteness, quorem, because such a sort is not given, to men. Hence it may be manifest that the truths of interior spirits are represented, as also were many times represented to me by white, candidas, clouds rising and descending in the blue, in coerolio. 2633. In the word clouds are sometimes mentioned, whereby are understood truths when white, and falsities when black. But it is with the white clouds which are truths, according to the quality of the percipient man, so that to those who are in falsity the black clouds appear as white, candido, and also the white clouds as dark, obscuro. As was the case, on Mount Sinai, and elsewhere, before the eyes of the people who were in falsity. 1748, July 17th. 2634. How it is with the natural sciences and their truths in respect to spiritual and celestial truths. When in tacit speech, sermon, with spirits, it was then insinuated that the erudite in the world are at a loss to understand that the natural sciences and human philosophy not only obscure, but even wholly cover up, and so extinguish the light of spiritual truths, when yet therein are truths. And they only conduce to the confirming, and, as it were, the illuminating of spiritual truths. Wherefore spirits, who also could not understand it, represent natural truths, as it were, pellucid, through which shone spiritual truths. Thus, also, suppose the erudite of the world, nor does anyone otherwise apprehend it, save he whom the Lord has taught, but it was given me to read and represent that these truths are in themselves darkness and mists. But when they are illuminated by spiritual truths, which are from the Lord, they then become, as it were, pellucid, for in spiritual truths is the light of the Lord, and makes natural truths transparent, and not at all the reverse. For it is contrary to order, as also to all reason, that which in itself is dead and mist can give life and light to those things which are of life and light. 2635. Yea, neither can spirituals be transparent, save from celestials, nor are celestials celestial, save from the Lord. 1748, July 17. 2636. Very many think that they can see, by human philosophy, that it is so with spiritual truths, but still do not believe unless they thus see, therefore doubt concerning truths from the Lord. 2637. Those who are in falsity are also in the place where is the heel of the grand man. I have heard from those who have been reduced to falsity through philosophy, that they are also under the feet, yea, under the right foot, likewise complaining and despairing of their salvation. 1748, July 17. 2638. Continuation, concerning the tribula and axes of which, I have treated, previously, on the 16th day of July. See above, Prius, what relates to the tribula. To wit, that they are vessels for triturating herbs with the iron triturating instruments there, mentioned, by which in the other life is diminished the crew, tuba, that delights in cruelty and adulteries, and dwell in the region of the left heel. In their fantasy they seem to themselves to use such instruments, to exercise, in practicing, perpetual cruelty, wherefore David learnt this, from such spirits. Or his companions who have been in visions and seen these things among such spirits, and employed the like cruelty, that is, a more infernal cruelty, which was never commanded him. So that they also knew of what quality David was, although by him are represented holy things. 2639. Moreover there were axes of iron, concerning which, it is spoken, in the same place, 2 Samuel 12 verse 31. By the axes of iron are understood instruments, which similar infernal spirits, also in the same place make use of through fantasy. The axes are like the broad ones, employed by executioners, and they do not amputate or kill man, but open him in the belly, and draw out his intestines, and take them out with the broad axe of iron, and roll them about. And so draw them out until every intestine has been extracted. 2640. Respecting the harrows, files, limes, mentioned, in the same place, they are broad, bavar, wherewith they thrust men through, yea. The part, region, of his breast, these are the three kinds of instruments which the infernal spirits seem to themselves to use with the greatest pleasantness, whom David taught when he was in his cruelty. Hence of what quality he has been may be evident, and as respects his psalms, he did not speak the least word, but the Spirit of the Lord through him, because a king, and of such a character. But whatever is written there concerning the Messiah and his kingdom, he had applied to himself, for everyone feels in such a manner as is his quality. 2641. As respects the brick kiln, furnace, fornacem, there mentioned, it is a sort of a large, round vessel of wood, wherein men seem to themselves to be cast, rolling around, and so fall out, and are again thrown in when they die. In order that they may represent that they were thus spewed out. That he made them pass through fire, or a lighted furnace, is denied, for it is forbidden to bring the like on themselves in hell by fantasies, for thus they are tormented most grievously, for they are greatly horrified at the fantasy of fire. 2642. These things were shown, told, and confirmed to me, and as regards infants, of whom there is mention made there, they did not slay them, for it is wholly forbidden to slay infants in hell. For it is never permitted to induce such fantasies on themselves. But the Jews treated infants in this manner. To wit, when they were in their swaddling clothes, fasces, they seized hold of the swaddling bands, bringing them forth either into the highway, or where was dung, or a marshy, miry, spot, and holding the swaddling band in the hand. Thus cast forth the infant, holding in hand the little swaddling band, and so casting forth, the infant. This is told me, I was told, that so it happened. 1748, July 18. 2643. This heel, to wit, that which contains the region of the left heel, is at this day much increased, for at this day, their numbers, there are multiplied by adulterers and the cruel, or those who delight in adulteries and cruelty. And there have such fantasies. Yea, there are, very many, who in the life of the body appeared also in the society of men, to be, modest and tractable, of whom men never suspected such a thing, and who are indignities, and their delight in these, their fantasies. And prefer that pleasantness to every pleasantness. Thus one loves to torture another, his greatest friend, amicissimum. 2644. But because such a pleasantness, contrary to everything divine, consumes itself. It becomes therefore at last so noisome, put ida, and offensive, graviolentia, to them that they are at last compelled to live in a noisome smell of a deadly nature, graviolentia mortifera, until, being deprived of every companion, they sit in torment, deformed, like unsightly, deformia, skeletons, of which, I have spoken, already. 1748, July 18. 2645. When these things were displayed so as to be seen by me, which, happened, erat, when from the region of the face, from some distance to the right, there came from a closet quickly to me a man of medium stature, somewhat gross, clothed with a red cloak, toga, eom natroc, around, whom, were smaller wandering stars in multitudes, capia. Then he ran to me and wished to treat me in that cruel manner, he also supposed that he did so, and I have learned so by vision. 2646. That men and spirits are not able to do anything at all which is good of themselves, but seem to themselves quite able to do so of themselves. This night, sometimes in a state midway between waking and sleep, sometimes in a state of a kind of wakefulness, I perceived that certain righteous spirits, in the region of the heel of the left foot desired very earnestly, summo studia, to form for themselves a candlestick with their canes, wands, canis, and lamps to honor the Lord. And I apperceived from hour to hour, per unam alterancorum, how much they labored and indeed supposed that, they acted of themselves, and thus contrived, inventorant, one cane after another and so produced a splendid candlestick. I plainly apperceived in vision that they could never invent anything of themselves, and that they supposed, they acted, wholly of themselves, for what was of them I plainly apperceived to be nothing, and they did not know it. 2647. At length after 3 or 4 hours they said that now they have formed their candlestick, which was obscurely seen by me, it was elegant with its lamps and flowers. And then I spoke with them and said that they have never invented anything of themselves, and have not formed it, but the Lord has formed it for them. This they at first could scarcely believe, because they were still in the opinion that they have formed it by their exertion. But at length was represented to them in spiritual idea such a principal thing, as I have appear then acknowledged that they supposed they had effected the whole thing, but finally admitted that the Lord had effected each and all of those things. 2648. Thus it is with such things as are good in life, whether belonging to men or spirits, the Lord grants and implants such minds, mentes, in them that they suppose they do good of themselves when yet there is nothing at all. Not the least of these things, but finally instructs that, it is, not of themselves but of the Lord. 1748, July 18. 2649. These things have now occurred in the same region where is the heel, calcaneus, of the left foot, but because the heel is restored, which was hurt by the children of Jacob, through the advent of the Lord into the world. Therefore the whole body is still perfect, and the heel, calcaneus, or region of the heel, consists of those who rejoice in similar imaginings, imaginationibus, by whom are represented the celestial things of the Lord. As, for instance, by the candlestick and its 7 lamps. They who represent such things for themselves as are written in the Lord's word, which are types of heaven or the Lord, occupy, tenent, that region, and are by degrees lifted up higher from the region of the heel through the left foot. And thus into sublimer and pleasanter regions. 1748, July 18. 2650. The region of the heel of the right foot, which consists of falsities, now seems not yet sound, integral, integra. But of this, if the Lord think worthy, I shall treat, elsewhere, because I do not yet know for certain how it is with the region of the heel of the right foot. 2651 to 2700. 2651. That although men may be in the same city, and in the same place, yet everyone may be allotted according to his spirit quite different places amongst spirits. For instance, it is apparent that spirits in the other life, in whatever place in the world their dead bodies may be, and wherever their places are, still receive a situation in the grand man, maximo corpore, according to their qualities or faculties. It is similar with men upon earth. Nothing causes their spirits to be in one place. For instance, of 2 friends, one may be in hell amongst the unhappy, the other in the interior sphere of upright spirits, one above the head, the other below, one on the left, the other on the right. The place where they are, in the world, affects nothing. Since this is the truth, there should be no arguing concerning the truth of the thing from causes, and if no causes may be discovered that the truth to be weakened or denied as is usual, but because it is the truth it should be believed. And if they wish to find out causes they may do so, it is not forbidden. Only if they do not find out the cause, or if then many things inflow which cannot be explained. The truth is not on that account to be denied. It is just as in nearly everything in nature which we see with the eyes and apprehend by sense. If all things were denied, because causes are not found out, there would be no natural truth in any kingdom. 1748, July 19. 2652. That those who in any manner wish to merit heaven, put themselves from heaven. I discoursed with spirits concerning such as wish to merit celestial joy or heaven, through piety, to wit, through prayers, gifts to the poor, and self-humiliation, by abnegation of the world from themselves, and the like, whereby man supposes, sometimes in simplicity, that thus he may merit heaven. Likewise also that thereby in the life of the body he has contributed something to the Lord's church, and this he attributes to himself as a merit. Of such men there are genera and manifold species. Further, when I was in discourse with spirits, I have also perceived in spiritual idea, that the more anyone thinks he merits heaven through such things, thus approaches to heaven, the farther he puts himself away from heaven. Because he attributes the merit to himself and takes it away from the Lord. 2653. And attributes to himself faith, charity, and the goodness of his good works, therefore the more he does so, the farther he puts himself from heaven. This is a confirmed truth, and may be confirmed in many ways by them in the other life. Thus they also interpose for themselves, as it were, fauces, between 2 mountains, so that such a one cannot pass over to the other mountain without falling headlong into the fauces, or, as it were, an intervening sea, wherein being shipwrecked he precipitates, drowns, himself if he wishes to cross thus to heaven, wherefore he must go back, and is led by the Lord through another way. 1748, July 19. 2654. But they should not on that account pass to the other opposite, also to be condemned, that faith alone without the works of charity can be given, and so think that faith alone can save. When nevertheless they live worse than Gentiles, they then have no faith, of which, the Lord thinking worthy, I shall speak elsewhere. 2655. That in life the ideas men and hence of spirits are explored as to their quality. In the life of the body ideas are collected and brought together from various sources, as well those which pertain to natural as those which pertain to spiritual things. And, in the other life, are explored according to whatsoever is contained in any idea, for any idea whatever contains infinity, thus man receives, such, a life after death as accords with the quality of those which compose his idea. Consequently the indefinite, therein, for man or his spirit is of such a nature as his ideas are. 1748, July 19. 2656. Concerning Satan there are those who not only practice cruelty, whereof, I have treated, previously, but also, as was said, delight in adulteries, so that nothing is more pleasant to them. Such a one has appeared to me whose upper lip only was displayed to my sight, it was big, unsightly and scaly, of what sort was the rest of their body was not displayed to my sight. It was represented to me that their leader is David, and is such a person. Such wish to possess men, yea, their bodies, and so inhabit them were it permitted, and they employ various artifices to possess men's bodies, for they desire to return into the world. They are wholly contrary to conjugal love, for they delight in adulteries, and hence are contrary to love of the neighbor, for one follows from the other, wherefore they are cruel. He who was displayed to me acted in a subtle manner, so that he could pervert the most righteous if possible, for he inserts, his venom into the marrows, as they say, that is, into the interiors of ideas, and bends good affections into evil with interior deceit. 1748, July 20. 2657. Nor is there any harm or hindrance to their having called him the man of God, and holy, and to their having venerated him, since they have known nothing different, although from his life they may know it. There is no more harm than there is in one giving alms to a pauper who is a thief, not knowing him to be a thief, he still has mercy. And a like end, in view, as if he had given alms to an upright person, and their having so styled him was also granted on account of the representation of the Lord by him, as, likewise, by the kings who were his descendants. 2658. It is represented, representatio est, that the Lord, as to his human essence, is called the branch and root of Isaac, and son of David, like as also faith may be called the son of the Lord's word, or of its letter. In so far as it is originated, nascitur, through knowledges, although the letter is dead and rebellious as was Absalom the son of David. 1748, July 20. 2659. Concerning the obsessed. Evil spirits crave nothing more fondly than to wholly rule man, as to his interiors and especially as to his body. They thus seem to themselves to return to the life of the body, for they then suppose they have wholly returned. But what the difference is, when it is not so manifest as in my case, and when it occurs with another who is not of such a nature, I do not yet know. Meanwhile when they thus enter a man so as to quite know that they are therein, and so rule the body members of man, then this is called obsessing man, for no spirit is granted to rule a man's body as they do mine. Unless that man had been obsessed, for there are those who are devoted to that office, who know nothing concerning their ruling the body, because their endeavors, conatus, only, there come into act, but with the obsessed, not only the endeavor, but also the act is present to the spirit. Wherefore there are spirits who are not devoted to that office, who when they thus obsess the body, it is obsession, but when they are devoted, it is not obsession, for all things thus happen in order, and man is ignorant thereof. When any are obsessed, it occurs not in order but against order, wherefore it is produced by evil spirits. But it is wonderful that I have been obsessed, and yet nothing has ever injured me, further I could enjoy my rational mind, just as if they were not present. 1748, July 20. 2660. What is represented in spiritual things by ordure? Ordure is spiritual, filthy and loathsome things. Inasmuch as fertility is produced in the earth by ordure, hence, is the representation, that, in them, who confess filthy sins, and acknowledge, that they are dung, there grows up the seed in such an earth. Likewise in the other life, when filthy pleasantnesses, like those of adultery and cruelty grow rotten, and become like fetid dung, so that they begin to abhor these things. Then these spirits, too, are as it were soil, humus, wherein a faculty of good may be inseminated. I have seen this in spiritual idea, and have spoken, concerning it, with spirits, for they have previously wished to know what is meant by the representation of ordure. 1748, July 21. 2661. That every word is to be answered for in the other life. Here, I will only mention that a certain spirit told me that I should answer for every word, but it was granted to reply to him, and at the same time to perceive it in spiritual idea. That I have long since answered for these words with spirits, for those who are in faith, do not speak of themselves, because they know and are persuaded. That, they do not speak of themselves, wherefore they cannot answer for words announced by them, thus it is with those who are in faith in the Lord. 1748, July 21. 2662. Concerning a tumult under the sole of the left foot. I have several times heard a certain commotion under the sole of the left foot, even so that it vibrated tremulously, with manifest sensation, and because this was several times perceived, I did not wish to inquire what it might be. Supposing that it was the murmur of some multitude, I have now inquired what it might be. It was replied thence, that they were those who come from the world and have been obsessed by the cupidity of fighting and killing men. These seem to themselves to act similarly in the other life, and seem to themselves to kill and mangle each other, to cut of each other's hands and arms, and so to fight, as they have desired in life. They are there miserably treated. And indeed with a sense of pains, until they are no longer obsessed by such a desire. L. 748, July 21. 2663. Concerning simplicity. It was appointed for me, mihi systabator, to speak with a certain simple spirit, whom other spirits annoyed on account of his simplicity, and through whom they spoke. And whom they set, systabant, to speak to me, in which conduct of theirs was craftiness, but he having been taken from them to another society, spoke from a simple heart what he wished to speak, not with me because I can do nothing, but with the Lord. There was in his talk and discourse such a simplicity that I knew he had been able to speak with the Lord, because as they speak, so they are. The spirits were indignant, because they supposed they themselves should sooner, podius, be admitted. Because cunning, astuti, and intelligent, science, elevated to a higher region, and during that, whilst being elevating, he said, he is impeded in the way by many spirits. These therefore are the simple in heart, and those who are admitted to the Lord before the learned, and still more before those who suppose they are prudent of themselves, because they believe what they say. And in their ideas is no such doubting, dubium, and negative principle, as in the ideas of those who suppose they are wise of themselves. 1748, July 22. 2664. Concerning government, regime, in the other life. I have sometimes spoken with spirits, to whom it was repugnant to live in another life, and who have been in those things, wherein during the life of the body. What concerns them to know, is, of what nature is government in the kingdom of the Lord, who is the Lord of the kingdom, likewise who in the world enter the other kingdom. They consider nothing of higher moment than knowing of what nature is the government, and the form of government particularly, magus, in the kingdom, wherein they are to live to eternity, wherefore they ought to be anxious to know the laws of that kingdom, and it was further given to me to say that here are many laws, but that all are based on that law, that they love the Lord above themselves, and the neighbor as themselves, yea more than themselves, and that the Lord is the King of the universe. This it concerns them to know, to which they were not able to say anything, because in the life of the body they had learned it, but had not believed it. 1748, July 22. 2665. That none more desire to possess the body of man and to return into the body, consequently into the world than adulterers and the cruel. A certain one came to me and said, that he is desirous of returning into the world and so loved to be with me, for at first they wholly occupied my body, so that they seemed to themselves to be my body. I was, as it were obsessed by them, although I was as sane as at other times, because the Lord protected me, when I told him, that this was contrary to the instituted, appointed, order, which was such, that man when he draws near to old age, Then his body decays of itself, like as the husk of a seed is disjoined, so he desires to be unloosed from the body. Thus it was appointed, and thus he proceeds to interiors, thus to the other life, but he was willing to hear it, saying that, he was, a deceased young man, and wished to return into the world, and when I gave heed, I observed that he was led by those who are adulterers and cruel, and seek in these things pleasantness of life. They desire nothing more than to obsess the bodies of men, and so through man to live in the world. But they are kept by the Lord in the earth of inferior spirits, and the license to thus occupy man is the more conceded to them. Wherefore did not the Lord guard man, they would each be obsessed by such spirits, for there is an immense crowd of them. 1748, July 22. 2666. They who do not regard adulteries as criminal, but delight in them, are also cruel in the highest degree, for they are opposed to conjugal love, hence to true love. Therefore are smitten with self-love, wherefore they hold others in hatred, upon whom they desire to practice cruelty, unless they adore them. 2667. Those who constitute the province of the auricula, or external ear. There was a spirit who spoke with me, at the left auricula, he as it were adhered to the external part of the auricula, to its rear part, and he said to me, being manifestly led by others to say so, that he paid no attention to those things which they speak, so that he does not reflect upon evil or good, or scarce perceives what they say, only takes in, drinks in, with the ears, without attention, whatever it is. And cares nothing whether it is evil or good, but receives, whatever may happen to him, to hear. And when he spoke, sometimes, passim, his sound was it were poured out, egurgitabator, as also I have heard at other times. He belched out with a manifest egurgitation, as it were, of sound, sometimes but not continually, and he also said that he thus speaks, and does not know wherefore, he does, so. It was told me that, these are they, who are such, that they do not attend, at all, or very slightly to the sense of the matter, and, only hear, and care not at all, whatever, it may be which, happens to them, to hear. That these are of such a nature, and constitute the external part of the left auricula, or the province thereof. 1748, July 22. 2668. How also by the muscles, and hence, by, the actions, is represented the love of the neighbor, and of the commonwealth in universal nature there is nothing which does not confirm, that without love, and hence the mutual assistance of many. Thus without a society, wherein each thing respects the general, principal, good, and nothing, respects, itself, not anything can exist. How many muscles, and thousands and myriads of motive fibers, hence of powers, virium, conspire to one action of the body. Every motive fiber discharges its own function in company, and applies itself, intended, to the general, good, and thus through association, amongst thousands of others, respects a one, unum, or general, common, action. For which it exerts itself, intended, and not for itself. If for itself, the general, good, would perish, besides these are among other things which confirm. 1748, July 23. 2669. If any motive muscular fiber, out of thousands, belonging, to one action, could feel and think, each one might suppose that it alone effected the common action, actinum in communi, thus might all amongst thousands or myriads, suppose. It is similar with spirits, although thousands or myriads concur in, one idea, and, one, word of speech, yet nevertheless each supposes that it is he alone, who does, it. This was said to spirits who cannot but confirm that the matter is so, although everyone supposes himself to be the only one, who acts, when it is not plainly shown to them, as was sometimes done. This is confirmed by spirits, confirmatio spirituum. 2670. But that everyone contributes to the common idea or action, it should be known that they are circumstanced like the muscular fiber. Some nearest, some more remote, consequently in a series as may be known. 1748, July 23. 2671. That all are predestined to life. Discourse was held, Fut, concerning predestination, that many are of the opinion, that they are predestined also to infernal things. But it was replied from heaven, that never is anyone predestined to hell, but that all are predestined from eternity to eternal life. 1748, July 23. Concerning persuasion of truths. I spoke with spirits, who did not wish to hear, that they are as it were nothing as to life and power, they said that they knew it, but are not willing to hear it. It was granted me to tell them, that it is not enough to know it, for this is also given amongst, with, the evil. Concerning persuasion. See what was said above, that for, truths, is required knowledge, scientia, understanding, then persuasion, finally interior persuasion, for to know this is also given amongst, with, the evil, but they resist. 2672. Concerning life. I have been discoursing with spirits, concerning life, because it is said that they have nothing of life from themselves, but only seem to themselves to have it, and that it is sufficient, for they then think so. Spirits were thus conceiving that yet they are alive. Wherefore it was granted to tell them life is in wisdom, for not to be wise cannot be said to have, called having, life, and that truths, and the truths of faith are what constitute life. Since it is so, as cannot be denied, hence it may be conceived, cogitari, what life can be in insanity, or the opposites to wisdom, therefore in those things which do not belong to the truth of faith, and because these are contrary. It follows that, there is in them, no life. But still they, so, conceived, since men are insane, as is known, and that yet they are alive, suppose themselves to be alive before, above, others, have much pleasantness in that life. Which they regard as much more excellent than the pleasantness of life in the truths of faith. Therefore it was granted me to tell them, and to represent to them by spiritual idea, that they have such a life, as a dim, obscuro, fire, for instance, a charcoal, fire, shining in the dark. 2673. Which fire, or the obscure, light, lumen, hence appeared in spiritual idea, as something, sad. Such a life is in them. And, those, who are accustomed to such a life not only suppose, that no other light of life is given than such, a one, preferring it to light itself as also the pleasantness hence, but also, prefer it to heavenly felicity. Because they do not perceive otherwise, because they are in such, light, just as also glowworms, tineo, in their darkness, calogen, suppose there is the highest light and pleasantness. It was also granted to represent, of what nature their life would be, by abstraction of pleasantness from such a life. This was done in spiritual idea. Then remains before them such a thing as is hideous, tetrum, and, most deformed, according to the quality of that life, and such they become in the other life, when such pleasantness of life is taken from them, thus they are an effigy of death. So deformed, that the deformity cannot be described to anyone. 2674. They still supposed that there is something of life in them, because they live, and indeed in pleasantness, and thus that they have life from themselves, because their life is of such a nature. But it was granted to reply to them, that what is therein is not their life, but is the faculty of being able to reason and understand what is true and good, which is given to man, above the beasts, and so is properly styled the human principle. This faculty, to wit, of understanding the true and good, is that, wherefrom such a smoky fiery principle of theirs derives its life. 1748, July 24. 2675. Concerning sodomy. In the other life, are they, who have committed the sin of Sodom during life. These have believed nothing concerning a life after death, and that, there is, a hell and heaven, but that they are entirely like beasts, and would die like them. Wherefore they possess no intellectual principle, although they can reason. In the other life they are treated most miserably, they are punished with infernal torments, which are so dire that they can scarcely be described. And moreover, constitute, the region of the tail, caudo, where are the feces, because they are dung and dwell in privies. 1748, July 25. 2676. Concerning appearances to spirits, as it were of little fires and stars. Spirits are also mutually distinguished amongst each other, when it pleases the Lord, by their appearance like fires, or like very small stars. Falsities obscure the rationals of those who are such, in appearance. To others who are still more obscured by falsities there appear, as it were fires of a glowing red, rubent, like coal fires, he, who has, a still more, obscure appearance, than such a fire, has an aspect of one, who is nauseated, nauseabundi. So sad is his look that others are smitten with sorrow. 2677. But those who are in the truths of faith, that is, who are led by the Lord, appear like bright little stars in the hemisphere, such sometimes have they appeared to me. And this day have appeared in such wise to spirits, they only distinguished from such an appearance where they were, and of what quality they were. They also spoke with me. 1748, July 25. 2678. Concerning those who live in security, without fearing any God, but fear and adore him who does them natural good. There are many in the other life of such a character. And they dwell about the sole of the left foot, occupying the region of the sole of the left foot. I spoke with them, and felt them, then striving together of themselves, upwards from the sole through the foot. I also felt their simultaneous effort, canisum, and their ascent from joint effort, up to the knees, but still they fall back, relabunter, into their place, or region. They act like a wave of the sea, and they who spoke with me did not appear evil, for when I supplicated the Lord's Prayer, they also followed the thoughts to the Lord, but it was said, that they are of such a character. 2679. That they adore those who benefit them, therefore do not care, who is acknowledged as God. Which was also given me to know from another experience, to wit, when the eternal, eternum, was represented as a bottomless abyss, then there were those who when they looked into the bottom, were cast into such an exceeding fear as is called, hisna. They then said, that they do not care for such fantasies, but when it was also presented to them, they are struck with exceeding fear. When at another time I supplicated the Lord's Prayer, it was granted to perceive that these were more earnest, ardentiores, than others. 2680. The heavenly changes, vices, and revolutions. The heavenly changes and revolutions are circumstanced according to order, represented in the word by years, the spring, summer, autumn, and winter thereof, and so on to spring, again, also by days, the morning, noon, evening, and night thereof. And soon to morning again. The revolutions are from exteriors to interiors, thus to more perfect things. Likewise it may be apparent from those things which are real concerning the Church from the ancient Church, to the succeeding ones, thus, are circumstanced, the varieties of all these. 1748, July 25. 2681. Concerning the sphere of those who regard others as of no account. A certain one, who because during life he seemed great, and wiser than others, when he was raised up from the sole of the foot, where he was into the sphere above the head, near the head. And about anteriors towards many from the sole of the foot, where he was into the sphere above spirits, he, because during life he was of such a character, with his associates, as regarded others as of no account. But himself, regarded as, greater and wiser than all mortals, and because reverenced for such a one, by those who were beneath him, hence, derived the natural disposition from which, his, sphere, flows. The effect of, his, sphere was, this, first it was bent out like a white sail in the atmosphere, next was as it were a dense rain cloud, nimbus, as it were, a sea of clouds, mare nimbosum, which covered them up. They cried out and said that they are drowned, and could not struggle out, but the cloud covered them up. They said afterwards that they are in such trouble, that they could not live, they know that such a sphere as produced that effect exhaled from him. Thus he caused grievous trouble to them who wished to live in license. Such also are in the common, general, life unless they are kings, with whom there can be no familiarity but respect, adoration, must be shown them. He also spoke with them, instructive things, pertaining to life with such gravity as Solomon might have done, so I was told. 1748, July 25. 2682. That the learned in the world obscure man's intellect. It seems as if the learned in the world were lights, and illuminated human minds by instructing them, as also they say. But I saw plainly by spiritual idea that it is they who obscure illuminated minds, yea, turn the light of human minds into darkness. This seems otherwise to many, but still it is the pure truth, confirmed from heaven. 1748, July 25. 2683. Concerning those who constitute the region of the foot. Concerning these see above. Such are those who are upright, who in the life of the body have lived for the world an inclination, genial, delighted in those things which belong to the world, loved to live splendidly, but only from an external cupidity. Or, that, of the body, delight in a splendid table, and the like, and yet nevertheless are upright, not boasting in mind, animo, by preferring themselves to others, although they are in dignity. Although they might be kings, do not care so much for them, because the life of the world delights them, they say in their hearts, that it may be so, as also they say, with the mouth, yea also free from the darkness brought on themselves. Can pray and supplicate in an humble manner. In such, the way to heaven is open, in a word, inwardly is inseminated by the Lord, mercy, charity, probity, piety, justice, although others who trust in themselves, and suppose they are most subtly prudent, regard these as simple and of no account, predii, as to interiors. 1748, July 25. 2684. They who occupy the region of the sole of the foot, because they despise others in comparison with themselves. To others, pro se, although they are not evil, therefore to themselves seem continually to wish to emerge as well through the foot into the thigh, as also above the head, as also to the sides, but because they are such as, being, in a certain sort of laziness, obesitatis, despise others, in comparison with themselves, pro se, they have such a sphere as surrounds them. Like a sort of gross covering, crassum tegumentum, round about them, so that they can by no means struggle out beyond it, although they labor with great exertion. This is the sphere which was diffused among spirits in the shape of cloud, nimbis, when power was given them of rising up, or struggling out. Wherefore there is a certain spontaneous effort as it were on the part of other spirits, who appear around them in the likeness of such a gross principle, crassamenti, which distinguishes their sphere from the sphere of others. 2685. Thus all the genera, and all the species of spirits have their spheres, amongst which none but likes can enter. And the varieties of spheres and their differences are such that they are mutually distinguished from each other, so that one cannot enter into others nor be confounded therewith. The Lord alone holding all in their order, in universal and singular. As well the spheres amongst each other, as those who are within the spheres, who are distinguished not only according to such exterior spheres, but also according to their interior spheres, from which they correspond with the spheres in heaven. 1748, July 26. 2686. That spirits who are of the same genus and species, as others, may be induced to believe that they are the same, as others, although they are not. It has been sometimes shown me by experience that spirits may be induced to believe that they are persons, of whom I could have some knowledge as to life and manners. And from that knowledge, in my mind, they induced other spirits to believe they were the same, as those I knew, they spoke in like manner as those, had similar souls and many similar things. So that from the knowledge in my mind, upud me, they could not have believed other than that they were those same persons, although those whom they were induced to believe themselves to be were alive, yea so similarly did they act the persons of those, that as respects the knowledge thereof in my mind, they did not at all differ, for they are the images of those, because of a similar genus and species. as regards the image thereof in the idea of man. Such spirits have been with me and spoke with me, because they were persuaded that they were those same persons, but inasmuch as I have learned that other persons might thus be portrayed by such resemblance, I was not induced to believe. 2687. Wherefore let them take care for themselves to whom it is granted to speak with spirits, lest they be induced to believe that they are the ones whom they say they are, and thus, these, persuade them, that those, other, are deceased. Such it is usual for them to say, although, these others are alive, for those who are alike, similar, in genus and species, as to mind, animum, and manners, similarly conduct themselves with all resemblance, derived from the man's knowledge with whom they are. This may farther be evident from this, that such spirits are generally, in genere, associated with those who are like him, and when with him, they do not know other than that they are the same, as those spirits with whom they are associated. 1748, July 26. 2688. That he who lives in faith in the Lord, thus in the Lord cannot at all be violated by the evil, because he is, in the order of natural, spiritual and celestial things. It is granted to see from a spiritual general, communi, idea, that he who lives in order can by no means be violated by evil, for the universal heaven is held, kept, in order by the Lord alone, because he alone is order. There is an order of celestial, hence of spiritual, hence of natural things, in which order the universal heaven is held by the Lord, which unless it were held in order by the Lord alone, the universe would perish, for from him each and all things derive their principles, beginning. The order of celestial and spiritual things is faith, and whatever pertains to faith in the Lord, naturals are as it were, vessels, instruments, and organs, organica, and natural truths, which concern natural uses and ends are such vessels wherein spirituals are insinuated, and in these celestials, by the Lord, no one knowing, scienti cognoscenti, when and how. It is not done by the angelic heaven, for the Lord is the all in all of the good and true. 1748, July 26. 2689. It was granted to see in spiritual idea that since all things are held in order by the Lord alone, thus that the universal man, the grand man, Maximus, that is, that all angels and good spirits are in order. Therefore whatever resists is still reduced to order, for no one can struggle against the order of the universe. Wherefore, he, who is in order, that is, in truth or faith, cannot be violated by the evil, because the Lord protects him. 1748, July 26. 2690. A vision concerning the numbers, de numero, of certain years, and what thence succeeded. While I was in bed with closed eyes, there was seen clearly as in light and more, so, before the eyes, and indeed at a distance from the right eye, a little upwards, at first, the number of the years 1 to 48, when this number disappeared. There were seen by me, at a greater distance the numbers 1-53/1-94 the numbers between 1 and 48, as also between 1 and 53 and 1 and 94 were not observed. 17 is substituted in place, thereof, once 15, was seen, so that I did not know, whether the numbers were 1548, 1553, 1594, or whether they were 1648, 1653, 1694, or whether 1748, 1753, 1794. After these numbers were clearly seen by me in a table, in tabulo, a man was seen by me, an unsightly man, who immediately disappeared, and 2691. Then, there was seen, as it were a bloody, principle in a sphere, like as it were, a bloody sphere. And after some interval of time, a jar full of some liquor, which I supposed, to be, blood, and then blood from, another, jar of lesser orifice than was, the first, jar, which, blood, seemed to boil, bubble, up out of a hammered iron, jar. After these things were seen, spirits, as usual, conjectured, aminati, many things, as to, what this vision meant, dice valet. Certain, conjectured, that it imported, something, dreadful in those years, and some otherwise, but what it signifies, I do not yet know. 2692. When the bloody sphere appeared, immediately were also seen in the sphere, as it were particles of rent garments, which constituted the sphere, so that the sphere was made up of rent garments in minute pieces. 2693. Before these things appeared there was seen by me, a little previous, a man against the left eye at a certain distance, but more to the left, than the eye. The man was ascended, suddenly as it were to a certain plain, his garments were rent, and he was unsightly, he hastened to me. I do not remember what there was, besides. 2694. It seems to signify the literal sense of the word, that to the left, are falsities that afterwards to the right, are cupidities. I know nothing further. 1748, July 26th, in the middle of the night, between the 26th and July 27th. That the literal sense is to be cautiously handled, treated, may be somewhat inferred from these things, as many, who are innocent, put sanctity in believe there. The same seems to be signified by the mourning of David over Absalom, but lest all Israel should recede from him, he was compelled by Joab to go out to the gate. 2695. It is moreover to be observed that there should be no disputation from the opposite, against principles, in like manner against the cupidities of anyone, for no effect is produced, but principles although false are bent by the Lord to the true. Like as cupidities, are bended, to the good, wherefore the sense of the letter ought not to be broken, impaired, frangi. L. 748, July 27th. 2696. Concerning the interior spiritual and angelic idea it was shown me, what is an idea of the interior spirits as also what is an idea of the interior angels. And this indeed quite frequently, so Epius, but in order that they might reach my perception and apprehension, it was shown, in sleep, in somnis, also in my morning wakefulness. Also continued in these from a dream, for then the mind is more separate from the body, the idea of interior spirits is also inexpressible, but still intelligible to those who are separated from the world. While they live in the body, for it is intelligible to spirits who are in such an idea, in order that its notion only, may be perceived it was as it were shown to me, that if an idea are conjoined what rock, Petra, signifies in its various sense. Which various sense cannot be expressed in a few words, and what priest signifies, in an inferior sense, and thus is conceived what perhaps is signified in its variety, in the spiritual sense and so forth, this idea diffuses itself. And is applied to the subject, which now was priest with its variety, which is inexpressible. 2697. But the angelic idea, which is the beginning, principle, principium, of the idea of the interior spirits, or from which, as from its principle, springs the idea of interior spirits, is of as it were something, which was inexpressible. With indefinite variety, but the notion whereof was granted me several times in sleep, by means of such ideas, they not only think but also speak with each other, and are in light, which ideas if they had been told, it would not appear to any mortal. It is only permitted to say that their speech and ideas and felicities hence, derived, are the continual principles of the speech, ideas and felicities of interior spirits, and, thereby of the speech, ideas and pleasantnesses of inferior spirits or of men. 1748, July 28th. 2698. From an angelic speech flowing, Labenti, into the speech of the interior spirits, there reached me, an idea, it seemed to me so scattered, that nothing cohered. But still everything was reduced into such order, that it affected angels, which was also granted me to know, hence I could know that the things which are insinuated in man by the Lord, although they appear so scattered to man, still in heaven form a wonderful connection, and in man, have, the effect of perfecting him. Thus things appear entirely different to angels, than to man, wherefore if man concludes from effects and their inconstancies, he is too much mistaken. 1748, July 28th. 2699. Concerning the sphere of supereminence, and authority over others. There are given, some, who in their mind, suppose themselves supereminent to others, either from knowledge, or public authority, or something else, and do not indeed despise others in comparison with themselves. But still regard them of little account, posse, as for instance those whom they instruct or over whom they rule, such can also be humble, and perform many offices for others, but still this sphere of their mind, animi, and thoughts prevails. Which still, though they are unwilling, involuntarily, shines forth from each of their gestures, faces and speech, they being ignorant thereof. Such also can be humble before the Lord, and feel at ease, in their heart, that it is a sort of pride or haughtiness, distinct from the pride or haughtiness commonly known. Such have been with me, Solomon, and when he was present, all the spirits were compelled to go away to a long distance off. 2700. Lest they should be covered up with such a cloudy, nebulosa, sphere as was previously described, but so long as these, proud ones, were above my head, near me, with their feet standing on my head, spirits as they several times said, were very greatly distressed, they could not endure anything which, such proud ones spoke, the state of their freedom, licentio, into a state of a kind of servitude, which they were not at all able to endure. Thus spheres in the spiritual world are circumstanced according to their genius and mind, and thus are others respectively related to them, thus with infinite variety. It is similar amongst men, for they who wish to be free, cannot endure the society of those who are of such a nature, but take themselves away, for they are distressed in their society. 1748, July 28. 2701 to 2750. 2701. Concerning philosophic and natural truths, to whom they avail in confirming spiritual things. In a dream these was seen by me, a field, which was of thick, crasso, and beautiful grass, but, inservient, for, as, food to, for, beast, for instance, oxen and horses, and, at the same time in the same field there was seen a ripe, matura, harvest. Very dense, heavy, which was together with that dense grass, and this was beyond a river, fluvium. And I perceived that the river was called Euphrates, it seemed, as it were in Russia, and when I was in the vision of the dream in this field thus sown beyond the Euphrates. It came into my thought that it would be useful if all the fields in our land also were sown with a similar grass along with a harvest, crop, of wheat or barley, but it was replied to me in the dream, that if this were done, in our land, on this side, Insha, the Euphrates, that the land would be destroyed, but not so in that land across the Euphrates. More things still, yet, were seen by me, in the dream, which I do not remember. When I awoke, I thought as to what these things signified. 2702. At length it was opened, revealed, to me, that the land across the Euphrates is those who are in naturals and philosophies, and wish to be confirmed thence, concerning spiritual and celestial things. And that they cannot believe otherwise, for they are in such things, and think in such a manner. Such thoughts are that plentiful grass, wherein wheat and barley grow in exceeding abundance, until the grass scarcely appeared. And is useful in such a land beyond, across, the Euphrates, but in the lands which are on this side, intra, the Euphrates, to wit, amongst those who do not care for such things, and yet believe in, love. Such grass or hay is not useful for their beasts, cattle, that is philosophies and naturals, but they would destroy their land that is their minds and thoughts, by using it. These things were explained from heaven. 1748, July 29. 2703. In order that men or spirits may be in an angelic and celestial sphere, it is necessary that they be in persuasion from the Lord. It is known that science ought to precede, but science does nothing, next what is intellectual which is the first of persuasion, then persuasion thence, which is only intellectual. Then interior persuasion, unless man is in the interior persuasion of things which belong to faith in the Lord, he cannot be in an angelic and celestial sphere, for there are repugnances, contrarieties, which repugnances expel him. Yet distress him. It was granted me to see this in spiritual idea. 1748, July 29. 2704. Concerning those who are carried away with the cupidity, lust, of maidenhood, virginitatem. Immediately before waking, when I was still, more asleep than awake, it seemed to me that someone read a letter, which I heard, wherein was treated concerning the excrements of maidenhood, virginitatem. And when I awoke, my mind, animus, was held therein, as to what this meant, asset, concerning the excrements of maidenhood. Then certain spirits spoke with me, and explained who this was, to wit that there are those in the world who are smitten with that perverse cupidity that they desire nothing more than maidenhood. And the theft of maidenhood or the flowers of virgins is to them the greatest delight, and so when they have stolen maidenhood, and snatched away the first flower of youth, they afterwards forsake, relinquent, loathe, reject them. Certain also hold them in hatred, as is read of Amnon the son of David. Thus during their life, the more maidenhoods they can carry off stealthily, and so the more virgins they can deflower, the more they boast. Such were the cupidities which were understood by the excrements of maidenhood. 2705. Concerning these I then conversed with spirits, and was informed, that such cannot be tolerated among other spirits, but are rejected like excrements from their societies. Which also flows confirmed from the laws of order of natural and spiritual and celestial things, concerning which they also spoke with me, for every celestial society is founded in conjugal love. From which all good loves and affections are derived, thus, they are founded, in innocence. Such persons endeavor to destroy with their cupidities the principles of love as well as of innocence, for these are not wholly opposed, contra, to all conjugal love, which they hold in hatred, but also are opposed to innocence. Which they so injure that they may kill it, besides which they induce innocent persons, who can be imbued with conjugal love, to live afterwards in harlotry. Thus are the murderers, homicidia. I think, of the interior nature, for it is well known that the first flower of love is what inducts virgins into conjugal love, and conjoins, connected, the minds, animos, of husband and wife, conjugum. Spirit spoke with me of these things. 2706. It was further told me that such cupidities and practices of such cupidities are what are understood by sins against the Holy Spirit, for the holiness of angels is founded in conjugal love, and in innocence. As, already, said, which are the principles of all spiritual and celestial loves and affections of good, thus of societies in the heavens, and since such cupidities are contrary to the principles of holiness. Therefore such are what are principally understood by sins against the Holy Spirit. 2708. Wherefore their punishment in the other life is most grievous, for they cannot be admitted into societies. Their punishment was also seen by me, to wit, that they seem to themselves to sit on a furious horse, who projects them upwards, so that they are thrown from the horse, with danger, discriminabus, to their life. And afterwards they are represented under the horse, covered up, a volati. I do not yet know on what account they are represented as covered up, and stand under the belly of that horse. And the horse above, and likewise furious, and, seem to themselves to endeavor to kill them. Then they seem to themselves to pass under through the interior part of the horse's belly into his belly. 2709. And then suddenly it appears to them, as if they were in the belly of a meretricious woman. Shortly, illico seems to them to be changed into a great dragon or serpent, such as some of the Gentiles adore, worship. And there, such a spirit remains in torment, covered up. For he seems to himself covered up, and thus seems to be without respiration, and thus they are vastated. This punishment recurs many times, and I was told for many years, if not hundreds or thousands of years, until they no longer remember such cupidities. And not even themselves, no matter how much of life they have passed, haburent, in such things. 2710. Concerning the offspring, I was told that they are worse than the infants of others. For they also derive such a principle, by inheritance from their parent, wherefore not many infants are born of such, and if born, do not remain in life. 1748, July 30th. 2711. Concerning a kitchen. When I went to bed, suddenly to me there was opened a door to a sort of kitchen, and when the door was opened, I felt the heat of a kitchen strike my face, and saw some running about there, and hard at work. Besides culinary vessels around the walls, also a great fireplace, but these things were seen obscurely, hence I could notice that it was a kitchen, culinary, place, and they who were there were called cooks. When it was inquired what manner of persons were such in the other life, I was instructed that these are they, who are delighted with that foulest lust of defiling infants and very little girls. These things it is not thus proper to speak in public, lest they come into man's thought. Sometimes, also, were shown there, who have been infants, some 1/2, 1, 3, 5, 6 years old. These are in such a kitchen, and one cooks another in boiling water, and are therein tormented in the direst manner. 1748, July 31st. 2712. Those who spoke afterwards, said that they wonder that all are not such. With such delight are they affected that the delight from such things exceeds with them every other delight. The world at this day is thus corrupt, and such has become the hereditary principle, and so diffuses itself into posterities by various ways are not, therefore, the last times at hand. Things are generated before unheard of, which destroy the nature of man, like as with those who perished at last by the deluge. 2713. Concerning the government or the universe, that the universe is not ruled by the Lord, according to the fallacies and fantasies of men wherein there are indefinite things which resist, repugnant. In human minds, perverted and inverted, their conclusions are principally, and almost wholly, drawn from the government of externals. Thus from the fallacies of the senses and fantasies, especially as to why the Lord does not guard and turn away man from evils, yea, from cruelties, and the like, which are to be dreaded and execrated, when yet the hearts of all are in his hand. For instance, why he did not turn away David from so cruelly treating the Ammonites, from adultery with Bathsheba, Solomon from idolatry, and indefinite things of this kind, which may occur at any moment in the thoughts of man. I conversed concerning this matter yesterday and today, of whom they are of a perverted and inverted nature, pertinaciously insist that either the Lord cannot, or will not, beside very many other things which they revolved in their minds. 2714. But this is the truth, that the Lord rules the universe by an infinite providence, than which nothing can be conceived, that is, more infinite and wise. And because this is the truth, it follows that thoughts, cogitata, which resist, repugnant, are false. For this one thing is true, moreover, that there is no moment of man's thought and action, which has not along with itself, and is wont to have, a successive series of consequence to eternity. Every moment whatever of life, is a beginning of consequence of life, and as it were a seed from which one thing, indefinites follow to eternity, this also is true. Since these are truths, it follows that the things which in lowest nature appear resistances, repugnantio, are fallacies of the senses and fantasies. 2715. Moreover, this also is a truth, that externals are ruled by internals, and that otherwise they cannot be ruled, and indeed through, by, order of succession from priors or interiors. Since, therefore, externals are so perverted and inverted, as no longer to suffer themselves to be ruled. And these things are rooted in man's nature and so transplanted into posterity, it follows that man of such a quality, or, his, nature of such a quality, does not, because it is impossible, suffer, itself, to be ruled by order of succession, succedentium, from priors or interiors in order. But that the reins are, as it were, loosened, and, they, rush along without a leader, and without order. Wherefore, there are other bonds which are called external bonds, wherewith the Lord governs them, as through fear of the loss of their life, their wealth, their honors and dignities, their beauty, so formo, the punishments of law, and the like. by which man is at last ruled by the Lord. And so not by internal bonds, which are called bonds of conscience, consequently, not through, by, faith, and, the things, which are its bonds, to wit, fear of punishment, fear of evil, love of the true and good. 2716. Wherefore it is in general, communi, society, as in every man whatever. When evil begins to prevail in the body, in its blood, then disease threatens and attacks it, and the soul thereof which is called nature, labors in vain to repair slips and hurts, wherefore man dies. 2717. It is like what happens in the atmosphere, when it is hurried along, rapider, by a violent tempest, and overturns houses, woods, ships, although the interior atmosphere, which is its nature, and continually reduces the exterior to equilibrium, is then of no avail, by reason of so great a tempest, to equilibrium. This, if not known to everyone, may still be known to many in the learned of the world. 1748, July 3. Hence also may be apparent, that if man concludes from external appearances concerning internal, spiritual, and celestial things, then he begins utterly to deny heavenly truths. It is, otherwise if, he concludes, from heavenly truths. 2718. Concerning previdence and providence. From eternity are provided and provided by the Lord, each and all things, but evils are provided and provided. 1748, July 31. 2719. Continuation concerning the kitchen, culinario, heat. Those of such a sort as I have previously written of, came where there were societies of spirits, and these said that they could not have subsided, on account of the offensive smell, propter, gravedinem foetoris, thus. That they could not have lived unless they had been permitted to flee away. Of such a sort are those who are in the kitchen fire, heat, and are the worst and most offensive, gravissimi, of all in the world, so that the world can scarcely subsist if such were multiplied, yea, they are such that they boast of these things. They also delight with exceeding ardor, summa cupidine, in this, that they can inveigle others, which is the reason that their infernal punishments are more grievous than the infernal punishment of all other sins. 1748, July 31. 2720. Concerning the varieties of felicities in the heavens. There are souls, who have been raised up into a sort of heavenly joy, that spoke with me concerning heavenly joy, to whom it was granted me to say that every soul, even the evil, can be in heavenly joy in some state or other. And that there are indefinite states, and their variations of a most general kind, communissimi, so that they cannot be in the joys of heaven save in a very few states, and, in others not at all. It was also granted to say, that the variations of general states also have their order, or that there is an order of general states, as also that the changes are perpetual to eternity, but wholly out of the Lord's good pleasure. 1748, August 1. 2721. Concerning the 4 peculiar styles of the Old Testament. I was told from heaven that there are 4 styles peculiar to the Old Testament. The style of the ancient and most ancient churches, such as is employed in the book of Genesis in treating of paradise and the Tower of Babel. And another style is the historical style employed in the first book of Moses, whereof the writer was ignorant that it contained heavenly arcana. The third style is the prophetic, such as the prophets employed. Which is indeed similar to the style of the ancient church, only that, things, are scattered. This style was retained because the men of that time admired it on account of its antiquity. The fourth style was such as belongs to the Psalms of David, which is an intermediate style. 1748, August 2. 2722. That no effect can exist in the universe without an active and passive, therefore without a marriage. Whatever is born, brought forth, in the world and its threefold kingdom, can by no means be born without a patient and agent. There are indefinite things which confirm this, and there is no effect in the universe that would not confirm it, if man applied himself to the conforming of these things. In the human body not the least particle is given that produces anything in regard to, circa, which there is not an agent and patient, and thus, it produces and procreates an effect, nor the least idea of thought, but is similarly circumstanced. This is most true. 2723. Hence it can be known that in human minds, unless that which is the principle is the agent, and that which is subordinate is the patient, order is inverted, and nothing but evil can be produced. 2724. Hence it may also be known that in the universal heaven and world of spirits and the earth, terrace, unless the Lord is agent and ruler, dominans, and all are patients and obedient, never can anything true and good be produced. This is called the heavenly marriage. This is said from heaven. 1748, August 2nd. 2725. Concerning spirits who wish to enter by thought into the mysteries of faith and to believe from ratiocinations. This often happened that spirits have wished to enter by ratiocinations into the mysteries of faith, and not to believe unless they have grasped by apprehension that it can be so. To these it was granted to say that we should believe. Though we do not grasp by apprehension, and that to wish to believe, because they apprehend, is an inversion of order. This was shown in many ways. 2726. Today, also, certain wish to enter into the inmost mysteries of faith, to whom it was granted to show that this is a perverted way, and that we should believe because it is the truth. And if no reason penetrates the mysteries of faith, or is discovered, still we should believe, and if any reason be discovered, still we should believe. And it was given to represent to them by a representative idea, a little seed of a tree. So that if it were said that a little seed produces a sound and blooming tree, which also was represented for them to the life, with boughs, leaves, and fruits. Yea, that such a little seed can thus produce a field, campun, full of trees when they were told. 2727. That such a seed principle, seminatum, produces such a result, and yet they can see nothing in the seed and know the causes whence such things exist, they do not on that account deny, for the truth is demonstrated. Thus we should believe in the truths spoken by the Lord and concerning the Lord, although we do not penetrate them by reason. And therefore to wish to deny, because we do not penetrate by reason, is like wishing to deny the procreations of trees from seeds, and of animals from eggs. It is so in 1,000 other things. Hence may be manifest of what quality is the faith of man when he believes nothing but what he sees, which is common at this day, especially amongst the learned of the world. 1748, August 3rd. 2728. Concerning the wonderful circulation of ideas in heaven. It has been previously shown me that the thoughts and speech of spirits, in the world of spirits, circulate almost according to such circumvolutions as are in the human cerebrum, where are wonderful windings, circuationes, inflections, influxes, returns, reditus, which can never be comprehended, because they are according to the forms of turnings, volutionum, of the world of spirits. 2729. In heaven there are still more wonderful circumvolutions, according to the celestial form, and indeed incomprehensible, according to which ideas, hence thoughts, hence speech, hence also representations, do circulate. Affections produce them. 2730. These circulations are so wonderful that no one is capable of ever comprehending them, in the most general manner. 2731. Hence it may be concluded that all the thoughts of angels, and hence of spirits, exist and are produced by, from, the Lord alone. For these things must exist from one who is in the highest things, in supremus, otherwise would exist no circumvolution, nor idea, nor order thereof, nor form, nor law, nor distinction, as to genera and species. In a word, nothing vital, consequently nothing natural wherein is life, nor any inanimate natural thing. 1748, August 3rd. 2732. Concerning the opinion, held by some that inasmuch as the Lord grants all the things of faith, and nothing is of man, therefore, man may act passively and drop his hand. When certain spirits have heard and thought that the Lord alone lives, and they are nothing, and that it is an especial point of faith that the Lord alone gives faith, and that man of his own strength was adequate to nothing, nor could will, nor do anything, they fell into the opinion that thus they should drop, remitterant, everything, and act as if they were nothing, and expect the active force, vim agentum, an influx from the Lord. 2733. But such a conclusion is of no value. The Lord grants to man to be, as it were, active, and to be, as it were, adequate of himself, so that sometimes he knows no other than that, he acts, of himself. Wherefore, man ought not to fall into that opinion, when he is in that opinion he then does nothing, and no effect can be imputed to him, therefore he cannot be reformed. But the strength which he receives, is, from the Lord, and when the Lord thus operates in him, he then should strive from himself, but still to believe, when he thinks of these things, that the strength is not his but the Lord's. This also is the part of faith. 1748, August 4th. 2734. This thing is as hidden from the natural man who is not led by the Lord, as is perception. Whereof, I have treated, previously, only such induced belief, inductio, opinion and reflection, causes that the Lord does not operate, and man is not reformed, but that he is in a state of nonentity. Nor can man come into persuasion save by the Lord's operation through his own strength as it were. Hence the Lord persuades man, otherwise the word becomes mere knowledge, and produces no effect, just like miracles. 2735. That everything pertaining to man's life inflows from the Lord. Spirits around me insisted that they each were those who excited life in themselves. They supposed that they excited the objects of thoughts, and thus live of themselves. But it was granted to tell them that nothing moves, stirs at the thought unless it be an object, thus through the eye and ear, and so from the memory. Otherwise confusion of everything would result, and that these objects could come from nowhere else than from the Lord, the only fountain of life, and that they are varied according to their natural dispositions. So the objects of ideas, consequently ideas, pass from one to another, hence they suppose that it proceeds from others, and that it proceeds from themselves, which is most false. The eye cannot see without light, nor the ear hear without sound, and so forth. 1748, August 4th. 2736. That sciences contribute nothing to salvation, but rather confuse, and distort ideas. I conversed with spirits concerning this, that the sciences do not contribute to salvation, but only the knowledges of truth out of the Lord's word, are, what contribute, and that this may be compared to the knowledge of the human body. As to anatomies, the blood, all the constitution of the rest, which knowledge, contributes nothing to the preservation of health. So that he who understands nothing of these things, still lives as healthy as he who during all his life has been intent on these studies. Likewise intellectual health, soundness, sanitas, may be possessed in much greater degree by those who know nothing of the understanding and its faculties, than by him who has studied these things all his life, and confused with hypotheses and scholastics. 1748, August 4th. 2737. Concerning the spiritual bonds, wherein all are held. These spiritual bonds cannot so easily be described to the apprehension, for the spirits are held, like as was given me to observe with spirits, or in the world of spirits, that they are so held, that they cannot think as much evil as do it. Thus they are kept by the good of the Lord from evil, as if they were held suspended away from evil, which also was granted to learn from living experience. For as soon as the bond was relaxed, the spirit was borne away into evil, and indeed into enormous evil, as much the willing as the thinking of evil, tam vel, malum, quam, cogiter malum. So the Lord alone is he who thus detains, keeps, heaven, the world and spirits and the human race from evil, and indeed in such a manner, that if the bond were relaxed, everyone would rush into enormous evil. Yea, into all destruction, likewise also into falsehoods, Mendacia. 1748, August 5. 2738. These bonds do not appear as bonds to spirits, nor likewise to man, but as liberties. For they do not perceive that they are thus held back, yes, so free do the bonds appear to them, that when they are remitted to them, and they have hence perceived that they would rush into all evil, they have asked that they should not be remitted, thus do spirits abhor the remission of bonds. 2739. In regard to my own case, I have now sensibly perceived for 3 years that I am detained in such a bond, so that to myself I might seem to think, will and act from myself, also, that I am, in a sphere of faith. In which sphere I have sensibly perceived, myself, detained for 3 years. 2740. Concerning sorceries or trolldom in the other. Concerning their sphere who are worldly, in the other life, and desire to command others. They who in the life of the body are of such a nature that by means of interior craftiness they allure to themselves companions and friends, and insinuate themselves by means of externals, have in the other life a sphere sufficiently powerful to effect the like. And because there are such numbers, tam multi, who live for the world, inclination, genio, and cupidities, they are also easily allured into the society of such, and sometimes involuntarily. Or when they are unwilling, for of such a nature is the sphere of these, as was shown me today by living experience. Which happened from permission that it might be known, and that, they, might know of what quality, these enticing spirits, were. 1748, August 5. 2741. Since such, enticing spirits, desire to command others, and exercise punishments, and by various cunning to subordinate them to themselves, and are habituated to these things, in the life of the body, many are associated with them in the other life. Hence their sphere is a great one, and inasmuch as they seem to themselves adequate of themselves to everything, yet by various arts which they devise and invent. Therefore they are such male and female, caeti quae, as are reckoned amongst sorcerers, seu trolldom stuggelser. 2742. It is a general tenet, that they who think that of themselves they are adequate to all things are reckoned amongst sorcerers male and female, proestigfiatores et proestigiatrices. Of such there are even genera and species. They are not those, who, act, from simplicity, and who, when they act, purpose good to the neighbor and society, but are those who, act, from cunning and purpose evil. Wherefore such suppose that of themselves they are adequate to all things. And because they have been of such a character in the life of the body, that they loved nothing more than to devise ways, modus, how they could subject others to themselves and command them, from very many causes, springing, from self and the world. Therefore in the other life when they, come, into other powers and other arts, and amongst such as are called sorcerers, diviners, etc. Therefore because they are of, in, such a nature, they think of nothing else, than to command by right or wrong, her fas etimi fas, and to subject others to themselves, by arts which they easily learn and take up in that world. 2743. Such, spirits, inasmuch as in the life of the body they have loved nothing more than such things, take parts unknown to them whilst in the life of the body, or to those who are in the body, as easily as if they were sponges put in the water. So that they immediately suck, exigent, from the man with whom they are present, or the spirits with whom they are nothing else but such things, from whomsoever they can obtain these things, moreover they also turn goods into evils. They are as it were venomous animals like scorpions, from which when pounded up and mixed with oil, they immediately snatch to themselves every poison that wounds, vulneris, etc. 2744. It may be proper to narrate a single instance. When I was asleep at night, such spirits stood by, and by their deadly arts, practiced, upon those who were around. They spoke with others as if it was I, with my speech as it were, and indeed so similar that they induced many to believe that it was I, and thus they love to induce a persuasion of what are falsehoods, and to destroy what things are true, yea. With such ingenuity that spirits even more subtle, who were at a distance from me were persuaded and supposed it was I, and it is the same to them, by what means profane or sacred they obtain their ends. 2745. They are exceedingly proud of this, that they can be subtle, and within the sphere of speech, or in the sphere of thoughts within speech, wherein are interior spirits, since, when, in that sphere are innumerable spirits, as you may see above. They can transfer, themselves in such a manner, by an art unknown in the life of the body, but still innate in them, through almost continual intentions in the life of the body, that they can transmit themselves into that inferior sphere. And thus remove themselves from the society of those who are in the exterior sphere. Concerning that interior sphere see above, and there are many things, besides, concerning it, which are unknown to me. 2746. But they, inasmuch as they love nothing more than through cunning to attract the minds, animos, of other spirits by right or wrong, and so love nothing above the deceiving with falsehoods and, their, arts at the same time. Or with kinds of deceit familiar to them, therefore when I awoke, and they were still at the work of speaking as it were I, with their arts which man cannot perceive, should they be declared, and when they observed that I had waked in the night, wished to contrive falsehoods and thus steal away, which when the upright spirits observed, whom they had deceived, thence, were angry. There came those who punished them and indeed with intense, ingenti, torment by rending them, by a mode of punishment of which I think, I have treated already. Thus, rending them, piece by piece and particle by particle, ita frustatum et ita minutum, by, tearing asunder, and various collisions, so that there was nothing of them, but what was rend. Thus the punishers endeavor to disjoin, dissolve, everything, in them, piece by piece and particle by particle. But a spirit cannot be dissolved, and perish, but, this, is done with the greatest torment and pain. 2747. But those who were able to let themselves into the interior sphere of spirits said that they are free from rending. Whether it was so, I do not yet know, for of such spirits, the nature is to love nothing above falsifying, so that they can speak nothing at all but what are falsehoods, and if they speak things that are true, it is only for the sake of craftiness, that they may deceive and persuade. 2748. I saw afterwards how such spirits appeared as to their fingers, they were very black, without flesh, they were as it were the fingers of a scorpion, thus, clore, and hung down, hooked, at the lower part. 2749. There afterwards appeared a long porch where, hom, and I saw one spirit entering at the right side, where I perceived was, Lagigard, it is not permitted to relate, any, more. 1748, August 6. 2750. Such are, those, who are to be denominated interior sorcerers, trolldom, for they act interiorly, and their arts are not so patent to spirits. Moreover there are given, those, who practice grosser sorceries, they are like foolish persons, they commingle whatever is visible, obvium, mutual, natural, spiritual. And suppose that in them is great power, vim, of doing, to do, whatever they desire. Such are in a sort of dream, and do not know what they are doing, and such are, those, who dwell in a privy. 2751 to 2800. 2751. Concerning man or human things, and, corporeal, things, that, they are the ultimates of order. I spoke with spirits concerning man's corporeal or material things, that they are the ultimates of order, that order extends from inmosts to ultimates, and that ultimates are in the natural mind of man, which is formed by the senses of the body, from whence comes the memory of objects, which objects, memory, is material ideas. Thus that order is not complete but in ultimates, which are the outmost vessels of all the interiors in succession, which are insinuated by the Lord. 2752. I can declare, from living experience, shown me this night, that spirits can speak from man, from his outmost or natural memory, and his natural memory, although man knows not at all that it so happens, for when I slept, a spirit spoke, Who was then on the left side of my hand, as if from me, so that spirits knew no other than that I was awake, and was speaking, so that they were persuaded. Hence it is granted to conclude, that spirits can speak from man, out of each memory of his, although man knows nothing at all, about it. 2753. Yea, it was told me that the ideas of infants are open, and can best serve, as vessels. 2754. Hence it was granted to conclude, that the natural minds of man are the ultimates of order, and are, as it were, vessels, wherein the spiritual and celestial ideas of angels stop, and, thus are receptacles, and so order is perfected. 2755. That the memories of the exterior man, or their minds, are vessels of spiritual and celestial things, was also provided by the Lord, so that no spirit may lose anything, not the least, of what belongs to his natural mind and memory, and that all, though they are angels, can be remitted into the same or a similar state with, 2, those which, he possessed in the body, so that if the human race failed spirits could have been remitted into a similar state so as to serve as vessels. And thus order be perfected. 1748, August 6. 2756. Concerning the soul. It was granted me to speak this day with angels, concerning the soul, that the human race at this day does not know what the soul is, and form for themselves various hypotheses concerning the soul, in their ignorance of what the soul is. I am therefore instructed that if by soul is understood life, then the Lord alone is life, but if by soul are understood the interior minds of man, that all those organic substances which are proximate, next, proximo, and their principles which follow in order may be called souls, for instance, that the natural mind is the proximate soul of those things which properly belong to the body. That the spiritual mind is the source of those things which belong to the natural mind, and that there is a still more interior soul in man, which is the soul of the things which belong to the spiritual mind. Man is ignorant thereof. 2757. Wherefore that which is interior is the soul of exteriors, for which reason each and all the things that are ever in the world may be said, to have, a soul, which is, its, principle, hence, there is, a soul in each thing of vegetables. A soul of a thing and the like. 1748, August 6. 2758. Concerning the speech of spirits of the interior sphere. Concerning that speech see something, said, previously. I imagined that it was of such a character as could not have reached my idea, except obscurely, but now it is shown, by living experience, that it is only an idea which comprehends many things, like as when man thinks in a moment what he cannot afterwards speak forth by, during, a considerable discourse. It is the idea that comprehends the things which are to be spoken. Ideas of such quality were so plainly brought before me that I could reply by the like, similar, nor was there any shade or obscurity therein. But frequently the reason why such speech was not perceived by me was that I did not speak with them in this manner, thus it was snatched away or not heard, as many times occupied. 1784, August 6. 2759. What is meant by lead us not into temptation? In the interior sense it signifies, that, the Lord may not leave us, or remit his divine power, vim, for thus then fall into temptations, one into this and one into that, quisque tunc in alterium. 1748, August 6, I have learned these things while supplicating the Lord's Prayer. 2760. Concerning the internal nature of man that it even begins to become worse, more and more. It is given me to learn from living experience that in the interior sphere of nature are thousands of such as are evil, that is, who interiorly as to the interiors of their nature are evil. So that the internal thoughts of man are more depraved than formerly. In the interior sphere, are intentions or ends stopping in the world and in self, such intentions or natural ends occur, danter, at this day more than formerly. And more occupy man than anyone can believe, but it is not easy for man to distinguish between the things, which are the interiors of his nature, and those, which are the exteriors, likewise from living experience, and of considerable duration. I have learned that scarcely anyone, who has thus lived in the world, has known that it was other than becoming and therefore good, yet nevertheless such after death in the other life manifest themselves, and their intentions, which are in the interior sphere of nature, they have been amongst evildoers and the worst, thinking in a very different manner from their acting, and only, considering, for an end their own rule and 2761. The possession of the things in the world, and I know that such persons have not manifested such characteristics to their companions in their world. Hence it was granted me to know how depraved is the interior nature, which also appeared to me so conjoined with the exterior nature, that they made as it were one and the same, though, others do not have them so conjoined, but separated. These spirits, in the other life, show also in society nothing else than what they regard as civil, and study to conceal their thoughts, but these are plainly manifest, patent, to those who are in the interior sphere of nature. 1748, August 7. 2762. Concerning the regeneration of corporeal or material things, of man or spirit, how they are represented. Since corporeal and material things, which are man's ultimates, are at length subordinated to the Lord's good pleasure, so that they appear nothing but obedient, they are represented in the world of spirits as was shown me. At first that, they are, as it were, intestinal forms, conglutinated by various conflux, but without life, thus, have, become as it were of a woody or osseous brownish, bruni, color. But in those who are deceitful, when they are inspected by the angels, there appear as it were other confluxes of serpents of various kinds, according to the nature of the deceit. But in man that is to be reformed, reformando, there appear no serpents, but only wood, ligna, or bones, thus almost confluence, because his body or corporeal begins to be nothing, thus, is, without life. These things are represented and shown to me. 2763. Then was also shown near the head a small conglutination of similar sticks, as it were little sticks which were gilded or externally covered over with gold, which signify his ratiocinations, ratiocinia. But when corporeals are reformed, so that they can obey spirituals, then they were beautifully represented by various contexture neatly arranged, consino, to wit, at first of a blue color with points, spicio, arranged into various beautiful forms, which were covered here and there with blue spots. This little point, siculum, were set, considebat, into the forms. Afterward, was shown, a more coherent form of such points, arranged, into beautiful forms, composed, of minute points, as it were a contexture into, spetzen, but in a solid. Afterwards also other forms more continuous. Thus are represented the corporeals or material, things, of the regenerated man, when inspected by the angels. These things were shown me, but I cannot describe the forms and pictures, for they were composed out of minute points. They can indeed be pictured, but not described to the apprehension. 1748, August 8. 2764. Concerning the sphere of persuasions of evil bellowing to penis, certain spirits. Certain spirits who trust in themselves and in the life of the body, had exercised and so acquired by actuality that nature to themselves. Derive from the life of the body this characteristic, that they can induce others to believe whatever they propose, yea by interior arts and craftiness, by observing opportune times, and by speaking, to suit, another's taste, genium. And so causing these to believe them. And, they do this, indeed for an evil end, on account of their seeking after honor and the like. Hence their nature is derived, yea the interior, nature, in the other life, produces, such a sphere, when spirits of this sort are remitted, that they can persuade anyone whatever, who is not in faith. Yea by such force, can, compel me to know from living experience this night when I awaked, thus in wakefulness. When such spirit still spoke from my things, and persuaded others that it was I, therefore I awoke. 2765. Therefore they were angry, that were again deceived, and when spirits wished to expel these wicked ones, and punish them, then those wicked spirits fled, had recourse to that art which they had derived from the life of the body. In order to persuade them who were around that I was insane. And in order that I might observe the force, vim, and efficacy of that sphere, my corporeals were reduced by the Lord, so as to be as it were theirs, but I could perceive by interiors, how efficacious was that sphere. And how also it compelled anyone whomsoever, no matter how he resisted, to be persuaded. Those spirits who are of such a character, either from fear or death, or fear of punishment, or from a state of anger, put themselves into such a state of being persuaded, so that although they know that the matter is not so, still reduce their interiors into a similar state, so that their interiors may conspire into such things, with their exteriors, hence spirits who are around, no matter who they are. Whom the Lord does not protect as it were by direct, immediate, help, cannot be otherwise than persuaded, or forcibly led to believe. Likewise certain also lamented that they cannot resist, scarce knowing other than that the matter was so. No ratiocinations were displayed, patent, inasmuch as there was no persuasion though speech, but there was a conglomeration as it were of ratiocinations, ratiocania, with an application to their genius, genios, which affected the result, id. Wherefore it cannot be described in a few words. 1748, August 8. 2766. That brute animals live in the order of natver, and that after death their souls can by no means live. I spoke with spirits concerning brute animals, that they live in the order of their nature, otherwise than man, who lives contrary to order, that animals live according to order was hence confirmed in the presence of spirits. With whom I spoke concerning these things, only from, by, the young ones of hens and the like, that the little chickens know their mother, follow her, suffer themselves to be fed by her, take shelter, intrant, under her wings. Their delight to live in safety, and if there were many mothers with little chickens, yet in one place, still the little chickens are not confused, but know their own mother, so that the sphere of a sort of love conjoins them with their mother. This with innumerable other facts confirms that they live from the first, earliest, nativity in the order of their nature. Which order directs, dictate, them. 2768. But it is different with man. Mothers and fathers, if they know that they are their children or think they are, although they are not, still love them as their own, so that no sphere of love except what they suppose to pertain to themselves, conjoins them. But the sphere of self-love and love of the world. Nor do children acknowledge, recognize, their parents, unless instructed, different from brute animals. Which is a manifest proof that the life of man is contrary to nature. Innumerable other facts, besides, confirm this. Thus the good spirits also acknowledged, that it is true. 2769. That the souls of brute animals cannot live after the death of their body, I also spoke with spirits, to this effect, and it was granted to say that animals inasmuch as they are not able to think, they cannot elevate their minds towards heaven. Still less have faith in the Lord, and inasmuch as they are destitute of that faculty, they cannot live, but their souls are dissolved. This is better expressed by spiritual speech, and by its ideas, as good spirits also acknowledged. 2770. Moreover, the inmost soul of brutes is in the sphere of our intellectual mind, by which, inmost soul, they are moved, ferunter, which is born with them and not formed as in man, wherefore according to their form they are of such a sort as are the genera and species of their souls. The influx into their souls is also from heaven, but only the universal conatus, which acts according to the forms of their souls, wherefore they are also affected with conjugal love and storage. Moreover they know innumerable things from nature. Like bees and other animals, which man can never know by all his sciences. 1748, August 8. 2771. That relatives, friends, companions, meet with each other in the other life. From considerable experience, it is granted to learn that in the other life they meet with their relatives, friends, companions, and acquaintances, also, those, who were only known to them in life by reputation, and converse with them. And also are at first associated with them, for in the other life distance is of no moment, nihil facit, those who are separated 1,000, or it might be 10,000 miles, are near to them, yet everyone according to his life. So that they can be present next, to them. Wherefore since it is so that relatives, parents, children, friends, companions and mere acquaintances wherever known, noti quocunque modo, meet each other, still, it is exceedingly unfortunate for those who have held any in hatred during the life of the body, these also come together and exercise their hatred, to the very great annoyance and misfortune of those whom they have held in hatred, nor does the multitude of souls cause any hindrance. As was given me to learn from very much experience. Wherefore let them beware of hatred, their life is so similar to their life in the body, that, as regards life, they do not know but they are in the life of the body. 1748, August 8. 2772. Concerning those that strive only for the world and self. There are, those, of whom, I have spoken, previously, who drink of, and strive from their interior, for nothing else, than what belongs to self and the world, although in externals they do not so appear to men. See above, what is stated, concerning the sphere of such in the other life. How efficaciously it acts for persuading was evident when they persuaded others that I was insane. In respect to their exiutum, it is also shown me, that, they go down, deferunt, through the interiors of the body which they endeavor and desire to occupy. For they also desire to introduce themselves into those, interiors, which pertain to conjugal love, and with, penes, others, to destroy it by their artifices, wherefore they are let down by that way through the interiors, but not into the stomach. They feel as if, they were let down, by way of the heart, but, it is, through the stomach, and this way of descent. They suppose, they pass, through the province of the loins, where, are, the provinces of conjugal love. But inasmuch as there also are the excrementitious provinces of the excrements, they are let down through these. At last, they come, under the sole of the right foot, where their lodging, domicilium, is. 2773. It was related to me, that their lodgings, under the sole of the right foot, are merely filthy, sordida, where there is nothing but rubbish and filth, swords, wherein at last they live. The varieties of their life are very many, accompanied by, portantes, excrementitious filth and many other things, for these are what correspond to such a life in the world. 1748, August 9. Such things correspond, respondent, to a delicate life in the world, a life, conjoined with interior craftiness that regards only self and the world. There pass their time, degunt, many of the most celebrated, and men and women, caedi quo, who have been most highly esteemed above others. An offensive smell, photor, of filth, differing according to the genera and species of, their, life, prevails, there. 2774. Concerning those, with whom society is formed, association is, ligatur, in the life of the body. They who in the life of the body form, ligant, association, meet with each other, in the other life, and wish to be similarly associated, although in mind, animo, they are dissimilar, but their thoughts are then patent, and, their, nature acts. Wherefore the associations formed, ligato, in the life of the body, when minds, animi, are unlike, and for various ends, are very troublesome, and act according to their interior thoughts. Their association, with those, whom in the world they hated in thought, although they dissimulated in externals, on account of worldly ends. In the other life exceedingly torments them, sometimes they can scarcely be disjoined, dissolvi, therefrom for a long space of time. Hence very many conclusions may be drawn. These things were shown me by living experience, and, also, told me. 1748, August 9. 2775. In the other life, when they are remitted into a state similar to their life in the body, they talk together very similarly and in a similar manner, with a similar mind, speaking otherwise than they think. They who talk together are then entirely ignorant that they are in the other life, as today and previously I have perceived from experience. Spirits of the interior sphere then observe plainly, how, their thoughts disagree with their speech, and hence conclude, each according to his nature, what quality they are. They now confess, as they have, very often before, that they then by no means know other than that are in the life of the body, and are ignorant that others observe how their thoughts, which are plainly apparent, disagree. 1748, August 9. 2776. That evil has, its, punishment in itself, yea, 1, of retaliation. It happened many times that spirits supposed, when any evil has happened to them, they should attribute it to him from whom the evil came, and not to themselves. To whom it was as often granted to say that they are the causes of that evil. This they have not understood, because they saw that, the evil, sprung from another as a cause and happened to them. This day it was also demonstrated to them, that when anyone intends evil in act, actualiter, then the like is reflected from me on him, which when he imputed to me, it was likewise although it appears otherwise. And then it was given to show him by spiritual idea this, to wit, that his evil which he actually intends, rolls, volvade se, through spirits who are around, thus, through those who are further and further from him away. And at length from those who were with me, seemed to be reflected, as if from me. Wherefore he imputed it to me. This was shown them in spiritual idea. They all said with one voice, uno or, that this was done so plainly to them, that they could quite perceive, that evil thus returns upon him who actually intends it, for, as respects myself, I could do no other than follow the rest, hence it appeared as from me. 1748, August 9. 2777. Concerning those who place worship in externals only, and so live in security. Certain spirits, who have been, were, amongst the worst, because their interior sphere, or, that, of intentions or ends, only regarded, the world and self, concerning whose persuasive sphere it has been previously treated, to wit, that they only lived for self and indulged inclination, genio, despising all others in comparison with themselves, and whatever good was in, at, others, either did not apprehend, or despised as worthless. When their life was examined, it was found, that in the life of their body they have lived in externals, as regards worship, so as not to be blamed, to wit, that they have frequented the place of worship, temple, have gone, at stated times, to the Holy Supper. On the preceding evening and day, when they have gone to the supper, have abstained in externals, from worldly things. 2778. And so afterwards were like as before, therefore satisfied because they have done this, and have not thought of anything beyond, as to, what they might learn in the place of worship, as to, what is implied in the Holy Supper. And so forth in external rites. Yet such in the other life have been, were, amongst the worst, for the sphere of their intentions and ends was such as has been said. Hence may be concluded what is caused, quid faciat, by the attendance on preaching, and the Holy Supper, only to make their appearance according to custom, to wit, that it causes such, to be, secure, so that thus they can live more securely. And be confirmed in that very evil life. 2779. It was also granted to ask them, that if they had seen anyone in the other life, who had admonished them, out of a divine mercy, that such attendance at the place of worship and Holy Supper, was of no value, without pious meditation. If anyone had, thus, admonished them, what would then be the feeling of their heart? They replied from the heart, that they should reject such as simple and melancholy persons, whom they would despise, and scarce endure any longer, supposing them to be insane. 1748, August 10. 2780. That in the other life impressions concerning others are eradicated with great difficulty. By experience of considerable duration, it is also granted to learn that impressions concerning others, whether feelings of hatred, or of contempt, or of pity, or of whatever else they may be, which man during the life of the body has from any cause whatever, taken up, and which are rooted in the mind, cannot be shaken off in the other life unless they, such persons, afterwards enter into heaven. And such things as are corporeal and material are wiped away, abstergunter, by the Lord. 1748, August 10. 2781. Concerning the inverse order of becoming acquainted with spiritual and celestial truths. There are spirits of those, who in the life of the body deny the existence of spirits, consequently, the existence of spiritual truths of the Lord, therefore deny faith, because they cannot, from material, physical and corporeal, things, see or perceive the things that belong to faith. Such in the other life are in a similar idea of negation. These ideas inhere when they suppose themselves to be men, and thus while not aware that they are spirits, and, even if, they do know. It was granted me to tell them that this can by no means become demonstrated to them. It was given to say, that it is just as if anyone wishes to know what the will is, from the muscles, which bring forth the will in life. The natural sciences are similar, in respect to the things which belong to faith. 2782. We spoke, moreover, concerning the influx of those things, which belong to the mind, into the fibers of the body, that there is no thought given in principles, which are in the head. Unless there is a certain correspondence of purer fibers in the universal body, yet that correspondence is given when there is persuasion, thus also do all the things which belong to the body conform themselves. Wherefore man who is perverted, his universal system is perverted, it would be otherwise, if only knowledge, scientia, and, not interior persuasion, was concerned. 1748, August 10. 2783. Concerning the love of the neighbor it was granted to say to a spirit, and I perceived in spiritual idea that he ought to love the good, which is, in penis, man, thus, to love, the man, which, good, is the neighbor. For good is of the Lord, therefore, he ought to love, whatever of faith is in anyone, thus him who is in faith, for thus he loves the Lord. Because there is nothing of good, nor anything of faith, which is not of the Lord. Thus also the Lord is loved through the neighbor. Although love is of the Lord, yet it is sufficient that he knows no other than that love is of himself. 1748, August 10. 2784. That all objects of the eye, if there are thousands, and very different, are yet reduced by the Lord into series, and into a sort of continuous thing. This day it was shown me, as once previously, that the objects of the eye, in the streets, are reduced into a continuous series by the Lord, before good spirits and angels, the objects were most diverse. And very numerous, and I was told that they saw nothing of them, but that still, a certain sense, thereof, continually came up thence to them, yet through a way to spiritual things which the representatives of the world have. When I wondered at this, I was told, that no object can be given, which does not have something, which may thus be applied by the Lord to the matter in hand, yet by the removal of the things, in the object. Or in several objects, which represent something else, thus through nearer and more remote ways. It belongs to the Lord alone thus to apply things, as for example, good can be represented by everything which is fat, sweet, or pleasant, by whatever is about objects, in part, species, and general. Yea, pleasant and good things can be drawn from those things which are sad evil. 2785. Certain spirits hence supposed that the Lord's word, therefore, is nothing more than any other writing, and that thus series of things may be similarly drawn forth at pleasure from all writings. Which is true, but the Lord's word is of such a nature that it proximately contains the things, wherein the sense is, as in proximate vessels. This was also granted to know from this, that it immediately appears to those who are illuminated by the Lord, whether these things are divine, and thus contain as vessels, these spiritual and celestial things. Which is never the case in other writings. 1748, August 10. 2786. That the Lord speaks in person with the angels in heaven, yea with different ones separately, and, so to many at once. That the Lord speaks in person with many, and with each one specifically or in particular, according to everyone's mind, mentem, yea at the same time, does, so to many, this is the truth. It seemed to me that I perceived it. This is a heavenly truth. Although no man can perceive by any reasoning, ratiocinio, that such is the case, yet it is a consequence of his omnipresence with everyone, and from his divine auspices, auspicio, with, apud, everyone in the world. 1748, August 10. 2787. That persuasions can with great difficulty be eradicated in the other life, and indeed according as the persuasion is more deeply and widely rooted. It was also granted to learn from experience, that falsities, which are, deeply imprinted whatever they are, yet dire, falsities, opposed to, contra, every divine, human and natural law, can hardly be eradicated in the other life. Because they have taken deep root and imbued the whole, man, in that respect, quod id. There occurred a certain dreadful thing which a certain spirit did, and whereof he was wholly persuaded that it was familiar to, common with, all. Wherefore when he came into such a thought his persuasion immediately spread so widely that there was scarcely anyone around me who did not suppose himself to be guilty of, that, great crime, the spirit was found, discovered. And he said that he supposed it familiar to, common with, all, and there was no evil therein. Wherefore he was in that persuasion. It was also related concerning the same spirit that in other respects he is modest nor brings evil on anyone, but was in the persuasion of this great crime. In the life of the body there are some, who are as it were insane, who labor under that kind of insanity that they do not suffer themselves to be persuaded in certain falsities, yet dreadful, ones. 1748, August 11. 2789. Hence may also be known that such persuasions effect that they cannot in many states be with other spirits, because they are reduced to similar insanities, as also that one state thus rooted by persuasion extends more or less to many others. 2790. But impressions as was insinuated in me to say are either insanities such as prevail in the world amongst the insane, which are easily expelled, or the impressions which anyone has confirmed himself in by many reasonings, ratiocinia. And so arrives at a persuasion, thereof, such remain so, according to the qualities of those who confirm themselves therein. 1748, August 11. 2791. Hence also may be evident how easily the falsities and crimes of souls are detected, discovered, in the other life, for this so plainly dispersed itself into the spirits around and into me that all supposed themselves guilty thereof. And everyone began to think whether it was he, for I was then reading of Hazael that he wetted a towel in water and smothered Ben-Hadad. 2 Kings 8 verse 15. 2792. If the Lord did not preserve souls and spirits from spreading their imprinted falsities and dreadful crimes, in the other life they could never have been in any society, still less amongst those who are upright. For this one is also said to have been amongst the upright spirits, because in other things he can be of sound reason. 2793. What is effected also by punishments in the other life? There are many punishments more grievous and prolonged according to the nature of each one's disposition contracted in the life of the body, but punishments effect this, id, that for some interval of time they inspire fears, shames, horrors. For such things as their nature is satiated and imbued with. Wherefore when they are inserted amongst the better spirits, then when the like things occur which belong to their nature, they are admonished by means of the inspired fears, shames and horrors, and, thus are wont to be withdrawn thence. But still they do not alter or change the nature which remains as contracted in the life of the body to eternity, but punishments are superadded whereby they can be withdrawn from such evils. 1748, August 11. 2794. Everyone's corporeal and natural soul is formed in the life of the body, so that everyone has his soul from the life of the body formed by himself. But the spiritual and celestial soul is formed by the Lord, which is more interior and inmost. This cannot be formed in the life of the body by man, hence also the strife of spirituals, and naturals, and corporeals, with variety according to every one's soul. 1748, August 11th. 2795. Of what nature do truths appear those who are in falsity? It was granted me to say that to those who are in falsities truths appear, to be, falsities, when persuaded that their falsity is the truth. This was immediately shown by living experience, and indeed by a general, communum, idea of truths, which general idea appeared like mere falsities to him who was in a false idea which he regarded as true. And it was moreover shown me by a spiritual idea that truths can by no means enter into the sphere of such, but are regarded partly as mere falsities or as mere hypotheses. 1748, August 11th. 2796. Concerning ambition. I spoke with spirits as to what is to happen since in the world, men strive after great things. It was granted to tell them that inasmuch as love of the neighbor is no longer given in the world, in its place has succeeded ambition of becoming eminent in various ways, for love of the neighbor was what should excite man to do good. But because there is none any longer, in place thereof is the ambition of doing great things, whereby man is bonded by the Lord to do good to the neighbor, societies, and the commonwealth. 1748, August 12th. 2797. Concerning good spirits who are in the interior world of spirits. There are, as may be seen above, evil spirits in the interior world of spirits. There are also good spirits therein, but they do not communicate with each other, unless it please the Lord. When these spoke together, I could not understand anything, but there was to me as it were a pleasant silence with the perception that they were speaking with each other. When in a dream evil spirits of the interior world, of spirits, induced things that were false, the good spirits were distressed, vexabanter, not knowing other than that, it came, from me. When I awoke then in order that they might know which and what, quid, came, from evil spirits, I spoke with them in silence, so that not anything from the sphere of evil spirits reached them, unless of the Lord's good pleasure. 1748, August 12th. 2799. How the speech of man is directed through spirits. I sometimes wondered that I have not perceived that my speech was determined through spirits just like, as, my thought. It was today granted me to know, that the thoughts and will of man are directed by the Lord through spirits, and that speech follows from thought, according to the ideas of thoughts. And that speech is a natural consequence which follows in order whatever is according to order. This is not so directly, immediately, effected through spirits as the thoughts and will. 2800. But still there are spirits allotted, deputy, to every part of the organs of speech, as you may see elsewhere, as well to the tongue, as the trachea and lungs. But their conatus affects this, id fit, like every natural thing, that is in order. But these spirits are not aware of it. 1748, August 12th. 2801 to 2850. 2801. Of what quality are spirits who come from the world at this day? It has been shown me by much and long experience that spirits who come from the world are so ensnared by the worst evils that they can never subsist, which today was also shown. There was presented before the sight a fair and innocent infant, with eyes closed, and then a slight remission was granted to spirits, so that their quality might appear. It was then plainly perceived that there were, such as, wish to kill, to trample under foot, to treat in an infamous manner, this infant, and one in this way and another in that, thus, would act, in many ways against innocent ones. These things were their thoughts and interior conatus. I have said that such things do not appear in general life. It was said that their interiors now begin to be of such a nature, and unless civil laws held them, in bonds they would rush into the like crimes, as also that unless they were concerned as to their gains and honors, consequently their reputation, conscience would have little or any effect at this day. Wherefore the last times of the world are at hand. Certain spirits laugh at such things, as was also shown, they laugh that they are so, and laugh at its being said that the last times are at hand. 1748, August 12. 2802. That they whom they call saints, sanctos, and venerate and adore as such, as well those of ancient times as of the present day, can yield no assistance at all to anyone in the other life. It has been often granted me to speak with certain of those whom men regard and adore as saints. But this I can testify, and from their mouth, and from those things which I know from living experience, that they are anything else than saints, and that they cannot even help themselves in the least. Still less someone else, neither by prayers nor intercession. For in the other life, their prayers in behalf of anyone are not granted, not indeed in the other life in behalf of themselves, yet no one is well treated by means of the reflection that someone may be loved, by the Lord, for others' sake. Or for the sake of saints, rather the reverse happens. I can testify that they are able to help no one, nor themselves. This they have told me with living voice, coming to me in order to declare it. 1748, August 12. 2803. Concerning the change of human disposition in the life of the body. That man after the life of the body retains all his nature, or natural disposition, which he has acquired to himself in the life of the body, this is the truth, and after the life of the body that it is not changed. But that those things are superadded by the Lord which cause him to be able to be in a better society and thus among the celestials. 2804. But as concerns the nature of man, so long as he is in the body, everything indeed is retained which is ever brought from infancy, and thus it is formed, but in time of his life it is varied, changed, till the last hour of life. As well by this that many things are added, adjecta, which separate general ideas, as by those, that bend these from elsewhere, thus towards the good and true, for continually while man lives, his ideas are enriched either with evils or goods. And thus are either condensed like stagnant water or are diluted. 1748, August 13. 2805. Not otherwise may the change of state after death be conceived than that there are added, adjecta, to ideas from without those things which cause that at last his soul can be in good societies. But in the life of the body that they are implanted within ideas. 1748, August 13. Hence it may be evident wherefore it is so many times admonished in the Lord's word that so long as there is time before the door is closed for them who are called to the feast that they come to themselves and get themselves oil in their lamps, as also what is meant by that as the wood falleth so it remaineth. 2806. Concerning the speech of the angels. I have heard the speech of angels although I have not perceived it. A certain spirit spoke, and with his speech followed so mild, leanness, a speech, that it was, like a stream of speech not understood. I heard the stream and perceived that many things were therein, and these in every single simple word of the speaker were the innumerable ideas of angels speaking. Because these were not understood, but it was only perceived that there were, such, there was the likeness of a river full of copious ideas. Wherefore I was told that this was the speech of the angels, and that the speech of the Spirit was a certain general, commune, principle wherein the angelic discourse was contained, just as in all harmony, unless there is present something general. As it were, a general concord, consonans in communi. 2807. There is not given a distinct singular, likewise in all musical instruments and in the speech of the body and the operations, actualitate, of each of the senses, which generals are yet unknown to the learned of the world but still are present. All the organic membranes of the viscera, muscles, organs, are generals in which and with which particulars distinctly exist. Such was the speech of the Spirit, and whether the angels had spoken the same, as what the Spirit uttered in general, in communi, I do not know, for there can be granted to be in and with the general, other things than what are in the general. But not such as are discordant, repugnant. 1748, August 13. 2808. That if in the world, the sphere of thoughts of love, and love of gain were absent, all would be insanities. I saw an insane woman, insanum, in the street, and it was granted to think and to say to spirits, therefore also to perceive, that if in man that external were absent, which is formed from love of self and of gain. Consequently therefore the respect from which is paid to these, then would all be alike, with a variety of insanity according to each one's nature acquired from, by, himself. Such thoughts are like those of that insane woman which in her case, apud eum, were not retained, because she was poor and in ragged garments. Hence may be evident of what quality are spirits in the other life where such external is taken away and thought only prevails, to wit, that, they would be, mere insanities if they were not governed by the Lord alone. Therefore by wisdom and intelligence itself. 1748, August 13. 2809. Concerning eternal life, or the life after death, that it must be the end. I spoke with spirits that in the life of the body the end of all human thoughts and actions should be in reference to the life after death, or eternal life, for that which is eternal is, and that which is, in the life of the body not even is. Except in reference to eternal life as an end, therefore thither ought all the thoughts of man to be directed, this inasmuch as it was perceived, in spiritual idea and published with a spiritual idea was confirmed by spirits as a constant truth. 1748, August 13. 2810. A comparison of spiritual and celestial things in the world of spirits and heaven, with the atmospheres and waters. In the world of spirits and heaven all things obtain their place and situation, according to their nature and dispositions, so that not the least thing is wanting. In like manner there is a gyration of all things according to celestial forms, to wit, of all spiritual and celestial things from the Lord, which is ineffable because incomprehensible. Hence each and all things obtain their situation in the grand man, maximo corpore, and certain, as may be seen previously, according to the changes of their state as to the operations of spirituals into their fantasies. Are born, carried, from their situation into others, and are then as it were wanderers, but still are brought back into their situation befitting their nature and disposition. By way of comparison and representation, nearly the similar exists in the human body as to liquids, also in waters, also in atmospheres which still are borne by circumvolution to their place, according to their lightness, levitates, figures. And the remaining, things, of their nature. 1748, August 13. 2811. Concerning genera of certain, kinds, thefts, which are manifested in the other life. There are secret thefts, yea of the minds, animorum, of man, so that they attempt in 1,000 modes to gain and insinuate themselves into the minds of men, yet by a sort of theft. To wit, by wholly putting on that which is pleasant and dear to another so as to present themselves, as it were, in the same person, and when in the life of the body they have acquired to themselves, by actuality, such a kind, genus, of theft. Of which there are genera and species, then everyone is determined according to his nature acquired by actuality, certain to scarcely any other end than self-repose, their own pleasantness, praise, and that they may snatch, these, from others. But these are not injurious, but others seek a similar, think, and act more ingeniously, and at length having acquired that nature for ends that are different, for instance, to snatch away the goods and honors of others in any manner whatever, such are the worst. There are given genera and intermediate species, as well genera and species of captivating the minds of others, as genera and species of ends, for which they are solicitous, also genera and species of the modes in which they strive therefore. And of the modes in which it is manifest in the eyes of man, or hidden from them. These, things, were shown me by living experience through two spirits known, to me, in life. 1748, August 14. There are also such as captivate minds, animos, still as they put on persons for sake of adultery, they are adulterous thieves. This also is one genus as respects ends, which are adulteries. 2812. It was also shown me by living experience that such as desire to gain the minds of others, with the end of snatching away the goods and honors of others, when they arouse this trait in themselves in the other life. And so desire to command all, when they arouse in themselves the mind to command, then from the interior superior region of the head they proceed in their cupidity and persuasion, which then inheres in the mind. By a certain arched way above the head towards the posteriors of the head, into the part of the occiput under the cerebellum where, is, the cavity above the cervical vertebrae, and there locate themselves. And so think how they might be able to snatch away everything, as well the goods as the honors of anyone, and thus command over them and others. When a spirit was carried, ferbetur, by way of that arch, then other spirits said. 2813. That they perceived dreadful and horrible things, which I did not then see or perceive. Afterwards when they were in the cavity of the occiput, I have perceived sensibly, sursu, and heard their continued murmur, and then also have seen, what was at a later time seen by the spirits, to wit, many human images various, and, black, of various blacks. In a word, it was inauspicious, forbidding, and horrible to view, and it was said that they seemed to themselves to pass the time, digir, in filthy and forbidding places. One female, guna, of such quality has been already seen by me. When I thought I was passing through the gate there was opened to me another gate at the side, where was a forbidding and empty place as if, uti sola ox stiga windar. 2814. Such constitute what is called trolldom, for they devise various arts, how to be able to captivate and fascinate the minds of others, for the sake of their own ends, so they do nothing if they learn trolldom's conster. As far as occasion is furnished. 2815. Such in the other life perceive nothing that is spiritual and that relates to the life after death. Whether such things are heard, written, or spoken, still they have no effect upon them, because reflection upon such things is not granted them, for they inhere only in mundane and corporeal things wherewith they are ensnared. 2816. Such also when they had imbued, their nature can be in the persuasion of any idea whatever by removing everything which opposes or disproves. So that there appears nothing but a persuasive principle, they remove everything that dissuades so, that not anything at all appears, therefore there is therein nothing of a doubting, still less of a negative, principle. 2817. These genera and these species of men were unknown to me, but when I conversed amongst spirits, I perceived that such are given, and are highly injurious in general, communi, life. 1748, August 14. 2818. It was also observed that such are below the right foot, whither they are thrust out, and therein solitudes, as if alone they live with anxiety in places of which, mention has been made, previously. 2819. I have observed when such were below the right foot in filthy and excrementitious things, which they seemed to themselves to carry, that they still had similars to themselves high above the head who corresponded. And when they were in the cavity of the occiput that they also had high above the head those corresponding to themselves who manifested themselves and with whom I afterwards spoke. They said that they who are high above the head, in a right line with, as to, the right foot where their dwelling is, when in the world of spirits, act with them, therefore are of a like nature. 1748, August 14. 2820. They who were of a like cupidity above the head said that with them they cannot be together because they wish to snatch away from them their goods and to command them, wherefore they remove them from themselves to every place else, where they wander, and this is the reason that such wander hither and thither in the world of spirits. Those who were above the head in a right line as to the right foot did not seem to me so evil as to wish to snatch away others' goods, but they aim with ardor to command others and such as are of similar genius, to wit, wish to command and at the same time to snatch away the goods and honors of others by craftiness and artifices, which, they employ as means to subjugate those who do not wish to submit themselves. Wherefore they do not wish to associate with these, but remove them from themselves and send them away, as it were, hither and thither, that they may obtain their end. Which is to command many of those who are high above the head are attentive to the matter. 1748, August 14. 2821. Concerning a certain dream, and a vision when I awaked. In a dream appeared to me my father in the life of the body, and in the dream I spoke, to the effect, that a son need not recognize his father for father after he has become his own master, sui juris. While being educated by him therefore in his house. Then, his father, should be recognized as father because he is then in place of the Lord, nor does the son then know what to do save from the information and guidance, manuduction, given him by, the father. But when he goes forth from his, father's, house and becomes his own master so as to be able to guide himself from his own mind and know what to do, then the Lord is his father. These things I spoke in a dream, and I awoke, and then there seemed to me a long roll, that was, round, which stretched, parexit, lengthwise, longitudine, from heaven. It was, formed of long sticks, arranged, about each other in the circumference, lengthwise, circuitum longitudinum, and bound together by most beautiful textures of various colors, the colors were bright blue. 2822. Which, belonged to, their intertexture. The beauty cannot be described nor depicted, for such are the things of heaven that are represented that they cannot be described nor depicted. And I was told that the angels receive such gifts when they please the Lord. I perceive that such things are let down from the more interior heaven to the angels of the interior heaven, and that such are the representations in heaven which are understood. For there is nothing at all in such a celestial bundle, fascia, but signifies something, thus they perceive at the same time with what is depicted before, their eyes what is signified thereby, thus innumerable things at one glance of the eye which cannot be declared in words. 1748, August 14. 2823. Concerning the fall of the angels from heaven. It was again shown how the fall of angels from heaven appears to the eyes of spirits when, to wit, they go away, depart, into falsities, and lest the society may be infected by the falsity he falls from heaven. This happens very frequently, but when he has been instructed in the world of spirits, and thus, is, in a state of truth or obedience of his naturals, or repose of the naturals as regards truth, they are again received into the heavenly society. 2824. As respects the fall it was thus represented. There appeared at first a circumflexion, as it were, of a veil, round about, over the head, by its turning about, conversionum, at a distance. It was a floating veil, velum volans, like as I have seen somewhere in pictures, and then the circumflexion, was, faster and faster. So long as such a veil appeared above, superius, but by swift revolution, circumvolutionum, he, appeared like a sphere of horizontal rotation, circumactionis, such as characterizes the world sphere of the atmosphere. And this, was, from right to left when he appeared thus driven around, circumactus, which was the result of the fantasy belonging to the falsity, that thus whirls him round, from which there appears such representation. With the angel who falls, such is the insanity of his natural mind when he falls into the world of spirits, I do not know whether, it appears, to him then is represented such a whirling and sphere of such whirling. 2825. When the veil is thus formed into such a sphere then another near him, a little more remote, Longius, snatches hence the sphere of the veil, revolves himself in a contrary direction so that that veil is unwound and so lessened. But is continued quite a long time from the circumference to the central place where he is, and when he comes near him he falls downwards, yea into a lake, black, and, very filthy. And there remains until liberated thence by the Lord, the water is so filthily black that it can scarcely be described. Such falls frequently occur, for thus heaven is freed from falsities, but when they have been instructed in the world of spirits, and so, become, better, they are again received. This happened at a distance to the front, and many falls of others also, were, seen. 2826. There was speech in heaven concerning hell and the various punishments and vastations there, and there was, one, who supposed for certain that infernal punishments would last to eternity, and that their end can never be given. Still less redemption from hell by the Lord, to whom it was nevertheless shown that never can any punishment be given in the other life except for an end, still less can it be thought that any punishment is given without an end, to wit, that by punishment and torments he may be tempered so as to be able to be in some good society. In the Lord nothing is given unless an end to good, the divine itself and divine wisdom is an end of good or to good. Therefore it would be contrary to divine wisdom or contrary to the divine that a soul should be tormented to eternity without an end of good, which is explained by the rule known in the world. 2827. The greatest justice would be injustice. Man has deserved this, and such is man, wherefore eternity is preached, but the intercession of the Lord or the redemption of the Lord intervenes and liberates or takes away from hell. For if, punished, to eternity there is no man who is not liable to eternal damnation, because in no one is there anything but mere evil, therefore everyone is damned, condemned, but is rescued by the Lord. That spirit with me has been rescued, taken, from the black lake, and I perceive that something false inheres, wherefrom he is nevertheless liberated by divine means, for the societies of heaven possess from the Lord their desire to lose no one. For they reject no one, but he rejects himself, and thus it is with his fantasy. 1748, August 14. 2828. That the veriest, ipsissima, life is not of man, but of the Lord, a subtle proposition, put forth, by certain ones, either angels or spirits. When I awoke I was in speech with angels, as usual, and then, there were, certain who were thinking, that the life of man, spirit and angel is of the Lord alone, and that they are only recipients of life. And that we only think we live, that it is granted by the Lord so to think, and that hence we attribute life to ourselves, that this is a fallacy, for we suppose to be ours that which is not ours, yes suppose it belongs to the eye to see, and to the ear to hear, when yet it does not belong to the eye and ear, but they are only recipient organs of sight and hearing. In like manner if the fallacy is not removed we also suppose the hands and feet to move themselves of themselves, when yet it does not belong to the hand and foot, but to the Spirit, which acts within, as may be well known to anyone. The proposition was of such a character and insinuated with the persuasion that man, spirit, and angel cannot think that anything is his, and so is appropriated to him, as appears to be the case. Unless also there is life in the recipient who can perceive and feel this. This lasted some time with the persuasion that so also it appears, but I was kept in the persuasion, that the truth is, that life is of the Lord alone. 2829. And inasmuch as, this truth, was confined in the persuasion, of theirs, which was communicated to me, I could not be rescued, extricated, but although I could not in that state be extricated, yet I was held in the persuasion that the truth is not therefore to be receded from. Like as if anyone should recede from the plain truth which is before his eyes, because he is not acquainted with causes, or reasonings from causes, but they were informed that the life of the human soul, to wit, of his inmost and more interior mind, is not of man, but is of the Lord. The things of the mind are what receive life, and by these is communicated perception and sensation to the natural and corporeal mind. And inasmuch as man and spirit lives in his natural and corporeal principle, he thinks life which belongs to the Lord to be his own, just as he supposes that sight and hearing and touch belong to the eye, ear, and body. There is no need of adducing more facts, for thus might be presented the connection of inmosts with more interior things, and of more interior with interior things, and so with exteriors. Also in the organs of the body, wherein in their manner exteriors depend on more interior and inmost things by most pure principles, continued from more interior and inmost things. 1748, August 15. 2830. The animal and vegetable kingdoms correspond in such a manner, that when man thinks concerning the one, spirits and angels may, at the same time, think and speak concerning the other. I spoke concerning a certain vegetable in order to demonstrate a certain truth, to wit, that the truth is not therefore to be denied although doubts occur which cannot be solved, extricare, which should they persuade would, as it were, destroy truths. When my idea was fixed on, in, that, vegetable for the sake of demonstrating that truth, and afterwards on, in, animals, animatus, I then perceived that the idea was not so conjoined, and, as it were, continuous as at other times. I was told that when my idea was on, in, the vegetable, theirs was on, in, the animal, and when mine was on, in, the animal, theirs was on, in, the vegetable, for such is correspondence. So that from one thing it may be thought concerning another as if it were the one. 1748, August 15. 2831. Concerning the regions whither fantasies take them. It may be seen above that angels fall down in such a manner, when they wander, into fantasies confirmed by ratiocinations. Such falls are very numerous and nearly every moment, otherwise heaven could not subsist, for never to eternity can anyone be cleansed from fantasies, yea not fully from a single one, but it is not a cleansing. When they fall down then they are driven, exercised, agunter, according to fantasies, some in this way, some in that, some in this region, some in another, some perpendicularly downwards, some otherwise. Thus they who suppose, things, are done in hell in the world of spirits without any end, in view, these fall perpendicularly downwards into such a lake, it is black mud, because, they have, nothing of life. Only in the end of things is the living principle, because, it is, the Lord who, is, the end. 2832. But they who are in the falsity that man lives from himself, are borne to the front in a line a little oblique, prolonged to the front, towards Gehenna, where appears a certain flamy principle, like as was now also shown me. That fantasy has carried them thither, and when they carried, ferent, themselves lengthwise obliquely to the front, they said that they are borne to the ends of the universe. 1748, August 15. 2833. Concerning the Hebrew language. There are many words in the Hebrew language which contain a complex of many ideas in one, from opposite to opposite, so that the sense cannot be understood but from series, and this from the interior, otherwise than is the case in other languages. Because they were in representatives, so that in one general idea might be many things, and so they did not come to interiors, because they were of such a character. 1748, August 15. 2834. All the cupidities of him who is in faith in the Lord, and the falsities which are in him, are not excited by him, but by spirits, wherefore also, they are not imputed to him. This follows from those things which have been already said somewhere else. 1748, August 15. 2835. That there are distinct faculties or lives one within another. It was shown me from heaven that there are distinct faculties of life, one within another. The outermost belongs to the body and the things which are of the body. That this outermost faculty is distinct and separate in itself from the interior, is plain from the life of man when the body is removed, wherefore his spirit lives, when the body is dead, which could by no means happen unless it were distinct. For it can be separated, and is separated. But the spirit is, as it were, a new continent of interior faculties, as I plainly know that there are spirits in the interior sphere, which is the interior faculty of spirits, and that the exterior may be cast off. And thus, the spirit, come into the interior, and from the interior return into the exterior. This is evident to me from considerable experience. That there is a still more interior faculty is evident from angels, who are in a still more interior faculty. 2836. Further, that there is also given a more interior and inmost. These faculties in man appear as one, and by the ignorant are attributed to the body alone, and, they suppose, that they are not distinct from each other, hence, not separable. When yet I can acknowledge that I know from manifold experience that it is so, and that the life of the exteriors is, from, the order of the interiors, and the interior life is of the more interior, lives. And that the life of man is of the Lord alone. Thus man supposes he lives from himself, like as his interior spirit supposes that it lives in the body. 1748, August 16. 2837. That everyone forms his soul for himself during the life of the body. I spoke with spirits in a spiritual idea, that everyone forms for himself his natural soul, consequently a certain natural instinct as it were. For souls and spirits after the life of the body are borne away, along, by a certain instinct to the commission of evil. For in their soul, from things, acquired by actualities, is a natural principle, which is not otherwise circumstanced than instinct with, in, the animals, with, this, difference that spirits can reason, concerning spiritual and celestial things. The soul which he forms for himself is the natural mind, which has obtained dominion over their spiritual mind, so that their spiritual is, as it were, subordinate to the natural mind. 2838. In Apud, those who had attributed all things to self, in the life of the body, and have supposed that they have led themselves. It is otherwise with those who are led by the Lord. I spoke with spirits concerning this, for so shrewd and cunning are some, that they are much more cunning than in the life of the body, but that cunning is the natural principle, which they had acquired. Thus a certain instinct, which they are unwilling to admit, because they suppose themselves to be still in their bodies, and do not know other than that matters are similarly circumstanced. Inasmuch as when they are in any natural faculty they no longer reflect, whence is this, or why is this? They suppose, that, so it has been. 1748, August 16. 2839. Inasmuch as evil is increased and augmented up to this time, man proceeds more and more contrary to order, and his actual, principle, slight, how at first, is worse by much actuality, since evil has grown up by inheritance, wherefore. Inasmuch as, man acts, more and more, against order, because against faith or the truths of faith, therefore there is more need of the assistance of the Lord. The more, he acts, contrary to order, the greater force is required to reform him, consequently they need more spirits, though they who are led more according to order, require fewer spirits with themselves. In like manner, all things in the body which follow according to order, for instance, the operations of the internal viscera, which are denominated natural, do not require the immediate help of spirits, because they proceed according to order. 1748, August 16. 2840. That evil spirits suppose that they are able to do much. Evil spirits have often said that they can effect much, and are of considerable power, thus do they boast of themselves everywhere, for so they suppose. It is quite different with good spirits and angels, who believe that they can effect nothing, and that the Lord can effect each and all things. It was also granted to reply to evil spirits, that they can never effect anything. At which they wondered, and thereby were made indignant and angry. And inasmuch as they cannot know otherwise, because they are not in faith, it was given to tell them, not only that of themselves they are only organs, and have no life, thus are of themselves dead. But, also, today, they were told, that were it not granted them so to think, they would be deprived of all their life, and that they are permitted so to think, in order that they may be kept in life. And so be capable of being reformed, emendari, affirmatives, affirmations, are given them, through effects which are produced, through them, therefore wonder that if they lived, they may be held in such an opinion. If they are held in such an opinion, it is, that they might live. 1748, August 17. 2841. That naturals and corporeals separated form spirituals and celestials, putrefy. It was granted to say to spirits, that the joys of the world, that, mundane and corporeal, things, separated from spiritual and celestial, things, are similarly circumstanced, as, with, extravasations of blood. As customarily happens, ut solet, in wounds, blisters, and the like, wherein is collected the lymph and extravasated blood, and at length putrefies, blif was war, for, they are, separated from the fibers. Just as when the pleasant, things, of the body and nature are separated from their spiritual and celestial principles. This it was granted to represent by a spiritual idea, and it was acknowledged by them. 1748, August 17. 2842. That it is not of man, spirit and angel, what he thinks, speaks and does. There were certain evil spirits who persistently denied that they think, speak and act from another than from themselves. Wherefore, by several experiences, 4, 5, 6, more or less, it was shown them to the life, that, I do, nothing of myself, and that they do, nothing of themselves. But whence it arises, he is still ignorant, so that at length he confesses that nothing inflows except from without him, and that he supposes it was of others, what they thought, spoke and did, and of himself, what he thought, spoke and did, when yet they are very much mistaken. This is the confession of those evil spirits, in a state sensitive to experience. 1748, August 17. 2843. That cruel spirits and adulterers love nothing more than filth and excrements. I have spoken, previously of this, fact, that to such spirits, filth and excrements are very pleasant, so that they prefer the pleasantness of beholding such things to all other pleasantnesses, and not only filth and excrements, but also foul, loathsome, and horrid intestines of animals, to that degree, that when they act through man they snatch away all his interior sense, as also, his sight, to such things, because they are delighted therewith. This also was shown me by manifest experience. When I walked in the street, they carried away my eyes to all such things. Wherever there was filth, excrement and intestines, thither they directed my eyes, although I was ignorant where were such things in the street, because not observed by me. Still they saw these, whilst I was wholly unobservant, and thither directed my eyes either to my side, or about my feet, or near and farther from thence, and they did not turn my eyes to anything else. I was told that such are they who are cruel and adulterous, who dwell under the right foot. Hence I could conclude that these observe through man nothing else but such things, because carried away by the pleasantness thereof. And when man is of such a character he is led by them, but he who is not of such a character is turned away from such. 1748, August 17. 2844. That when infants play with objects, they suppose them to be alive. It was shown me to the life, of what quality are the thoughts of infants when they play with their objects, pebbles, and vessels, docker. For then infants led me, when, deswait curlen, I prepared these toys, then I supposed, as it were, that they saw, that they were alive, and thus when I set these before them, that in no other view do they present these to their minds, quod nihil aliter proponent, for they do not reflect upon the fact that, these things, are inanimate. 1748, August 17. 2845. That souls after death, and spirits see all the thoughts of man, and his intentions, in whatsoever he has thought, and yet do not know other than that they are men. Souls and spirits are in such a state that they can perceive, and see the interior thoughts of man, and many things which are at the same time in the thoughts and ideas. They come into that faculty, as soon as being divested of the body they come into the other life, such is their state, that if they had been for a little time in such idea, while they were in the body, they would be reduced to insanities. Spirits are ignorant of their being in such a state, they suppose that they are in no different state from what is theirs, when they think in the body. Wherefore it was granted, to tell a certain spirit who had been a judge in time of his life, that, had men been thus able to know the thoughts, as he does, mine, with everything which is thereto adjoined, they would have had no need of any investigation, inquisitory process, and controversies whether, a matter, is so, or is not, so. For they can see more things than man, when he reflected thereupon, than he could know that he was in a more perfect state than when he was a man. For everyone is ignorant of his state in which he is, and which is familiar to him. He scarcely reflects thereupon. It is so with spirits. It is, so, with, men. 1748, August 17. 2846. The ways, vice, whereby souls ascend from the inferior earth into the world of spirits. It has not yet been observed who ascend by this, or that way, but that when they come into the world of spirits, some ascend near the back, towards the head, some to the neck, and outside, without, the head, some, quidem. I think, through the interiors of the head, some, I think, through the interiors of the body, and so various ways. It was granted me to observe this many times. Some when they come to the region of the loins are born between, amongst, the loins. It was often granted me to perceive this sensibly. And certain, were present, as it were with me, as I supposed, in the beginning. But inasmuch as situation in the other life is not anything, but situations occur according to their nature, so also this, time, the like is felt should they be carried away 1,000, or thousands of miles into the world of spirits, and indeed, from the inferior earth. Some, were, to me, sensibly, raised, through, my, left foot. They, who are elevated towards the upper, parts, of the head, and indeed, above the middle of the head and are there borne, as it were, into a spiral, these, enjoy the best lot. 2847. They are also thrust down by, different, ways, but I do not remember, any, save near the back, and so to the inferior, parts, of the earth. But I have observed that the same are projected, as it were, upwards into the world of spirits, by a different way from what they previously came by. 1748, August 17. 2848. Concerning the deceitful. Spirits who are deceitful, are not permitted to be in the world of spirits, unless, their, poison, venena, be taken out of them, or, they be, tempered, so that they may be able to injure no one. But many indeed are to be accepted, who commit evil from a nature, as it were, similar, and indeed deceitfully, but still from natural instinct. But they who, do so, with premeditation, and conceal, their, poison, and thus do evil deceitfully, are, those, who are not tolerated. There is a distinction between deceit as an instinct, and deceit as premeditated. 1748, August 17. 2849. In the world also, or their life of the body, the deceitful are distinguished, although they are not discriminated by men. For certain, from implanted habit, consuetudine, in actuality do not premeditate deceits, but wherever occasion is offered, bring about results, exercent effectus, in a deceitful manner, therefore, not in so premeditated a manner. Such are, they, who are tolerated, for their nature is known. But there are those in the world, who premeditate, and hide their deceits in the mind, animo, and wear a friendly countenance, but still meditate under a friendly countenance occasions to hurt, and this a long time. These are they who are not tolerated, and are vipers, serpentes viperi. I spoke, of these, with spirits, for a certain one injured, hurt, me very slightly, but inasmuch as he was of such a character, as to act too from instinct. Therefore a handle, an opportunity, was given me to think and speak concerning these things. 1748, August 17. 2850. That man is wonderfully led, and, does not reflect upon anything else, but what belongs to his state, in which he is. From those things, which have been previously observed, that unclean and evil spirits have reflected upon nothing else but excrements, filth, intestines, because they are in that state, that hence they derive their pleasantness, jucundum. And did not see whatever was round about, because they did not reflect thereupon, as upon the houses, and many objects which were present to the eye. Consequently that they saw those things, which were concealed from my eyes, yea, so hidden, that they could not be perceived, sentiri, save by odor, things, which, might be, one side, ad latis, as also was the case, hence may be known. That whatever the quality of man, and what his state, whatever be the manner in which his eyes are cast around, and no matter what he hears, yea, what he speaks and thinks, still he does not reflect upon, any, other things than such as his pleasantness, jucundum, and desire take up, offered. The rest are to him as shades, all as it were, rejected far to the sides, so that he sees and hears, and does not see and does not hear. 1748, August 18. 2851–2900. 2851. Hence may be known, how from the ideas of my memory, evil spirits, each according to his state and nature have taken the things, whatever in the composite idea was such as accorded with them, suited. Some took remote, some more remote things, which were far to the side of the idea, also from every object of thought, hearing, or sight, were brought, such things, thither, to them. For it is thus with the ideas of memory, that very many things, and even dissimilars, aliena, may be successively associated, and ideas, like a field of many things, are compounded from objects of the senses and thought, thus are associated. They are, as it were, companionships of very many things, and in whatever manner the simpler ideas are consociated and associated, and whatever their quality, such is man, as regards that idea. And when men after the death of the body are amongst such spirits. 2852. Then every spirit, according to his nature, takes away what belongs to his disposition, thus man is rend, suffers, is distressed, and undergoes many kinds of pain, anguish, torment, trouble. In a word, the evil spirits with me have taken out, from my composite ideas, the things which were far separated from the center of the idea, and this very many times, whereat I sometimes wondered greatly. Nevertheless, the case is similar as to what is taken away from objects. That unclean spirits saw what I did not see, and, directed, my eyes to filth, wherever it might be, near, my feet, at, my side, at a distance thence, and of which I could not have been but wholly ignorant, had not such spirits known, felt, and thus seen it. 1748, August 18. The reason is, because they remove everything, so as not to see, and some abhor that which does not accord with their unclean pleasantnesses. Wherefore they reject to the sides whatever does not agree, so that to them, such, are not only shades, but darkness, caligo, and cold, and, as it were, death. 2853. I have also observed that in those things which appeared obscure to the eyes, so that I did not know what it was, these spirits, could induce fantasies of similar things, as, that they were loathsome intestines. Thus in each thing not seen by them, inasmuch as their fantasies inhere in such, filthy things, therefore, in things, which are obscure, these spirits, make them out to be such, filthy things, before they are discriminated by the sight. When they are plainly seen. 1748, August 16. 2854. That the intuition of ends and perceptive affection distinguishes man from the brutes. I spoke with spirits, to this effect, that ends in man are what lead him, and what man aims at, to obtain. Also that the intuition of ends is what distinguishes man from the brutes. A brute animal is ignorant of ends, because his soul is of such a nature. But man ought to know ends and aspire to them, view them, and be affected by them. Since therefore the first and last end of man, is eternal life, and he is of such a nature that he can view ends, wherefore unless man views the true end, or his eternal state, and so the Lord, he is not a man. 1748, August 17. 2855. The hell of those who act from premeditated deceit, and had put on such a nature. There were also shown to me spirits who are accustomed to deceive men by subtle, acute, deceit, by putting on an agreeable, suavum, face and speech, and hiding within, their, poisonous deceits, thus desiring to captivate, destroy and slay men. And placing therein the pleasantness of their life. These were permitted to come into view, conspectum, and to contrive, nectara, their deceitful arts, which was done with such cunning, subdole, that the spirits of the interior world could not have known it, when these caused to actually affecting, these arts, suddenly the interior world was closed, as I could perceive, per entire, by the sudden silence. 2856. So that while I was walking the street, the noisy crowds, uproar, suddenly was, not heard, which is a proof that thus the world of interior spirits is closed. This is called a sudden silence. Then they were far from me towards the anterior regions, and spoke with me. And I was told, by others, and it was insinuated that such were those who, with premeditation, contrive subtle deceits, and so deceive under a friendly countenance, thinking of nothing but the ruin of the neighbor. It was also permitted them to see such things in me as were base, whatever I have thought that was impure and the like, which they collected and saw with considerable acuteness, but, not anything that was good. Inasmuch as they reject such, and do not receive it unless for the sake of deceiving under a friendly countenance. 2857. As respects their hell, it is more terrible, atrocious, than the hell of others, and more terrible than the hell of those who kill from hatred, homiciderum ex odio, and of such as act without premeditated deceit. It is in front, near the boundaries, fines. When they were cast thither, perhaps they have been there before, and were hence emitted, it was then said, that they live amongst serpents, and the more subtle their deceitful poisons, the mere poisonous and subtle the serpents. And the greater the number that surrounds and torments them, so that it inspires horror, merely to relate it. Such a hell awaits those of this character, into such a principle is their deceit burned. 1748, August 19. 2858. Such spirits are not like those who are deceitful by nature, and place prudence therein, for when these are present it is immediately known, as well from their wishing to speak, whisper, into the ear, and tacitly, as that their speech is of such a sound, so that it is forthwith perceived, if they are present, also at the first sound of their speech their thought comes forth, which thought is plainly perceived in the other life. Such deceitful spirits do not meet with such a hell, as the one just described, but another. But it has been told concerning those who are such, that it cannot be perceived, but that they are friendly from the sound, or the speech, and yet conceal a mind to injure and destroy. 2859. Such can also deceive interior spirits. 2860. That spirits who represent another person can be induced, to believe, that they are the same as those whom they represent, and that a spirit, even, one, who has been known to another spirit cannot know other than that, the other spirit, is the same, as the one he represents. This was many times shown me, that spirits, who spoke with me, did not know other than that they were the same. Of whom I thought, cogitatum, nor did other spirits know otherwise. For instance, Sicut, a certain one whom I knew in life was so similar to him, who yesterday and today spoke with me, in everything that was his, that as far as I knew, nothing could be more similar. Wherefore let those who speak with spirits be careful lest they be deceived, when spirits tell them that they are those who were known to them, and that they are dead. 2861. For there are genera and species of spirits of similar faculty, who, when similar are called up into man's memory, and thus are represented to them, they suppose they are the same. Then from the memory are worked all those things which represent them, also words, speech, sound, gestures and many things. Moreover they are so induced to think, when other spirits inspire them, for then they are in the fantasy of those other spirits, and suppose they are the same. August 19, 1748. 2862. Concerning traveling, viatoribus, spirits, whom other spirits fly from. I heard spirits sounding as if with little bells, wherewith it is customary in England to deck horses drawing carriages and burdens, loads. There was a similar sound of bells, and as it were, a similar gait, so that for a long time I could not know other than that they were such. But I perceived that it was spirits who thus sound, just like belled horses before carriages, also stepping quite slowly, and inspiring a perception that they are travelers. They came from the back part of the head, and progressed slowly. It seemed as if they proceeded towards the anterior parts of the head, but this was a feigned and represented thing, simulatum etiam fictum, flowing from their fantasy. which is also wont to simulate, as if they were elsewhere, when yet they remain in the same place. Thus they cause that they are, themselves to be, heard, as if present everywhere. 2863. When their sound was heard by other spirits, they fled. I suppose that it was similar to the east wind, of which I spoke above, for it was something of this kind that dispersed the spirits. The spirits fled thence, and said that, these are of such a character that they carry off their goods, therefore that, these steal, wherefore they fled, and when I asked what goods they carried, might carry, off, in the other life, they said that everyone had something, which he did not wish to lose. Wherefore I can understand, that such spirits as are endued with that fantasy of possessing goods, to wit somewhat of gold, silver, garments and the like, were dispersed by those other spirits. And when the fantasy of the others who may steal, inflows, then they flee away and are dispersed. 1748, August 19th. 2864. Concerning those who employ sorceries, or trolldom. In sleep, I was harassed by those who employed, practiced, sorceries, or trolldom, but I do not remember in what manner I was harassed. Having awaked in the night, I perceived that such spirits were around me, yet also in the skin of my head. For when I had awaked, many fled away, and indeed, as if from the skin of the head, here and there, with a slight hissing sound, like as when some little distended vesicle is perforated. Such was the quick sound of that hissing, hastite was on the som af wader somutfar, or like the hissing of serpents. Many of these dwell in the outermost province of the head, to wit in the skin thereof. 2865. When I awoke, they also breathed a wind quite stormy and perceptible, sensibilum, into the part of the occiput over the fori, cavity, yes, suppose that they breathed trolldom therein, and this would kill or hurt me in some way. Wherefore they also occupy that region. 2866. I next saw many serpents, angs, crawling in a sort of court, curia, so that the court which was paved, strata, with stones, as it were of earthenware of light yellow color, brick of a light yellow color, was crowded with such. It is said that, those spirits, live among such serpents, and love such things, but that those serpents are not venomous. 1748, August 20th. 2867. Concerning those who hold as a principal communion of all things. There are those who hold to the principle of communion of all things, thus also of wives, therefore have miscellaneous intercourse, of whom, I think, I have treated, previously. These are at a great distance, high up in front. They speak as if they were good, but they are wicked, as also deceitful, wherefore their punishment is also that of serpents, serpentina, by which they are tied up as it were into a little bundle. And so the serpent is stretched winding around them from side to side, in latum, and draws over all, as it were, a ball, bundled up, confasciculatum, and they are cast out. 1748, August 20th. 2868. That thought is perceived by spirits as, like an exhalation, and, that, they are led by such. I have carried on speaking with spirits in different modes. There is a speech very similar to the human speech, and to language, lingui, with a manifest action on the tongue and organs of speech, next a cogitative speech as it were. Thought speaking besides this purer speech, which is of interior thought, the thought whereof I did not perceive except by a sort of exhalation as it were, or, a sort, of thought exhaling from the interior. Therefore, there are many intermediate varieties of speech, loquila sunt intermedii plures, by many of which I have conversed. 2869. As respects this speech, to wit, exhalative as it were, the spirits who were at a great attitude above the head perceived it very distinctly, and spoke the things whereof it was thus thought, at which I wondered, and indeed for some time. They also perceived that there was with me, as it were, an exhalative principle of speech, and I observed that spirits are led to speak thereby, so that otherwise they could not have spoken. When they observed this, and I told them that they did not speak anything, but that which they were led to speak, therefore, did not speak, from themselves, they were indignant. This also occurred, was shown them, and observed many times. 1748, August 21st. 2870. That there is much sweetness in the perception by the angels that they do not think of themselves. It was granted me to perceive suddenly, on a sudden, the sweetness of the angels in perceiving this, that they do not think of themselves, consequently do not speak and act, of themselves, for hence is rest, quiet, and confidence. And very many pleasantnesses. 1748, August 21st. 2871. But the rest who are not angels and among the good, instead of sweetness perceive tedium, and annoyance, they are indignant, and angry, which also was often granted me to observe. 1748, August 21st. 2872. That evil spirits cannot desist from assailing the good. Evil spirits continually assail in various ways by deceits, cunning, malice, and rashness, the good and the things which belong to true faith. Good spirits do not assail, except to defend themselves, as I have continually observed. Evil spirits were asked, who threw shade and contempt on those things which were written, whether they could desist from assailing, they said, no. Wherefore they were told that if their nature is allowed relaxing, they cannot desist, but if they were held in bonds, they can. They were not willing to admit this, although they are well aware that such is the case. In a word, as soon as their bond is relaxed, they rush into all deceits, craftiness, malice, cruelties, and abominable things, as was given me to know from much experience. 1748, August 21st. 2873. A discourse with Abraham, why the Jew were born and lived, and yet on account of their infidelity are condemned. Abraham was present today and breathed in many things to hinder, oppose, those things which were written, with whom I spoke occasionally, as also concerning this, why he blames the Lord, that, because, the Jews were born, multiplied and condemned. When it would have been enough for them not to have been born, and that he, himself, was also of such a nature and for so long a time. He also blames, the Lord, that therefore he was, of such a nature, in order that he might receive the Jews who believe in him, and so they might be withdrawn from the fantasy. But he received the reply that they are the cause, thereof, and he is the cause, but, never the Lord, who inspires all with every good, and wishes to save all, as was very well known to him who has been there so long. 2874. Wherefore that they are of such a character, and he is of such a character is to be attributed to themselves. And that there were born not only infidel Jews, but also the greatest part of Christians, who do not believe as also the whole evil world, this is provided, and because they are such one should be born so as to be a remedy for another. For evil is cured by evil, like as is known in temptations and other similar things, which because provided, it could not have happened differently since the world was born of such a character, and it was so only on account of a last and best end. It follows, that he who speaks and feels otherwise, speaks against, what is, divine. These things were better understood through spiritual ideas, which were then also inspired into me, and have been confirmed from heaven. 1748, August 21st. 2875. That Abraham is ignorant where the Jews are who came to him so long a time. Many times when Abraham has been with me unattended by Jews, I asked him where were the Jews, many of whom came to him, from the time when he lived. He replied that he does not know where they are, and wondered that they have successively receded and disappeared. So that he does not know, and still says that he could call together those who were in that filthy Jerusalem, but this cannot be, save from the Lord's permission. Those are there who still labor under fantasies, and pass the time in filthiness. 1748, August 21st. 2876. A discourse with a certain deceitful spirit, in company with Abram. When Abram departed, there succeeded a certain spirit sent by him, of whom he said that he could deceive the devil, so artfully did he insinuate his deceits, insisting inasmuch as all derive life from the Lord, how could there be such a one? Thus supposed that the Lord led him to deceits, but it was given to reply that it was decreed from eternity that each one should enjoy his own life, and not be deprived thereof, wherefore even this deceitful spirit also had life from the Lord. But it is with him as with pellucid objects illumined by the sun, wherein the light is turned into colors, even into disagreeable ones, as into browns, blackish, hues, and other sad colors. It is the sun's light which is thus changed by the object so disagreeably. Thus also it is with him inasmuch as he is an object of life, he is such a one, as has acquired to himself such a form, that is nature, hence, his life is thus made by him and continues. 1748, August 21st. 2877. A discourse with spirits that interiors which do not appear to them, are everything. Certain deceitful spirits when it was written concerning the representative church, that there were only externals whereby wholly internal things were represented. He said that he could not understand these things, although he was able to understand. But it was given to reply to him by ideas and spiritual and visual representations, that what we see, are only envelopes and outermost coverings, when there are interiors which are the all thereof. It was granted to represent to him a tree whose leaves only appear, then an apple, of which we see only the outside, when yet within it are fibers like trees. If they are unfolded, there are juices purer and purer, there are envelopes of seeds. There are seeds which inwardly store up the purest principles thereof, these we do not see. Such is his thought, only a certain external cuticle skin. 1748, August 21st. 2878. A discourse with certain Jews concerning the land of Canaan. I spoke with certain quite learned Jews concerning God the Messiah, that he is represented by the sacrifices, and that he is Jehovah God of Israel who was to come, also concerning the land of Canaan. That he would introduce the faithful into the land of Canaan, by which cannot be understood any land but heaven, for what would it profit them to be introduced into some land, where they would live only 40 to 50 years, and die? Wherefore by the land of Canaan is understood heaven, where is life eternal. What is 40 and 50 years but a little point, and scarcely this, as respects eternity, in which life they, now, are. Then, I now add, this, what need have their dead of such a land, of whom there are myriads in comparison with those who live? When they heard this, they said, whence do you have these things? They seemed as if they paid attention thereto. It was granted to reply that this is everywhere in the prophets, who if they are understood, these things are patent, for example, that the prophets speak concerning such things. It was given to say that Ezekiel, if I mistake not, describes the New Jerusalem and New Temple. These things cannot be understood, unless it is understood of what nature is the heaven, which is signified by these things. 1748, August 21st. 2879. What Abraham said concerning the Lord. When it was told certain Jews, what Abram says, who has been so long in the other life, and who has previously said, that he was well aware that the Lord rules heaven, then Abram said that he knew that the Lord rules heaven, and can effect all things in heaven, that he ought to know it better than any other. 1748, August 21st. 2880. That evil spirits could not have lived, unless they might serve for temptations, punishments, and the like, from which good arises. Inasmuch as the life of evil spirits consists in thinking and doing evil, for in these they place pleasantness of life, whatever belongs to their love belongs to their life, therefore were they checked in those things, and held forcibly to good. Then not only could they not live, but also could not be reformed, that is, bended to good. Wherefore it is permitted them, that to serve for such things, for the end that the evil may be amended, for instance through punishments, vastations, temptations. That they could not live apart from such things, and that life would be taken away from them, were their malicious practices taken away, it was granted to tell them several times, and they could not deny, but affirm it. In like manner this day also, that they also have their consolation, derived, from hope, to wit when they intend any fraud, and desire and have hope, of doing evil, then they have consolation and are quiet, which was also shown me today. Wherefore they also possess a quiet life, derived from hope. 1748, August 22. 2881. Concerning Jews of very sound mind, perquam sanis. There were also with me Jews, imbued with their opinion, who said of Christians, that they speak so much of interiors, as of the heavenly Jerusalem, of David, and the heavenly Solomon, and the like, thus, just as during life. Laughed, not with such derision as others, at Christians, therefore at what interiors, signify, not admitting, such a thing. These Jews have been with me a day or two, but, one of them, was quite sensible, sanus, for he suffered himself to be informed, and perhaps during life had thought somewhat sensibly concerning the Messiah. And he seemed to have thought concerning the life after death, also to have, led, quite a good life, or to have possessed charity in the life of the body. Such can easily be led to heaven in the other life. 2882. External spirits are ignorant, that persuasion puts on nature, and hence, those who have a persuasion, cannot be taken therefrom. Evil spirits continually wish to persuade the good of their falsities, but still are ignorant that this is to fight against nature, and change it, which is impossible. He who is once, semel, I think, imbued with the persuasion of the true and good, and it is confirmed by the Lord, so that he can be held in the persuasion, can never be plucked away from thence. Evil spirits are ignorant thereof. They suppose that man can be perverted by the least ratiocination, thus that the good Jews, can be. This nevertheless is impossible, in Cassim. 1748, August 22. 2883. That the world is of such a nature at the present day, that they wish to kill infants. Often when I passed through the streets, it was shown me through the horrible cupidities of certain which were communicated, to me, that they wished to kill infants wherever they were seen. This often happened. Today, a certain one in the world of spirits, of whom no such thing was suspected, possessed a similar, characteristic, in himself, which was suddenly manifested by something infantile derived to him, to wit, infantile innocence. As it were from an infant, and as it were through me. At the presence, being startled, perculsus, he said that he was interiorly distressed and tormented, therefore flowed close, aluit, to me, where he is still at my back, and cannot speak, because the spirit as it were is taken from him, from which it may be known of what quality is the world at this day, and, that there are such in the world, of whom no such thing can be suspected. He said that the spectacles of punishments by death have been pleasant to him in life. 1748, August 22. 2884. That the general life of the Lord inflows into the universe. This is a most general rule, canon, that the life of the Lord inflows into the universe. Hence, is, the life of all, hence the order of all, hence the life of everyone, according to the form of each, acquired by himself. I was instructed concerning this today, and it follows from each and all things, because there is but one love, and one life. 1748, August 22. 2885. That corporeal spirits cannot understand the interiors of the word. When I was reading, hastily, something concerning the interiors of the word, to wit what is signified by names and expressions, then was communicated the perception of such spirits. From which it could be apparent, that they not only did not perceive, but despised, held in slight estimation, and rejected it as an absurdity, insanum. Concerning this matter they afterwards spoke to me. It was granted to reply to them by a comparison, whether they believe, when the birds hear the speech of man, that they do not know there can be anything else perceived but the sound merely without the spirit of speech. Or thought concerning something. To which they could answer nothing. 1748, August 22. It was also given to add, it is just like reading in the Lord's Word, the Psalms, or elsewhere. Some see, therein, great light, and, are delighted with each thing. Some, see, nothing, so as not to understand even a word. 2886. concerning certain spirits or angels, who when they come, seem to have the Lord's presence with them. I have sometimes perceived that spirits or angels remitted into the state of spirits, when they spoke, alleged, pretolerant, that it was, as it were, the Lord himself who spoke, so that they infused or insinuated in spirits, the persuasion, as it were, that the Lord himself was present. But still after they had spoken, I could know from indications, indicious, that they alleged this, and that it is permitted or conceded to them to allege this. Now, also, about evening, a similar spirit or angel remitted into the spirit, was with me, and indeed next, very near, above the head, as is wont to happen. And then evil spirits around me could not infest me, nor anything inflow from them, for by his presence, this was intercepted from them, but he afterward said, that he had become another. It seems that through such spirits is the presence of angels, with whom the Lord is perceived as present, hence, also, his presence is perceived. 1748, August 22. 2887. Concerning a certain one who supposed it to be absurd that spirits are elsewhere than in the place where they appear. A certain spirit wished to infuse in others that it was absurd to say that a spirit was elsewhere than near me, where he appears. But it was granted to reply to him, how it can happen, to wit, that he who is buried 1,000 miles distance from me, and still is with me in the same place, is not certainly then removed from his place, thence to where I am, when I might be in one or other kingdom. Whereto he could reply nothing. 1748, August 22. 2888. Concerning evil spirits of the interior world of spirits. That power to resist evils, even with violence, is granted. Today, as often previously, evil spirits and genii, with their eyes, as it were, the points of thoughts, which no man can know, and therefore cannot believe there are such things, or that such spirits are given, continually harassed me, and, indeed, held me in my more pleasant states. Thus it was a class of those, who act from premeditation, but spirits, and not genii, who are worse. These do nothing else, than produce, in the interior thought those things that do not come into the manifest thought of man, but, merely into the idea of, his, thought, as an effect. So that man cannot know, that by such, spirits, these, things are carried within the ideas of their thought, for he cannot conclude from the effect, so long as he is in the effect, unless he knows. Such are the deceitful and evil in the interior world of spirits, to wit, that the least ideas of thoughts with man, which he regards, and calls simple ideas of thoughts, are their effects. This was given me to know, from considerable and living experience. Man, while he is man, although of such a nature, still is not aware that such interior, natural thoughts are given. But, when he becomes a spirit, in the other life, he is aware, when he is such, for certain evil and deceitful, spirits, are still in such, for then they come into the manifest exercise of such thoughts, and know. 2889. When such infested me long, by keeping me in my more pleasant states, out of premeditated deceit, and this was granted me to perceive, then, in whatever mode, I seemed to be able, I resisted, by fighting them back, retorting evil upon them. Although, it was, not of me, but I seemed, to act, as it were, from myself. Certain spirits spoke with me and said, that it is not permitted to act so, as to resist evil with evil. They suppose that they ought to be wholly submissive, and expect immediate help from the Lord, for they fall into such an opinion, from the general law alone, that they must not resist evil, but suffer all evils to be brought upon them. And so expect immediate liberation from the Lord. But they were told, that it is not so to be understood, as that if anyone in the life of man, if a thief, a robber, a malefactor, wishes to take away anyone's life, to steal deceitfully, or by open force. What is most dear and quite necessary to him, to burn it, and he, the sufferer is, alone, that then he would suffer this to happen, and expect immediate help from the Lord. 2890. And when he does not receive it, puts the blame on the Lord. Such is by no means the understanding of the general law, but it is lawful to anyone to resist evil, when there is no other help at hand, but only with the mind of resisting evil, not, with the mind, of hating him who does it. Nor with the mind of exercising vengeance. For then the Lord, by means suitable at that time, gives him the strength and mind to resist, which resistance is regulated by the Lord. When they did not understand, or wished to understand this. For they could not understand what it is to resist, and retort evil on anyone, without hatred and vengeance, they wished to draw me into some arguments. To whom it was said, that this is the truth, and a general law, against which, if arguments should be formed, nothing would be understood concerning the law and that truth, but there would only be accumulations or arguments, hence, darkness of mind. 1748, August 23. 2891. It was added, that there is no hatred or vengeance, for as soon as they cease, no evil happens to them but they are well received, and can be friends, which was then told them. That they might know that it is done by the servants of the Lord, without hatred and vengeance. For such is equilibrium, that when man, who is servant of the Lord, seems to himself to resist from anger, there are spirits of such a nature, who operated into him as if, it were, in him, out of a certain pleasantness, hatred or vengeance. Thus, also, suppose, it proceeds, from themselves, so that he does not know other than that, it proceeds, from himself, when yet it is from them who suppose they can, effect, it from their own power. 2892. A certain one spoke with me, saying, that he has been, of such a nature. Adding that he can operate through the interiors of thought, and does not know how he could have been of such a nature, when, since, in the life of the body he has never thought in such a manner, but only had simple ideas of thoughts. And now perceives that he is in an interior sphere, to wit, that from many of his ideas, he produces simple ideas with others, which he calls to fill up a single idea of anyone, with many things, whereof man or spirit who has only such ideas is ignorant. 1748, August 23. 2893. But upright spirits, also interior, are distinguished from these by this, that they are also endowed with such interior thought, but not for the sake of injuring anyone, but of instructing themselves, and doing good, excusing, etc., etc. Concerning which matter, I, now also, speak, with spirits. 2894. It is to be held in general, that all things, which I have written in this book, are written, wholly from living experience, from conversation with spirits and angels, from thought, like tacit speech, communicated, to me, also. I wrote one of the things insinuated by them who were then together, they experienced them to the fullest extent. And under their direction as to thoughts, writings, hand, so that everything which in these 3 books, and elsewhere is written, though occasionally incoherent, still pertains to experience. And everything in its manner, proceed, from spirits or angels. This is likewise directed by spirits next my head, for I have as often perceived their presence. 1748, August 23. 2895. A great horse and a shining image are seen. When persecution by interior spirits persisted, and I seemed to resist their attempts, then was seen a horse, which proceeded to the left, where they were, and by progressing, there was a continuation, as it were, of the horse. So that it was progressively prolonged to such a degree that the whole space was, as it were, a horse. Next was seen something which injected into the thought that it was the Lord, though, it was, another shape, effigies, which cannot be described, bright about the shoulders, as it were, flamy about the shoulder. It was insinuated that such a horse signifies that they who were amongst them from upright spirits, therefore, from the intellectual, were separated from the evil, and the bright shape. That those who were from the good genii, who had good affections, were separated, for that crew should be scattered, and lest the upright should be therein, they were separated thence. For such interior spirits and genii can easily seduce the upright, so that these cannot know other than that they are similar to them, for such is the communication and insertion. They take from them, as it were, all power of perceiving and feeling otherwise than they, for thus they operate, as is evident to me from much experience. 1748, August 23. 2896. Concerning subtler thought, and the ideas thereof. I spoke with him, who said that he now knows that interior thought is given, whose ideas filled up the simple ideas of others, since he supposed that simpler ideas than his could not be given. For they suppose that there are not given ideas more simple than those which are their most subtle, ideas. But it was given to represent to him, of what quality are his ideas, which he considered to be most subtle, and that subtler ones are not given, to wit, that if he should see any one of them with a microscope, this then pleased him greatly. Because he was of such a character, he would see one idea to be larger than the horse that was seen, and afterwards larger than the whole earth, with its woods and varieties. And that his simplest idea was that crust, shell, wherein were worms and serpents, things not seen by him. He was amazed thereat. And this, because it was represented in spiritual idea, by holding the idea in the objects of the microscope, whereby those things, which to sight are the simplest. 2897. And least, and not visible, are still laid open, revealed, and the various things therein, for instance, the viscera, vessels, and innumerable things in their insects, which man would not believe unless he had seen. 1748, August 23. When it was represented to him, by a subtle representation, that his least was only a shell, crustaceum, wherein were worms and little snakes, that, as it were, crawled and ate, and thus manifested, causerenture, titillation and pleasantness. As usual. Then he began to feel, per centissera, his pleasant things, with such pleasantness from titillation, that he said, he has never perceived such pleasantness in his life, nor would have believed that it could be given. 1748, August 23. But he now confesses that he has also perceived some uneasiness, anxium. 2898. When it was granted to represent experience by means of the microscope, the spirits resisted, and did not wish to allow it, saying that they do not wish to admit those things which convince, for they fear to be convinced. 1748, August 23. 2899. That fear does not affect anything. It was shown by living experience, that fear does not affect anything, but that after fear, men and spirits return to their former nature. Quite a great fear was inspired into them that they would cease to live if they were away from me, for with me, they live just as in the world, or in the life of the body, not knowing anything different. When they were filled with that fear, timor, they came to me, and with fear, metu, manifested their fear. But shortly after, they consulted, as previously, how to kill me, and quite take away my life, so that there was the same mind after fear as before fear. 1748, August 23. 2900. Concerning interior thought. See above, concerning interior thought. I spoke with spirits concerning interior thought, and in order that I might know of what quality it was, exterior thought was taken away from me, so that I thought nothing, that came, from objects, nevertheless. So as scarcely to think concerning anything, existing, in act, yet in that state I heard what they said, but without reflection as to what they said. Which was immediately given to observe. There was recalled into my remembrance that I have been long of such a character, in such a state, to wit, in interior thought, when I have thought of those things which I wrote, in the street, at the table, sometimes in conversation. When I myself had not observed. Then was, plainly, manifest, I think, perceived and shown to me, a double, two-fold, thought, to wit, an interior thought concerning matters subject to the understanding. And concerning matters that were the objects of the senses, like as when I had read in the Lord's word, then was observed a double, duplex, thought, and for a long time. In like manner, in this state while I write, and very often when I read, when I hear spirit speaking with me, then the interior thought is plainly apperceived, and observed by spirits. 1748, August 23. They who have interior thought, also have exterior thought. The same Spirit afterward spoke with me, in the same manner, as those who are exterior. 2901–2950. 2901. Concerning those who take notice of filth. I spoke with spirits concerning those who, wherever they are, reflect upon filth, of whom I have spoken before. And it was given to tell them, that they are like wasps, who when they fly, still discover, by smell alone, it is not known, that they do so, by sight, where ordure is. They are borne, carried along, according to the odor, for the odor is agreeable to them. Wherefore, they are carried away by pleasantness, and there live, thus that those spirits are carried away, as it were, by smell or something represented by smell, so as to have observed such things, which otherwise would have been wholly unobserved. 1748, August 23. 2902. That evil spirits cannot operate anything with those who are persuaded. It was insinuated, in my interior thought, that spirits can operate nothing with those who are persuaded, as with the Quakers and others, for persuasion has this property, that it forms a sphere, so that they cannot enter therein. This was perceived by me in spiritual idea. 1748, August 23. 2903. Concerning representations, derived, in the world, which remain after the life of the body. Like as the fantasies taken up by spirits in the world while they lived, still remain and return in the other life, so also imaginations taken, gotten, from sight, for instance, beautiful spots of verdure, verita, gardens, palaces, and the like, wherewith they were delighted in life. Souls are introduced into the like after death, and are varied according to each one's disposition, till they come into better ones. This was evident to me from experience, and occasionally from those with whom I spoke, who have attained a pleasant life in the like. 1748, August 23. 2904. That spiritual minds are men. That men are spiritual minds. The body does not constitute the man, but his mind does, to wit the understanding of the true, and the will of the good, which belong to the Lord alone, so far therefore as they are, these, from the Lord, so far they are men. A certain spirit, when he heard these things, wished to say, that still they have the reasoning faculty, and that hence evil spirits are also men and not brutes, but it was replied to them in thought, that that faculty is the life of the Lord, which is infused into them, for unless they are endowed with this faculty, they cannot think, thus would perish like brutes, but that the thinking falses and doing evils does not belong to that faculty, but to themselves, like as when light penetrates an irregular, inordinatum, body. 1748, August 23. 2905. Concerning trolldom. A certain one, who said that he had also injured others by arts of sorcery or trolldom, during the life of the body, so that he inflicted on others, evil, pains, and the like, and in the other life practices the like, was told that the punishment of such things is one of retaliation, wherefore evil spirits have dragged him away to themselves, and tormented him with similar pains, which was given me to know by his outcry and lamentation. He said with a bitter voice that he has sinned. 1748, August 24. 2906. Concerning spirits who in life appear good, in the eyes of men, but, inwardly are evil. There was a spirit known to me in life, who in outward form or in the sight of men appeared modest, courteous, sincere, so that no one, who was unacquainted with his intentions, would know other than that he was the best Christian. He was undiscovered, latuit, by me for a long time, nor was any evil perceived in his externals. But he was detected, with other similar ones, by his hatred against infants, for wherever I saw infants, I perceived a murderous and cruel principle proceeding from certain spirits, so that they wished to kill them, wherefore he was detected, examined, and discovered to have inwardly carried hatred against acquaintances, friends, and benefactors, though in external countenance he had feigned very different things. Thus no man's character is ever known from the face, but that is well known in the other life. 1748, August 24. 2907. No one knows the interiors of anyone, but the Lord alone. Thus of this one, of what quality is his hatred, whether that of vengeance, of envy, or of another kind, for there are genera and species of hatreds and indefinite varieties, thereof, from which, may be known, how much there is of the actual, principle of man, thus his proprium, and very many other things. 2908. That man seeks after the universal world and the universe, only that he may be clothed, have to eat, possess habitation, and be kept warm. It was said in the presence of spirits, that these are the four things for which man desires to subjugate and possess the universal world. It was also represented in spiritual idea, for when he has these things in the world, what more need a man seek? It was said that self-love or ambition also respects societies and eminence in the world, which also is gratified, responsum est. 1748, August 24. 2909. That acquaintances in the life of the body meet with each other in the other life. This I know, that acquaintances, whether associates or friends, or those whom they worship, meet with each other in the other life, wherefore let men beware of hatreds, vengeance, envy, falsities, adorations, and the like. For such things sometimes miserably afflict them in the other life, for they come together, thus they who worship men as their protector, such as Moses, Abraham, Jacob and others, also Mohammedans, who worship, their Muhammad, and so forth, are led to them, and speak with them. Thus also, do, friends, talk, together, and then the interiors of friendship are thoroughly discovered, wherefore let them be on their guard. 1748, August 24. 2910. That there are three reigning loves, love of self, love of the world, love of the earth, telluries. I spoke with spirits, to this effect, that there are three dominant loves, from which all other loves spring as from their fountains, putius, and thus, from which all cupidities, evils and falses, arise, to wit, love of self, love of the world. And finally love of the earth, which is love of money for no end, but for money's sake, which is the basest. 1748, August 24. 2911. That I was remitted for nearly the space of an hour, intrahorially spatium, into almost my original state. When I passed along the street, I was remitted into almost my former state, so as not to speak or think amongst spirits, yet there remained the state, whereby, I could be present with good spirits, but not with evil. And I observed how man is thus bended by the Lord, from cupidities, through persuasion, arising, from uses, thus, he is brought, into cupidities by the evil, and from cupidities through the good. Which it was even me to apperceive, for it was very easy in that state, to perceive it. Evil spirits could not inflow, without, them all, being immediately bended. 1748, August 24. 2912. Evil spirits said, when they were thus as it were separated from me, that thus they could, do, nothing, supposing that then they were cast out. 2913. That, there is, a law, just, of retaliation in the other life, and that vice contains this in itself. It was often granted to tell this to spirits on whom evil is inflicted, that they are the cause of evil, and that vice or evil contains this in itself, or that in evil there is such a principle, that it is reflected back, retorquiter, on him. In a wonderful manner, which also is the law, just, of retaliation, for such as is the character of the evil, and such as is the character of him who permits evil, such is the evil that is reflected, back, retroquiter, upon him, or returns to him. How this is, although it occurs in infinite modes, take this single example. Certain ones wish to trouble me in sleep, and to take away all my sleep, wherefore there were others who troubled them all night, and I slept. Thus they were the cause of this evil, which befell them, and it was reflected back on them, as the evil of retaliation. It is different with others, according to the evil and him on whom the evil is inflicted. 1748, August 25. 2914. That spirits are discovered, invented, and affected by means of my intuitions. This was a common, general, principle, at all times, that spirits are discovered, and when excited to speak, direct, retort, and anything else, that it happened through intuitions, and that the intuitions were wonderfully directed towards them. And that they were discovered one after another, sometimes as if by rays, were separated by the intuitions, and were affected with much variety. As then the case stands thus, therefore the differences of intuitions and their directions cannot be described here on account of the multitude of differences. 1748, August 25. 2915. On the other hand, vicissime, spirits also by means of intuitions in me, take forth from my memory that which is a common, general, intuition, though they are ignorant, whence it comes, and in whose sphere they are, wherefore it is not proper, propria, to them. When it is their proper sphere, then I was affected in various and diverse manners, by an attraction as it were of the cerebrum, on the interior, its membrane, bones of the head, skin, with diversity, besides other things, for I have observed. When they remitted, that immediately was remitted the painful attraction. 2916. Then it was also observed yesterday, that I was remitted into almost my former state, nearly an hour, to wit, because the sphere of the general intuition did not affect evil spirits. 2917. Concerning the bodies of spirits. I spoke with new spirits, also concerning their bodies. They supposed, like others, that they are clothed with a similar human body, for to this their imagination and interior man leads them, to wit, to the ultimate of order. Which is the body, but it was given to reply to them that I do not know of what quality their body is, but that they are forms highly finished for every use, so that they can be called spiritual and celestial forms. It was representatively confirmed by little worms, which when formed anew, and made winged, then obtain another form of body, adapted to every use to which they are born in their other life. 1748, August 25. 2918. How man is also led to good ends, even by the evil. It was observed, today, that evil spirits who ruled the thoughts, infused ends or uses, in them, on account of evil, but, that it is turned, by the Lord to a good end, so that there scarce appeared the intention of evils, the evil. For they only desire this, to wit, this or that use, from an evil end, but the use was determined by the Lord to a good end, so that there was scarcely perceived the intention or end of evils, the evil. Thus man is directed by the Lord, through evil spirits, to good. 1748, August 25. 2919. Concerning probity, arising, from fear. There was a certain one, Abram, who when he was in fear, fled to me, to my back, and there hid himself and was quite upright, probus. I then spoke with him concerning probity, that, his, probity is of fear. Further, that when they fear the loss of their life and their honors, they fall into a sort of probity, which is of fear, and when he was of such a nature, in such a state, he supposed that he also was upright. But I do not perceive that he wills the good. True probity and goodness is of the Lord, which is manifested by wishing well to all. They can be held, kept, in the probity of fear, yea, that probity can be increased even to the adoring of the Lord. But as soon as they are beyond the influence of fear, they return to malice, which was written in his presence, and confirmed, for true probity or goodness must be in no state of fear. 1748, August 24. 2920. That general, communes, gyres are never repeated, sint nusquam redunts. One who has been in the other life from 3 to 4,000 years, said that he knows that there are gyres, or revolutions of things, and returns, redditus, for everything that exists has a gyre. So that it may go over, through, it again, ut redit. This was insinuated in me, for the reason that none who are in that gyre, should be broken, but the changes then impressed, in cussi, will be moderated, until they are by degrees born into other states, so that they may not injure. For quick falls, from one state into another, is to be broken, hence, are gyres. But that ancient one, Abram, said that there are general gyres, which are varied, and succeed, which never return, as he knows from experience. Wherefore it was insinuated into my thought, that the varieties are perpetual and eternal, so that they cannot thus return, and general gyres inflow into less general ones, and these into particular ones. Whence each has its varieties, according to its nature. There are gyres of states. 1748, August 24. 2921. That in place of those who are worshipped, others can be taken, at Sisai. When Abram was in that state of humiliation, and, as it were, of flight, arising from fear, he supposed that the gyre would return after some time. But it was granted to tell him, that other similar spirits can be admitted, at Sisai, in his place, as happened for several days, who were entirely similar to him, so that they could not be distinguished from him. And he does not know other than that it was Abram. This easily happens in the world of spirits, and that he could have been reduced to such a state as to no longer hear or have a perception of those who worship him, which was also shown. For others succeeded in his place, and acted his person so well, that he was, as it were, not Abram. This was also granted me to perceive. These things are heard by Abram, he is now about the left foot. 1748, August 24. 2922. Concerning the horrible contrivances, counsel, and machinations of certain interior spirits. It was heard and perceived by others that they took counsel to kill me, or to wholly destroy my interiors to kill me, by means of those who had knives, and to destroy my interiors, by inspiring cruelty into the ideas which were called up. Such was the counsel of those interior spirits, who are deceitful from premeditation, who are in front before the forehead, on high, a little to the right. This was heard and perceived by others, but not by me. And they took Abram to be for their object. Concerning this, he said that he had not previously attempted so abominable a thing. The contrivance, plot, was first detected by this, that they slaughtered cruelly with a knife, a certain innocent child, by representation, from which it was apparent that Abram was of their counsels. Wherefore, those robbers or cutthroats, cultrarii, were let loose, emissai, upon him, and treated him miserably, so that he might not accustom himself to such practices. This was the cause of his flight, for he was miserably treated by them. Afterwards, the plot, concilium, was disclosed, for it was perceived by other spirits, and the knives appeared with the robbers, who were admitted, at city, and afterwards, with those who contrived this deceitful plot. From which they then said they cannot be liberated, although they, at first, supposed they could effect all things, and that no harm could be brought on them, for they thus confide in their proprii, own art, prudence, and deceit. 2921, b. It was also previously said to them, that such is their power, that if there should be all, or myriads, together, they would flee before a single fly, as if it alone could kill all of them. This was perceived in spiritual idea, and thus confirmed even with them, I could perceive. 1748, August 24. 2922, b. That no one acts, but for use, even evil spirits, yea, to perform use to enemies, whom they hate. I said to a certain spirit, who hates all whom he calls enemies, to wit, infidels, I said, since I knew that he purposed evil, and inflicted harm, that he must needs perform a use. And that such is the law of order, that even the evil must perform a use to enemies, to wit, as was perceived in spiritual idea, that by persecutions and punishments, goods may hence be derived, and his enemies become better. Whereat he was very indignant, when he heard that he was of such a use even to his enemies. 1748, August 24. 2923. That all evils, even such as appear to man as accidents, proceed from evil spirits. I stumbled my foot, so as nearly to fall down, or get hurt. I spoke with spirits, and said that they are the cause, thereof, and that the case is similar to what happens when unclean spirits notice filth not seen by me, and that such things are their objects, although I do not see them. Thus it is also with falls and other misfortunes, which seem misfortunes, or accidents. 1748, August 24. 2924. That evil spirits regard man as a vile slave, except such as suppose themselves to be the man. I cannot relate, in what manner, and how many times they have attempted to rule me, and make me their slave, for all evil spirits have aimed at this. But that they esteem the man with whom they are their slave, is because they suppose they are the man, however many there are. Wherefore, they cannot hate themselves, nor know at that time that the man is also a spirit, and has a body adjoined to his spirit. They live in such ignorance in order that they may not injure anyone, and precipitate them into a violent death, nisum. But with me it is different, for they have perceived that they have been separated. Wherefore, they have attempted many times to kill me, but in vain. Now when the like were present, it was given to cause that they should think themselves to be me, which easily is brought about. For they are easily imbued with the like representations. Then when they were in that opinion, it was given to say, whether they are slaves, or I am a slave, or whether or no I am master. They said that it is so, because they supposed it to be themselves. Afterwards they were indignant. 1748, August 24. 2925. With man there are associated spirits and genii, that accord with his nature. Every man has around him spirits of such a quality as he is, to wit, such a genus, and such a species of spirits. This was also shown me. 1748, August 24. 2926. Persuasions put on the nature of man, and such spirits are also associated with him. That persuasions, but not knowledge, scientia, or what is not enrooted, put on nature, is also evident. See, elsewhere, what is effected by persuasions. 1748, August 24. 2927. That spirits, although not instructed during life, appropriated to themselves all the science of man, as if they had been instructed. I will merely mention, for example, that, when sometimes I have made arithmetical calculations in X, the head, as it is said, then spirits could do it of themselves, as was made known by experience. In like manner as respects the other sciences, whatever they are, man is only expert by practice, Cowlet, but a spirit possesses them as his own, although he may have heard nothing thereof in life. 2928. Several times there appeared to them something evoked from my memory, so that they could not have heard of it before, yet the spirits with me, who supposed themselves to be me, as some several times acknowledged, called these things forth, and spoke them as their own to others, who have not yet been in their society. 1748, August 24. 2930. 26 Concerning those things, which they believe concerning spirituals, celestials, and the soul, and its life after death, because they do not know and understand its quality, quali est. There are very many such in the world, who reject spiritual things, because they do not apprehend them by the senses, thus suppose them to be dispersed like cloud or smoke when the body is dead. Such have been with me the whole night, and are above the head, in front, quite high, where there were some, as it were stationary, who kept me wakeful through the whole night. And so punished me, because I have spoken and written so many things concerning spiritual things, when yet these things cannot belong to such things as pertain to the sense of the body to receive. These stationary spirits kept me in a middle state, nearer, podius, wakefulness than sleep, thus harassed me, during many hours of the night. Their fantasy was so simple and foolish, fatua, that I could not describe it. Such was their sphere, moreover that I might not be able to be liberated by the Lord, it was, from their sphere, yet a foolish one. 2931. I could not come into any spiritual thought. By that foolish sphere was represented their spiritual principle, as to its quality in their mind. Afterwards I fell asleep, veni in somnum, and when I awaked, their spiritual principle was also represented by them as a leafy cloud, folios nubes, also foolish, wherein there could have been nothing spiritual and intellectual. This proceeded from their apprehension that a cloud could feel and perceive nothing, so that their spiritual principle is a mere natural principle, as with beasts. In a word, such principle of theirs was not a spiritual. Wherefore it was given to represent to them, that this is true that we think spiritually, that there are spirits, endowed with such understanding, and yet they are represented as clouds. How could they perceive it from that representation? When such is the truth, and yet this is the representation. These natural spirits are so amazed, perculsi, and so affected as cannot be described, seeking that I should desist from a representation, of such a sort, to wit, that they are reduced to a sort of uneasiness and annihilation, nothingness, which was their punishment. I perceived how grievous it was to them, from their thus complaining. 1748, August 26. 2932. It was also granted to tell them, by tacit speech, that there is never anything which man knows, for instance, how the muscles operate actions, when yet therein, ibi, as about everything else that pertains only to the body. There are indefinite things which we do not know. And that in the body alone are the most recondite things, pertaining to all the sciences, and yet they do not know their least, and nevertheless suppose unless they know, and so apprehend, or as they say, understand by the senses. How there are spiritual things, which are within that sphere, and where there are indefinite still, whereof we know nothing at all, that there is no such spiritual principle. What then could exist thence, but denial of all things, and thus a sort of cloudy principle, nebulosum, wherein was nothing into which they are as it were transformed, because they agreed with their ideas or fantasies. 1748, August 26. 2933. They were then in a state, that they did not know other than that they were living in the body, but when it was shown them that they were now living in another life, so that they might be persuaded that they live as spirits, they then said, if this be so that they are deceived to such a degree, as can never be told, for from such fantasy they can never believe that they should ever live after the death of the body. 2934. They have now also acknowledged that they can never perceive anything at all of, in, what I write concerning spiritual things, that they apprehend effects only, that they apprehend effects by the senses of the body, other things are nothing. Their foolish state was even of such a quality, but still they could speak like others and understand like others. 2935. That angels desire others to be happier than themselves, therefore love them more than themselves. It was asked, Diesbater, by certain ones, whether Jews, the discourse was concerning Jews, had privileges above others. It was granted me to reply, that there is no thought with angels concerning privilege. But each one wishes others to be happier than himself, wherein consists felicity. When he could not understand this, what can be bestowed, quod dable, it was insinuated, that there is something to be bestowed between husband and wife, parents and children, between friends, occasionally in civil life, also from civility alone. Hence may be seen what is capable of being bestowed, hence may be concluded that such ought love to be, in order that there may be heavenly felicity. 1748, August 26. 2936. That the deceitful send subjects, whereby they perform their deceits, so that they may be hid, and the subjects substituted. This also happened now, that certain who were known to hold me in low esteem, were sent forth to me by the deceitful, whereby they performed their deceits, to wit, that they might disparage, and so obscure all the good and true things which I have written. This also happened, to wit, that those things which were of much worth seemed to me so trivial, as to be esteemed as nothing at all, and almost rejected. When it was given to observe that there were such spirits with me, and at the same it was also granted to observe that others, who were deceitful spirits, used them as subjects, the deceitful did not despise me. but substituted these subjects, so as to obscure my writings, that they might seem worthless, whereof, because it was detected, I spoke with them, and they confessed. Thus of what quality are the deceitful can hence be apparent. 2936_1/2. When I spoke with them, it was confirmed, that the like occurs in general life, while they live in the body, therefore that the like exists in the other life, but with greater shrewdness and adaptation to the states which differ in the other life. Wherefore when the states of spirits are known in the other life, the quality in the life of the body can be known, for similar things occur, with the difference of other states and life. 1748, August 26. 2937. That the speech of spirits is a speech of thoughts, thus a speech of interiors. I have spoken with spirits now and at other times, that the especial difference between the life in the body, and the life after death, is that in the life of the body a man can think something, to say, and feel or think otherwise. As is evident from their speech, talk, from letters, epistolas, from various writings, and praises variously ornate, when yet the thought wholly disagrees, sometimes the contrary may be known, and yet they affirm. But in the other life no such thing is granted, there the thoughts speak, consequently the interior man, for instance. My thought has spoken during the whole time now of over 3 years. If even one word should be said which disagrees with the thought, it is forthwith perceived, especially by interior spirits, who have a speech still interior. To wit, 1. Of intentions. Wherefore some were very indignant, who in the life of the body did not wish their thoughts to be divulged, hence it flows that hatreds, envy, and the like are disclosed on the spot. Wherefore it can be known, of what nature their society can be, were they so in the world, who in heart are enemies, but in face are friends. 1748, August 27. 2938. Concerning persuasions with, man, that spirits cannot assail them. Take this, for an example, when I was persuaded that the Holy Spirit was the third person, and that from eternity there were Holy Spirits when I was in that persuasion, then if I said the least word, verbulum, against certain spirits, they were infested to such an extent, that they astonished me to that degree, that I scarcely dared to think concerning the Holy Spirit, for then there were many who supposed themselves to be the Holy Spirit, but afterwards I became persuaded that the Lord alone is holy, and that all, both angels and spirits, are in themselves profane, and are called holy from those true and good things which are of the Lord. Then I am no longer infested. Although the same spirits, I think, are present, for now the persuasion is of such a nature, as to be familiar as it were do not in the least infest me, because I am in persuasion, and to the disposition. Hence, as from example may be evident, what is persuasion, of what quality, that it puts on nature, and that spirits can effect nothing against persuasion, yea that with, man, they are as it were, in the like persuasion. For they put on his persuasions, which are of the memory, because, proceeding, from intellectuals. 1748, August 26. 2939. That certain spirits do not immediately put on the memory of man, that some put on all of it. I have several times observed, that spirits arrived, who, as I know, allowed themselves to be informed concerning those things that are in, me, and that other spirits instructed them, so that some are strangers, some natives. From whence is the cause, that some do not immediately put on the memory of man? It now occurs to me, that they are those who have not been admitted into the society of those who are natives, as soon as they come into their society. They put on similar things with them, for such is the communication of each one with many, so that they may not know different. Besides which, there are more remote spirits, of whom I shall treat elsewhere, should the Lord think worthy. 1748, August 26. 2940. A discourse with certain spirits concerning the Holy Spirit. Certain spirits far from me, in front, nearly opposite the right temple, were indignant at its being said that no Holy Spirit is given save holiness which proceeds from the Lord, and appears amongst angels and good spirits. He said that he wished to show that the Holy Spirit is given, but when it was granted to say to him, whence was the holiness of Aaron, the altar, victim, tabernacle, Aaron's garments? Such that, if they were but touched by any, they became holy, whether holy can be predicated of these. To this there was no answer, further that spirits and angels have been men, in whom there was nothing but sin, whence came their holiness. To this also he could not reply, further that enthusiasts and Quakers say that they are led by the Holy Spirit, and are so persuaded, whether therefore do Holy Spirits persuade them of such things. I now perceive, that he wishes to say, that the Holy Spirit spoke through apostles and prophets. 2941. But it was given to reply, when a spirit speaks, and knows not what he says, and does not speak from himself, whence is his sanctity, sanctum? Whether holy can hence predicate itself, from whom is the sanctity, sanctum, that he brings forth, produce it, whether from himself or from the Lord, he says, that it is from the interior heaven. But yet angels confess that they are anything else than holy. Further, there are spirits, who are of the Lord, whence proceed those who boast that they are holy, when they who proceed from the Lord never call themselves holy. It was given to add, that also the spirits who spoke in the word of the Old Testament, occasionally called themselves Jehovah, further also, that the Lord spoke concerning the Holy Spirit, as concerning many other things. According to the appearances of men, who knew nothing of interior spirits, if he had spoken differently, never would anyone have believed. Just as the same do not know at all at this day, what the interior man is. 1748, August 26. They inquired, whether any angel or spirit was from eternity. It was given to reply, that there was no one, from eternity, but that the Lord is from eternity. So they said that they could not contradict inasmuch as angels and spirits have all been men, therefore created. 2942. That interior spirits have a subtle perception, which is communicated to me. It is granted to observe that spirits are aware whom they can use as objects, when they plot anything, whom they forthwith sent to me, that they might be their stationary agents. Further I have now also observed, that they have perceived. Who was with me, whom they wished cunningly to separate from me, 1, nevertheless, when I have not noticed, observed, spirits, can, also when permitted take many things forth from my memory, while I know nothing thereof. Thus while I am awake and while asleep as it were read things which are in my memory, consequently many things unobserved by me, from which it may be inferred, that they when permitted can likewise, take forth, from other memories. And these not know it. 1748, August 26. 2943. When evil spirits and others are held in bonds, that they suppose they are upright from themselves. It is granted to know from much experience, that evil spirits are held in a spiritual bond, that is, in a sphere of probity, by the Lord, and when they are held in that sphere, then it does not appear to them, that they are thus detained from evil. And though it was granted me to perceive that they are so held, yet they did not perceive other than that they are free, and not at all in any bond, wherefore because free, and so not coerced, they suppose they are upright of themselves. And yet the sphere of probity and goodness comes from the Lord, whereof they are ignorant in that state, therefore attribute good to themselves. But they immediately perceive that, it is, not from themselves, as soon as this spiritual bond as it were, is relaxed, that is, the virtue of the sphere of goodness diminished, then so far as remitted, so far they rush into evil. And can by no means restrain themselves, as is attested by much experience. The angels are likewise held in the sphere of goodness of the Lord. 1748, August 26. 2944. That evil is not imputed to him who is in faith in the Lord, nor the good attributed to him which he does. I spoke concerning these things with spirits, and it was also confirmed by previous various experience, and now by this one, and demonstrated before the eyes that the matter is so. For certain said, that they wished to reduce me to be nothing. Wherefore it was replied to them, that they themselves acknowledge that there is a nothing, wherefore I have spoken somewhat concerning this the being nothing, and often previously, and it was shown to demonstration. That when evil is done, by anyone, he is not then in evil along with them, because he has been excited by them to commit evil, yet to such extent, as sometimes occurred, that they have compelled me as also, others, to speak, feel, and do it for the purpose of criminating him, out of his own art. This often happened. Therefore, when spirits can compel anyone to think, say or do evil, then do they not only attribute evil to him. 2945. But also on that account wish to chastise, punish and torment him. Wherefore, since it is the truth, that he only seems to be guilty, because thus moved, actus, by others, and when he is in the truth, then evil is not imputed to him, but he cannot be in that truth unless he is in faith in the Lord. For the Lord holds him in another thought, and permits evil spirits to act so, on good. Wherefore they who are not in the Lord cannot say this, because they have no liberator, they cannot liberate themselves. Thus evil is not imputed. 2946. Also that good is not attributed to him, this also is a truth of faith, for it is the Lord, who alone operates good, wherefore it cannot be attributed to him. For they who claim good to themselves wish to be saved from their proprious merits, though, since, they can do nothing of themselves. As respects reward, which is promised to him who does good, this comes from pure mercy towards those whom the Lord leads, for no one can merit any good from himself, but the Lord gives to him from himself. Because from his mercy and for his own sake, because he is mercy itself. 1748, August 27th, these things are written, in their presence, who have been of the doctrine of this faith. But not in interior persuasion, wherefore they could not deny because they could not form doctrine, but if they had dared from interior persuasion, they would then have persuaded concerning truth from doctrine alone, or scientific faith. Nevertheless I presume those who were present have been a part of them of intellectual faith. 2947. Concerning 4 degrees of faith. I have now also spoken concerning these, the 4 degrees of faith, that there are 4, to wit, scientific faith, which consist in my knowing only scientifically, as a matter of knowledge, the things which belong to faith. And holding them in my memory, and from memory relating and preaching them to others or for the sake of honor, knowing, being learned, meriting somewhat in society. Thus it is an affair of the memory. He calls it faith, but does not believe, not even the least. Such are evil pastors and preachers. Another degree is faith in the understanding, intellectu, or intellectual faith, to wit, when I am intellectually persuaded, either from the connection of things, or confirmation of many things. Natural or spiritual, so that I am intellectually persuaded, but still it is kept back in the memory, because it does not come forth in life, in such a way that the life is according to these things. Save when honor for self-reputation and the like excite it. Wherefore it is only a shell, crusta, which has little or no connection with the nucleus or affection. The 3rd degree is the first persuasion, to wit, when, 1, is persuaded by the Lord, that it is so, then as often as he is admonished a thing is so. So often does he attempt to act differently, thus conscience dictates, he acts according to faith. The 4th degree is persuasion, when he cannot act different from what he believes, for he then perceives himself to be led by the Lord. Wherefore this persuasion is conjoined with perception, whereof I have treated previously. 1748, August 27th. 2948. That to know the nature of harmony and the like, thus the nature of felicity in heaven, does not contribute to felicity. It was given me to perceive, with others in spiritual idea, that to know the nature of harmony, and hence of felicity in heaven, does not contribute to felicity, but when knowledge is present, it rather takes away felicity. For he, who never knows anything, is still in harmony, and hence in felicity, for the Lord acts without the angel knowing it. But when he knows, and wishes at the same time to be therein from knowledge, scientia, as if then instructed, he then acts from himself and so disturbs the harmony in himself and in those who are in society. This is evident from many things, because his idea is then of such a nature that he reflects upon knowing, in Syri, and upon himself, and so averts himself from his companions, consequently, from the Lord. Wherefore, they who do not know, and there are such still, are much better. 2949. It may also be illustrated by every point, memento, of thought and speech. Man thinks and speaks analytically, or according to all the most recondite, arcanissima, things of analytic philosophy, and yet does not know it, that thus he speaks and acts. But when he aims to know how the matter is, and so thinks, speaks and acts, according to knowledge, scientia, he then averts himself from most recondite things, which lead him. And circumscribes, finite, himself, and so far as these things are present and rule, so far does he become insane and stupid. So far as he is conducted, by a most recondite leading, ductu, and not by himself, so far is he in the faculty of understanding, and in a state of being affected according to these things. L. 748, August 27. This was still further confirmed by the muscles. When man acts from will, if he knows what muscles and what fibers act, and directs his mind to muscle and fiber, so that he wishes so to command it, when he intends an act, then the muscle cannot act; if he remits his efforts, it acts. 2950. Concerning the fall of man. It was granted me, and others, spirits, and angels who were, with penes, me, to perceive in spiritual idea, how the fall of man occurred, to wit, that the most ancient church was in faith, and thus in company with spirits and angels. And so united, as to be, as it were, in heaven. Like those best ones, in another earth, tellur, of whom I have spoken, but that they withdrew, desiverant, and so the interiors and intuitions have receded from man, until at this day they are only in externals. L. 748, August 27. 2951-3000. 2951. With what difficulty man can be persuaded that he is ruled through spirits. Before my mind was opened, so that I could speak with spirits, and so be persuaded by living experience. For many years previous, such proofs existed with me, that I am now astonished, that yet I did not come into persuasion concerning the Lord's government, through spirits. Not only were there dreams, for several years, informing me concerning those things which were written, but there were, also, changes of state, when I wrote, a certain extraordinary light in those things which were written. Afterwards, also, many visions, when my eyes were closed, and light miraculously given, and spirit sensibly flowed. It was as manifest to perception, sensum, as the corporeal senses. Many times, occurred infestations through various modes, by evil spirits, in temptations. Then, afterwards, when those things were written to which evil spirits were averse, so that I was so obsessed as nearly to be overcome with horror, ita ut poen obsiderer ad horrorum. Fiery lights were seen. Speech, locello, in morning time, was heard, besides many other things, until a certain spirit addressed me in a few words. I was greatly astonished that he should perceive my thoughts, and afterwards wondered greatly when, my mind, was opened so that I could converse with spirits, in like manner the spirit, was then surprised, that I should be astonished. From these things it may be concluded with what difficulty man can be led to believe that he is ruled by the Lord through spirits, and with what difficulty he recedes from the opinion that he lives his own life from himself, apart from spirits. 1748, August 27. I formerly perceived, after speaking for some months with spirits, that if I were remitted into my former state, I could have fallen into the opinion that, these things, were fantasies. 2952. That spirits speak together, just like men, amongst themselves. I have often heard previously, that spirits converse together. I now also, hear the same, and, indeed, just like men, with each other, concerning matters in the world of spirits, and in heaven, and concerning various matters. Good spirits love to instruct others, concerning matters of which they are ignorant. As now I hear, tacitly, and, have heard, previously so that, their life is like the social life in the world, with a difference, whereof, it is mentioned, here and there. 1748, August 27. 2953. Concerning pirates, or esse robbers. There came to me a certain pirate, and, indeed, to the right part of the head, and approached, and wished to infuse himself by degrees into the right part of the head, yea, craftily. For from his speech I perceived, audibam, that he intended evil, and would snatch up anything he came across. Then there appeared a great, crates, of teeth in him, so that near his, whole, face was a grate of teeth, thus he was hideous. And he whirled around, as it were, a roll, volumen, in the shape of a fish, whose tail or posterior part was whirled around, thus he supposed that he could penetrate higher, and carry on piracy. Next I was instructed that he was a pirate, who carries on piracy without conscience, and that the teeth, as also the roll in shape of a fish, signified his naturals. Then, also, appeared to be let down to me a certain upright person, wrapped, involutus, in the veil, he could not be unwrapped, evolvi, from that veil, before he had made supplication. He was let down by pirates above the head, as if a captive, captus, for the pirate with me was their subject. He receded, withdrew, when he apperceived that he could effect nothing. 1748, August 27. 2954. Concerning the state of spirits with man, when man is ignorant thereof, and supposes he is directed by himself, apart from spirits. I was in a certain shop, in order to purchase ointment, costum. Then when I purchased, spirits infused a desire that I should buy this or that I should choose one thing in preference to another, and should change my mind, change my purchase. This I did not apperceive. As usual, in company, I was not reflecting about spirits. When this occurred, it was then granted to spirits to reflect upon their state, when they caused me to purchase and exchange my purchase, change my mind, and they said, that they were, then acting, entirely, as if they themselves had done it. And did not know different. It was also granted me to perceive this, by their influx into the exterior organs of the mind, so that spirits have a life in, penis, men, wholly as if they were the man, and it was they who acted and desired. 1748, August 27. 2955. How, my writings seem to be received by men. I spoke with spirits, as to, how my writings concerning these things seem to be received when they become public. For evil spirits sometimes infused that no one would perceive these things, but that, men, would reject them. Now while in the street and talking with spirits, it was given to perceive that there are 5 kinds of reception. First, those, who wholly reject, who are in another persuasion, and who are enemies of the faith. These reject. For it cannot be received by them, since it can not penetrate their minds. Another class, who can receive these things as scientifics, and are delighted with them as scientifics, and as curious things. A third class, which receives, intellectually, so that they receive with sufficient alacrity, but still remain, in respect to, life as before. A fourth class, receives, persuasively, so that it penetrates to the improvement of their lives. They recur to these in certain states, and make use of them. A fifth class, who receive with joy, and are confirmed. 1748, August 27. 2956. That spirits have no power, and that yet their life is happy. It was granted to tell to spirits, a thing which I plainly perceived, by a general spiritual idea, as previously at times, that they can do nothing of themselves, also, that their life is a happy one. I perceived both these things in a general spiritual idea. But they were highly indignant, that they of themselves can neither think nor speak, according to perception, when they supposed that they live rather than man. It was also insinuated, that they cannot remember the past, and so cannot weigh the future, therefore, are ruled by the Lord. Wherefore I said their life is a happy one, but they were indignant. 1748, August 27. 2957. That spirit spoke through me, entirely as if they were I. This happened very often, that when anyone spoke with me, Spirit spoke through me, which was given to hear and perceive as plainly, as if I perceive another man speaking through me, both from the sound, and the manifest perception, sensu. And from his own confession that he spoke through me, and had not known other than that he was my body. This occurred several times, for instance, in like manner, twice today. I cannot enumerate the times, for they are so many, and the thing has become so familiar to me, that I have scarcely thought this worthy of relation. Moreover, that they have laughed through me, and done many things. 1748, August 27th. 2958. That sometimes manifest communication with the world of interior spirits, consequently with the angelic heaven, is closed. Once upon a time, the heaven of interior spirits, therefore the interior angelic heaven, also, was suddenly closed. This was so plainly perceived, that nothing could be more manifest. I have, perhaps, spoken of this thing, previously. Today, also, they were closed, with manifest perception, sensu, also. Thus, as often as it pleases the Lord, they are closed, for many reasons. 1748, August 27th. 2959. When love perceives good, that it willingly goes through with vastation. It was now even me to perceive, that he who loves willingly goes through with vastation, which happens with a suitable sort of torment, and a certain sort of despair. For then I held my mind continually, in reform, emendation, and felicity, which succeeds vastation, so that the end was in the mind, as it knows for certain that there would be liberation. 1748, August 28th. 2960. Concerning apparent influx from man to the Lord. It appears as if man's thoughts, proceeding from man or spirit, affect the Lord, when yet each and all things inflow from the Lord, thus into man, not from man. I am instructed that the matter stands so, when the life of the Lord inflows into a subject adapted for receiving, that heaven is affected, because order is complete, and there is, as it were, a recipient vessel adapted for receiving. It is different, when there is not a fit vessel, then those things which inflow cannot operate. 1748, August 28th. 2961. That those who are elevated high above the head, perceive the sense of words, verborum, without being disturbed by the words, vocibus. It has been previously observed, and now, also, that they who are elevated high above the head, and not by themselves through fantasies, or by fantasies, but by the Lord's leave, that these see into writings, thoughts, and speech. That, are, in me, without hindrance from words, vocibus, which evil spirits infuse. With whom it is usual to inhere in words, verbis, and so not understand the sense, but confuse it, some from nature, some from cunning and deceit. 1748, August 28th. 2962. That the style of my writing is varied according to the spirits associated with me. This is evident to me, from many things in past years, as, also, from those of the present time, that my style is varied, and that from merely the style of the writing, I could know how things cohere. I have observed this several times before. I now know the reason, that this occurred, according to the society of spirits who were present. 1748, August 28th. 2963. What sirens are. I spoke with spirits, inquiring, what are sirens? And was informed by angels, that sirens are those who insinuate themselves into the cupidities, pleasures and affections of another, in such a manner, that when in the state of insinuation, they are ignorant that evil or deceit is underneath. So that they are captivated by pleasantness with others with whom they are, and yet, although they do not think this then, yet when occasion is furnished, an evil intention is revealed, either to snatch away the goods of others, or deceive them, or kill them, and the like. But they who, when they insinuate themselves, meditate concerning deceits, and thus act with earnestness, or insinuate themselves, earnestly, on account of an evil end, these are not sirens, but deceitful. L. 748, August 28. 2964. What are the bonds, whereby, in spirits are held? I spoke with spirits concerning the bonds wherein they are held. They do not know, and, therefore, do not acknowledge that they are held in bonds. In order that the idea of bonds may be entertained, habiter, there was presented a bond wherein men are accustomed to be held in general life, as when anyone gives mutually to another, and does not demand a return. The other is then held in bond to speak and think well of him, and to highly esteem him. 2965. As respects the bonds wherein spirits are held in the world of spirits, they are known from the resemblance, just mentioned, that liberty of acting according to their cupidities is granted them. But still they are led so that what they desire is with admission and next with restriction, as it were, thus continually inflows from others what is opposed to their cupidities, though they are ignorant of this. Therefore they think they live their own life, and are in liberty, for they are led by series of their cupidities, but not beyond limits, in such a manner that, hence, good may exist to them and the rest. 1748, August 28. 2966. That spirits do not speak from themselves. Spirits were very often indignant that I should say and think that they do not speak from themselves, but from others, whose thoughts inflow and follow his taste, genium, in series, so that the spirits are conjoined as to thoughts. It is similar with those whose thoughts inflow, wherefore there are others who act similarly with these. With whom I also spoke several times, saying that the matter is similar with them. These also were indignant, or affected with vexation, molestia. Thus there is a sort of chain, catenue, of one's thoughts into another, which sets out from the Lord through the heavens. So that there is a sort of continual mediation, or continual influx. 1748, August 28. 2967. Concerning the dragon, changed into the form of an interior spirit. Inasmuch as the dragon continually harbors malice, wickedness, and plots deceits against the faithful, and about 2 days before even plots with others a new deceit, to wit, that he wished to call out the cutthroats. Therefore he fled to my back, posteriora, and was treated miserably by the cutthroats, and was there for about a day. Today he invents another deceit, in order to deceive the innocent, and so lead them away, to wit, that he might turn himself into the form of an interior spirit, which can easily be done, and so deceive under that form. Wherefore from permission, he was turned into such a form, into which, they say, he has not been turned, before, and so flies away on high towards anterior regions, and, meanwhile, spoke with me through interiors. But inasmuch as myriads of such are evil, he was sent among them, and harshly treated, but was liberated by the Lord. Therefore being reduced into his original form of an exterior spirit, such as he is, and was then. In order that I might know the state of those who are interior, when they resume the exterior form, he spoke with me, from his own form, and remembered nothing of those things which happened to him in the form of an interior spirit. So that he had forgotten everything, and if he had not known from me, that he has been in such a state, and that he has been amongst such evil spirits, and many other things, he would not have known what he then did. From this, it can be evident that interior spirits, and angels, when they become spirits, are ignorant what was transacted in heaven, that they have been spirits or angels. 2968. This should also be observed, that when he returned to his former, or exterior form, he was such a one, and completely similar to what he was when turned into the form of an interior spirit. He still continues to devise his deceits, although in the interior form he repented, although he knew that the Lord liberated him. And said that he could not have believed but that he was an angel, and is still provoked, Comoius, that he should ever have done a kindness to him whom he hates and persecutes. 1748, August 28. 2969. How and wherefore spirits think they speak from themselves, and are not held in bonds. It was given to perceive from the spirit now speaking, whence it is, that spirits suppose they speak from themselves, and, not from others, to wit, spirits think they speak from themselves. Not only when affection and persuasion are infused by others, which is done so dexterously and so vividly, that neither spirit nor man know at all but that it is from himself. Which was sufficiently given me to know from experience, and then fitting words succeed, sometimes their words, according to the nature of the speaker's thinking, which difference does not obstruct the sense, but also when, as now has happened, a spirit is induced by others to speak something, then, indeed, he speaks it, but then knows that it is not from himself. For whatever is from cupidity in affection, this is free. 1748, August 28. 2970. It is now also attested by other spirits who, having conversed together, suppose that it proceeded from themselves, and that they alone spoke. Then other spirits immediately confessed that they are those who speak the same, or a similar thing. 2971. Nor do spirits tolerate that others should induce anything, so as to know that it proceeds from others. They suppose that thus they are not free, although if they did not know, they would will the same thing, as now happened, and the spirit acknowledged it. 1748, August 28. 2972. Concerning belled, campanatus, spirits. I heard yesterday, I think, and now again, spirits sounding like cows with bells. They proceeded towards the anterior from afar from the region of the left eye. They inspire fear whither they go. I also felt fear with me, proceeding from them, doubtless, spirits feel a greater fear. The sound of the bells spoke Tager du den sa wigger, jag den, Tager du micket, sa Tager jag litit. Where they go, they purify the field, kumpum, of the world of spirits from evils, by putting them to flight, and dispersing them. Thus also is a sort of east wind, for dispelling and dissociating illy consociated societies. 1748, August 28. 2973. I afterward saw a black cow with a pud, a woman, and the cow licked her with her tongue, and also kissed her, which they said was a sign that the belled spirits would not hurt them. Wherefore I have learned that belled spirits are sired by black cows. There were some who feared them, for they have taken counsel to commit a crime, fascinus, wherefore they first entered into friendship with them, which was shown me, by the caressing, ad blandientia, of the black cow, and her reciprocal caresses, ad blanditionem. She also licked the woman in the face, rising on the hind feet. 1748, August 28. 2974. Concerning the cutthroats. The crime, fascinus, which they entered upon was to send to me, in the night, cutthroats to kill me while I was asleep. Which also was thus attempted in sleep. There seemed in my dream that a certain friend whom I knew lay near me, and when I was ignorant, and supposed him a friend, and feared nothing at all, because supposing myself very safe, lying with him, he suddenly threw himself on my head, and put his head and so his mouth to the back of my neck, ad colum tergale, and wished to bite me with his mouth, and suck out my blood, as is the habit of tigers. And so kill me like a leech, but besides attempting and willing he could effect nothing, for I awaked. I observed also in sleep a knife in my hand, but at that time I had the wish to throw, the knife, but not at all to hurt him. I awaked, and saw a bird behind me, which was turned into a dog, which the more and more it became a dog, extended its mouth towards me, and so disappeared. Wherefore the cutthroats are of such a nature, that when they cannot use the knives, they bite with the teeth, and they are signified by the dogs. It was next asked who was the guilty one, fascinerosus, but he has not yet been found, to wit, he who inspired him, that is, with penis, me to attempt it. He is of such a nature, as to throw the blame on every innocent person that he knows. 1748, August 29. 2975. Concerning a certain one who wondered that indefinite varieties are given in the other life. Certain were present, who were upright, but have never thought of heaven, supposing like others, that heaven is as it were a simple thing, simplex, but when it was said to them, whether they imagined that no more varieties of all are given in the other life, than in the world, and whether there are no societies, and more things than man ever thinks, then, reflection being given them, they began to wonder. That they have thought of nothing but joy, but have never thought of the indefinite varieties, proceeding from societies. 1748, August 29. 2976. Concerning general, communibus, spheres. There are in general 4 spheres of faith, to wit, the sphere of science, knowledge, the intellectual sphere, the sphere of persuasion, then the interior sphere of persuasion. The opposite spheres are likewise in general 4. 2977. The spheres cannot I think be thoroughly known, cognosci, and therefore cannot be understood, save by those who have perception, for, they, are the spheres of spirits and angels. They have been quite plainly perceived by me, as also by spirits. And I have spoken with them to a considerable extent concerning these spheres, and it was then shown by living experience, to them and to me, of what nature they are. 2978. The sphere of science, knowledge, does not admit the things which belong to faith. The intellectual is more receptive, the interior persuasive most, of all, and it was plainly perceived in every thought, concerning those things which were of faith, how it was with the resistances, to wit, they did not wish to admit. Although they did not deny, but beyond this, the spheres cannot therefore be described, for without perception, they cannot be understood. 2979. It was further observed, that one general sphere contains other general spheres, some of which it was also given to perceive, for the general consists of particulars, in the general sphere. These spheres are particulars, and these particulars concur, to form, a general sphere, for the general sphere is formed from them. 2980. There are also certain particulars, which easily concur, coincident, some do not so. It was also shown how it is with particulars, by directing the mind, per directionem, to objects of sight in the street. Such things as agreed with, or were proper to the sphere, excited sight and ideas. The rest were not seen. 2981. One sphere also succeeds another, which was also shown. All spheres are disposed by the Lord. Without general spheres, particulars cannot exist, which was also shown by stringed instruments. If there is not given a general principle thereof, as it were, a body, with which particulars accord, sound cannot, at all, exist, not the least can be given. It is so in everything else. 2982. Besides that a spirit may be in one place, everyone can be in another sphere, for conjunction by means of places affects nothing, no more in this life, than in the other life. This was also shown. 2983. Moreover, there is given the corporeal sphere, or the exterior sphere of the senses of the body, into which also I was let. But the varieties of spheres are not perceptible, and inasmuch as there are perpetual inconstancies and inequalities in the corporeal sphere, it also cannot, for that reason, be understood, for these are the spheres whereby man is ruled by the Lord. But through interior spheres. 2984. I spoke concerning these things, in the street, with spirits and angels, almost continually, and each thing was shown by experiences, and how spirits who belong to the sphere of science spoke, it is not permitted to relate. 1748, August 29. 2985. It was demonstrated that they suppose they live from themselves, and yet they do not live from themselves. I spoke with certain spirits, that they seem to be conveyed in carriages, and not to believe other than that it is so, and, especially, when they were in carriages and it was told them that it was a fantasy, further that they suppose they are endowed with a body and have hands, because they perceive, percentiscant, touch. Then one said, that this is not a fantasy, because he feels his hand touching it, I perceived, but, his hand can be taken away from him, and a new one, substituted, in place, yea many hands, be added to him, and he not no different. And can deny that it is a fantasy, because he sees and touches it. Whence may be concluded, that the case is similar, when they suppose they live from their own life. Further is it enough or no, because, since, come, they do not know and think otherwise. 1748, August 29th. 2986. Concerning general, and, particular spheres it can be somewhat explained, illustrari, how it is with particulars in generals, from stringed instruments, wherein a body makes the general sound, from which and in which particulars exist. And their sounds are according to the general principle, as may be known to everyone. Wherefore indefinite particulars are given, with their particular differences, to wit, sicut, all the tones. And yet the sound of all in their differences accords with the general principle, hence there is sweetness, jucundum, loudness, acuteness, etc. So also the speech, locello, of men, the varieties and differences of whose words, vocum, are derived from a general principle, draw their pleasantness, or unpleasantness from a general affection. And the sound is from all the concordant system of the bones and body, according to affinities of nexts. So it is with thought, and, so with every motion of the body, or, every, action, unless there is a general disposition of all the muscles, through the lungs, and of these through affection, there cannot be given particular motions. So in everything else. 2987. There were now spirits, in, the front region, above at a distance, who infused objections or doubts against these things, with such persuasion, and hence, as it seemed, acuteness. That I have not heard the like before, wherefore they were prevented from speaking, for there was acuteness of reasoning and persuasion. 2988. That persuasion cannot be insinuated save at intervals, tractus, of time and by degrees. Certain of the interior spirits, who were of intellectual faith, complain that they cannot be different, for they wish to consult their reason with regard, to such thing, and so stick in doubt, but it was replied to them, that there may indeed be given them something of persuasion, so that such doubt should not exist, but to give persuasion for one state, and one moment is not enough, for when the state is changed, and in the moment next succeeding, they were just as before. Wherefore persuasions are given by many confirming things, and gradually or by degrees. Thus it is insinuated by the Lord, according to order, and their nature and disposition, so as to take root, and thus they are persuaded like the angels, or elevated into persuasion by the Lord, for all states of persuasion are of the Lord. 1748, August 23rd. 2989. If spirits enjoyed the corporeal memory, that they could not be in a spiritual state. Besides other facts which could be mentioned, there is also this, that spirits are deprived of their corporeal memory, because it is propria, to them, from it, they suppose they lead their own, proprium, life. And, further, that if they enjoyed that memory, that the more perfect states of spirits of which, concerning, see, elsewhere, could scarcely be given, to wit, to perceive thoughts in, by, spiritual idea, besides very many other things. Wherefore, men lose nothing but flesh and bones, and the use of that memory. They possess it all, but it is not permitted to use it, but, to use, the interior, memory, which is, as it were, the interior faculty of taking forth and viewing the particulars of the corporeal memory. 1748, August 29th. 2990. That the Lord appears too many, in the other life, in a form suitable to them, convenient iis. It happened to me several times that I did not think other than that the Lord himself was present and spoke, as also, happened, with others. But the matter stands thus, it is the Lord who then appears here, through others, who are on that occasion not themselves, and the same likewise, imagine that they are the Lord. This thought inflows into the thought of him with whom he is, since he is nothing, and the Lord, through him, then appears in his form, for his form still remains, as I could plainly apperceive this day. For the Lord does not wish to change wholly the form or disposition of another, and so appear through another. Thus, also, the Lord speaks through another. 1748, August 30th. 2991. Concerning separations from societies. When they are separated from societies in which they are, because they do not accord, this is represented to the eyes of spirits, as if the whole man projects himself round about, and twists himself out, extorquit, by circumprojection from the society, and so removes himself. And this occurs quite visibly. They also appear sometimes as projections, not downwards, but towards the circumferences. I was informed that when such projection appears from right to left, that he wishes to separate himself from the society. When from left to right, that they wish to retain him, and so strive together with their strength to retain him. When it appears otherwise, now in this direction, now in that, and with unequal projection, which is especially apparent from the head, then it is intermediate, and not part his, and part theirs. These things were shown me to the life. 1748, August 30th. 2992. Concerning the sphere of activity, of infants. I have observed a certain sphere of activity which belonged to infants. With such force, and at the same time in the activity, was the intention directed, that it could not be resisted, or that others could not enter it, or take precedence of them in intention, aim above them. This is the sphere of their activity. 1748, August 30th. 2993. Concerning the efficacy of different styles. It was shown me to the life, how certain ones, who only study splendor of style, and continually keep the mind, animum, directed, to splendor of style, and hence to qualities that draw applause, applausibilitate, but not to the matter. Only, for the end, that he who writes may thence be famous, because he treats of sublime matters, so that he then continually reflects upon his praises, and preeminence from style, that such a style has no effect amongst those who are interior. And that such writers despise other writers, and their style in which the matter is fully expounded to the apprehension, whose style is of such a nature that words, verba seu voces, follow from goodness of heart. Which is the reformation of the neighbor and his instruction, informatio. In such case, tuna, the matters form the style of each one, according to his gifts. But with those in whom the style forms the matter, so that the reference is from the style to the matter, there is no efficacy, in their style, and the matter does not govern the style. 1748, August 30th. 2994. Concerning pertinacity. I spoke with spirits concerning pertinacity, that it belongs to the imagination, to the cupidity, and to the persuasion, and that pertinacity may be compared to a leader. And it was shown me, that in order that man may be led by the Lord, there must not be the least pertinacity in him, but so much as man has of pertinacity, so much he has of proprium, which in those who are led by the Lord, is taken away by the Lord. Not by breaking, but by bending with indefinite variety. 1748, August 30th. 2995. That they who desire good care not at all for scientifics, and, as it were, disapprove of them. I perceived from those with me who were Mohammedans, that when they perceived curious facts, and many things which might serve to confirm those things which belong to faith in the Lord, that at first they did not care for them, then that they, as it were, spit them out with some aversion, thinking that if they accept good, it is sufficient, and that they can then know from good, whatever confirms, and when useful, innumerable things. What use can these serve them, who wish to be confirmed otherwise? 1748, August 30th, for it is enough that the heavenly idea, when in good, is in the light of all things which happen. 2996. That angels can know the quality of man. Concerning Muhammad. Angels can know from the Lord, whatever has been, in man from earliest infancy, and whatever he has thought, as also, I now learn, through them who have been translated into heaven. They are, it is, I believe, Muhammad and Mohammedans, who thence introduce these things into my thought and attest them, and whilst I am unconscious of it, lead my hand to write thus. 1748, August 30th. There are indefinite things which they view, vident, in whatsoever occurs, which can never be apprehended by man's idea, thus in each word that is written. These words are also from them. They were told, that those things viewed by them are still almost nothing, as compared with what can be viewed in those things which they had, formerly, seen. Wherefore they were raised up into a still more interior heaven, and thence again spoke with me. They said that the former things which they had seen were so gross, as scarcely, to amount to, anything. 1748, August 30th. They were still, farther, raised up, to, where, are, infants, and, were, at first astonished that infants know what no others, do, and thence also said, that what they had seen are almost nothing. And that such indefinites are contained in one idea, that one idea cannot be described by volumes. 1748, August 30th. Various things inflowed, and I was led to various things, and moved by various thing which I cannot mention. I thence knew that, they are those, who have seen causes, and how the inferior world inflows. 1748, August 30th. 2997. Some of these, were, brought down, dilatae, to some distance, and inflowed and saw whatsoever, was, with, apud, me, and, inquired concerning those things which they had seen. And, were, then led into almost a similar state, to that, wherein they had been in the life of the body, so as to say, speak, other than that they felt, as is the case with many, from various causes, and so as to say that they remembered nothing. This they said twice, at which I wondered, for to me, as, also to others, it seemed that they remembered. When, therefore, from habit in life, and, not from necessity, they said other things, then they knew, they were cast down, or fell down to their places, where being led into a similar state. They said that it is not fit, for them, to say, these things. 2998. Therefore, were, informed that they must by no means say other than they think, save from the last necessity. This, happened, erat, because they were not yet of such a nature that the influx of the Lord could operate with them, to speak what they thought. 1748, August 30th. Hence may be concluded, that such can also be led into heaven, but not subsist, there, long, not even in the exterior court, atrio, since they could not be in the exterior court, therefore that correspondence of interiors. I think, with exteriors could not have been given. 2999. Concerning the confirmation of celestial, heavenly, truths by means of human scientifics. Speech concerning heavenly truths was held with me, from heaven, by means of a certain general undulation, thus by means of the unanimous agreement of many, to this effect. First, that they have no need of confirming things to confirm heavenly truths, when they are in them, just as there is no need of philosophics to think analytically, no need of sciences, knowledges, of the muscles to perform actions. But that all these things they possess from the Lord as respects confirming things. That this may be tolerated in the world on account of men who are of such a character that truths are confirmed by means of sciences, yet, only with him, that still believes truths, though he cannot confirm them, on the other hand, with some. They obscure the human understanding, with others cause doubt concerning truths, with others cause a denial thereof. I do not remember what else followed. The world of spirits is not permitted to cover up these things as they, now, also do. 1748, August 30th. That angels are in the knowledge of all confirming things is sufficiently evident from one example, mentioned, previously concerning so many differences which were enumerated. 3000. Certain who from their own, proprious, strength wished to do good. Certain, ones, when I supplicated the Lord's Prayer attracted all the sense, thereof, from me to themselves, so that I could not be in the sense, consequently not in the perception of the things which belong to the prayer, as at other times. Therefore I had as often to desist in the beginning or in the midst of the prayer, for they who attract the sense to themselves wish that I may serve them as a slave and instrument. And that they might be masters and so pray through, by means of, themselves, but not in society, with me happened as often as was the case when, good spirits, angelic spirits, prayed with me in society, when I perceived, as I have previously mentioned, an attraction to the Lord, as from the Lord. But this also with variety, to wit, that, they were, received into the society of the praying, supplicandi, because, they were, good, yea, from leave as was also perceived. But when it occurred without such sensible reception, as occurred, when, it was prayed, by angelic spirits, for, it was, prayed, at the same time with angelic spirits, then there was an elevation, of the prayer. 30:01 to 30:50. 3001. But to those who wholly attracted it to themselves, so that I could not be present, these were not good, considered me as a lifeless instrument, and themselves alone as alive. Wherefore because they abstracted all the sense, thereof, I had as often to cease and come to an end. Some of these did not do this from a bad heart, because they wished to pray. Today they desired not to be so disposed, tales, but to leave, the prayer, to me, so that they could also be together, with me, this, because, as, was plainly perceived, they wished to do good of themselves, and, nevertheless, I had to desist. From these things it may be evident how the matter stands, when man or spirits wish to do good of themselves, that they cannot, and that it was plainly perceived from these things, and that there is no efficacy, in such attempt. So much does Proprium inhere. 1748, August 31st. 3002. Concerning the force of intuition in the other life, thus, concerning the force of intuition through faith, and the persuasion of those things which are of faith. It was shown me this night, in wakefulness, and in the morning, what force, intuition, along with persuasion, has in the other life. There was a certain one who supposed that by intuition directed upon others he could lead them and bear them away wherever he wished, which, thing, is so common in the other life, that by means of intuitions they can allure others. Which intuition affects. Such is the dragon's when he wishes to call together evil-doers, such is theirs who excite others to be present. Hence, therefore, it is a very common magic in the other life. And spirits suppose that they alone can do all things by means of such intuition. Many things could be said about this. 3003. A certain spirit was persuaded that he could effect everything by means of the like intuitions, because these exist from permission. Wherefore he had so much habituated himself to evoke other spirits and attract them to himself by means of such intuition, that from the habit, assuefaction, he has entirely put himself in the person of another, so as to believe that he is, as it were, other persons, as is usual with those who are mad, and those who are insane, and so are secluded from human society in the world. He now acted, by means of such a strong intuition, as to be, as it were, persuaded that he was the person of another, Aegis. And this with variation, the intuition being directed upon many, all of whom were so adjoined to him that they could not have drawn back, and they seem to be with him in the place where he is, yet in the lowest earth. There also are presented those upon whom he has so persuasively fixed, his intuition. Wherefore his persuasive intuition was perceived by me, as Laus som kommer jutter led, som in tet can ride a tilbakers, thus he is similar to those mad in the world. Which also was confirmed. They also, whom he thus attracted, complained that they could not be liberated. He had no effect, efficacam, upon those who were in true faith. 3004. Hence may be concluded, of what avail is intuition, which is a magical intuition, or the magic exercised by the ancients, especially the Pythons. 3005. Hence may also be known what is intuition, through faith, and what is faith. For some suppose that faith is of nothing, and yet intuition by faith can effect all things, and there is an intuition of all things that pertain to faith, with persuasion. But faith is of such a nature that so much of intuition in the Lord, as comes, from man, or from self, so much does it recede from the Lord, and is of no efficacy, but so far, as it comes, from the Lord, so far is it efficacious. It is similar with the persuasion of what belongs to faith, otherwise they are like that mad man. It is an insanity not unlike theirs who supposed they were God the Father, and God the Son, yet from insane persuasion. Also, like his, who supposed he was Charles XII. These were put amongst the mad. They also are similar, who wished to acquire faith to themselves from their proprious strength. 1748, August 31st. 3006. That insane spirit, of whom I spoke above, because he was evoked by similar ones, to infest me when asleep. Which is wholly forbidden, to wit, that they should lay in wait for man asleep, was cast down from a certain upper place, and to the lowest part of the earth, and was there bound to a certain long stake, or fixed axis, and there bound around. And stretched out as if he was the axis, and not a spirit. I also was drawn into such a persuasion. And then he was thence put back into his place, so that he might live secluded from the society of others, and amongst such as are of similar fantasy, so that everyone should infest the other by similar fantasies and persuasive intuitions. Hence may be concluded of what sort were his torments before they grew into disuse. 1748, August 31st. 3007. That man commits actual evil, evil in act. In the world of spirits, are certain who in their lives cherished hatred against another, and yet in externals, put forward all modesty. Their hatred now burst forth, and it was perceived that so far as they have remission, it was grievous, and that never was such a thing apperceived in them during life. 3008. At length, they wished to cast the blame of their hatred on the Lord, that he had so ruled them that they could not have been different. Concerning which matter they spoke much, with some small uproar, tumultu, because there were many who conspired. They were told that all actual evil comes from them, and all good from the Lord. But they still pertinaciously insisted that they had been of such a nature, not from themselves, but from the Lord. It was given to say with spiritual idea, that concerning these things, 1,000 volumes can be written, and all, as it were, confirming. But still the truth is inscribed in ultimates, that all actual evil proceeds from them, and all good from the Lord. It was also shown that so far as they have remission, so far they have evil and hatred. This is the case when they are spirits. In the life of the body, it is not so. The conclusion was, that it is provided by the Lord, that thus they should do evil in act, actualiter, and that it is provided that they should not precipitate themselves into the worst death. 1748, August 31st. 3009. The reason that the fantasies of men are, in the other life, turned into species of animals, and the like. There was insinuated into me the reason why many fantasies, in the life of the body, are turned into forms of animals, and of many similar things, so, that when they are inspected from the heavens, or there is influx, then, these fantasies, are turned into such animals and such forms, not different from what occurs in the world of spirits, and, like as appears, from prophetics, and in sleep. They are turned into such forms, as are the ultimates of order, such as also exist in the earth, and are the ultimates of representations. For instance, Sicut, when a sorceress being inspected, was turned into a ball of serpents, glomum serpentinum. For correspondences are such that it cannot be otherwise, than what when born through order from a corporeal life, which remains, and so still upwards that in the beginning their fantasies so appear, otherwise. Fantasies cannot be taken from them, and they reformed. 1748, August 31st. 3010. Concerning spirits who wish that they may be believed to be the Lord. There was a spirit with me who stood on my head about the space of an hour, nor could anything else be perceived in the beginning, than that he was good. He spoke little, but that was, from his thought, and not at all evil. At length when he spoke, he occasionally introduced into my perception that he was the Lord, which I could perceive from a few things in the beginning, because he stood upon my head. Also, because this is common with those who are of the Lord, whereby is also insinuated perception of the Lord's presence, because the Lord speaks through them. But this Spirit assumed this as an artifice, by art. And, indeed, so thus he induced in himself the persuasion, so that he could suppose himself to be the Lord, but inasmuch as such have been with me previously, and within themselves have a dissimilar, contrary, perception. Which, however, was not then granted me to discern, and, still it was given to know that, this one, was evil, therefore I spoke with him, as with an evil spirit, whereat he was angry and said. 3011. That with such art and such persuasion he has been able, previously, to allure good spirits to himself, and to persuade them that he was sent of the Lord, thus an angel, of the Lord. This, also, he attempted with similar persuasion, on me, but in vain, for he was detected. From which it may be evident that spirits are given who can induce with persuasion that they proceed from the Lord, and can allure into societies with themselves, many spirits who are upright, and do not know different. And yet these are evil, and, indeed, insane, as also it was granted to say to him, and, that he supposed himself to be the Lord, with mad persuasion, than which nothing can be more mad. It occurs to my mind, that of such a sort are certain enthusiasts, and Quakers, who also were such after death, as to be persuaded that the Holy Spirit spoke with them, because they suppose, he is, from the Lord. Who persuades himself that he is the Lord, when yet this is not a proof of the presence of the Lord, but is a truth of faith concerning the Lord. 3012. The same Spirit, when he apperceived that he was detected, and spirits around him were instructed concerning the truth of faith, wished to extricate himself from their society, which he had also learned to be expert in, by modes of his own. Through various projections of his body, and turnings to the right, to the left, directly, obliquely, in various ways. And when he was told that it signified that he wished to snatch himself away from their society, for he could not practice upon those who did not acknowledge him for the Spirit proceeding from the Lord. The same confessed that he had learned to do so when he wished to drive away those who were with him in society, then afterwards to call together good spirits, who believed to be of such a character. In other respects he could be quite acute, and of apparent intelligence, and angry because I told him that the more intelligent he seemed to himself, the more insane he was. 1748, September L. 3013. He also said to me, that he did not therefore wonder that spirits speak with man, because he also is of such a character, but did not believe that there was such speech, as in my case. Hence, also, it was given to know that he is a Quaker, or Quaker spirit, which is the same. They suppose that they alone speak with spirits, or as he now wishes, with angels. 1748, August 31st. 3014. That spirits do not have life unless they are permitted those things which they desire. I perceived that they were discussing, age rent, among themselves concerning this. That the life of spirits consists in their cupidities, without which they could not live, therefore could not be present among others, which was also shown them by various things which came more obscurely to my perception. And they acknowledged that if each one was not permitted such as agrees with his cupidity, that they could not subsist amongst others, thus could not live, from which it may be concluded, that the Lord bends everyone by means of his cupidities. I have previously spoken with them on other occasions, Audiobook, concerning this, that their life consists in being permitted these things, and that otherwise they could not live, unless permitted to do according to fantasies. 1748, September 2nd. 3015. Concerning the ideal speech of sleep. A representative vision concerning the Quakers. Speech was held with me in a state midway between sleep and waking, by means of such ideas as cannot at all be expressed. For like as I have heard at other times, Audiobook, they bind, elegant, their speech to anything whatever, which, speech, cannot afterwards be described, although I perceived it plainly in that state. This speech of sleep belongs to evil spirits of the interior world, or to interior evil spirits in sleep, therefore is also inexpressible, but it never contains anything in itself. Wherefore it was afterwards represented to me by rubbish and many like things, which were poured out from a certain vessel, for they illy cohered, and pertained to no thing, although the speech is inexpressible. The intellectual principle of the things which are in this speech is also represented by the rear parts of a horse, which I plainly saw. For there came a horse whose anteriors did not appear, but when he turned his rear parts, these plainly appeared to me, and it was perceived or said, that the intellectuals of those who are in this ideal speech of sleep, are thus represented. For they have no true intellectual principle. Such, perhaps, is also the intellectual principle of those spirits who are Quakers and suppose themselves alone to be led by the Holy Spirit. 3016. There was also exhibited a representative to me, in sleep. I seemed to be elevated to the ceiling, tectum, and to stick there by the head, and so to rest tranquilly, afterwards, to be let down, and, in midway, to be securely led around, circumduci. From this circumduction, I was let down on the table beneath, where a certain woman sat and ate from a dish. The circumduction took place and was afterwards changed into the dish, wherein was food thus made, which was eaten. I suppose that they thus understood that they have acquired a miraculous food. But when that dish was carried away, which was done by another woman, serving, they did not perceive that it was a new dish, and that the food was miraculously formed there. Whereat I greatly wondered, and when I tasted what it was, when she carried it away from thence, there were, it was, peas, pisa, seu gran art cum pis, hence may be apparent what is the nature of their representative. But what is signified by the vision of sleep, I do not yet know. I perceive that it respects Quakers, to wit, that they do not know that anything is ever miraculously insinuated by the Lord. And although they do not perceive it, yet it is given to them, to wit, probity of life, and aprigtiet. 3017. In order that I might know how that inexpressible speech of interior spirits differs from other speech, it was told me that it is wholly different with what falls among, to add, interior good spirits. And that this speech falls from heaven to interior evil spirits. That it might be known of what quality is that which falls, flows, laboriter, through heaven into interior good spirits. I saw, in wakefulness, a certain virgin, who walked with another person, or man not seen by me, whom I perceived to be her lover. That virgin was seen only at the back. She was clad in a common garment of light yellow color, albescent flavescent. This garment was neatly fitted to her about the breast, so that the dress, habitus, of the body was quite comely, but only the back was allowed me to see. Thus are represented those things which flow through heaven into the interior good spirits. 1748, September 1st. 3018. I also heard spirits speak from me while I was in sleep, scarce otherwise than when I was awake, but not with the ideas that pertain to wakefulness, sed cum non idea vigilio. Just as was previously observed, when certain ones declared anything from me in the inferior earth. They speak in like manner, but still there is sleep in the speech, and, so, it is, without efficacy. 1748, September L. 3019. That spirits exceedingly desire to be men. In general, all spirits, when with man, do not know other than that they are men. But there are others who desire to be man, and thus to wholly occupy his body, and thus consider him with whom they are, as a nobody. Such have many times been with me and attempted much, some act more mildly. They were, nevertheless, affected with shame, in various modes, for they think they see their faces in the glass, besides other things. Thus are spirits withdrawn from that cupidity. 1748, September L. 3020. How influx of spirits take place into man, concerning influx in general. I have been instructed, that the case stands thus: the Lord inflows into the universal heaven, and world of spirits, not only immediately from himself, but mediately through angels into inferior spirits, and these into interior spirits. And so into man. This is influx in general. 3021. Further, that all influx of the good and true is received by spirits, according to their form, or nature, the good and true is received by the good, by the evil, good is turned into evil, and the true into the false. With all difference and variety according to their disposition and states. 3022. Moreover, since man is the ultimate of order, therefore, his ideas are terminated in his memory, or in the material ideas of his memory, and since all ideas are there terminated. Even those of spirits, and thus, these ideas are the recipients of the ideas of spirits, and a continual nexus of order follows up to that point. A spirit cannot suppose other than that ideas begin in himself and from himself. When yet his ideas are in the ideas of man, wherein they are terminated, as may be evident from their appropriating to themselves each and all the things of man, and that they speak with his language, as if their own, and cannot know otherwise. 3023. Hence it flows, since ideas thus fall into the ideas of man's memory, and man's ideas are variously filled up, impledo, that, to every idea of his are adjoined innumerable things, which are proximate, which are contiguous, which are more remote as to distance, which hence are dependent, and such ideas exist, in all variety according to states, and with a difference in every man, according to each one's fantasies. There are many other things, which cannot be so enumerated. 3024. Hence it flows, since there are many spirits, or spirits of different disposition, that one spirit, or one genus, snatches up in the idea this that accords with itself, another genus, that, yea another genus what is distant thence. And because from its experience, it also knows, that it depends thereon, just as is the case with those who have seen excrements and nothing else, who aim at nothing but to learn magic thence, and turn every good into evil. 3024_1/2. The more that ideas are closed from man, so that he only looks at one thing, as occurs, from persuasion, and, from cupidity, from his regarding himself and worldly things, for, thus are ideas closed from man. The less the danger, for then the ideas of spirits cannot be diffused to, over, many things, and so infuse in man evils in addition to what man has required to himself. But, with him, who is in faith, the less that ideas are determined to one thing, so as to be applicable to each point, momentum, that is, the more fluid, as I may say, is it with man, the better it is, and the less persistent and hard. The more easily is he bent by the Lord to all things which please the Lord, and to good. 1748, September L. 3025. As long as man lives, the ideas of his memory are varied, changed, diffused to, over, many objects, constrained to fewer things through persuasions. In a word, he can become better and better even till death. But it is not so with spirits. Besides, it is thus with ideas, they can be diffused to many goods, so as to have other affinities, be otherwise conjoined, divided, and so contract new affinities, and so forth. 1748, September L. Concerning a certain one who supposed that he was able to do good and love the neighbor from himself. I spoke with a certain one, who was, on high to the right, at some distance, who said, that he can do good, yea, do, so from himself, but it was granted to tell him, that no one can do anything, save from will. If the will is not present, then indeed he can do apparent good, but this is immediately recognized as not belonging to the will. He said that he wished to attempt to do good, and so compel the will, then it was granted to say, that it was love, that rules the will. 3026. Concerning a certain one who supposed he could do good and love the neighbor from himself. A certain spirit of intellectual faith, I believe, supposed that he could do good from himself. To whom it was granted to say, that no one can do anything, save from will comes everything that he does, and if and one still does good, and not from will, this is feigned good, which is immediately apperceived in the other life. And not tolerated, because feigned. And if he should still do something good, that then he viewed something outside of himself, on account of which he did, so, therefore not from love. This was better perceived in spiritual idea. But still he supposed that he could have compelled the will to act from love, wherefore he attempted to withdraw himself, as it were, from the command of the will, so as to put himself into love, so that he might act from love in the will. 3027. Wherefore it was told him, that he might attempt how he could succeed, therefore he sought for a society which was of such a character, to wit, one, that was in love, and at last found, one, and said that he has found it. Thus was raised up into heaven. I expected what would take place, and, meanwhile spoke with the remaining spirits, to the effect, that if he was of such a nature that he can receive love from the Lord, he would be able to subsist amongst them, otherwise that he would not be able. While we expected, what would happen, he was seen, or they were seen who rolled themselves from heaven. Which is a proof that they snatched themselves forth from a society because they cannot subsist there, as if they were in a sphere wherein they cannot subsist. He is now with spirits above the head, and says that he was there, but could not live there, but that he was greatly distressed, so that he greatly rejoices that he could thence have been liberated. 1748, September L. 3028. That good spirits, when they are angry, sometimes burst forth all at once, sight, into such things as cannot be known to be different from what proceeds from the worst. It sometimes happened that I have noticed certain dreadful things, supposing them the effusion of the worst spirits, but it appeared that they came from the upright when quickly angered. And indeed for the reason that they are not admitted to do good, thus burst out into the opposite, through anger, as is also usually the case with an upright man when angry. 1748, September L. 3029. Concerning the joy of felicity in heaven that they have who glorify the Lord. Very many, now, of the good, glorified the Lord on account of his advent and their liberation from hell, and there was so much joy of felicity that some said they could not bear it. 1748, September L. It was, as it were, a general glorification, so that certain in hell also desired to make glorification, as I heard from some who came thence, but it was, from those who live in privies. 1748, September L. Next morning everything was in a state of tranquillity, so that I perceived nothing but a tranquil silence around me, which still continues. 1748, September 2nd. 3030. That the Church of the Lord is promoted to the greatest possible extent, a plurumum, by the evil. I spoke, in a tranquil manner, with certain, who were, in that tranquillity, or, I believe with certain apostles, hearing, to this effect, that the Church of the Lord is promoted to the greatest possible extent, by the evil, to wit, by those who have other ends than its advancement, have self-loves for an end. For instance, is promoted, by apostles, whose mind was to judge the universal world. And, by others in the world who have introduced the doctrines of faith, from causes that regard self and other things, as was the case, in Sweden, England and elsewhere. Further, it is promoted, at this day among the popes, pontificios, who preserve the doctrinals of faith in the Lord, for the reason that they may possess all things of earth and all things of heaven. For they know that they cannot be adored, and that, if so, they would lose everything, and that were he called supreme, high, priest, pontifex supremus, and not vicar, that they would thus lose everything. These things are permitted, for the reason that good flows thence. 1748, September 2nd. For a not dissimilar reason, the Mohammedan heaven, and the heaven of Jupiter, colum Giviale, was opened by those who wished to seek another Lord. 3031. Relationships, affinities, in the other life. The communication of dispositions, and of each and everything in the disposition, in the other life, is wonderful, and is recognized immediately. This communication and recognition, acknowledgement, cannot be described especially, does this take place, in the heavens. The communication and recognition, and hence association, are related like affinities, relationships, in the world, to wit, that they are recognized as parents, as children, as brothers, as kin, consanguinii, and relations according to differences. The love is such as should be, might be, in life, according to all differences towards the nearest and the more remote, in order. The consanguinities and relationships belong to love, and its differences, which are indefinite, and the communications, are, so exquisite that they cannot be described. Further, no respect at all is had to those who have been parents, children, kin and relations on earth, nor to any person, such as he has been on earth, therefore not to dignities, riches, or the like, which are worldly and terrestrial. These things were confirmed by those who are from the angels. 1748, September 2nd. 3032. Certain spirits lamented that thus they would lose their relatives. This flowed from the residue of bodily, corporeal, love, but the reply was made them, that they would receive thousands in their place whom they would love much more, and more happily. Further, that, not only, ought all to acknowledge the Lord, as, only parent of all, as, does, is the part of, innocence, but that the Lord is a father to all, and thus all are for the Lord, in the Lord's stead, according one's gift of reception. And also that they who are the Lord's are also in place of parents. 3033. Concerning influx, when I treated, adjutor, concerning general and special influx into everyone whatever. Also, that every spirit and angel whatever, is a center of influxes, so that myriads of myriads inflow into every idea, which man and spirit supposes a simple, one, or individual, unicum. Then was it granted to certain who were capable of receiving, to perceive by means of sublime, exalted, spiritual ideas, that the matter is so. Amongst these were both Mohammeds, who now say that they have perceived it so as to have become wholly persuaded that the matter is so, and that no man, nor likewise any spirit, who supposes an idea to be simple, can even apprehend it, the matter. Therefore cannot apprehend so long as heaven is not open to man and spirit, so that such perception may be infused into them. 3034. Certain spirits who were not able to apprehend it, because it, heaven, was closed, said that they could not comprehend these things, and, that such was the case. It was granted to reply to them, that in like manner they do not comprehend that one action, which is regarded, as, simple, exists from so many muscles, and so from innumerable motive fibers, and from myriads of purer fibers. And still less that to one action which is considered simple, the universal system of purer parts concurs, according to proximities and affinities, in a most wonderful manner. Inasmuch as they do not know this, and if they could not believe this which is so obvious and familiar, how can they believe that there is such an influx? 1748, September 2nd. 3034_1/2. But here it was also given to perceive, and I marveled thereat, that my respiration, was, then, as it were, taken away, to wit, that I left off respiration, and breathed inwardly. Hence I perceive, in some measure, that those spirits could have been able to perceive without disturbance, taba, from me, for external respiration was taken away, and internal, respiration, given. See what is said, concerning these things in the lungs, as to, what attraction and emission, are, if, the matter, is treated, there. 1748, September 2nd. 3035. I perceived also that they were shown that an idea of the societies in the world of spirits can be obtained from the consociation of the muscles in man, and that the communications of these, by means of fibers, and indefinite other nexus, inflow according to affinities into every simplest action. And that the respiration of the lungs is therefore changed into such, because it is the lungs which operates in general into the muscular system, as is known from those things which are written concerning the lungs. 1748, September 2nd. 3036. I also perceived that they spoke concerning 4 provinces in the body, which are general, communes, divisions, partitions, and whose communications are wonderful, to wit, the province of the genital members, the province of the abdomen or subdiaphragmatic province, the thoracic, where are the heart and lungs, and the province of the head, which is above, and that there is into all a wonderful general influx by means of teguments. And into the most singular, minutest things, singularissima, by means of the purest fibers. 1748, September 2nd. 3037. Evil spirits are the cause of evil happening to themselves. I spoke with spirits concerning this, that they cause evil to themselves, when they purpose to do it to another. Therefore that there is thus the evil of retaliation, or that the like evil responds to them, for they plotted to do evil to someone, and it was reflected back, retorquabator, on them. They said, on account of the appearance, that the evil came from me in others, though it came from them or self. They do not wish to be persuaded. Wherefore speech was held concerning that, and it was shown that if anyone strikes his head against the wall, that it is not the wall's fault, but his own. And it was then illustrated by many things, that there is such a balancing of these things, and of the single things in the body, so that to every action responds a reaction. It is so in the least membranes, fibers, and the least particle of the animal spirit, and if there were not such a reaction, nothing at all could subsist, but would wither and grow infirm, wherefore there is perpetual equilibrium. It is similar in everything else. 3038. For instance, among men, such as is one, such is the correspondence of another, if not in external modes, yet in mind, animo. Wherefore men know this well, and do not go beyond what they, others, allow, for they fear a corresponding evil from them, and this occurs with indefinite variety, according to each one's state and nature, as may be known to everyone. So this is inscribed in nature, so that young chickens, the smallest insects, resist according to insults and minds, courage, animos. From these things, it is now apparent that the evil of punishment which they suppose comes from another, is from themselves, for such a response is given. If it is so, in the least, and all things of nature, why not in the grand man, maxime corpori? But in the world of spirits, such happens as in the human race. There is a different reaction in the heavens, for there on no one is any evil inflicted, but it is turned into good. 1748, September 2nd. This was shown by experience. 3039. Of such a nature are evil spirits, that they wish the good may never resist, but yield, so that they may be able to bring all evil upon them, but it was replied to them, that the good cannot but resist. And if there were no resistance, these would abuse their goodness, and aim to destroy all in heaven and earth. Wherefore there is resistance, the world of spirits is therefore such that evil is inflicted on them by evil, although the good seem to be together with them, when yet it is not so. 1748, September 2nd. 3040. Concerning angelic forms. So frequently have angelic forms or choirs been with me, and been heard by me, that it has grown familiar, so I have not noted down each observed instance, as, for instance, that certain learn, without representations or ideas, to flow into such forms, in order that they may be initiated, and afterwards be amongst the spirituals and celestials. Further, that choirs of Mohammedans have become so familiar to me that from the sound alone, I could have known, that the choirs consisted of them. Besides other things which I do not remember, like as when they have inflowed into the sound of the mouth without speech. 3041. When I treated concerning forms, that therefrom is constituted the grand man, maximus homo, and, therefrom, the members or provinces are formed. And that they who are not initiated to act in society, as one, to the Lord's glory, are not in the grand man, I perceived indignation from the world of spirits, because they also were not amongst those who constituted the grand man. But the reply was made them, at first, to the evil, that they cannot be there, before, like dung, they are cast on the earth, and thus that, like those things which serve for the sap of a plant or tree, have entered thence. Then first can they be in society, or in the tree. The reply was made to others, also evil, that they cannot be considered in any other light than things which are let into the stomach, and are again cast out thence, as excrements, because they conduce not at all to nourishment. Such also would be the case were they admitted into such choirs or forms. Certain ones still insisted that they wished to be in societies, which was permitted, but it was said that they could not be, because they are so gross. 1748, September 2nd. 3042. Concerning the dragon. It is a familiar habit with him, when he wishes to assemble the Jews, and so with them persecute the faithful, he seems to himself to go away towards the old Jerusalem, which is to the left, a little farther away, distance, below. He then, sometimes without any deceit, speaks one thing and thinks another, by means of the interiors of his nature or thought, he speaks with the Jews. By means of speech, speaks, with another, which is a proof of his deceit, and he, to whom he is known, immediately knows it, as well from the speech, as the place where he is. 3043. That an idea remains attached to a word, voci. In speech into spirits, an idea of a word, voces, is observed in the most exquisite manner, as well that a single word does not comprehend many ideas, as that when the word is changed, immediately, confusion is produced. For instance, when spirits are denominated, as, those who are, in the world of spirits, the evil, then, none of the good wish to be styled spirits, and because it is on who are in heaven. So with other words. Wherefore, when another idea is impressed on a word, and the former word changed, it produces much trouble in talking with spirits, therefore, such words should have a constant use, as have the idea once impressed on them. 1748, September 2nd. 3044. The spirits of Jupiter say, concerning the spirits of our planet, Tellures, that worse cannot be given. Certain spirits of Jupiter were with me, at first they did not wish to come, because they knew that spirits here were evil, certain ones were still here. And it was permitted to spirits of this earth to act by means of evils inspired by their craftiness, by deceit, and, openly, some of whose arts I perceived, for interior spirits were acting. I am in doubt whether this be my first experience of them. Then the interior evil spirits acted on them, and, these, sustained it a long time, for it was, granted them, from the Lord. At last they confessed that they suppose that worse spirits are never given. 1748, September 3rd. For they perverted their imaginations and thoughts in such a manner, that, these spirits of Jupiter, were as if bound, so as to seem secure, capable, of being extricated as also I perceived within me. 3045. Concerning the spirits of Jupiter are with me, and wonder greatly that I am able to write in this way the ideas of their thought, for they have related, duxerunt, previously, as also this day. The things which I wrote concerning them, and inasmuch as reflection was given them, they reported it to others who also wondered that such a thing could take place. It was insinuated in them, that in this way, can the inhabitants of this earth be informed, and everyone who reads knows it. This I perceived from their thought and not from their speech. From this thought or perception of their thought, I wrote these things. They also desired to affirm it with a still more subtle perception. 1748, September 3rd. 3046. The angelic spirits of Jupiter are in celestial perception, and thus it is granted to associate with them thought which cannot be understood by the interior evil spirits of this earth, wherefore they are highly indignant. And say they cannot live and also attempt to understand it. But this is impossible, yet they do not believe it. It was said that it is impossible for them to understand it, for cogitative celestial speech is insinuated by the Lord, but the speech of those evil spirits derives its origin from them. And they are immediately revealed from only their thought and endeavor, as to their quality and what they attempt. 3047. Concerning the nature of evil spirits. Interior evil spirits are of such a nature, that their wickedness and deceitful nature cannot be described. That, to wit, the least of the thoughts, that can ever be perceived by man, while a man is turned, by them, into evil with such skill, as can scarcely be imagined, cogitari, not only are they of such wickedness, that they turn good into evil as soon as it appears, but there are also some, who when they as it were smell that thence proceeds good, immediately turn it into evil. 3048. I thought that thus no man could have thought what was good, but I was informed that the good spirits are separated from the evil, so that where the good are, the evil cannot be, thus with man who is led by the Lord. And with everyone when he is in a state of faith, also with me the like several times occurred. But it was permitted them, I think, to have with me their stationary agents, they could not thus inflow with their wickedness apart from these agents, as was experienced this day. 1748, September 3rd. 3049. The spirits of Jupiter, concerning the Lord. When I wrote those things which are mentioned above, no. 531, I perceived that they did not wish that I should write of the Lord, that he is man and at the same time God, because they are ignorant what is God, or what is the highest, and that it is enough to believe him to be the highest. They greatly love and are rejoiced to have heard of a single, unicum, Lord, and that he is the only man, and that the rest derive from him, that they are men. L. 748, September 3rd. 3050. The true speech of spirits. The speech of words, vocum, is not the speech peculiar, propria, to spirits, but belongs to men or the corporeal memory, but the true speech of spirits belongs to the interior memory. Of what nature it is, was this day shown me. It is thought, yet communicative, speech, and inasmuch as I have now spoken with them, yet concerning this. How all that which they can understand and perceive is their science, knowledge, although they did not previously know that they were acquainted therewith, for they comprehend at once, and as they comprehend. It cannot be but that, the faculty, knowledge, is innate, and that it can be said by them as well, as, by, another who says it, wherefore that speech is an interior speech. Comprehending many things, for it is simultaneously intuitive, into, another's thought, and perceptive whether he is in such thought, which, thought, is of such a nature, as scarcely to mistake. In a word their speech, is a communication of ideas, one of which cannot be explained by many words, and when explained is still but slightly exhausted, in extent, for it still has as it were an integral, whole, idea with itself, which is manifested. Such is the speech of spirits with each other. In a word, this speech, is not words, but ideas of words, for every word has an idea which is of considerable extent, as is apparent from this. 3051 to 3100. 3051. That the idea, belonging, to a single word, may be, and usually is explained by many, words, and so with all, words, in the series of cogitative speech. This is wonderful, that spirits amongst themselves do not know, that there is such a speech, and that by such speech, they communicate their thoughts, because they are without reflection upon the speech of words. Which they do not know amongst themselves, because they do not reflect thereupon, and therefore because it is natural, speech, and I now perceive, that that speech of spirits is in man, which directs the speech of words. As I now perceive when I write these things, but, the reason, why man does not know it, and perhaps does not perceive it, is because it is the natural speech of his spirit, which he does not know that he possesses, and that he does not know. Or perhaps does not perceive that such is the case, is because, men, inhere, some in words, some in corporeal things, some in mundane, worldly, things. And then the faculty of understanding it perishes. I also perceive that in a company of spirits, such speech of spirits appears like a faculty of speaking by words. I wrote these things, while together, with another spirit, who acknowledges it. 1748, September 5th. 3052. Now the angelic speech is similarly circumstanced in a superior degree, as if, it were, a faculty, for that faculty cannot be given, unless it is still more interior, and comprehends many things in the single things of the idea. I apperceived that they instructed another, but do not know whether he perceived. I know this, that hence spring generals, as was evident to me from many things, also that hence superabound, flow over, redundant, the affections of many in general. I perceive the reason, why I could not be in angelic speech, to wit, that my spirit is in the body, and that spirits put on everything that belongs to my corporeal memory, wherefore it cannot be granted that I may be therein. 1748, September 5. 3053. Of what quality is angelic speech could also be perceived, that being induced to will on account of a certain use, but thence being drawn away. I perceived the use with, penis, me, but when drawn away, that there are many things therein, wherefore I could not perform use according thereto. These many things are distinct in angelic speech, but with me I could as it were understand nothing thereof. But spirits, who were not upright, wish to shun this speech, as I also perceived from nature, only that they do not admit anything that proceeds from heaven. They can afterwards know the reason, but not at that time. Because they act from nature. If they brought forth their reason, and said for what use, they can afterwards know from many things, but these are only fictions confirming their principles. 1748, September 5. 3054. That the Lord rules the universe. I have perceived in spiritual idea that the Lord rules the universe, and that woodcutters, lignarii, and sawyers, serrarii, and others, when in the sphere of faith, so far as they place merit in themselves, so far do they grow cold. And fall to fantasies, or lives, according with their fantasies. Further, I have understood that the sphere of faith, the sphere of interior, more interior and inmost things, inasmuch as it is divine, is the sphere itself of goodness and truth, wherefore it is a universal sphere. So that nothing is given in the universe which does not exist thence. 1748, September 5. 3055. Concerning the spirits of Jupiter. The spirits of Jupiter have been with me for about 3 days. They have their subjects with me as previously, for the sake of communication. These subjects were upright, hardly caring at all for what the evil spirits of Europe might introduce, inferent. Occasionally they were astonished at something, and related it to the society of their spirits, receding a little. But what they related I was not so well able to understand, nor the European spirits, for the speech was by means of interior thoughts. 1748, September 5. 3056. Concerning certain spirits, who supposed it was fantasies that I conversed with spirits. Certain spirits, also known to me, were several times afterwards raised into a superior, higher, region in front, and seemed to me to be behind a cloud, hence directing what I should think, and so supposed that they are great above others, and more learned. For such is permitted to those who have the fantasy that they suppose all others can be directed by them. 3057. When this was done by them, twice or thrice, they came into fantasies, which they also possessed in the life of the body, that speaking with spirits is a fantasy, so that they have not believed that anyone spoke with spirits. Therefore that spirits are not given, this was implied. Wherefore also, when they were in a similar state, and at the same time wished to inflict evil upon another, they were immediately snatched up to the highest place above the head, and suffered the same which they intended for another. Which was to appear as if their garments were torn, this, also to themselves. Meanwhile they were held in their fantasy, which they wished to derive to others, and so draw others into punishment, with themselves, and so substitute others in their place, which is contrary to love of the neighbor. And they were held in that state of deriving, of their fantasy, into others, and so of a sort of deceit, the counterfeiting of others, which they did for a long time, until there appeared to be an abatement, diminution. The derivation into others was manifestly known by their keeping others in their mind, and so wishing to take them away with themselves, whomsoever their mind laid hold of they took. 3058. At last I spoke with them where they were, in that very high place, representing reference to me, that because in the state of the body they were such as not to believe in spirits, nor that anyone could speak with spirits. They then thought in a similar manner because they were in that state. I told them that we should believe in our senses, for instance, in sight, smell, taste, hearing, touch, and the 1,000 varieties of my experiences, lasting now almost 3½ years, a thing to be believed, because it is so. And that I now write the same in their presence, which no man could do unless he was at the same time with spirits. For thus to write these things cannot be given by anyone in another manner. At length they for once confessed that it is the case, that I speak with spirits. 1748, September 5. 3059. Hence may also be inferred how difficult it is for a man to be able to throw off the fantasies which they had contracted and confirmed in the life of the body, for it could not but be most thoroughly known to these, as a matter of science, that they are spirits. 3060. That through the fantasies of others, spirits scarcely know other than that they are, in such a place, as they are represented. When the fantasies of some excite others, then it usually happens that he who is excited by another's fantasy hardly knows other than that he is of such a character, or is there, when yet this is not the case, as is also granted him to perceive. Sometimes more plainly, sometimes more obscurely. In like manner, it now also happened, when some were excited by those who were on high, then they who were excited scarcely knew whether or no, they were there, but it was granted to perceive that it was their fantasy. It also several times happened to me, that from the fantasy of others I was amongst them, yea, so that they did not know other, than, that I led them, thus by ways like spirits, and presented them at the same time in many places. Inasmuch as I did not know that it was a fantasy, and afterwards told them that I am in bed, therefore, I, as it were, saw myself with them, which, fantasy, nevertheless often returned to me, from what cause I do not yet know. 1748, September 5. That the learned of the world are not permitted to speak with spirits but at the peril of life. I spoke with spirits, and it was granted to perceive in spiritual idea that it is most dangerous for any learned person, who is imbued with fantasies, to be able to speak with spirits or any revelation disclosed to them. And this for many reasons. 3061. Concerning those who wish to enter into heaven, when yet they are not in the love of the neighbor. It was granted to say that for those who are not in the love of faith, it is as dangerous to enter the angelic heaven, as to enter flame or to the greatest torment. Certain ones did not believe this, although it was granted to insinuate through thought, that they whom the angels only inspect, and who are in contrary things to faith, seem to themselves to be turned into a ball of serpents. Therefore into dreadful things. Certain ones on high, to the left, paid no regard to this, that the angelic sphere is of such a nature, that they cannot even approach it, wherefore they desired to, and it came to pass that angelic spirits immediately, cedo, reflected upon them. So that thence the interior, angelic sphere touched them, whereby they were so smitten, and drew back, and were struck with such anxiety as almost to despair of life, as is usual in the life of the body. They were hence instructed how dangerous it is to approach heaven before they are prepared by the Lord, for receiving the affections of faith. Wherefore, also certain ones said that they never wished to aspire to heaven before they are prepared by the Lord. 1748, September 5. 3062. That they who are esteemed most learned in the world, and seem to the world the most enlightened in the word, have conceived false idea respecting heaven. Everyone can, wonder at this, that those who in the world seemed enlightened above others, from the Lord's word, have conceived a false idea respecting heaven, to wit, that they suppose when on high they are then in heaven. Also that they can thence rule, direct, the things which are below, and so be in self-glory and eminence above others, as was shown me, for from fantasy conceived in the world, they are brought up on high, and are permitted, as it were, to direct thence, something in the lower regions, and thus suppose they are in the heaven of their fantasy, when yet the reverse is the case. 1748, September 5. 3063. The reason why spirits are borne, carried, aloft, and, then, downwards. The reason why spirits are borne aloft, and, then, in a moment to a great depth, whereat they marvelled, is as I have now heard, that there is merely a change of societies adjoined by the fantasies of others, who, as soon as they desist, fall back into their former society. Sometimes the fantasy of one, together with his associates, forcibly puts another aloft or below, profundum, but this is only an appearance, but when their fantasy adjoins them, then the translation is according to the fantasy. September 5, 1748. 3064. That the quality of a spirit may be recognized from a single word. This was demonstrated to me, to wit, that should a spirit only speak the word true, then I possessed evidences, indications, of true kinds, to wit, from the sound, and from the idea. The sound has its differences to an indefinite extent, just as may be apparent from the sounds of men's speech, that the variety is indefinite, as of faces. Everyone knows this. Another evidence, indication, belongs to the idea of the word true or truth. It could be at once apparent of what quality is his general, communes, idea of true. Whether generals or few things are therein, whether there is simplicity in the general, idea. Whether pity is in the general, idea, whether a tranquil or infantile or innocent, principle is therein, which is a general indication, indicium, further, whether, the idea, was closed or open, that if aught is insinuated from heaven, or by the evil into the idea, what he derives from himself. 3065. Also whether the idea is somewhat full, plenior, whether much knowledge, pertains thereto, and of what quality, also whether but little knowledge, pertains thereto, whether in that state, knowledge of the true, or knowledge of the false, pertains, to that, idea, of the true. All the differences are indefinite in number, and, moreover, angelic spirits apprehend more things still, which are more interior, and angels, still more things, in each particular or universal. Wherefore, the quality of a spirit can be immediately recognized from a single word, when the Lord grants them to perceive, for in every idea is the man with variety according to state, and they also know how externals, to wit, sound, and the natural or external idea disagree with interiors. Besides, still more things in general, which cannot be so easily told. 1748, September 6. 3066. Concerning the Chinese. A choir came to me in the morning, which I could not so easily distinguish as to whence it came, because it was not yet granted to perceive thus the speech and representations of that choir. But that it came from Asiatic regions, and from where the Chinese are, I can perceive from this, that they presented before me a kind of woolly animal, namely, a sort of goat, then, also, a cake, placenta, made, from their grain. Also, a sort of ebony spoon, also, that then they perceived thence how their celebrated, notables, cities are formed. As at Pekin and elsewhere, where, cities, are located, ubi loci. 3067. Hence it was granted to infer their quality in general, they are of charity, or moved by charity, as was granted to perceive from this, that as soon as I was eagerly desirous that they should approach, they were moved by that desire, and drew near. Also from this, that when they supposed it was they alone who insinuated the things which I wrote just before, concerning ideas, and when told that there were also others who are indignant that they should say they alone insinuated it, when yet there were many, they then fell into thought, to thinking, whether they have acted wrongly, prevaricati sunt, against the neighbor, in claiming these things to themselves which belonged to others. So that I perceived their commotion, which was as much of shame as of acknowledgment that they have injured the neighbor, also of many worthy affections which I cannot describe. For man cannot distinctly perceive the many affections which concur to one. 3068. As soon as I named the Lord, as Christ, then their thought manifested great repugnance, so that I could not have uttered, idusra, it. I discovered the reason, was, that they have hence derived with them from the world, this repugnance, because in the life of the body they have perceived that the Christians amongst them live worse than they do, and are not gifted with charity. Hence was derived, nada, their opinion, and aversion, as it were. But when they perceived the goodness of those who were the Lord's, then they were immediately affected, being still ignorant whether, these, were Christians concerning whom they had derived such an opinion. 3069. It was granted to tell them, when they perceived that Christian spirits do not hold such an opinion of the Gentiles, that they would exclude them, that in the other life there is no difference between those who are denominated Christians or Gentiles. Only they are good, endowed with charity, and they love one another. This only avails in the other life. 1748, September 6. 3070. Concerning choirs in general. They can know, to whom the Lord grants to know, that there are diversities of choirs, and that each one may be distinguished by its sound, ideas, and representations, further, also, where they are situated, in the grand man. 3071. Choirs are of such a nature, that all speak together, or have a similar idea, and similar representations, so that many make one person, hence their sound, and gyre. 3072. But the case is different with the subjects that speak. The subject speaks and acts as one, as far as possible, but others conspire, combine, with their thoughts upon, one subject. They sometimes seem to themselves to speak, but this is rare. And they concur in thoughts, and these are then without reflection, they do not know other than that they constitute that person, or the same subject. This, however, is not the case. 1748, September 6. 3073. Several times it was granted me to be present with those who spoke, and it appeared to me that I led them, and they did not know it, afterwards they observed it. Hence may be known how one leads another, and speaks with another, and nothing else is perceived than that he speaks in whom is the thought and attention. 1748, September 6. 3074. The sphere of the opinion of probity, concerning the evil, and, concerning the nature of the dragon. For several days there was given me a sphere of thinking, opinandi, concerning the dragon, that he is not so evil as many others, to wit, that he is indeed deceitful, but only externally. As often as I was of this opinion and persuasion, because his nature and, that, of others, and so his comparative quality were known for so long a time, as often as I was in this opinion and persuasion. And that sphere was directed towards the dragon, he then could not endure it, for he does not wish to be upright, protus, for he loves to be feared by all, and so to be able to command, rule, all from fear. Wherefore, when he was in this sphere, so that he might not be feared, he was reduced into a state, whereof he spoke on several occasions, to the effect, that he is not able to endure that sphere. Because therein were so many things that he did not wish. For instance, contempt, and many other things. 3075. Moreover, the dragon is not permitted to add to his evil nature many evils. As often as he adds anything, for instance, begins to be cruel, to act, against conjugal love, and many other things, so often is he cast down from his place and punished, and so abstains. For he fears, greatly, that he may be cast down from his place, and so from his rule. He also plainly, satis, perceives that this will be the case unless he remains within the limits of his nature. 1748, September 6. 3076. That sometimes those, concerning whom it is thought, are in a moment present. It was often observed, that as soon as it is thought concerning anyone, he is immediately present, in the thinker's, place, as far as can be. I perceived the reason, to be, that then he is immediately borne away from the society, wherein he is, to the society that is thinking, in which I might be, or he might be, so that from his society he then comes into another. But as soon as the thinking ceases, he returns to his society, he is ignorant thereof and wonders that he is so suddenly present. 1748, September 6. 3077. That the life after death is a life to which the life of the body cannot be compared. It was shown by living experience, that the life of spirits after death can be of such a nature that the life of the body cannot be compared to it, was shown, by this that in one idea is as much of life and light as in 1,000. And more of the life of the body, and thus shown, that the life of the body with its ideas is so obscure, as in comparison to be mere darkness. For it is the corporeals and sensuals of the body which obscure, and also persuade that the life of the body is life. 3078. At the same, it was then also given to say to evil spirits, that their life is no other than a life of beasts, for they act from instinct, and do not know other than that they live a life just like wild animals, which also act from instinct. The beast life, farina vita, of evil spirits is worse and more obscure in this, that they are born by instinct against the good, and the tone which they derive, or which soul they derive from their being born, as men. 1748, September 6. 3079. That such varieties of aspects, for instance, that such horrid, nebulous, fiery, also beautiful faces, with other diversities, originate from the inspection of angels. The many diversities that exist, especially in the world of spirits, as regards their aspects, also as regards fires, lights, and very many other things, derive their origin from no other source than from the communication of the knowledges of faith, hence, are, various spheres of faith. It is similar with lights which, arise, from the sun. These lights are many, both as regards, their, degrees of extension, intentiones, and as regards many other differences. When, therefore, such light flows, labater, into the world of spirits, then all who are not of, true, faith, but of false faith, appear to those who see them, like as woodcutters, lignarii, and sawyers of grass. Hence, since the sphere of faith has, in itself that which was merited by the Lord, who alone is justice, and by him alone, therefore, they who place merit in themselves thus appear, and as they appear, seem to themselves to act. 3080. Hence their cold, frigora, hence the offensive smells, photors, and many things, according to diversities of the contrary, principle. This may be sufficiently evident from this, if heaven only inspects a deceitful spirit, he is turned into a ball of serpents, and so on with others. But they who are, in their faith, and in that truth of faith or light which agrees with their sphere, these appear beautiful, with different beauty. So also in the lowest sphere exist various other things which are beautiful. Besides these, there are also lights which also introduce varieties. These things may be illustrated by worldly things, for instance, by the light of the sun, from which, according to the objects, appear various things, to wit, those which receive the rays inordinately, exhibit black, dull, tetro, obscure colors, but others are like rainbows, in colors. Also the objects of vegetables, are, beautiful, according to the arrangement, ordinationem, of the subtle parts receiving the light of the sun. 1748, September 6. 3081. That one spirit is led by another into almost similar thought with himself. Spirits several times complained that they were compelled, as it were, to think of, cogitare, that which was the object in my mind, penis me, so that they could not think for themselves. Although it was many times left to them openly, manifest, to unite in discourse with each other and every society, to act, by itself, also, were allowed to do so, not in an open manner, manifest, as when they took counsel, and hastily burst out into such things as I have never thought of, and, were permitted, to collect and, as it were read my thoughts concerning other things. As many times happened. Still, when reflection was granted them, they complained just as, they have, this day, also that they were constrained to think of those things which were objects in my mind, penis me. 3082. Wherefore, it was granted to tell them, that it cannot happen otherwise, for such a thing also takes place in the world, and in every society. When one is speaking, the thoughts of others are held by, the thoughts, of, that, one, so that they direct the mind, intendant, to the same things, and think similar things. The like takes place in a great assembly, when one speaks. Also in congregations, when the priest preaches, and so forth. Still more, is this the case, in the other life, where the ideas are fuller, when there is speech, and still more, because ideas cannot but be communicated. Still more because it is interiors which speak, and, there are, many things to allure the thoughts or ideas of others. 3083. Hence may also be apparent what is the nature of the communication of spiritual and celestial ideas in the heavens, where ideas are still fuller and still more incommunicable, and inflow from the Lord according to each one's disposition. And communication is caused by the Lord, who wishes all things good and true to be communicable. 3084. Hence is also permitted to know, how exquisite are, the conjunctions of societies, and that if the least discrepancy occurs, it is known, and in proportion as there is disagreement, they are dissociated. 1748, September 6. 3085. That men and spirits are detained from evil, and, as it were, suspended away from the evil which is below. It was granted me to know from experience, that I was detained by the Lord from the evil wherewith I have been infested, so that if the least remission should occur, I would immediately fall into evil, and into danger, into evil thinking and acting. So that I appeared as if suspended from evil, which thus is below. Thus, I was, in an interior sphere, when evil was intended by the world of spirits. Hence it was given to know how good angelic spirits and angels are held, as it were, above evil, or within it, so that it cannot touch them. Therefore is man guarded, lest evil spirits inflow, when he is held in the thoughts of faith. 1748, September 6. 3086. What ardent desire they who are led by the Lord have to serve even the worst, although, their enemies. These good spirits, were among, spirits, of the worser sort from Gehenna, who infested me the whole night and endeavored to kill me by criminal, flagitious, arts, so that I was twice aroused from sleep, and saw and felt their attempts and acts. At length, when morning came these, good spirits, who were known to me, burned with ardent desire. N.B. to instruct them, and do them good, for I perceived what was granted me to know, that they were led by the Lord. So also did these acknowledge who are in, Penis, Gehenna. 1748, September 7. 3087. That a certain one being inspected by, from, heaven, was turned into intestines. A certain stationary, subject, of those who were above me, and endeavored all night to kill me, when I suddenly awoke, was inspected by, from, heaven, that they might know where and who those were who attempted to kill me. He was turned into filthy intestines, which I saw, and he acknowledged it. Who he was, whether their worst, spirit, I do not yet know. Hence is apparent what is their quality. 1748, September 7. Thus it is known that they are not of the deceitful, but of those whose magic acts. 3088. Concerning more subtle evil spirits, in a line with the zenith, at various altitudes. A certain spirit, known to me in life, who was imbued with a more subtle nature, arising, from a solitary life, ex solitudine, he, when, with, apud, me, could speak according to his nature with interior good spirits, and persuade them. Not under his own person, but under another, so that they could scarce perceive otherwise. For it was so permitted and allowed by the Lord, hence can be known of what nature are certain evil spirits, but he was not amongst those who intended, proposed, the worst things, because he was held in that state. 3089. He supposed that he was so subtle as, to be, without the sphere of all, so that he supposed he could be injured by no one, still less punished. Wherefore he, was, raised up above the head in a line with the zenith, and spirits came there, who were, worse than him, and also such subtleties, and entered into his thoughts, and thereby harassed, torquebant, him. So that he said he was reduced to such perturbation, confusionum, and hence, a sort of torment, as can scarce be described. For at the same time that he was inflamed with the desire of thence extricating himself, that kind of torment was increased, he was thus instructed that spirits are given, as punishers of evil, who are in a similar subtlety. So that thereby, therefore, he may not regard himself as safe. 3090. When he was told that still more subtle spirits are given, who inflowed in a mild manner, and thus overcame Vincent, him by subtlety, he was raised up higher in a line with the zenith. And was there with those of whom he said that they overcame him, and could decoy him with hidden fascinations, as it were, of an agreeable nature, blandies, so that he was led thereby. Still being ignorant they were those who insinuate themselves in the cupidities of man by assenting thereto, and thus enticing to evil. They dare not insinuate deceits beyond that point where they suppose themselves safe. They fear the loss of their life and license freedom, licentio. 3091. I was told that such are not permitted to be with man, because they lead him so secretly and privately into evil, that man can by no means know other than that it is so. Wherefore they are held, kept, bound, I think, near, in Gehenna. 1748, September 7th. 3092. It was then propounded to those who were on high, in the zenith, to solve this proposition. Who is alive? He that is led by the Lord, or he who is led by himself, for such spirits suppose that there is no life, unless it comes from themselves, and thus that he was devoid of life who is led by the Lord. They cannot think otherwise. Such was the proposition, that since they suppose that he who is not led by himself is not alive, and I believe that he who is led by himself is not alive, they should decide which is true. They deliberated, and as soon as anything intellectual was granted them by the Lord, they perceived that it is the true life which comes from the Lord, and that the life which proceed from self is not a true life. Because it proceeds, at the same time from the evil and to evil, consequently that the life which proceeds to evil is a spurious one, and that the life which proceeds to good is a true life. I understood that they perceived this, but still they sought for another life, so that they might extricate themselves thence. 1748, September 7th. 3093. That in the other life no one is ever permitted to become worse. That in the other life it is never permitted, anyone, to become worse, was given to know from the case of the dragon, who, as often as he took up something new, that he might accustom himself to an evil to which he was not previously habituated himself, was grievously punished, mulctatus, hence, his horror. Wherefore he dare not attempt it. Therefore, also, there are bonds of such a nature as restrain them from wandering beyond due limits, any extravaganter, besides indefinite other things, according to the natural evil acquired by each one. This is it with all others, as, for instance, with those who are in Gehenna. They are there sometimes kept in freedom, licentia, but as soon as they wander beyond limits, and endeavor to acquire evil, and affect themselves therewith, then are they immediately in the fire of Gehenna. Which is their interior torment, as it were, a torment of fires, igneous, that cannot be described, whereby they are so deterred, and at length kept in such a horror thereof as not to dare to wander beyond limits. But every moment that there is a tendency, to wander beyond, they are in fear, tement. 1748. September 7th. 3094. That the faculty of understanding, intelligendi, is of the Lord. There was a certain spirit with me, who wished to practice craftiness. Inasmuch as he was evil, a certain one inquired, why do I thus speak with the evil? It was granted to reply, that because he possesses the faculty of understanding, quod quia, facultas ei intelligendi, I speak with him, thus with his faculty of understanding, consequently with the Lord, whereat he being indignant withdrew. Hence I was instructed that the faculty of understanding, belonging to men and spirits, is of the Lord. 1748, September 7th. 3095. That philosophic truths convince those who are of such a nature, tales, more strongly than anything else. There were certain spirits, with whom I spoke, from philosophic truths. As that the principal cause and the instrumental cause, act as a single cause, unam causam agent, thus by spiritual ideas it was shown, that they who are merely organs or instrumental causes, suppose that they live. Or that they are the principal cause, the active, agentum, living, efficient force. Hence they who are of such a character, were so convinced, that I wondered as that although evil, they could thus behold the truth. Also in other respects when I spoke concerning a universal providence, that the universal is not, formed, but from things most singular, they were similarly convinced, also a philosopher, celebrated in his time. When he perceived the things which, are written, concerning forms, as to which, see, Nos. 649, 660, 676. But they who do not care for such things, are delighted therewith, not on account of the things, themselves, but that thus such, spirits, may thus be convinced. Wherefore they zealously lend their assistance thereto, so that others may be impressed. 1748, September 6 or 8. 3096. They, who have reference, referunter, to the saliva of the mouth. It was observed that nearly above the head are they who have reference to the saliva of the mouth, they speak tacitly with a sort of splitting, of speech. The saliva of the palate moving itself above the tongue, hence is the splitting of, their, speech. They serve to instruct others, just as the saliva to digest what is received into the mouth. 1748, September 8. 3097. Concerning paradisiacal delights. A little upward in front of the corner of the right eye are they who live a paradisiacal life. Who enjoy such paradisiacal prospects of immense extent as can never be perceived by any man, with infinite varieties and brightnesses illuminating the prospect. In a word, they who had been there, like as those who are now there, said that it is so entirely undescribable, ineffabilis, that they can, not I think should be supplied, present the unspeakableness, thereof, in the fullest idea of man. Pleasantnesses and felicities shine forth from each thing. In a word, they lack words to describe it, only that it is ineffable, and occurs with infinite varieties to eternity. 3098. Some, who were, with me, were raised up thither. They doubted whether in the other life, as in the life of the body, light is given, further, whether the life is superior to that life, which belongs to the body, wherefore they were carried up into paradisiacal societies. And are still there, and they thence spoke with me. But before they can be elevated thither they are prepared by the Lord, so as to be of unanimity, unanimes. Wherefore others who desired it, could not be carried up, aferi, for their ideas are not concordant, nor do they suffer themselves to be so affected that the idea of the rest might bend them. 3099. How they exist, this also was given to perceive, from representations, belonging, to the inferior world or world of spirits, to wit, that the Lord inflows through heaven into their imaginative and cogitative ideas. And inasmuch as they are in the grand man, thus in heaven, and the Lord inflows, there cannot but exist such indefinite beautiful representations, with variety to eternity, and this in clear light, and in the fullest life. So that the light of the eye, and its life in the body, cannot be compared, thereto. 1748, September 8. 3100. Concerning a place, where, there are, corporeal delights. Towards the left below, at, some, distance, leftwards from the old Jerusalem, is a place where they practice such things as have been delightful in the life of the body, for instance, sports, dances, and the like. Into this place are brought those who come recently from the life of the body into the other, life, so that there they may practice such things, for such pleasures and delights as have been enjoyed in the life of the body. Return and are permitted in order that, spirits, may be divested thereof. They spoke with me from thence, and it was given to tell them that such things are but external, that can scarcely be distinguished from internals, because they enjoy a perception of internals. For such, pleasures, also wither and become abominations, just like other external pleasantnesses, which decay, putrescent, after a short time. 1748, September 8. 3101 to 3150. 3101. Concerning a certain robber who was a Jew, and who supposed that he was able to take away from me gold coins. What is the nature of evil spirits after death may hence be apparent that sometimes they supposed themselves able to carry off the things which they saw. Even now, there was a Jew, one, of the robbers, to whom I showed several gold coins, who supposed that he wished to carry off these things, not knowing other than that he was a man and thus was able to do so. Wherefore the coins were left for him to carry off, and from fantasy he seemed to himself to have abstracted them. When I had showed him that the coins were still remaining, and that it was his fantasy, he was amazed and said that he now apperceives that he is a spirit. But I know that immediately after, he still did not know other than before. Hence may be inferred the quality of life of evil spirits after death. But when it is manifest to good spirits that they are spirits, reflection is given by the Lord, so that they may know more than that. 3102. Moreover the same spirit, although told that he was a spirit, and the faculty of reasoning given him, still persisted in saying that he who sees and hears is a man, so that he could scarcely be brought to believe that he was a spirit. For they never have any reflection but what the Lord gives them. 1748, September 8. 3103. The first reason why a spirit, in general, supposes himself to be a man, is, that reflection is not given him, when, with penes, a man who does not speak or reply to them, for speaking with a spirit is conjoined with this. That they reflect upon the other who speaks, so that they are not the man, but separated from the man. They are spirits. 3104. The reason that a spirit does not know other than that he is the man, although he does not see through the man's aegis, eyes, and hear through his ears, is, that he immediately puts on everything which belongs to men's memory, as if his own, and he who puts on the memory of a man, also, puts on the man, for man is not constituted a man by his body, but by his interiors. To me, it is evident from many experiences, that they have entirely put on my memory. But they do not possess the interior memory, that is possessed by the angels of the Lord who rule, direct, those spirits, who are below just as they, who are, with the inhabitants of Jupiter, where are two around, about, the head. And rule, direct, the chastising spirit, who does not know other than that he acts and speaks from himself. When man reaches that point, that his interior memory is directed, ruled, by interior evil spirits of the world of spirits, a thing never permitted, then can man no longer live. 1748, September 8. 3105. That man knows many truths. But he does not acknowledge them, as soon as he reasons. It happened on several occasions that, to those who have preached heavenly truths in life and zealously inculcated them, it was demonstrated, in the other life, that they denied them. Because they have been in a state of reasoning concerning them, for instance, that the Lord directs them by His Holy Spirit. This is zealously urged by preachers, and they pray that the Lord may direct them, by His Holy Spirit, may dictate words to them, put in their mouth what to say, that He may be present and lead everyone, that nothing comes but from Him. That men have no power, and are like stocks in the act of regeneration, and the like. When the same things were demonstrated to the sight, ad oculum, of the same preachers, to be so, because they have been in a state of reasoning concerning them, and because their faith has been a scientific faith, they as well as others have been astonished, and denied it in heart, but when it was recalled into their memory, that till they have urged and preached these things during their life, yet during their preaching seemed to themselves to believe, then they at once acknowledged and affirmed it, from which it could be evident, that it was not a faith of the heart but of the memory, even when I thought concerning this that man was so created by the Lord as, while in the world to be also in heaven with the angels, and thus heaven be conjoined with the world. It happened that one of the preachers of his time said, that he could have so enlarged on these things by preaching 3106. And with such persuasion, that all would seem to themselves persuaded, to say the least, that he had preached like an angel. But still, when in the other life it is demonstrated that such is the case, to wit, that I am of such a nature by the Lord's will, that I can perceive whatever they say and do in the world of spirits, and through me in the world. It seems, obstinate, to them so wonderful, and so incredible, that they have said that they would never have thought this in life, besides other such words. 1748, September 9th. 3107. Wherefore, when man is in church, and does not reflect upon the arguments which can be objected, he is both preacher and hearer in a very different state than when he is in arguments. For instance, as respects the life after death, who does not believe in a life after death, when he hears the preacher earnest even to sighs and tears, but who believes in the life after death, when in a state of reasoning. Certain ones were thrown, missy, into the same state of zeal, as when they preached and heard in church. They were in a state of such a persuasion, but I knew that, apart from that state, they are not of such a nature, but wonder as well as others, that such is the case, in every point, in singulus. 1748, September 9th. Also in such a state have been famous preachers, for some space, morum, of time, so as to deem it impossible that man could have spoken with spirits, because they have held that opinion during life. So that if anyone perceiving such a thing had told them during life, they would have wholly denied it. 3108. And said that these things were illusions. Wherefore, while, in such a state, they have been with me, inquiring whether it is so, and then suppose that it is an illusion, and that I knew nothing, touching, these things, although they do. But at last they were convinced, and led into another state, so that they might imagine it, autumnant. They are now also in a state of imagining, autumnandi, but not in a state of believing. 1748, September 9th. Sometimes, also, such persuasive preaching occurs, dater, that they who believe nothing, and think they are to die like brutes, then seem to themselves to be, as it were, elevated to heaven, but yet as soon as they go forth from the church, believe nothing, and on the other hand, aliquin, make sport of such things. That they are elevated to heaven, I perceived from a spiritual idea, also from living experience with certain ones. 1748, September 9th. When man is in such persuasive state, and is elevated, then the Lord operates, and implants, inseminat, and conceals in their minds those things which are called remains, also at many other times, as when men are in misfortunes and temptations. This was now insinuated in my mind, mihi nunc insinuatum. 1748, September 9th. 3109. Concerning those who are in the zenith, on high. Those who are on high in the zenith, are those who during life were hypocrites. In externals seem to be angels, but inwardly are wolves, and use flatteries, ad blandiunter, as has been said. The mildness of their influx also shows this, but they craftily lie in wait, as often as occasion is given, and they see that man falls, they then assist with every effort, so that he may fall headlong. I spoke with them, and they are present when I write. 3110. These suppose that they are ruled by themselves, and not by the Lord. Wherefore, they are sometimes so punished, mulc tanter, that their consociation which, as it were, resembles one person, is separated. The separation is effected, as I perceived, by the blowing, as it were, of certain who are below, near the buttocks. They are then dissociated, and act as many. This takes place with great molestation, to them, there is uproar amongst them, their complaint is heard, that they knew not what would hence result, and they then acknowledge that they are of no power whatever, though at other times, alioquin. They suppose they are able, to accomplish, everything. Those who are under the buttocks, correspond with those who are in the perpendicular line of the zenith, because they are of such a nature, but they who are below, at the buttocks, adnates, are borne away by the cupidity of punishing everyone in a subtle manner, for they were not seen by me, but only perceived by such a mode of blowing, insufficientis, as that, whereby, they were, separated. 3111. I spoke with a certain spirit, concerning these, he said that I might tell these not to be so insane. It was given to reply that this is like telling a sick man to be well, or, a raving or, simulator, insane man to speak sanely. And that men are of such a nature in their thoughts, but only external simulation causes them to seem sane. 3112. Afterwards, this separation ceased, and they acted like a single, una, person as before. I spoke with them, asking, if they knew whether they rule themselves, for their mind, had just been subject, is ruled, to, by, punishment. They said that they know that they are not ruled by themselves, because then there is discord. Then I inquired by what lord, were they ruled, whether by the dragon, this they denied, or whether by somebody else. They did not know. They were not yet willing to say that, they were ruled, by the Lord, for they think that without concurrence, agreement, to one end, and without the Lord, by whom they are kept in agreement, they may, even themselves, thereby manage me. And, that they are as it were, the man. Thus, thinks, everyone, no matter how many there are. They are kept in such agreement. This, is the end, that accords with, their nature. Such end does not keep them in agreement, but carries, brings, their souls one against another. 1748, September 8. 3113. Concerning a certain proud spirit who was inflated to the highest degree. There was a certain spirit, although not amongst those of the prouder sort, fastuosiors, but yet amongst those who have also puffed themselves, inflaverat, I think, up with pride, in the days of their life. When the discourse and idea were touching those who despise others in comparison with themselves, and, suppose, it is they alone who live, and similar, traits, which could agree with his disposition, ei, for there are many genera and species of pride, according to fantasies, springing, from self-love and contempt of others. In comparison with self, on which account he was permitted to be inflated according to the fantasy, then belonging, penis, to him. He was, then, so inflated as to fill the universe, so that there was no more any space, so that he looked around on every side. Where to go, but, there being, no longer, any space, anywhere, remains, therefore immovable, and so said that he could not exist, esse, unless restored to his original magnitude. Those who blew him up, out, insuffabant, were at the hinder part of my head, thus a little above the head. The reason why he was so blown up, out, insuffatus, was because, his, idea concerning the angels was, that they, are, wretched, misery, beings, and thus, are like, crawling worms. This idea also continued, inasmuch as such, spirits, as think they live from themselves, thus that they alone live, regard all angels as such. Wherefore, this was his punishment. 1748, September 10. 3114. That man can never be led better, than he is led. Spirits suppose that they could have been led differently, and so become better than they are, thus be kept from actual evils, and many things. The evil throw the blame on the Lord, but they were told that it is their fault. I perceived in spiritual idea, that they can never be led better, than they are, so that there are necessities every moment of their lives, as you may see previously, mentioned, and it was provided from eternity. And so provided that each and all things tend to our ultimate end, to be, that they may be, parts in the grand man, that is, in the Lord's kingdom. Inasmuch as this is not perceptible by them, on account of intuitions of particulars, it was given to perceive that omnipotence, or infinite power can so dispose. For even man can thus almost similarly lead man in some particulars, when he knows his evil nature or cupidity. 3115. So that he may say, that he cannot be led differently, but that such a leading is the best, per optima, unless he perceives otherwise that hence, comes, the greater evil to him, or evil and not good. Wherefore infinite power which sees each and all things at once, and the future as present, can so dispose, and inasmuch as he is able, does also dispose. For the leading of man, and the bending of evil, that continually tends to worse and worse, may be understood, by this, that he who is evil desires, to proceed, into the worst. By thus wishing to lead himself, but that the Lord bends, him, to less evil and as little as is ever possible. In a word, all the moments of life are necessities, because man is of such a nature, that he continually desires and aims to precipitate himself into the worst evil. 1748, September 10th. 3116. This is, illustrated by means of a certain one, who said that he knows what he wills. It was insinuated in him that he knows nothing else, than what tends to his pleasantness, and nothing besides. Wherefore pleasantness, was, represented by a yellow color as it were, into which, he was, remitted, but was then detained a moment, lest he should fall therefrom. He, was, then actuated by another fantasy, and perceived, though I did not, that if, he had, not been detained, he would have fallen into his total destruction, therefore he no longer thus desires. That it may be remitted to him to fall into his pleasant things which he provides, foresees, and further, though evil, confessed that the Lord sustained him. In the thought of his fall, he is said to be now overwhelmed, preemie, with much anxiety. 1748, September 10th. 3117. That spirits in the other life are not only beheld in fixed, certes, places, but their bodies in a fixed position. Certain spirits appeared in their places, standing up, who have told me further, that they walked, could walk, and indeed with body erect. Some appeared, as within the body, with their head down, and back of their shoulders up. Some appeared, sitting, upon a throne, solis. Some also appeared, sitting but not on conspicuous seats, conspicu. Some appeared, otherwise, as comes from various causes. Sometimes certain spirits appeared, to lie stretched out, and so forth. 1748, September 10th. That one spirit is led by another, etc. From much experience, it is known to me, that one spirit is led by another, and so forth, so that there is no one who is not led by another. Which they also confessed, when it was shown to them. 3118. That naturals exist from spirituals. I spoke with spirits concerning naturals, that they exist from spirituals, for the reason, that spirits are given who relate to, referunt, the bladder, ureters, and the like, and indeed was confirmed by this, which everyone can know. That the acts of the body which are natural, exist by thought through the will which are spiritual things. This is clearly perceived from spiritual idea, so that natural acts exist from such things as they do not comprehend, to wit, by thought through the will. So in everything else. 1748, September 10th. 3119. So those things, that exist in eggs, the seminal bladders, vesicis, and in everything else, unless they exist in like manner from the Lord, through spirituals in heaven, can never exist. These, because their causes are unknown, are called natural functions. These things, were spoken, also with spirits. 1748, September 10th. 3120. That the greatest in heaven, is he, who, is, least. I spoke with spirits, who supposed, to be greatest in heaven, is, as in the world, to be the most powerful and opulent. But it was granted to reply that the greatest in heaven, is he, who, is, least, and, it was, granted to illustrate it by this, that the powerful aspire to earthly felicity, by increasing their power, and the rich, by increasing, their riches. And their end is that thus they be more happy, for they desire to thus possess in mind, every pleasantness. This is their end. Since the least in heaven possesses the greatest felicity, it hence follows that he is the greatest. 1748, September 10th. 3121. Concerning general respiration. A general indulation of heaven was perceived, and I was told that it is the respiration of heaven, whereby, comes, the respiration of men and of many things. It corresponded to my respiration about as 3 to 1, for such respiration goes out, a bit, into endeavor, conatum, from which all things respire. 3122. Concerning the odor of human seed. Several times was perceived the odor of human seed, and it was given me to know, that it is from those who represent, bear reference, to, referent, the seminal bladders, vesicas, and spermatic vessels. 1748, September 11th. 3123. Concerning a subtle veil. There were spirits hid above the head of the family of sirens, who acted so secretly, latenter, that it was not revealed, pateret, until after some time, morum. They suppose that thus they are free because subtle, as if in a pure sphere. Wherefore, quod, they were told that they are not therefore free, and that their most subtle principle appears to them, like as to others, as the subtlest of all things. But inasmuch as they still continued, purgabant, to act thus, they disappeared as it were into a subtler principle, wrapped in a sort of subtle veil, and were carried away, around the head as if once by one, unius, and downwards. 3123_1/2. They supposed that they were not evil, as is customary with sirens. But it was given to tell them, that the intention for which they wished to be so subtle, prevailed in everything else, which end or intention was that they wished to be purer than others. Wherefore, however they acted, as that end ruled, everything is still turned into such as favors the end, which consists in despising others. 1748, September 11th, for they wished to ridicule others and to rule them according to their fantasies. 3124. Concerning the excretories in general. The cerebrum has its excretories, and each of the viscera has its excretion. Certain of them serve for uses, for instance the salivas and biles, certain are cast out as excrementitious through the pores of the skin, and other enunctories. As the nostrils. There were certain spirits, who were among the excrementitious things of the cerebrum, in front above, at a little distance opposite, the right part of the nose. These as often as they had remission, brought down spiritual things to earthly things, and defiled them, according to use in life, beginning with spiritual, and bringing them down to earthly things, and then defiling them, therewith. The more filthy, earthly, things were, the more they had remission. 3125. But a little farther off, nearly in the same plain, whither they fled, were those who think and speak nothing but filthy things, and whatever is presented to speak about, they turn into something filthy. As is usual with many of the lowest class of common people, sailors, and the like. Of such a character are many in thought. But they are restrained by external bonds. 1748, September 11th. 3126. Concerning prayers. I perceived in spiritual idea, that prayers to the Lord, if made from conscience, as a duty, are then good, but if that thereby something is obtained or merited, it is not good, yea, idiom, is evil. 1748, September 12th. 3127. The variations of affections, without ideas of thoughts. I have experienced without reflection, although, the same thing occurred, several times before, that affections can act and be varied, as to effect, without, apart from, ideas of thought. So that there are indefinite states of affections with their varieties and successions. These are the principles of thoughts which nevertheless man cannot perceive without ideas of thought, wherefore, he cannot perceive, that celestial states, from which spirituals, arise, are of such a nature. 1748, September 12th. 3128. Concerning speech with spirits. Speech with spirits appears to them wholly like the speech of men with each other, and anyone may wonder that they do not perceive other than that it is entirely the same. But still there is such a difference as between the speech of the mouth and the speech of thought. So that thought, and not the tongue or mouth speaks, and that spirits at once perceive if, 1, wishes to conceal anything, and if anything else is latent, whatever is simulated, if there is such, so that if, 1, wishes to conceal anything, then. At once, do they the rather draw out his thoughts into the light, and if he simulates aught, he is immediately charged with falsity. Moreover, speech with spirits is fuller, so that whatever may be in the ideas of words is more fully disclosed, besides many things which, I have said, previously concerning spirits and ideas. This is written, in presence of those who could not perceive other than that the speech of spirits and men is the same. Yea, if man should thus speak with man, in which estate as he is, his brain, cerebrum, would in a few minutes be distracted and become insane. 1748, September, 12. 3129. Wherefore spirits are in a more perfect state than when men, in order to be of such a character, for they are thus kept by the Lord. With nearly the same difference that there is between hearing and sight separate from hearing, which they derive from this, that the memory of particulars is separated from them. From which if they should think in the other life, at the same time they were with other spirits who are in ideas, the memory of particulars would be so burst asunder as to become wholly insane. 1748, September 12. 3130. Wherefore, the speech of spirits also flows into the speech of man from the interior, and therefore no man hears it, although it appears to him and spirits that it is similar, and thus that men might hear it. Since the speech of men inflows externally through the ear. 3131. Hence, it may also be apparent, how those things which inflow from the interior and those which inflow from the exterior, concentrate themselves into the ear, yea, also into the tongue. 1748, September 12. 3132. That the spheres of spirits and societies are also represented, sistanter, by odors. As soon as any spirits call, then they who are there, the Lord thus allowing, are perceived as to their quality, as well the celestial as the spiritual. This happened many times, for it is immediately insinuated what is the quality of his life and of his faith. The same, when the Lord so allows, are also represented by odors, yea, perceptible, sensibiles, by spirits. As well by odors of vegetable things as by animal odors, or the various odors of the body, besides spheres of terror, fear, sadness, anxiety, as was the case today, on account of which they fled away. Also, the spheres of greatness of mind, which are various, quae vario, I think. 1748, September 12. There are also mixed spheres of thoughts and affections, for instance. 3133. That the dragon cannot bear it, when they believe him to be less deceitful than others, and more upright than others, because he desires to command all, he sometimes complained of that sphere, and betook himself elsewhere. In general, evil spirits cannot tolerate the sphere of faith, therefore, the perception of spheres is taken away, diminished and increased by the Lord, and so the spirits to whom it is repugnant fly away, as also a spirit now complained. When they wish to explore the angelic sphere, as to what and of what nature it is. It so penetrates the interiors of the spirit that he is turned into such things, and thus appears, as they are represented, like clouds, flamy, white, black, and many things, also into animals according to nature and state. 1748, September 12. 3134. That spirits speak those things which others think interiorly. It is known that there are subjects who speak, and he who speaks, speaks from the thoughts of another. Which was now plainly shown me when one spoke, and I thought him to be a certain one, when yet he who spoke was not so. Immediately another said that the subject spoke the things which he thought interiorly, which could not be prevented. Hence, it may be manifest that these things which subjects speak, are the thoughts of others, as has been observed several times previously. 1748, September 12. 3135. A vision concerning more subtle magicians, and those who are rashly desperate. There first appeared to me a bunch of large red grapes, upon a plate, at whose size I was astonished. Then appeared to me a face in a window, from which I could infer that I would see something worthy of observation. 3136. Then a certain one, from amongst the extremely audacious in the world, inasmuch as he could not, as he said, endure those things which had happened to him, being excited by fear of the loss of his reputation, which he was very solicitous about in the world, then took counsel to seek another Lord, as certain evil spirits did previously. But no matter what was told him, it was in vain, as he was obstinate for going, wherefore he withdrew, elongavid se, backwards, a tergo, more and more in mind in order to seek another Lord, and another heaven, where he could be without such loss of reputation. Which was all that tormented him, together with other things which happened that he had to endure before he could enter heaven. Wherefore, he withdrew backwards more and more, and did not wish to return, although those sent to him said many things, to induce him to return. The distance backwards was farther than I supposed could be given within the space of the grand man, Maximo Corpori. 3137. At first he came to those who furnished him everything sweet, so that they lived together in delights. Thus in performing mutual offices, with such a life for an end, so that their life might be sweet, thus simulated friendships, for the sake of sweet conversations. At first he said that he has there found others with whom he could live. But it was shown me that they were interior magicians, charmers, and the like, who are sent thither at first, when they came from the life of the body, so that similar things might be recalled, in order that they may be finally vastated. That they were of such a nature, was shown me, by means of an angelic view, intuitum, of such things. There appeared attenuated, tenuia, and bloody intestines. Hence was given to know that such are there at a distance backwards, who indulge similar things, so that they live for the sake of the mere end of thus enjoying a sweet life, and thinking they mutually love one another. But the end shows the quality of the love. In the other life, these are also devoted to magic arts, divinations, and the like. 3138. When he was told that they were of such a character, and that as he was unaccustomed in the life of the body to such things, he was so, afterwards, that he afterwards came into the soul and nature which he acquired to himself. Then he removed himself farther and farther backwards, till he was told, that he was, at the bounds of the universe. He then came into the society of those who said that to die or live is the same, whether life or death, and cared nothing whether they lived or died. He then found such as are farthest backwards, and because he was similar in life, he was hence kept in that acquired nature, was then in his own life, and shouted a long time, Cact folk, cact folk. And those with whom there was perceived no such thing, were of no estimation in his mind. He ran farther, and shouted Cact folk, and then was communicated to me the quality of his life, which was such, that the respiration was, as it were, in the greatest liberty, because he was, with such as he is. Hence, came, his free thought, which was, as it were, diffused into all, with the respiration entirely remitted, remississima, into the general principle of all whom he esteemed, as if he might be as one with them. Such was his life. 3139. I spoke with him concerning the nature of that life, to wit, that when they are in battles and dangers, they must not fear death, but outside of battles to have such life, springing, from persuasion that they alone are men, and worthy of living. This is mad. In like manner they are in madness in whom a false persuasion is induced like beasts, when they are so bent back, retorquenter, that they cannot be drawn back, reduci, any farther. 3140. Afterwards he returned in an instant, for distance of place and removals are fantasies in the other life, they are induced by magicians to whomsoever permitted. 3141. It was then also granted me to know that such esteem, above all others, them that are without fear, without reverence, and without shame. 1748, September 13. 3142. How good spirits appear when inspected by the angels. There was shown me, as it were, a long porch, where there were many men and virgins. I did not, well, see or remember the decorations. I was told that thus appear angelic spirits, when beheld from heaven, that is, from the Lord. 1748, September 13. 3143. That scientifics are also implanted in spirits. It was made known to me by experience, that spirits retain in the interior memory, what they hear, see, and perceive, just as men do in the exterior memory, but that they cannot recall these things, but only the Lord can. It was made known to me, that they occupy the memory of some, so that they who have been the longest with me know better than others what has been transacted, me. Again, I perceived that it was also recalled into the memory of some what had befallen them after death, as, for instance, what they have endured, concerning which I had no knowledge, besides other things, which I do not recollect. 1748, September 13. 3144. Still more, is this the case, amongst the interior, for instance, amongst the angels, with whom remain the minutest things, according to degree of perfection, for the law is, that nothing is ever without a use. 3145. That angels can know from a single idea of man or spirit his whole nature. A certain spirit, when he heard that angels can know the whole nature of man, from but a single idea of a word, was astonished, and wished to be confirmed concerning it, through experience, wherefore an angel came to him, and disclosed what he perceived from a single idea of his, which however did not seem so very evil, and told him its quality. Who, inasmuch as he had as an end, the glory of reputation and name after death, and indeed so much so, that no other man could more desire fame, the angel showed him of what quality was his idea, having found, to wit, that if he could have killed the universal human race, for only the glory of his name, he would thence derive the greatest pleasure, so that he had no mercy. He had acquired this by that actuality, inasmuch as he took glory and pleasure from, in the sight of, thousands stretched and lying in blood after battles. 1748, September 13. 3146. Concerning changes, variationibus, of state. It is also usual in the other life for them to be reduced into an infantile, youthful, and adolescent state so completely that they do not know other than that, they are, in infancy, boyhood, adolescence. A certain one was now also reduced into that state, and did not then know other, nor speak other, than as if then in early adolescence, was, with his parents and ancestors, who previously had not been able to love him on account of actualities which he had contracted, but then the love in the parents towards children or storage was excited, and they loved him tenderly. Their love was also communicated to me. He spoke indeed in such a manner, that if he were not a boy, he could have made his parents indignant, for from controversy with a brother in infancy. He said that he would take away everything, by this also, his infantile principle could be perceived, that he would take away the love of parents. Inasmuch as there were many infantile, this principle was what they loved, and they comforted him, telling him, that he could carry away nothing, and now I perceive, his brother who, though he died in infancy, is now a man. Insinuating that he was willing to give him all that was his, and then, showed, a tender love, whereby the other was so affected even in opposition to, his actuality, that he shed tears. 1748, September 13. 3147. That everyone in the other life must perform use, and from use, possess happiness. I spoke with spirits, to the effect, that in the human body even the excretions perform use, for instance, the 3 biles which otherwise, for other reasons, are to be cast out, yet still perform signal uses to the intestines. And in the digestion of food, then when the remaining parts are carried out, they perform a use to the fields, hence useful things, through barley and the like, again perform use in the body, and so on still farther. Hence it was spoken concerning those in the other life that, they, all must perform use, so that there must be no one who does not perform use to his world, the human race, the world of spirits, and, to heaven, finally. That in heaven their felicity consists in the performance of use, so that thence they obtain felicity from the Lord. That, their felicity springs from performing use is evident from this, that the Lord grants them to love ends, which are uses. Etc. 1748. September 13. It was illustrated by this, that in an army there ought to be no one who is not of use, it is the same in general society, and the kingdom, otherwise he is a useless burden which, cannot be, in the other life in the Lord's kingdom. Where nothing lives but uses on ends, and hence loves. 1748, September 13. 3148. That the human body is entirely formed from the grand man. It was insinuated from heaven that this may be evident from man, whose body is entirely formed according to all the judgments, arbitria, of the will, so that it may bring it forth into act. The will is of love. Moreover, the human cerebrum is formed after, the idea, as they call it, of the universal heaven of angels, and world of spirits, and from the cerebrum, as from heaven, exists all the form or structure of the body, so as to be able to correspond to its nod. Hence it is evident, that everything, pertaining, to the body, is representative of celestial and spiritual things. 1748, September 13. 3149. That fear is of shame also, of reverence. From a living idea, and, at the same time from living experience, it was given me to know that they who are devoid of all fear of dangers, as has been already said, concerning an audacious spirit, unless he had possessed in a like degree the fear of loss of reputation, name, and the like, which would expose him not only in the eyes of the world, mund, but of himself, that he would have been such a base urinus excrementitious principle, that a baser could not be conceived. Wherefore, he possessed such a fear as cannot be described, which restrained from wandering, beyond limits, such a mind, as was completely devoid of fear of death in dangers. For fear of losing the name of bravery, fortitudinis, was so great. 3150. As to be in a completely similar degree with fear, in danger of death. Hence may also be evident how the Lord led him, so that he might not be a baser excrement than ever anyone in the world could be. This he also acknowledged, and confessed that there would have been such an indescribable excrementitious principle, were he not the most timid of all in the world, universo orb terrorum. 1748, September 14. 3151 to 3200. 3151. Hence occurred a certain indescribable state amongst those who were conjoined in the idea, whether such a state could exist as respects filial reverence towards parents. Namely, whether in reverence and shame, there could be, a similar, state, with fear, involving obedience towards parents. Such was their state, which can never be perceived by any mortal from the various, natures, of their disposition. 1748, September 14. 3152. Concerning the education of infants. Those, who most tenderly love infants, so that they only love the fetus and infants, and are as most tender mothers, so that they can scarce live, but in a state where the tender love of infants prevails. These constitute a province in the quarter, vico, of the testicles, and organs dependent thence, and in woman, the province, of the neck of the womb, and of the womb with the ovaries, and each of its appendages. They who are in such province, live in the sweetest, most agreeable, and happy life, that it cannot be described, only, that, its state, is, agreeableness and sweetness. Their province is between the loins. 3153. The opposite thereof is above the head, where nothing exists, but what causes man to be as it were mad, as is the case when youth, juvens, are, inierit thence. Which is manifested by such, traits, as existed in the audacious, spirit, previously mentioned, who was in his adolescence, of such a nature, that no other, was, ever more insane. This was the very, prorsus, extreme of insanity, bursting out into the like, in the extremes, of corporeal ultimates, as may be known from those who are insane from such things. 1748, September 14. 3154. The quality of their ideas, who do not believe, because they do not understand. I saw by spiritual idea, and it was given to hold communication with spirits, to this effect, that the ideas of those who do not wish to believe, unless they know and understand, are formed from innumerable ideas, of such as reason falsely concerning every object of sight, for spirits have such a cupidity that they think they know everything, and reason concerning everything, some indeed from persuasion, when yet it is a false persuasion. Such innumerable ideas concur in each idea of those who do not wish to believe, unless they understand. Wherefore, if that idea, formed, from all these ideas, were presented before their eyes, by representation of a face, or something else, there would be such base and hideous faces, that nothing could ever appear more base and hideous. 1748, September 14. This was seen in spiritual idea, with spirits around me. A certain spirit said that he saw represented the idea of someone, who was not so very evil, and that he never saw anything more hideous. 1748, September 14. And it was only a general idea, as obscure as if it were nothing. Another merely said that he did not believe such things could have been seen in the other life. His idea was immediately represented, and surpassed others in ugliness, turpidine. 1748, September 14. 3155. How it happens, se habit, that a spirit seems to be persuaded, persuadery, I think, that anything is of himself, sum. A certain spirit to whom it was shown in various ways that he seems to live, seems to see, was thereby confused. And thought that thus there was nothing of him that lived, wherefore it was shown him in various ways that he thought he saw with his eyes, thought he touched with the hand, therefore that he seemed to himself to have eyes, and have hands. It was further told them that it is so with everything else, coeteris, just as with the external senses, which he seems to himself to enjoy like as when he was a man. It was equally the case with his thought, which he then supposed to be his alone, and, this, when it was previously shown that he thought from others. Then the society from or with which he thought, was taken away from him, then his interior seemed to think, in a more innocent manner. The thought which was removed was placed over my head, that he might there receive it. Hence it may be evident that it was only the society and its intuition which caused thought, and that force which was placed above the head, and that the remainder, by which he lives was a purer society. It is just as when callosities, callous, are removed. 1748, September 14. 3156. A certain good spirit also heard it, to whom it was granted to say that since it is so, what more does he wish to desire for himself than that he may seem to himself to live, so that he may be like nothing else, and further, what more can he wish than to live the life of the Lord? When he heard this, he was amazed, saying that he never heard of such a thing. 1748, September 14. 3157. That a spirit supposed that he was surely myself also, that he was furnished with a body. The same spirit told me that he spoke with me, in his language, to whom it was granted to reply, that it was not his language, but mine. Our tongues were, like persons foreign to each other, sicut tu kalangjinki, and further, whether he supposes that he has lips and tongue, wherewith to speak, and what need was there of lips and tongue in the other life. But he thought that he had them. Another spirit also, when I stretched out my hand, and he supposed from the reflection given him, that he took hold of it, said that it was he who took hold of it, to whom it was granted to say that so he supposes. But that it was I who took hold of it. And further, when other spirits insisted that they were as it were my body, it was granted to tell them that my body is adjoined to my spirit, so that there is a body of my spirit, and that the body of his spirit was dead, and therefore that he merely inflowed into my spirit, as if a spirit into another spirit. 3158. And then when my spirit acts, facet, with my body, they suppose that they acted with my body, and now that this is impossible for another spirit to possess another body. Unless it should act as it were obsessed, for no spirit suits, quadrat my body but mine, according to my spirit do each and all things of the body accord or correspond, so as to make a one by corresponding. There is a nexus between my spirit and body, which can never be given between another spirit and my body. 1748, September 14. 3159. I am informed that since it is external bonds which restrain a spirit, such as honor, shame, fear, and various cupidities, therefore such spirits are associated therewith and hold him in those bonds. But as soon as these spirits are removed, he rushes like an insane person, freed from external bonds. Thus reason is also taken away from them, for they then have no reason, but act from nature. 1748, September 14. 3160. Concerning those who represent, referunt, the general, communum, sense. To a considerable height and extent above me there came spirits, who sounded like many together, who it seemed to me, were in no distinct idea. But in a general, commune, idea, of all things, I suppose that no distinct, principle, was perceived by them, but, only, a general indistinct and obscure, principle, as is usually the case. But yet they spoke with me through other spirits adjoined to them, so that there was a sound, whose ideas I could thus perceive, for such a general, principle, could not fall into ideas which pertain to speech, save through others who are of such a nature. That they simultaneously thought the general, principle, of all I plainly perceived from so many flowing, aluentibus, simultaneously and as it were innumerable, flowing, indistinctly into my thought, with whom I spoke, as I have said. Telling them. 3161. That such generals cannot contain, habira, a distinct idea of anything, as is usually the case with the general thought of man, which is not only obscure, but a nothing, nulla. I said that there are indeed granted variations of generals, but still, they are, similar, for, they are, obscure, as it were nothing, nullo. Nevertheless they showed me for a quarter, if not a half hour, that they had a distinct idea of generals, at the same time of everything in the general. For all the variations and changes of my thoughts together with each and all things that existed about, circa, the variations and changes of my thought and affection, they observed so accurately, that no other spirits could have observed them better. From which it may plainly be inferred that they had a distinct idea of generals, and that, this, better than others, equat melius quam alibi, inasmuch as they spoke true, dispent vera. And at the same time beheld each and all that was necessary to the conclusion. 3162. Yea, so that I began, as it were, to fear to think anything more, for they discussed those things which I was not so willing to be discovered, as touching the affections and the like, which were hid, latebant, in the variety of my thought and affection. Wherefore I also perceived in, apud, me a listlessness as regards any more speaking with them. When this listlessness, torpor, was observed, there appeared a head with long hair, crinitum, not far from, my face which brought itself within my body, and spoke something harshly. It was a spirit that so appeared, because, as is now insinuated, there was signified merely a principle, similar to the body, to wit, a general, commune, corporeal correspondent. Wherefore, also, he at length fell into sleep. 3163. This day early, I again spoke with them, who, as they say, likewise spoke with me, during the night, but it was given to say that I was in sleep, so, that they must have spoken, with others. I now also perceive, that they had, a general perception, not obscure, but as I may so say, a lucid perception, of all that exists in my thought, so that man can be better led by them than by others. For the general states of thought, so also of particulars, are, as it were varied, because they are referred, related, referent se, to the general, principle, like as they also follow from the general. This can be evident from many things. 3164. These are they who represent, referent, the internal general sense in man, the general sense, not, pertaining, to the corporeal memory, that is, to particulars, but the general, sense, of the memory next interior. But whence they are I do not know. It was granted me to consider, expendera, whether similar, spirits, are given in our earth, and to conclude, as it were, that the like are given, but are such as are in an obscure general idea or notion. It is not yet clear to me whether these can come after death into such general idea of many things. I perceive that they wish to be considered in heaven as from another world. But they do not say so, they only perceive so. 3165. Hence it may be apparent quite clearly, that there exists a general of many things, wherein the many are distinctly perceived, what, may there not be, in things more interior, and in more interiors, still, and so amongst angels. And what, may not be, in the Lord who rules the universe, and is in the providence of the most singular things, when he is in the universal providence. 1748, September 15th. 3166. That love cannot sleep. From a spiritual idea I perceive that love can by no means, not at all, sleep, as may be apparent from many things in the life of the body, from parents, when their children are in any danger, likewise from friends. So that in itself love is wakeful. 1748, September 15th. 3167. That respect of persons is also observed in the other life when they are good. It was many times observed, that persons, who, in the world, were endowed with the greatest dignity, for instance, kings, who are born kings, and have derived from infancy, their endowment with dignity in superiority to others. That these cannot conceal or throw off that sphere, until after many years, perhaps 100, or 1000. But still the sphere of that dignity is so conjoined with the sphere of probity and goodness, as not to be troublesome to anyone. To those who are born so, and are upright and good, there is also shown a certain kind of corresponding subordination by moral spirits, for it belongs to a good spirit to injure no one, but to do a favor to everyone. Wherefore, a certain one, who did not have such a corresponding sphere, being discovered to be of another character, it was given to tell him, that there was something lacking to him in external bonds, which, as it was lacking, he easily rushed into his own nature. 1748, September 15th. 3168. That in all things of the world of spirits and heaven an equilibrium exists. That mere equilibriums exist, was also shown by my goings, gressus, when certain wished that I should go here, others, that I should go there. Also by something else, aliad, as was previously done, and I spoke with spirits concerning equilibriums, saying, that each and all things in the universal body, are held in equilibrium, it is so in the atmospheric world. And in each and all the things of nature. It was further shown that in equilibrium, the slightest and least force moves, and causes that even what appears very strong and resistant, is moved. Thus is it in the world of spirits and in heaven, where there are equilibriums of all things, and thus each and all things are ruled by the Lord very easily, and with no trouble, wherefore equilibriums are preserved, hence the reason that souls must through sufferings, vexations, divest themselves of whatever is not in equilibrium. 1748, September 15th. 3169. Those who condemn others within themselves and utter different things with the mouth. There is a certain one who, during life, could, possit, I think, live in externals with others, and be esteemed by others, because he spoke cautiously respecting others. On account of his reputation and name, but still inwardly he condemned everyone but his own connections, and those joined to him by a special friendship. So that he condemned them to hell, so to speak, insomuch that they who heard him speaking from the state of his thought into which he was reduced, and into which and every state of his life he can easily be reduced, and then thinks the same, and others then hear his thoughts as he speaks them, for they are his ideas. They who heard him speaking his thoughts said often facelegit. Facelegit. 3170. He suffered the grievous punishment of desertion as to the entire, universum, head. Resistance being induced, and repentance long delayed, others beheld it, but I did not see it. 1748, September 15. 3171. He said afterwards, that in civil life he was cautious in speaking, and so that he might not injure anyone. That, therefore he ought not to have suffered such a punishment in the other life, and inasmuch as it was only his thought, and it did not burst forth into act. But it was replied to him by others, that he was cautious for the sake of honors for himself, and that if he had been free, he would thus have acted. Further, that he was rewarded for his civil prudence, to wit, by being conveyed to dignities, but in the other life it is thoughts that are punished. Since he said that he could not have abstained from thinking, therefore that he should not be punished for his thoughts, they said to him, wherefore did he thus condemn others, when yet they were also cautious in civil life? He said because they thought evils, thus he convinced himself. Wherefore he confessed that he had sinned. 1748, September 15. 3172. What fantasies are and what are imaginations? I spoke with spirits concerning fantasies, yea, with those who suppose that they are wholly bodily, corporeal, men, although they knew that they were spirits, besides other things also. That they seem to themselves to attempt the lowest functions of the body. Wherefore we spoke concerning fantasies, and it was granted to tell him that hence may be known what is fantasy, and that man seems to live from himself and yet it is such a fantasy. And that it is not wonderful that there exist fantasies of this sort concerning the body and corporeal things, so long as that fantasy of living in or from himself remains. 3173. Afterwards we spoke concerning angelic representations, that still they are not, although they appear. Concerning which it was granted to say, that such things are imaginations, or representative imaginations, signifying celestial and spiritual truths, and are thus exhibited to angels and angelic spirits. Wherefore, they are not fantasies, for they feel them, and are intimately delighted by them. Such delight and felicity cannot come from any other source than from the truths of faith which are therein. 1748, September 15. 3174. Concerning the intelligence of angels. I spoke with spirits concerning the intelligence of angels, that it is such as can not be described nor conceived, as may be apparent from this one question that was propounded, what is the fear of love? Spirits who were present had no idea thereof. Wherefore it was said that what the fear of love is, may be comprehended, in that state alone, whereof it was then said, that therein, so many things can be simultaneously comprehended in the idea of angels as can not be described by a great volume. It may be but one idea, and yet not the half could have been expressed to human understanding. 1748, September 15. 3175. That there are given two contraries in man and spirit. I have been taught by experience, that in man or spirit can be given two contraries, to will, and not to will, quod velit et non velit, and the external, may be, so strong that he never wills. But the internal, be, such that he cannot, do, other than will. One experience is in a certain one, in whom such a thing was granted to perceive. The other, experience, is in spirits of Jupiter, who were infested by spirits of our planet, who confessed that they do not wish to remain, but from internals confessed that they could not but wish to remain. It is, so in many other things. 1748, September 16. 3176. Concerning the speech of angels through spirits. It was observed, that when angels speak so manifestly through spirits, that spirits are as it were in a stream or river of ideas, and thus that few things of celestial ideas can reach me, into and through words. This is circumstanced according to spirits. 1748, September 16. 3177. That the Lord rules the human race in the most singular things. That everything in my previous, past, anti-acto, life, has been governed by the Lord, could be evident to me. From those things which were brought forth, displayed, concerning my past life, but still more plainly from him of whom mention was made, previously, who was the most audacious of all, the governance of his life was examined. He, had he not been so detained in a nearly similar degree, in external bonds, as respects reputation of his name, and preeminent glory as compared with others, would have become excrementitious above all others. For it was only such, a bond, that restrained him, thus was he led by the Lord, as was shown, seen, and confirmed by the angels. In like manner, it was today demonstrated, as I could plainly perceive in spiritual idea, that unless he had been so detained from love of women, also from intoxicating drink, so as to have drunk simply water, he would then have so fallen, as to have existed, as, an exceedingly excrementitious, principle. 1748, September 16. 3178. Concerning those which belong to the will, but not to the act. Certain spirits, as was previously the case, wish to be justified because they have done no evil, although they have thought it, wherefore it was insinuated into me, that the matter stands thus. That whatever comes into, enters, the thought, and, not into the will, this is not a sin, then if, it comes, enters, into the will or, what is, like the will, and he thinks that this is a sin, contrary to the Lord's word, and, will burden, his, conscience, and so shakes it off, this also cannot be a sin, but, is, a temptation. But if anything comes into, enters, the thought, and the will, so that he desires to cause only that external bonds may not hinder, this is a sin, like as the Lord says, he who looks on a girl with lust, has already committed whoredom. 1748, September 16. 3179. Concerning interior and other punishments. They who have thought other than they did, and have prevented themselves from acting by, external bonds, and so have exercised their thoughts, and thus have given these active life, these in the other life are also tormented by a punishment of desertion by means of thoughts, so that interior thoughts combat, pugnant, with exterior tacit, thoughts, like as I have learned. When long in such thought that I was exercised, a juror, with strife, pugna, and desertion, also with other punishments besides, as shame and the like. 1748, September 16. To those who are overwhelmed with shame, there appears a head nodding in front. 1748, September 16. 3180. That certain spirits or societies of spirits cannot abide, versari, in the next purer sphere. It happened when I spoke with spirits, that I seemed to remove, subtrahere, from myself a sphere of a grosser sort, as is done in a spiritual manner, which man cannot understand, and when the grosser sphere was thus removed, then spirits at a distance in front began to lament that thus they could not be present, wherefore they fled away, and this also is one kind of dispersion of spirits, as is the east wind, another. 1748, September 16. By removal, subtractionem, as it were of shade or a grosser cloud, nimbus, it is understood that there are societies of such a region, that fly away. This is so represented, so that I did not then know other than that it is some sort of dispersion of shade which was often done by me previously, when I was brought to severer and purer things, of the senses and understanding. 3181. Concerning dreams, how and by whom they are produced. I have learned by much experience, how dreams are produced, and what spirits produce them. When in a state of wakefulness, and when another, was, in a state of sleep, or in sleep, I was then as it were a spirit in company with spirits, and thus it was granted to me to be present with those spirits who introduce dreams. And it was also granted me to introduce dreams. And that it was so I have learned from experience, inasmuch as another waked up, 3 or 4 times, after dreams were introduced by me, and I then related the things, of his dream, which he acknowledged. It was granted me to introduce such things as were delightful and pleasant. I was then instructed by living experience, who they were that introduced dreams and how. It occurred by means of representations, for the end that the sleeper might be delighted, and there are those whose office it is to watch over man, when he sleeps, that he may not be infested by evil spirits. They discharge this office in wakefulness with the greatest delight, so that they strive, emulenter, which of them may be present. And because they are good spirits, they love those things which are most pleasant and delightful to those, asleep. 3182. These are they who in the life of the body were delighted by similar things. So that they loved with all earnestness and loved to make the life of others pleasant, as, for instance, certain mothers do, by means of sports with their infants and children. Also nurses, alumni, and who delight to act in an infantile manner, and, were, so accustomed in the life of the body. 3183. They especially stand near above, man's, head, to wit, his occiput, where the cerebellum, is situated, with whom I also then spoke, and who are now also present. And direct these things which I write, I also somewhat apperceive their pleasantness in doing these things. These are they to whom is granted the province of the cerebellum, but not of the cerebrum, concerning which matter I spoke with angelic spirits, saying, that they cannot have anything to do with, the cerebrum. But, they can, with the cerebellum. For the cerebellum is awake in the night time, and the cerebrum sleeps, and the cerebellum, as it were, sleeps in the daytime, when the cerebrum is awake. 3184. There are other spirits besides, who occupy the province of the thorax or left breast, whom I also sensibly perceived at the same time. By whom those superior, upper, spirits, are infested, for they wish to be present, but because they are envious and such as desire to possess those things. They are not permitted, to go, higher than to the upper ribs, otherwise the more they are permitted to act, and infest the superior, upper, spirits, so far are dreams troublesome and of no account. 3185. There are other spirits around about, who also desire to infest them, but good spirits do not fear them, and so disperse such things as infest, so that there are, as it were, conflicts, pugny, and victories. From which it could also be evident to me, how evil spirits can tend to infest man when he is asleep, and how the Lord every moment guards every man. September 17, 1748. 3185_1/2. They also said that they could introduce sleep, whenever they wished, which was shown by experience, but it was said, that they could do so, when, it was, allowed, thus, that it did not originate, from them. 3186. Concerning those deceitful, spirits, who do not care for interior things. I spoke, concerning those who do not care for interior things, of whom, mention has been, previously, made, in No. 1177 to 1189, who are of such a character, for reasons there, given. Certain of those who were of the more deceitful sort, craftily insinuated themselves into the company of angelic spirits. So that the angelic spirits were ignorant, thereof, before they inserted themselves into their companies, as was perceived from this, that a certain snowy inanimate, principle, was perceived around. Wherefore the proof was given, indicium factum, to angelic spirits by means of the ideas of these, deceitful spirits, they, who, perceived this, but endeavored to steal away, hence also were liberated, and it was insinuated unto them. Were, cast down, by a way across the provinces of the viscera of the body, with which, provinces, I was not acquainted, still downwards, to the urinous, things, which are beneath man, between each foot. The deeper, the more urinous, for they love such things. 1748, September 17. 3187. Concerning martyrdoms. I spoke with spirits concerning martyrdoms, because some have alleged, that because they were martyrs, and adorned with the crown of martyrdom, that they therefore should have preference over others. To whom it was granted to say previously, and is now here announced and insinuated, that they who place merit in these things, and so desire to have preference in heaven, are not true martyrs, because such is not heavenly. Or, a property, of true faith. Moreover, it was said that many kinds or martyrdoms occur, denter, to wit, those, of Quakers and others, so that every heresy can have its martyrs, for they who persuade themselves are willing. Yet desire to undergo death for their persuaded, fantasies, whatever they are. In monasteries, erected, for sake of the saints, how many painted martyrdoms exist, some of whose, victims, were thence sainted. And that it may be illustrated, it was also granted to say, that many have undergone torments, dangers, and death, for sake of women, with whose love they were smitten, as may be known to everyone. 3188. Moreover, others desire nothing more ardently, piteous, than death, in behalf of their persuaded fantasy, like as those who desire to fall in battle, for sake of their own glory, these also willingly fall. For sake of the glory of their persuaded fantasy. Such fantasies can be represented in the other life by means of women, wherefore there was also represented to one who was of such a character, his fantasy, as it were a woman, whom he loved with inmost love, yet, she was so hideous that never was anything more hideous. 1748, September 17. 3189. Concerning those who excite the urine. Sometimes my, apudme, urine was excited, and indeed by spirits, as now also, is the case. And I am instructed that, it is done, by those who are exceedingly urinous, or wholly opposed to conjugal love, and yet are carried away by lust. Who, when carried away by lust, excite ardency, ardorem, in the urine, which also on other accounts, alioquin, as in my case, is excited in lust, for that they are conjoined may be known to very many others. 1748, September 17. 3190. Concerning heaven, that it may be closed. I plainly saw in spiritual idea, that when anyone commits adultery, heaven is closed, namely, that the interiors which open towards heaven are closed. And that he who commits adultery is afterwards only in externals, so that he who rejects every marriage duty, so as not to know its nature, quali, that is, so as not to be affected, tangator, by the marriage duty. That when adultery is committed by him, heaven is closed, because the marriage duty involves the celestial divine, principle, and the love of celestial, things. This is, more, the case, with the, a, woman than the, a, man. 1748, September 18. 3191. The quality of a certain, man, very celebrated in Europe. A certain, man, very celebrated in Europe, namely Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, who was, so celebrated in his time, he with the rest of that family spoke with me, for some days. Concerning whom, all that I could perceive, was that, he was, among the lower angels, but afterwards he was discovered to be of such a quality, as was shown me, to wit, that I first discovered his sphere, when he receded. To be full of adultery, as he recedes, it is immediately perceived from his sphere. Afterwards it was shown me of what quality he was, for he retains, even in heaven, the highest, summum, power, in his sphere, to wit, that he sits on a horse with his face, appearing, like as when in battle, or, going, to battle. Without a hat, with no hat on, with the weapons of war, like an ordinary soldier, similar as regards his countenance, facey, afterwards his quality was shown first, by a small dog of yellow color, which was turned into a cat, next by a fox. In whose mouth, a white foam was as it were running down, recedens, then also by a great serpent, next by a certain deceitful animal, like, a small panther, which crossed over to the left side. Then also at the same time, was seen, a lion, from the region of the face, which did not appear plainly, bene, to me. Afterwards it was shown how he lived with women and harlots, yea, at last, filthily, so they said, nothing, could be, more filthy. In like manner, from the agreement of my observations concerning him, which I pass over, also from his sphere, I perceived that he was such an adulterer, as put no esteem on the conjugal, bond. 1748, September 18. 3192. That yet perverted loves derive their origin from true love. I spoke concerning these, with spirits, saying, to wit, that perverted conjugial, adulterous, and meretricious loves cannot exist, except from true conjugial love, but that it falls into the perverted. And becomes so, and it is similar with love towards children, when it is in the perverse, it is directed, propter, to evil ends. Also, it is similar with those, who seek immortality and do not care for life, because of fame, reputation, and, so with, very many other things. 1748, September 19. 3193. And I spoke further with them, saying, that the case is similar with good from heaven, which is turned into evil, in the world of evil spirits, yea, according to each one's nature, and still plainer the life of the Lord inflows into all. Yet in the world of evil spirits is so perverted, that not any vestige, trace, of life is observed, yea, with indefinite variety, in that obscure principle, it does not appear at all. And yet, indeed to those, who are delighted with such perversions, it appears as the pleasant principle of life, so that they do not know whether or not it is life, and yet it is an external principle, thus separated from internals. 1748, September 19. This, spirits acknowledged, and saw to be so. 3194. Concerning sirens, who are adulterers. There are some who are persuaded that there is no impropriety in harlotry and adultery. This persuasion they finally confirm by many considerations, so that they are persuaded to place a proper life therein. Such are siren adulterers, for when they have a persuasion that they are decent, honesty, and pious, they can then almost lead wrong, seduce, angelic spirits, but it is granted to angels to recognize their character. Concerning these, I spoke with spirits, and it was said that such are from Europe, where Christianity prevails, and not from Asiatic, African, and American regions. 1748, September 19. 3195. Very many things may be related, concerning their most grievous punishments. Which are so grievous, then also, various with discerptions of the body, head, natural minds, with resistance, hence anxiety, and hardenings, durationibus, that they desire nothing but their death, yea, exceedingly desire death, but cannot die. Many such punishments were seen by me, upward, high above the head, a little in front, on high, but they cannot be described, on account of their cruelty. These were shown me for continuous hours, one, uno vel una, after another, was punished. 1748, September 19. 3196. It was shown me, by manifest spiritual ideas, how such precipitate themselves into dreadful deaths, or deadly infernal things. On one side was presented pleasantness, and felicity, how it opens out into very many felicities, and thus into more interior felicities, and towards heaven with all liberty, so that it desires nothing else than to enter interiorly. And more interiorly into the love of the spouse, conjugial love, thus into the interior, more interior, and inmost heaves, thus felicity leads, invites, and desires. And because love is of such a nature, such, a principle, is most free, for the Lord thus leads man to himself. Wherefore also, never in the universe, is such delight given as, pertains to, conjugial love, which is known from externals alone, what may not be in the interior. If there are such delights in externals, and such conjugial love is heaven on earth. The reason that it is so, is, first, the love of the Lord towards the Church, next, the propagation of the human race, which is the seminary of heaven, next, also the existence and subsistence of the universe. Or creation and preservation, arise, from conjugial love. 3197. Next I perceived also in spiritual idea how, it is, with love not conjugial. Or the persuasion that the conjugial debt, duty, is of no moment, to wit, that they still place their pleasant and free principle in contrary things, very many of such are in Christendom. It is not so amongst the Gentiles of the world, universi orbis. I perceived in spiritual idea how by that pleasantness and persuasive free principle, they remove themselves more and more from heaven and felicity, yea, as I plainly saw in the other life. Till they reach, at last, the most dreadful infernal things, so that nothing of a human principle remains, but every deadly principle, which can never be described on account of its horribleness, be horrors. A certain spirit, who was with me in spiritual idea, ran forward in front in the plane of the face, to a considerable distance, where were spirits of such a character. He cried out that he would show them of what character is their love, thus retaining, tenens, the idea. At first a most pleasant principle was experienced by them, iis obinit. But when by degrees he came more to the front, the idea was continued, as if it represented their progress to hell, and at length ended in such horror that they could have endured it no longer. For they saw the most dreadful hell before their eyes. Hence may be apparent what is the nature of the conjugal debt. 1748, September 19. 3198. Also, those women, who observe the conjugal debt, but still do not love their husbands, but despise them, and at length count them as nothing, were first represented, significati, to me by a cock, and afterwards by a tiger or sort of cat. Of obscure color, in which there was a slight grayish, griseum, color, shade. It was thus signified that such thus begin like cocks, with much speaking and scolding, and, afterwards are turned into the nature of such a tiger. And inasmuch as there are many of such a character, it was said that they still love their children, but this is not storage or love of children any more than is that of the brutes, which thus love their children. And indeed more than themselves. Such also are those with whom there is no spiritual principle in their natural. 1748, September 19. Such also were in front, a little above, who had not even a spark of conjugal love. They also restrain the conjugal principle, because they have no such love. And after consideration comes in to confirm this, that thus they are able to command. 3199. Concerning those who in life instructed, informavrant, others. It was observed several times that certain ones stand on the head, and I am informed by experience that they are those who have derived that sphere with them from life, that they should instruct others, such as preachers and others. Not only good but also evil. 1748, September 19. 3200. That evil preachers can also preach with persuasion and spurious zeal. Again, there was one who was reduced into the state of zeal which we had in congregations. And Spirit said that such was his zeal that they could scarce have endured it. Its quality was represented, significatus, to me by the offensive smell, fatorum, of the teeth. 1748, September 19. 3201 to 3250. 3201. Concerning persuasion. In order that I may know how and wherefore the Lord permits spirits to undergo sometimes such punishments and torments in the other life, I was led into a state so that a certain very friendly spirit might, as it were, be born into the most grievous punishments, although it was others, who endured them. And then I was held in that state, so as to know, that if he did not undergo such punishments as were most grievous, he would never become good. In that state I was kept with a persuasion that it was impossible for him to have become good unless tempered. In that state I could not at all pity him, still less wish to yield him assistance. For good was then in my heart and was continually infused into my meditation, volvere. Hence I may know how the Lord permits such even grievous punishments, because he turns everything into good, and intends nothing else but good, and what may be a means to his reformation. 1748, September 19. 3202. That in the left foot, up to the knee, dwell those who, as natural spirits, correspond to celestial spirits. In my left foot I felt a multitude of spirits. I believe I spoke a little with them, and told them that they seemed to be in the foot, but that they were dispersed throughout the world, universum orbum terrorum, and yet are felt in the foot. And I was instructed that these are they who are natural good spirits, and correspond to celestial spirits, so that the celestial spirits adjoined to them could have spoken with me. 1748, September 19. 3203. Concerning nudity of the head. A certain one desired that his head should be laid bare, nidari. This is usual with those from whom callosities, calli, are taken away, and, who, then become infantile. It is otherwise with some according to their interior constitution. But with him who wished it, when his head was laid bare, there appeared a bare, osseous, bony, head of the color of the human face. And spirit said that he was of such a nature interiorly that he could never forgive anyone who once seemed to him to do him harm, so that he retained vengeance till death. And in like manner the same spirit confessed that unless such excuse was made, intervenerate, before the whole world, the honor of his reputation should be revenged, but I apperceive that not even then would he have been appeased. 1748, September 19. 3204. That they have read my writing from afar. When certain were removed, according to appearance, to a distance, yet to such a distance that they were but slightly heard, they then read my writing from thence by, with their mouth, acting, in, apud, me, better than I could. Since they were thus able to see thence, from which it is apparent that distance is an imaginary thing. 1748, September 19. 3205. Concerning sirens. There were many sirens with me who were afterwards represented by inverted bodies. So that as far as the head they were towards me, and the other part towards Gehenna, so they who suffer themselves to be enticed, polissery, I think, by them pass from their sweet flatteries, to their posteriors, where was Gehenna. 1748, September 19. 3206. Concerning Gehenna. Gehenna appears to those who rush, appellant, thither, as a fire, and indeed that it is like a fire was granted me, to know from the heat that flowed thence into my face. Spirit said, and lamented, that such offensive smell, photor, exhales thence from burnt bones and hairs, as it were, so that they could not endure it. Something of it was also brought to me, but I felt little of it. The most deceitful are there, especially sirens, who by a species of piety enter the minds of others, and most deceitfully delude and seduce, mislead, them, so that never can anyone resist unless the Lord protect him. Companies, phalanges, of sirens flew out of thence, and were perceived through, the hairs and topmost, supremum, skin of my head, which they caused to quiver, tremiscenter movebant. These are also such as esteem the conjugial, principle, as of no account, being, in the greatest, summa, persuasion, that it is of no account, and, so regard adulteries as proper. Again, there came a blast, afflabat, thence to the nostrils, like the offensive smell, photor, of bones and hairs, together with heat. Such, spirits, greatly persecute the innocent, and entice them to lusts, harlotries, and finally to adulteries, under the pretext of propriety, honesty. There also are those principally who were reputed in the world as leading a becoming life, also, a few of the lower sort, and they there feel sweetness as if in their atmosphere, which is of such a nature. But afterwards it is changed into dreadful serpents, that bite and devour their breasts and genital members, as they report to me. I have heard them thence, when only a few serpents begin to arrive there, es tanhair, saying, that they care for nothing, because they prefer death to losing the pleasantness of that atmosphere, with such most disgraceful, lustful, venera, frenzy are they smitten. 1748, September 19. 3207. Concerning the sirens of Gehenna. Certain of them were with me, and I was informed by them, that they are, not only, as it were hot, just as it seems to themselves, but are fiery, as is usual, in their frenzy. So also when they approach the celestial things of love, thus towards heaven, that they become cold, yea, as cold as snow and ice. They can become both fire and ice, thus, can undulate from one extreme to the other, so that they are miserably tortured. 1748, September 19. 3208. Concerning a heavenly arcanum. It is a heavenly arcanum, that conjugal love may so enter into heaven according to appearance, as, to reach, the inmost with a perception of felicity. This according to appearance. That communication is also actually given, is because the life of the Lord inflows, through the inmost heaven, thus, in order, through consequence, into the conjugal love of those who are kept such by the Lord, amongst whom it does not appear other than that it enters from them into heaven. 1748, September 20. 3209. That the intellectual principle can apprehend, or understand, that there is an internal principle, or a principle, interior to itself, but cannot enter, it. I perceive this in spiritual idea, that the rational and intellectual principle can never enter those things which are interior to itself but yet can know and understand, that there are, such, also their quality. 1748, September 20. 3210. That the quality of a man is sometimes distinguished from a single word. That all words are ideas, and one word signifies many things, is also evident, by affinities, so that thus also may the quality of a spirit be detected. Sometimes, from the most general things, as when it was inquired concerning someone whether he was merciful, it was said that he was careful, which signifies mercy. When I had gone on, farther in the way, it came to my ears, and I heard, as, at a distance that he was merciful, further on, I heard, somewhat nearer, that he loved the sex, or women, which also the same word signifies, farther on, when nearer. He was pitch black, from Chiam, so that he was coal black. 1748, September 20. 3211. Concerning the excrementitious hell. The excrementitious hell is under the seat, or the buttocks, where are many, to whom human excrement is given to eat. They are those men and women, cavell quae, who in the life of the body had nothing else, as an end, but the various pleasures of the body. One was with me, she complained of her miserable fate, then there was an excrementitious smell, photor. Such are in privies. 1748, September 20. 3212. Concerning a paloestra. It has been already mentioned, mention has already been made, concerning a paloestra, a little below, in front. It was again seen by me, they do nothing there but sport, dance, converse, and live in delights, ad serios and so forth. From these are come, they who, quo, are borne away to that excrementitious hell. 1748, September 20. 3213. Concerning the rainbow heaven. It was granted to think concerning the vitreous humor of the eye, where is a pellucid substance, compounded from lesser forms, in the interior chamber of the eye, and then certain spirits, to the right, on high. Where I did not remember anyone had previously appeared, said that they saw a heaven than which was nothing fairer, to wit, a pearly, than a crystalline. Then an adamantine aura, as if the universal aura consisted of such flashes of light, fulgurationibus. Then, they saw, an aura, full of the like, this aura was, radiated in each least form, like most beautiful rainbows, then there was round about, the form of a very large rainbow. Encircling, the sky, and, most beautiful, then the same rainbow, was, as it were composed of those least, ones, or, was that, from which the least sprung, were originated, like most beautiful images. This is the heaven of the rainbow, or the rainbow, heaven, to which corresponds the vitreous humor of the eye. 1748, September 20. 3214. Concerning a deceitful assassin, homicida, who has been mentioned before. For some time, the deceitful assassin was at liberty in heaven, in the society of similar infernal spirits, and being cast out to Gehenna, seemed to fly like a black body, or like an inanimate mass, and still, what astonished me. There exhaled thence so much subtle poison, that it excited the deceitful and more deceitful sirens, who so scattered, sprinkled, and practiced their deceits, that it cannot be described, for it would require a very long time to narrate that history. Hence was granted to learn the quality of the sirens, who also were with me afterwards. 3215. The same deceitful assassin, when it was said, locutum est, concerning the life of spirits, that there is but one, unica, life, to wit, that, of the Lord, consequently, that, of love, and it was shown that all were merely organs of life. And the life of the Lord inflowed, and was varied according to the quality of the organs, also that love alone is life, and this was shown that man and spirit without loves and their cupidities enjoy no life. Then the deceitful assassin appeared like an inanimate mass, thus did he represent himself out of deceit, and then perhaps spread his deceits around, like poisons. Wherefore other spirits were indignant at him. 3216. And he was therefore cast, to a greater distance thence, deep down, profundius, on the left, and there lay as if deprived of life, so that he supposed all of life had been taken away from him. He still spoke a few words, but yet being raised up, said that he had then been, as he was in the world, or in the body. Hence it may be evident, what is the quality of a spirit, when remitted in such a state as was his when in the body. He, because of such a nature, said that he loves that life. Wherefore he was again sent thither, I believe, and such a life was left him, as was taken away, and there remains a little of life, with torment, such a life, as I was once in, when in that state of life, he piteously begged to be liberated. I do not remember his words, aegis voces, but he made piteous lamentation. He was therefore presently remitted into another state of life, into which, when he returned, he again uttered his hatreds, so that he never forgave them. 3217. At length, when it was granted to speak concerning certain things written and published by me, concerning the devil, to wit, that he was created before the creation of the world, as a copula, link, between heavenly and corporeal things. Which was also confirmed by this, that they could not have been written differently, inasmuch as the Christian world does not believe different, and that he was created a good angel, but afterwards fell and was cast from heaven. Besides other things, then, inasmuch as these were the principles of the worshippers of nature, he snatched at these things so eagerly, that he said he had never possessed such a life, thus he was, as it were led into, his true life. For he was of such a character that he snatched at these things in the life of the body, and confirmed himself and persuaded himself, thereof. And I could observe, that from him, poisons were diffused into spirits, by this, that they being as it were bound, legati, by his efflux, effluvi, could hardly have thought otherwise. 3218. Concerning a tritulatory undulation. I awoke, and above my head, appeared, as it were, a pillar, column, the size of my head, which acted like a perforating undulation, thus when it inflowed, like those who write themselves undulating somewhat grossly, by a sort of boring. It first, as it were, passed through the head, then, not so, plainly, to the feeling, passed through, the body, but, plainly, through the sole of the left foot, where it bored through, thus boring like a pillar, columnatum. And this lasted quite a long time. It was inquired in mind or by speech who they were. It was said that they sought here for someone who was with me, this was also said to me. It was insinuated that these are they who in the life of the body scrutinize attentively the thoughts of others, but it is now insinuated that such are among the interior spirits who have a mind to destroy, extinguent, the souls of others. But who make a different profession with the mouth. 1748, September 21st. 3219. Concerning the assassin. The same assassin who previously became like a black mass, as it were inanimate, he was sent to Gehenna into the society of the infernals, but not into its middle, where are adulterous women, for these occupy the middle of Gehenna. It was permitted to perceive, sentire, their detestable lasciviousness by a certain sort of lascivious undulation. 3220. He or, that is, the assassin, inasmuch as he was not a woman, was driven to the right side of Gehenna, that he might there be submerged. I do not remember whether he was there submerged, but still to some distance thence the sun penetrated the earth, and thence towards the left where are those who are deep under the earth. It was then seen how he flowed into serpentine bendings around to left and right, above, and now into bends below. There were continually represented, as it were, serpentine bendings and various twistings. These spiral twistings, I will not attempt to describe, because some cannot be described. Hence he could also inflow, and hence speak, as I heard. He was there also reduced into such a state as he was in when he killed an infant with poison, which state was communicated to me by those who could communicate such things. It is now insinuated that it was a detestable deed, and a deed of detestable spirits, to lead anyone into such a state. 3221. The assassin is under the earth. He attempted to open a way for himself to glide out of thence. He proceeded towards Gehenna. They said if his head should emerge here, which continually appeared like a serpent, that then he would suffer irremediable harm, tam immedicable esset. But he proceeded again towards the left and spread out, as it were, a cavernous plain towards the right of considerable width, which nevertheless did not afterwards appear. 3222. At length the same assassin, after such twistings, whirled around, as it were, such continuous spiral twistings, circumgyrabat, continually, so that he made circumgyrations of spheres. But afterwards being wrapped around the body, face, and feet, as it were, with a cloth, so that he said he was suffocated, he then being thus wrapped, emerged from that earth, near Gehenna, in front or somewhere else, I do not well remember. He was thus wrapped up and stood a little before Gehenna. 3223. While he thus stood, suddenly there flew from him a little spirit, like an infant, with a similar human body, which afterwards came towards the upper regions, over my head, and spoke with me, and I did not then perceive aught but evil therein. I then spoke, concerning the same, with spirits, asking, who he was, and where was the body left which appeared like a cast-off garment, whether in this remained any life, inasmuch as interiors were thus separated. It was said that that little one which came from him was his interior spirit, with whom so much of the natural principle followed as could have been serviceable or obedient. Wherefore it was asked, loquitum, whether or no all the evil can thus exist and so enter heaven. But it was said that this was contrary to order, or the laws of order, for a man to lose exteriors, also that such appear indeed, as angels of the interior heaven. 3224. But that they still retain such naturals as obey and are serviceable, thus regard the world of spirits as a body, just as the world of spirits considers the human body as their own. Thus, it is in order, so it is now insinuated, that those things which appear left behind, like clothing, be similarly renewed amongst, with, those who become interior angels. Like as was once upon a time represented to me that garments, vests, are left, relicto, in the left eye, and are there hidden. But that thence are called forth in order those things which are not obedient or serviceable, and are adjoined to the naturals from the heaven, so that they may also be vastated as to these of the angels. Hence arises fermentation and dismissal from the heaven, so that they may also be vastated as to these things. 3225. Such things as are represented by garments or clothing are only representations of societies which remain in lowest and inferior things, and that which was represented by the little one, which flew forth thence, with his interiors, is the societies which are interior. Thus such things as were previously represented arise from changes of state of societies, and are thus presented before the eyes of the world of spirits. 3226. We then spoke concerning the left-off clothing, from which he seemed to speak, whether he could have lived apart from interiors, because it was, as it were, heard that he remains therein. But inasmuch as this cannot be given that anyone may live only in the body or lowest nature, apart from the interior, it was said that it is the lowest society which still has clothing as a subject, and that then another succeeds in his place, who appears to them as if inwardly in the garment, for the subject appears as if in the center. Nevertheless, he who went forth from thence was not of such a character, but was, as I perceived, an upright person. 3227. It was also shown how the minds of others are held bound, chained, by the like. For when he is such in his persuasion as to regard nothing as evil, like they who are in Gehenna, then perishes all perception of those things which are opposed to the good and true, which are, as it were, destroyed, extincta. So that then the spirit also thinks himself to be of such a nature. The persuasion of one can thus bind another, and induce, as it were, that he should be similar. 3228. Afterwards that assassin, when he again became nearly such as he was before, and the little interior, spirit, joined to him, inasmuch as he was courageous, high-minded, in the life of the body, and had aspired to dignities perhaps the highest. He was told that he knew their punishment according to the laws of earth, that they who perpetrate such things were buried within such a spot in a profane place. And it was said to him if anyone had committed such a crime, and he should judge him, what sort of judgment would he pass? He said that he would be one of the sternest, Maxime Serios's, judges, and would so condemn him, wherefore he condemned himself. 1748, September 21st. 3229. Concerning the rainbow. There were represented to me species of rainbows which were often seen previously before the eyes, and now whilst in the midst of such a scene, I saw, a sort of green, as it were, grassy, spot, and after that, as it were, an earth, tellurem. There was, a sun not visible but illuminating it, and at the same time diffused a light round about, so bright and beautiful, that it cannot be described. No comparison exists between that light and our light of day or noon, also in that lucid circumference, were seen, most beautiful variations of color, in a lucid pearly plain, ground, indefinite are the variations of this sort. 1748, September 21st. 3230. That the thoughts may be brought forth in the other life. I am informed from experience, that whatever good, anyone, has thought and spoken in the life of the body, that this can be brought forth, he is remitted into that state, then each and all things, pertaining, to him are opened. And then at the same time angels know whatever they had thought and spoken. Wherefore the memory of particulars is never obliterated in the other life, but what he has thought and spoken is not revealed unless the Lord permits and allows. 1748, September 21st. 3231. That the Lord does good to his enemies. I was overcome with sleep, somno eram supportus, in the afternoon, and with quite a sound sleep. When I awoke there were many around me asleep, in somno, even spirits who wished to lay snares for me, these also overcome, gravita, with sleep were fast asleep, dormibant, so with all who came up with the purpose to injure me. When they awoke, they said that they have been asleep, and fled away one after another. One said that he had not wished to sleep, it was perceived that he wished to injure me. Hence I spoke with spirits, saying, that the Lord alone watches over all, even his enemies, and does them good. 1748, September 21st. 3232. Hence it was granted me to know that evil spirits are compelled to sleep with a pud, man, and so cause that man may sleep, soundly, bene, although surrounded with evil spirits. Otherwise, should they also lay snares for man, as they desire, to do, for everyone, they would then perceive, if not asleep, that they were spirits separated from man. That this may not happen, spirits ought to sleep. This was now disclosed to me. 1748, September 21st. When they do not know other than that they are man, they then do not injure, this would be, to injure, themselves, but when man sleeps, and they are awake, they then can know it. 1748, September 21st. 3233. Concerning the spirits of Mercury. I have again, by means of, through, intermediate spirits, heard the spirits of Mercury, who spoke in voluminatum, so rapidly, that scarce could, an intermediate, spirit have uttered it. There was, as it were, a volume of them speaking together. But it was not their speech, but, only the thought of the interior sense or memory that flowed into the speech of the intermediate spirit, and was so rapid. It was similar with the perception of those things, which were thought after that. So promptly did they perceive them, that at once, and in a moment, they judged, decided, as to the quality, saying, this is so, this is not so, this is the quality. So that their decision, judicium, was almost instantaneous, and, moreover, they were similar to what they were before. This is remarkable, that their thought was brought to me in such volumes, that the spirits quickly undulated above me like an atmosphere. Also that the cogitative undulation did not flow, labrator, towards the left eye, although they were some distance to the right. 1748, September 21st. 3234. From these things it may be concluded, that whatever spirits hear they retain much more readily than men, although they do not know they retain these things, for thus is formed the interior memory. Man being ignorant thereof, and the purer the angels, the more readily and fully they retain, so that no idea may perish. It is evident from those who so readily decide concerning each and all things, this cannot happen unless they retain. 1748, September 21st. 3235. When it was represented to them, that, perception is of the Lord, yea, by means of representations, then, immediately in an instant, as it were, they said, that it is not so. That he does not know that this is so that they were then distinctly aware what perception is, which our spirits do not know or understand, even in the grossest manner. 3236. Still, however, spirits of this world, telluries, spoke with these, by angelic ideas, and said, much more readily than those, spirits of Mercury, what they did not know and what they knew. And very many things more rapidly than those, spirits of Mercury, so that I perceived those, spirits of Mercury, acknowledge, like as they also confessed, that therefore they were nothing as compared, with our spirits. That, our spirits, knew things which they did not know, also, that, our spirits, knew at once what they knew, this so suddenly, by means of interior ideas, that they could not but have been amazed, as they now allege. Afterwards, they spoke in indignation, thus grosser spirits overcame, even the evil ones. 3237. They did not admit that they were represented as men, but as crystalline globules. 3238. For some time, there was again conversation between them and the angels of the Lord, and it was said to them, in rapid moments, through ideas not understood by me, that they know and do not know what is evil. Also, that there are indefinite things which they do not know, indefinites in every idea, and that they cannot know even generals to eternity. This also was shown them, even to acknowledgement, so as to be recognized. Furthermore, the angels spoke with them such things as they could not perceive, save by changes of state, which things, they said they do not understand, but perceive by means of changes of state. It was then said to them that every change, the least, now, occurring, contains indefinites. At length, when they perceived this, they humbled themselves. Their humiliation was represented to me by the letting down of their volume more and more, towards deeper regions, and that still the elevation could not be concealed, on account of the volume being hollowed, and elevated at the sides. Thus also by means of a sort of reciprocal slight motion, moditationum. It was also told them what it signifies, or what they think in their humiliation, thus they are halved, a half part of the volume, is, above my head. They are removed, relegabanter, towards their planet, upwards at the back. The other half remaining in humiliation, which was a proof, sign, that they who are such as could not humble themselves, were sent back home, that they might lean there. 3239. Their internal sense is such, that it delights only in the knowledges of things, and nothing beyond. Wherefore, also since there are interiors, which pertain to uses, they do not care, so much, for these. Consequently not for ends, thus for the only end, hence also it comes that they are proud, and because proud, in fastu, therefore, the life of ends and uses cannot inflow into them, before that pride is taken away from them. This pride it is which has done most of those things which I have described, for they despised others in comparison with themselves. They who are in a state of humiliation have now acknowledged, with some weeping, that the Lord alone is their Lord. They then acknowledge that what they know scientifically, it is also given them to know intellectually, for they do not worship another Lord, but inasmuch as they esteem themselves above others, they do not care. 3240. Those spirits were around me, together with the spirits of our world, Telluri's, when they came into a grosser sphere to me. And at the same time they wondered that those things which I wrote, were so gross, inasmuch as no idea, as it were, was therein. But it was granted to reply, that the men of this world are of such a character, that they did not understand the 10th part, and a much less part of those things which were written. So that it can scarcely be written so grossly, as that, men can perceive, anything as they perceived, it. I added, that they do not even know that an internal sense is given, but, suppose that it is the body which feels. Therefore do not believe in a life after death, nor that the spirit exists, Dari. They then asked if such can become angels. It was said that they who spoke with them must have been such in the life of the body and yet are now so intelligent. And in the life of the body they know not the least of those things which they had said, to them, whereat they marveled. 1748, September 21st. 3241. Concerning the spirits, so called, of the moon. Spirits came above my head, when they merely spoke they thundered, tonabant, something of voice or speech was let down from the midst, as if something opened itself, as happens when lightnings are let out of the clouds. There appeared, as it were, a great multitude of spirits above me. I thought they belonged to some world, and were, not yet known, but the more simple and gross spirits of our world, continually ridiculed them, whereat I marveled. Because they intercepted thoughts, no matter from whence they were, and what spirits they might be. These spirits were then let down into the depths, in profundum, that they might not hinder, yet others could not restrain themselves from laughing at them, in nearly the same manner. 3242. Then were some seen by me obscurely, as it were infants. And one carried a certain one, who appeared to me distinctly so far as the face, with, Masa pa hufwadet, he was at first supposed from the face, to be, an infant. But was examined and considered, to be, a mannequin, homuncio, or a little man, dwarf. Because his face, was, not infantile, being somewhat long, but of small breadth, like that of an ill-proportioned man, invenusti, he was carried into my sight by another as small a man, whom I did not see. 3242_1/2. He who was thus carried and seen, came to me, below the arm, on the left side, and spoke with me, and said that he was such a one, so small, and not knowing whence he came. But that still when he spoke his voice, then sounded just like the voice of those who are above the head. He also showed me how he spoke, that it was, as if from the abdomen, and that he thus belched out, egurgitaret, much speech with much sound. And there was a sort of egurgitation of sound, with the voice, which cannot so easily be described. And in order that he might show what belongs to such voice or sound of voice, that he might as it were thunder, like a great multitude of spirits, he also withdrew a little, still, was, near me. And spoke similarly, then I heard as it were the thunder of heaven along with his voice, and he again returned, and showed the nature of his voice, that it was from the abdomen, and was an eructation. Thus it was also perceived that they were swollen, inflated, tumidi, and supposed themselves to be great, although they were so little. 3243. Also previously, when it was said by a certain one near heaven, concerning the former ones, who thundered, that they were not so numerous, he recounted them, and at length, found, that they had only been about 20 or 23, in number. When so great a multitude was heard. 3244. I spoke concerning what earth they were from, and it was granted me to perceive to some extent, after a manner, that they were from the moon. It came into my thought, cogitatum, that they were not similar to others because they have not such an atmosphere, and I am ignorant what atmosphere they have around them. But still that the human race was there, because there is nothing without an end, thus, so, nothing without the human race, to be the bond between terrestrial and natural things, and celestial things, for otherwise, never can an earth, whether planet, or moon, or satellite, exist, Dury. 3245. Hence, I could now perceive, that it was such as the human race, but I did not know what province in the body they represented, had reference to. Wherefore spirits of that earth, either these or others, came within me, and it hence was granted to perceive, that they had reference to the scutiform or xiphoid cartilage wherein the ribs are terminated in front, and which is the fulcrum of the muscles of the diaphragm, on the anterior side, and thus of the muscles of the abdomen also. It may be seen whether or no the linea alba passes to that cartilage, and hence, if this cartilage, is continued downward, so as to be the common fulcrum with the linea alba of the muscles of the abdomen. 1748, September 22. 3246. Concerning a beautiful bird. There was beheld a sort of flamy principle, purple, variously red, with white. I saw this before my face, at a distance, and next, was seen, a band, to which this beautiful flamy thing adhered, first, to the back part of the band, then in the palm, by which B had held this flamy something. This lasted a short time. I supposed that it was a sort of flamy principle, seen in their earth, by the spirits, of whom I have, now, been writing. The flamy principle licked his hand round about, and then was compressed into the hollow of the hand. Vala. 3247. Shortly it was removed to a distance, where it was bright, but straightened, what was there I could not see. The hand receded thither also. Then this flamy principle was changed by degrees into a beautiful bird of similar color, and the bird was also changed, as to colors even into a pearly species. It was then like a pearl, lapis margaritica. Also expanded its wings and, acted, like a living bird, and like a living bird flew thence to a little distance, in front, and returned. It also appeared once as a more obscure bird of a more obscure color, nearly like Styglysa, but without colors, again like a beautiful bird, and, so was raised up out of sight. 3248. I reasoned variously concerning the bird, as to, what it signifies, but my reasoning ended in this, that it is not yet discovered what it signifies, only, that it signifies, the inhabitants of Mars, because I hear and perceive them. To deny it, still such representation cannot exist, apart from the society of angels, which it represents, for it is plain, that bird signifies thought. 1748, September 22. 3249. Continuation concerning the bird and persuasion. Afterwards, there was a certain one, who from below either through my feet, or through the region of the loins, I do not know, which, ascended inwardly in the body as high as the breast, and filled the body. At first he was of such a nature, as to induce the persuasion that he would carry away what was dearest to me, by what he caused me to think. Next, however, when he perceived that he could not do this, he persuaded me, introduced the persuasion, that he was the Lord, with persuasion, that it was so, because such is the case. When spirits do not speak from themselves but from the Lord. But still I did not believe that, he was, the Lord. He, while of such a nature, carried away the beautiful bird, which was then flying around me, so that he took away that which was dearest, for many then desired it. But he presently let the bird go free, from his hand. 3250. Concerning which spirits it was afterwards said, that they are such as do not know other than that they are the same, and so can be imbued with persuasion, together with affection. But what he signifies I do not yet know, only it is insinuated, that if the inhabitants of Mars did not remain in their state, which amongst us is called the state of integrity, that others would succeed from a new earth, who would be similar. For when one race perishes, another succeeds, for there can be nothing lacking, so the Lord provides. 1748, September 22.